I was clearly the youngest martial arts prodigy. Yet I was treated as a spare organ for my younger brother. Simply because I was born blind in both eyes, despised by everyone. As the twins' younger brother, he naturally became the family's focus. But this troublesome guy, just a hit on a beautiful woman, not only failed to gain any advantage but also ended up getting his kidney stolen. To save him, not only did my childhood sweetheart and fiancé kneel and beg me, but even my own parents said this was the only purpose of my existence. Even to the point where the entire clan ended up pressuring me to donate my organs to him. Yet the foolish decision I made in my past life left me with only one kidney, awakening the most worthless talent. And even my ultimate sacrifice failed to earn a shred of pity from my family. Now that I've been reborn, all family ties and affection can go to hell. At this moment, my father is shouting at me, demanding I sign the organ donation agreement. Looking at the faces of my family, I sneered inwardly and signed. But just as I was about to explode, a prompt popped up. Option 1, immediately sign on the ground like a dog, with the reward of being an inadequate bootlicker each time you lick someone, their comfort level increases by 100. Option 2, whoever wants to donate a kidney can go ahead, I'm not serving anymore, with the reward of the undying divine dragon eyes, which can be integrated into your talents upon awakening. At this moment, I felt a surge of excitement. After being blind for over 20 years, I truly longed to see the colorful world. You must understand, as someone born blind, even my dreams were dominated by sounds. Now, with a genuine chance of regaining my sight right before me, I didn't hesitate to shout loudly, whoever wants to donate this kidney can have it, I sure as hell want tea. As soon as these words left my mouth, the hospital corridor fell into complete silence. Then, my mother roared at me in fury, you beast. How could you say such a thing? You're utterly heartless, you won't even help your own younger brother. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Since you're trash anyway, it doesn't matter if you awaken the most useless talent unlike your brother, understand? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you can do whatever you want. Then she grabbed the nearby medical equipment and started smashing it toward me wildly. I raised my arm, which collided with the metal medical case. Did it hurt? Of course it did. But compared to the physical pain, my heart ached even more. My fiancé quickly pulled my mother aside, while urging me and handing me the agreement that had fallen to the ground. Hurry up and sign the agreement, don't upset mom and dad. So in their eyes, I'm just trash. I really wanted to laugh. I don't know what the family has actually cultivated in me, the food I ate was all your leftovers. Upon hearing this, my father roared angrily, enough. You ungrateful son. You're nothing but a blind man who can't even walk straight. What else can you do besides bringing shame to the family? Sign the agreement now, or we no longer have a son like you. Just as I was filled with rage, a prompt box popped up again. Option 1, kneel and beg for mercy, offering to donate both kidneys. Reward, diamond knees, granting invincible knees that can withstand any damage. Option 2, I've long wanted to leave this damn place. Reward, tattoo of the time god, which can trigger a qualitative transformation in awakened talents. By this point, I had completely lost all hope for this family. Actually, it doesn't matter what the reward is, I'm leaving anyway. Then I raised my head and said bitterly, put yourself in my shoes, I'm your son too, how can you say such things? Since staying in this family is nothing more than your charity, I've had enough. With that, I turned and walked away, ignoring the angry shouts from my family behind me. But Xiao Chun, my childhood sweetheart and fiancé, grabbed my sleeve and said, where can a blind man like you go? Without someone to guide you, you can't even leave the hospital. Just sign the papers, I'm begging you, donate your kidney to your brother. He really needs it. I clenched my fists tightly as I listened to the voice beside me. As my own fiancé, she actually urged me to donate a kidney to someone else. After liking her for so many years, even a stone would have warmed up. Yet in my previous life, after I donated my kidney, I was heartlessly abandoned. Even when my own brother killed me, they were all throwing him a celebration banquet. Stop acting like a child, I'm begging you. I'll arrange a transplant for you later. Hearing this, instead of getting angry, I laughed. You'd better find him a new kidney. Don't bother worrying about me. Shaking off her hand, I turned and walked away. Xia Chun, frozen in place, never expected that the usually obedient little lamb would be so resolute today. Watching me grope my way along the wall as I left, she actually felt a pang of loss, though she couldn't understand why. After more than 10 minutes, I felt my way out of the hospital, keeping one hand on the wall the whole time. It was completely dark by then, and a light rain was drizzling down. I really dislike rainy days because the noise of the rain is loud, and the tactile paving becomes very slippery when wet.
Wu Duan hates rainy days because it makes a lot of noise and the blind alleys are very slippery in the rain, making it very inconvenient to walk. Wu just rummaged through his body and took out his own cell phone, then skillfully dialed a phone number, but unfortunately, no one answered even after half a day of ringing on that side. Just as Wu Chan put down the phone, the sound of 3 high heels rubbing against the ground resounded around him. Although Wu Chan couldn't see them, The smell of alcohol on their bodies stimulated Wu Chen's nostrils. It was obvious that all three sisters hadn't had much to drink, and they laughed daintily while looking at Wu Chen's handsome face and toned body. The bottom line is that Wu Duan is apparently blind and very easy to get at. The three drunken beauties looked at each other, and a hint of lust appeared in their eyes. All three are rich wives whose husbands have been fooling around for years. So, well, the male publicist at the store got tired of playing with him anyway. So how fun is such a handsome little hottie? They looked at each other, and although they didn't say anything, they both saw the same desire in each other's eyes. Thus, a woman dressed in red took the lead and hugged Wu Chen's arm with a cheeky, petulant smile. Little handsome, it's inconvenient for you to go out as a blind man, isn't it? Come, let sister help you walk. Yes, little handsome must be very troubled, right? It's okay. How about the sisters take you home and the four of us do a good job of playing the game? Happy threesome. Wu Chun felt the warmth and softness on both sides, but also happy 3-1. They are really able to think out. No need, I have things to do, so I won't bother the three sisters. Although Wu Chun had clearly expressed his refusal, the three women did not have the slightest intention of leaving. After all, they were going to rob the sex, so how could they give up so easily? Just as the three of them wanted to exert their strength together to push Wu Chun to the side of the parked red sedan, a cool female voice rang out from the side. What do you want? Let go of the boy and let me… Ah shucks. I mean let you guys let go of him. The three women felt Wu Chen's sturdy arms, hard abs, and felt like their people were going crazy. And then this actually came a dead to stir up the situation, and they were instantly angry. Dare to steal their men and see yourself scratching her face. Stinky girl. How old are you and you're so burnt? To actually dare to rob our fancy man. I think you're the old man who hanged himself. You're tired of living. Come on. Let's beat her to death. And this handsome boy will be ours. At that moment, Wu Chuan felt that both of his arms were released, and then the sound of banging and fighting came from not far away, and from time to time, there would also be women's screams coming from them. At the very beginning, Wu Chun thought that the woman who wanted to try to heroically save her handsome must have a few skills. Who would have thought that in no time, she was being rubbed on the ground by three women. This, Wu Dust sighed, he still had to do it himself. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Chapter 4. Picked up by a beautiful sister. Option 1. Help three women beat up a hero who's trying to save a handsome man. Happy 3+1 is definitely more cost-effective. Choice of reward. A Simmons king-size bed. Effect. Extra soft, on which happiness is doubled and doubled and doubled again. Option 2. Help the hero who saved you, in the sense that one still has a conscience. Choice of reward. Mind's Eye rank 1. Effect. Sword cuts through flesh, heart cuts through soul. Sense the world with your heart, tart. It's not that Wu Duan thinks Simmons is bad. It's that it feels like conscience is more important. Really? He silently walked towards the spot where a few people were fighting, then patted one of the women on the back, and as the woman turned around, an aura that belonged solely to a mid-third grade martial master suddenly appeared. At once all three women subconsciously stopped. Although they were all already 34 or 35 years old, they all coincidentally stayed at the cultivation level of peak first-grade warrior, and it was difficult to advance an inch further. So at this time, they were more or less scared inside. They actually wanted to rob a third-grade martial artist's color. What a stupid decision it was. Get out of here, all of you, and don't make me get rough. The three women hurriedly lumbered toward a red sedan, which a few seconds later was absolutely gone. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2 and obtaining Mind's Eye rank 1. Now you are able to sense everything within 2 meters of your circumference, even though you still can't see it. Sure enough, after the system's words fell, all 360-degree scenes within 2 meters of Wu Chen's circumference appeared in Wu Chen's mind. Although there was still no image, Wu Chun could understand that in front of him on his left was the girl who was trying to save him, and not far behind him was a tree. He silently walked towards the girl lying in a sorry state on the floor and silently reached out his hand. The girl stared blankly at the boy with closed eyes in front of her. It was really hard for him to imagine what kind of effort a blind man had put in to reach such a terrifying cultivation level at this age. Who the hell gave you the courage to come over here to see justice with your fighting ability? The girl was pulled up from the ground by Wu Duan, who had obviously been beaten up enough by the three women to grin in pain. Thank you, I saw them trying to bully you and didn't think about it for a while. The girl's voice was crisp and sounded very comforting. There's no need to thank me if I have to say it. It should be me thanking you. What Wu Chun said was also the truth, after all. The reason why this girl got into trouble was because she wanted to save herself. Although he didn't really need it. No, I didn't do anything to help. By the way, that you keep your eyes closed because you can't see out of them? Isn't it obvious? Who, in their right mind, has nothing to do with walking with their eyes closed? Well, it's inconvenient for you to go out alone on a rainy day like this. Isn't it? Doesn't your family care about you? This time, the girl's words silenced Wu Duan for a few seconds. Fellow, I don't have any family. I'm kind of a homeless orphan right now. Wu Dust's voice was a bit hoarse. Huh? Orphan? What a coincidence, eh? I'm an orphan too. So where are you going? I have a small electric donkey. I can give you a ride. The girl looked at Wu Chen's clothes that were drenched by the rain, and it was very hard inside, as if she was seeing the person she once was. I don't know where I'm going. Let's find an inn to stay at for the time being. Then why don't you go to my house? My sister is alone anyway. If you don't mind, you'll be my brother from now on. I'll take care of you. The girl walked closer to Wu Duan and forced his hand up, shaking his hand. Brother, please teach me more in the future. Wu Chun didn't say anything. He had never been a fan of the existence of such things as sisters. But he didn't object. He had nowhere else to go anyway. Oops, you're shy, go. Sister will take you home first. The girl pulled Wu Duan's hand towards one side, and then put Wu Duan to let Wu Duan sit on her small electric donkey before finally arriving at her destination after speeding along for 10 minutes. Wu Chuan was then pulled into the building by the girl and went up about 3 floors before the girl took out her key and opened the door to her room. By the way, I haven't even asked you what your name is. My name is Leang Xinyi. What's yours? Wu Chuan was inwardly speechless for a while. He really didn't know whether this girl was really stupid or had some kind of scheme, actually really led a big man like himself to his home. Is it because you can't see? My name is Wu Duan. Wu Chan. This name always feels like I've heard it somewhere. Forget it. Can't think of it? Come inside first. All drenched. It must be very cold. Wu Chun was pulled inside by Leang Xinyi, then sat on the sofa. You can simply wipe it off first. You must be hungry. Sister will go cook for you. After Leang Xinyi finished speaking, she didn't wait for Wu Chan to speak and directly ran into the kitchen to get busy. Doesn't your injury matter? Don't worry. Sister is a medically gifted awakened person. In a moment, Sister will be able to cure herself. Wu Dust held the towel in his hand that still had the fresh scent of a young girl in his hand, and after thinking about it, he still didn't use it, but just left the towel on the table as it was. 10 minutes later, Wu Chuan's nose twitched. He was pretty sure it was the aroma of onion fried meat. It smelled really good. He shouldn't have put any medicine that could make him happy, right? Wu Chan sat on the sofa and didn't move until Leang Xinyi set the meal on the table and curiously turned back to say, "You're welcome. How about a taste of my handiwork?" Wu Chuan sat at the table but did not move his chopsticks, just quietly waiting for Leang Xinyi to eat first. To be honest, it was not that Wu Chuan was suspicious. It was just that he had suffered too many injuries at home. No one had ever been genuinely nice to him, so it was no wonder that he was more than a little paranoid when someone was suddenly so warm to him out there. Leang Xinyi ate 2 bites and realized that Wu Chuan was still sitting at the table without moving. Thinking that Wu Chuan couldn't find his chopsticks, she hurriedly picked up the chopsticks and bowl on the side and handed them to Wu Chuan. "I'm sorry I didn't take care of the blind. Don't blame me." Wu Chen's face rushed in Leang Xinyi's direction and nodded, not expecting her to be so considerate. "Thanks." After saying that, he ate the meal on the table, and not to mention the flavor was really especially good. Thinking again about the fact that when he was in the Wu family, he never called his parents and siblings for dinner, Wu Duan let out a bitter smile. "It's really well done, thanks. I'll pay you later." "What's the stinking brother talking about? Sister was once an orphan too, and has been on the streets, and can relate to that feeling of being homeless, and I've always wanted a brother, really. We are together even as a companion. Sister is very rich, don't have any psychological burden." Wu Chen lowered his head, and although he didn't know if what the girl said was true or not, a certain corner of his heart did warm up for a moment. "Thanks. It's okay." In her ears was Leang Xinyi's heartless laughter. Chapter 5: Awakening the Rules. Inside Hospital 722, Wu Qiming's family is sitting in the companion ward. With a click, the door to the hospital room was opened, and Natsuhara came in from outside. "Xia Chun, how is Exiner?" Wu Mother Yanglan hurriedly got up and asked. "Seems to be in a low mood and keeps pulling me to make me talk to him, but thankfully has just fallen asleep with the help of his medication." Xia Chun's lowered her eyes, not knowing why, Although she had indeed been accompanying Wu Xian just now, what she was thinking about was Wu Chun. Right, Auntie, have you heard from Wu Chun? How dangerous for him to run out alone and blind. Nothing will happen to him, right? Why don't we just get him back? Hearing Xia Chun mention Wu Chun, the family's faces all turned meaty and gloomy. Xia Chun, don't speak for that rebellious son. When he can't help but run back, I'll have to break his legs. It's getting more and more excessive now, and he still dares to pretend to run away from home. If we don't discipline him here, he'll turn against the world. Wu Qiming angrily slapped the armrest of the stool. That's right, don't mention him, even if he's willing to donate his kidney to Xiner later. I won't forgive him, what a thing, donating a kidney to his own brother and still pushing around. Wu Mother Yanglan sneered twice. Listening to the two men, Xia Chun felt even worse inside. Just as the two sisters also wanted to express their inner indignation, the door of the hospital room was opened again, and this time it was Steward Li who came in. That, family master, it's no good. I've searched everywhere, and I haven't found the whereabouts of the young master at all. What can we do? What? Can't find it? How is that possible? How far can a blind man run? I'm afraid he can't even get out of the door, right? As soon as Yanglan heard that Wu Chun couldn't find it, then she stood up anxiously. That's right, how far can he run as a blind man? Butler Lu, you look carefully in the hospital. He definitely doesn't know which alley he drilled to get out. The second sister, Wu Yu, also felt that Wu Duan couldn't run out of the hospital at all. Really? I tuned the hospital surveillance and young Master Wu Chun really did leave the hospital, but I can't find him anywhere outside. How come? Will he be in danger then? Why don't I give him a call? Xia Chun really had some regrets at this time. Had she known that way, she shouldn't have let Wu Chun leave at that time. Don't call. If we call him, won't he think we're afraid of him? If we can't, we'll call the police and let them help find someone. Yang Lan hurriedly stopped Ha Chun, and then even gave Ha Chun a strange look. Yes, let's do it. This rebellious son has really grown capable. He really will change his ways to disgrace the family. When he comes back, I will definitely teach him a hard lesson. Wu Qiming said angrily. Yes, we have raised him so much, let him donate a kidney actually cannot. In the future there will be time to give him a kidney is really angry. Yang Lan's heart ached as she thought of her Xiner in pain. All right, don't complain. Sooner or later this kid will come back to admit his mistake. Butler Lu hurried to call the police. After Wu Chuan had a full meal at Leang Xinyi's house, even though there was only one dish on the table, he was satisfied and could even say that it was the happiest meal he had eaten in recent years. After the meal, Leang Xinyi refused Wu Chuan's request to help with the dishes and went to the kitchen alone to get busy, while Wu Chuan stayed seated on the sofa. He was slightly uncomfortable, as he used to be the one who took the trouble to please others. Wu Chuan, you just got wet. Go take a shower first so you don't catch a cold. Leang Xinyi stopped humming and shouted towards Wu Duan in the living room. By the way, can you find the bathroom? Do you need me to take you there? In the past, he would not have been able to find the bathroom, but since acquiring the mind's eye skill, it was no longer difficult. Thanks, you go about your business. I can do it myself. Wu Duan silently walked towards the bathroom, first unlocking the door, then reassuringly stripping off his clothes and turning on the shower. For days later was the day of awakening the talent. For the humans living in the Blue Star, this was undoubtedly the most important moment in their lives, as the type and level of talent awakened would determine the fate of a lifetime. In this world, there are various talents that humans can awaken, but there are only 4 main types: elemental, control, auxiliary, and enhancement classes. Elemental class, as the name suggests, such as awakening water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, these are considered to be the category of elemental class. The control classes are relatively mixed, summarized as abilities that can cause negative effects on the enemy, normal ones such as being able to hold someone in place, and odd ones that can even make someone want to jump off a building in frustration and the like. Support classes, mostly healing, aura that enhances your party and support abilities and whatnot. Lastly, there is the enhancement class. Most of the enhancement classes are some changes that can be produced in the body, such as hardening of the skin, strength, or turning into rubber all over the body. As for the rank of awakening talents, from low to high it would be from F rank all the way to SSS rank. But usually SSS rank talents are not the top of the line, as there is a situation where it is theoretically possible to be stronger than SSS ranked. That's the genius that only comes along once in a million, the doubly gifted. So, the usual limit for humans was that of a double SSS grade talent, but of course this was only in theory, and in reality no human had ever reached this situation. Even dual talent possessors, no one could awaken an SSS ranked talent. After all, the chances were just too small. For example, last year, there was a beautiful woman who had awakened a dual talent, and as a result, the first talent was an S-ranked auxiliary healing class, which was very outstanding, and the second talent was actually a chicken-ribbed F-ranked reinforcement class chi-gathering talent. Instead of giving her extra points, it's a liability that drags her down, and it's just kinda miserable. Wu Chun looked at the two props within his system backpack. I don't know what talent I will be able to awaken when the time comes. If I can really awaken a SSS-ranked talent, that would be great. Chapter 6. Collecting Qi. Wu Chun quickly finished his shower, dried his body with the towel Leang Xinyi had just handed him, put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Leang Xinyi was originally nestled on the sofa swiping her cell phone, and since she couldn't be seen by Wu Duan on the left or right, her posture looked a bit spirited. However, she was dumbfounded when she saw Wu Chun skillfully bypassing the stool in front of her that was blocking the way and walking towards her side. Leang Xinyi hurriedly folded her legs together, straightened her nightgown, and tentatively ran to Wu Chen's front, waving her small hand in front of him. Wu Chun, your eyes. Don't shake it, I can't see. You can't see and you know I'm shaking my hand. Leang Xinyi was crushed inside. Shouldn't all be seen by him just now, right? He did have his eyes tightly closed though, which, what the hell is going on here? So can you see or not? Guessing, what else could it be? By the way, Sister Liang, what do you do? Leang Xinyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was true that she had overthought it, but it was also impressive enough that he could avoid the obstacles even though he was clearly invisible. I'm a first-year student at Northland University. I usually do some part-time jobs outside to earn money, but don't worry. My sister doesn't have to pay tuition because she's a special enrollment, and the school also gives scholarships, so there's no problem supporting you. Wu Duan froze for a moment. Northland University was considered one of the better local universities. Although it was not as good as those top prestigious universities, it was still considered a fairly good university. But, as a special enrollment, isn't she a little too good? You couldn't be bragging, right? If you were a special enrollment student at North University, would you even be unable to beat those three women? Facing Wu Chen's question, Leang Xinyi scratched her head awkwardly. Actually, alas, my sister's talent awakening has some problems. I secretly tell you, I'm a double talent awakened person, but unfortunately, there is a talent that is a bit of a drag, resulting in my combat power is very poor. Wu Chun heard Leang Xinyi's words. People were dumbfounded. Then muttered, Sister, you wouldn't be the girl who awakened an S-rank healing talent and an F-rank Qi collection last year, would you? So you heard about it too. Leang Xinyi helplessly lowered her head. This world is also really small. Just now when he was taking a bath he was still considering this problem. Who would have thought that this young lady who awakened the dual talent is Leang Xinyi? When it comes to the air-gathering talent, it is indeed very much criticized. Even among F-rank talents, Qi gathering was notoriously trashy because instead of helping the host in any way, this talent would drag the host down. Talent name, gathering aura, talent category, strengthening, talent level, F, talent description. Sword sharpens from sharpening, plum blossom scent comes from bitter cold. Taking 80 years as a cycle, forcibly absorbing 70% of the host's physical strength every day. After 80 years, the thicker the better, the greater the way can be accomplished. It sounds quite impressive. But in reality, this talent absorbs too much physical energy every day, which will cause the host to be in a state of low physical energy for a long period of time, and will not be able to utilize their strength at all. As for expecting to fly high in 80 years, I'm sorry, you'll be 98 years old by then, and it's unknown whether you'll be alive or not. And even if you are, you probably won't be able to walk. So the talent is given an F rating only because there's really nothing lower than an F. Otherwise an F it wouldn't rate. One can only say, well, Leang Xinyi was really miserable too. No wonder she couldn't even beat those three women. However, Wu Chun thought of a possibility. The tattoo of the god of time that he had obtained earlier wondered if it could help her after awakening. All right, you don't have to pity me. It's getting late. You can sleep in this guest room. It's rather small, don't mind if you do. After Leang Xinyi led Wu Chun to the side bedroom, she went back to her room and unlocked the door. Wu Chun didn't feel anything. A girl. It's normal. Instead, he lay down on the single bed and began to think about the rest of his life. Originally, I was thinking that as long as I left that family, I could do anything, but now I have the system and somehow befriended this kind and charitable young lady. The plan does have to be readjusted. Early the next morning, when Wu Chun came out from his room, he found that a sumptuous breakfast had already been set up on the dining table. And to be honest, this feeling of being valued made Wu Chun very uncomfortable. Did you sleep okay last night? Any discomfort? Leang Xinyi's voice was always so positive. as if it could heal the invisible wounds inside Wu Chun. Okay. That's fine, go wash up. The food will get cold later. Wu Chun quickly washed up and then sat down at the dining table. You don't have to wait for me. Just eat first. How can that be? We're a family now. Of course we have to eat together. I have to go to class later. You have to go to school too, right? What school do you go to? I'll see if I can drop you off on the way. Leang Xinyi ate her breakfast while asking about Wu Chen's situation. Wu Chen listened to Leang Xinyi's nice voice and thought of his two sisters at home who didn't treat him as a human being. Mixed feelings. I'm taking classes at the city's first high school. Are you that strong? It's also true that it's normal for you to go to school in the first middle school since you're a strong mid-third grade martial artist. But I'm a bit closer than you. But it doesn't matter. I can drop you off and then I'll turn back. Don't worry. Don't look at my little donkey. It's small, but it's very capable of running. Wu Chun nodded silently, and soon the two of them finished their meal and headed downstairs together. Looking at Wu Chun, who was following her with flying steps, Leang Xinyi became more and more curious as to whether Wu Chun could see or not. If you want to say he can see, he keeps his eyes closed all day long, and if you want to say he can't see, whatever he does is no different from a normal person. So hard to see. The two men quickly mounted the little electric donkey and took off. Wu Chun could only see with his mind's eye to within 2 meters of the nearby scenery, so he didn't know exactly where he was. Anyway, after 10 minutes or so, a woman's greeting was suddenly heard from a short distance away.
Yo.
Isn't this Leang Xinyi? What's the matter? Instead of accompanying the old man this time, you've switched to catching fresh meat? Why are you so shameless? I really don't know how the North University would specially recruit someone like you. It's disgusting. The little electric donkey stopped with the woman's sneer. Tian Ningning, don't talk nonsense. This is my newly recognized brother. It's not what you think. Leang Xinyi's voice was a bit low, without the usual healing. Still a younger brother? You really know how to make things up. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I'm gonna film this and show brother Zhang Yuan that you're actually just a lousy person. Chapter 7. City First High? No way. When Tian Ningning said this, she took out her cell phone and clicked a few pictures of Leang Xinyi and Wu Chun together. Tian Ningning, don't you go too far. Leang Xinyi was on the verge of crying as she looked at the growing crowd around her. I've gone too far, you dragged your feet, and you still have S-class talent. I'll be damned. It's bad luck to be in the same group as you. You've got a little bit of talent and you're not letting others talk about your private life. Wu Chen frowned. It was obvious that this Tian Ningning must be fond of that what's-her-name Zhang Yuan, coupled with Leang Xinyi's talent problem. That's why she deliberately embarrassed her. And it's obvious that it's not just a day or two. It's amazing that she can smile so healingly when she suffers this kind of bullying every day. Please move over. My brother is going to be late for school. Leang Xinyi wiped the tears that were about to flow down her face and did not choose to continue wasting any more time. Her talent, chi gathering, greatly limited her physical ability and force. Even doing it would be nothing more than self-defeating. I think you are weak-minded and want to run away, right? I'm telling you, if you don't make things clear today, you can't leave. Tian Ningning relentlessly tried to yank on the back seat of the small electric donkey. As a result, Wu Chun pulled his hand one step ahead of him. It's not over, is it? Tian Ningning felt Wu Chen's terrifying aura, opened her mouth twice, but in the end, she did not dare to say anything. Leang Xinyi hurriedly pulled back Wu Chun, who wanted to get off the bus. Don't be impulsive, brother. She's a member of our group. Let's go. Leang Xinyi hurriedly restarted the small electric donkey, and within a few minutes, she arrived at the city's first high school. Are you okay? Let me know if you need any help. I'll see her. Wu Chun jumped off the small electric donkey, slightly uneasy about Leang Xinyi. It's okay. Hee. It's just a small problem. Your sister, I'm not that easy to beat. We orphans are not that fragile. I'll come back to pick you up after school. Leang Xinyi once again revealed a heartless smile, and after waving her hand, she drove her little electric donkey and instantly disappeared from Wu Chen's senses. Wu Chuan waved his hand in the direction Leang Xinyi left. A 2-meter sensing range, it was still a bit small after all. Inside the 722 hospital, early in the morning, Wu Xian hadn't woken up yet, and the rest of the family, including Xia Chun, had already arrived in the companion ward. Uncle Li, how's it going? Any news from the police department? Has Wu Duan been found? Big sister Wu Xian saw Uncle Li return and hurriedly stood up to ask. Back to Missy, not yet. But the police side said that they will contact us as soon as they have any news. How could it be? Where else would he go? What are the police for? Can't even find a blind man? The surveillance should have captured it clearly. Yang Lan was furious and slapped the table. There were only 3 days left before the senior adult awakening ceremony. How could she not be anxious? Butler Lu sighed helplessly and hurriedly explained. Ma'am, the matter is like this. The surveillance did capture young Master Wu Chun walking out of the hospital in the direction of Huaizhou Road. But strangely, there was no surveillance of the young master walking out. The police speculate that young Master Wu Chun most likely took a small alley or left in a means of transportation. I don't think it's necessary to go through all that trouble. Today is Tuesday. Wu Chun will definitely go to school today. We'll definitely be able to find him if we go to the special education school. Constructive comments were made by the second sister, Wu Yu. Really, how could I forget about this? Quick. Butler Lu, you send someone to the special education academy right now. Keep an eye on it, don't lose him this time. Wu Qiming started his command. However, Butler Lu didn't move. Just when Wu Qiming wanted to have a seizure, Butler Lu said awkwardly, Master, young Master Wu Chun stopped attending the special school a long time ago. Not in a special school anymore? How can that be? Where else would a blind man go if he didn't go to a special school? Wu Yu froze for a moment, feeling very incredulous. You're his sister. How come you don't even know he's not in special school anymore? Janlan started dumping. Don't you and Dad know? I'm so busy every day. How can I have time to care about a blind man like him? Yang Lan was also disliked. Young Master Wu Chun went to school at City Number 1 High School last year. I did report to you at that time. Perhaps you were too busy and didn't pay attention to listen at that time. Xia Chun was shocked. Wu Chuan actually went to the city's first high school? Surprisingly, she didn't even know about it. By the way, she remembered that once last year, he seemed to be excitedly trying to tell himself that he had changed to a good school. But at that time, she was too annoyed with him and didn't bother with him. And thinking about that, she had a moment of regret inside. One should have celebrated with him for something this big. How is this possible? He's just a blind man. He was in his second year of high school last year. If he wants to transfer to City 1 High School in his second year of high school, he has to reach at least the late second grade martial artist cultivation to be able to do so. A hint of incredulity flashed in Yang Lan's eyes. Yeah, how is this possible? I was taught by the best tutors since I was a child, and supplied with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, only barely reached the late second grade at the age of 17, and just him. Wu Yu also said she couldn't believe it. Yeah, he's blind and doesn't have good resources, so I don't know how much effort he's put in trying to reach the late second rank cultivation level at 17. The more she thought about it, the worse Xia Chun's heart felt. She really should have been more patient with him. Is it hard to believe that someone helped this kid through the back door? Hubby, was it you who got him the connections? Yang Lan turned her gaze to Wu Qiming. How is that possible? I'm so busy with work. How could I have time to do something like that for him? Wu Qiming shook his head. Don't look at me. I didn't do it either. By the way, Uncle Lu, do you know what cultivation level Wu Chun is at now? Wu Xian turned back to Butler Lu. This I'm really not sure, but when he transferred last year, he had already reached the peak cultivation of a second-grade martial artist, and at that time, the special school leaders attached great importance to his situation, calling him a once-in-a-century blind genius. That's why he contacted the city's first high school and got him a transfer. Butler Lu actually admired Wu Chun so much that his spine straightened as he said this. In his heart, he thought, maybe after hearing about the young master's cultivation, the master and madam's attitude towards him would change. Sure enough, as Butler Lu thought, the family, including Xia Chun, was shocked. After a few seconds, Xia Chun was just about to say something, only for Wu Qiming to roar angrily first. I said, why is he so hardened now? He even dares to go against us, so it's because his wings are hardened. If we don't teach him a good lesson, I'm afraid he doesn't even know his own surname. That's right, a blind man is just a blind man. What's the use of being physically fit? It's still a waste. He doesn't even realize that he can't compare to Xiner no matter how hard he tries. It's disgusting that you won't donate a kidney to your brother now that you have some power. Yang Lan was also getting angrier and angrier as she remembered the way Wu Chun had disobeyed her. Xia Chun opened her mouth, and the words she wanted to say could only be swallowed back into her stomach. It turned out that she hadn't been paying attention to what kind of life Wu Duan was having at home. All of them disliked him, even loathed him, but every time he saw himself, he looked happy. But one is also so bad to him every time. Thinking about it, Natsu Chun felt as if her heart was pumping. Chapter 8. Otherworldly Invasions. Alright, don't say so much. Hurry up and send someone to keep an eye on the city's first high school. And make sure to keep an eye on Wu-chan to see if he can't hold out any longer. If he can't hold out, pretend to be a good Samaritan and pull him back. Wu Qiming issued the order with a wave of his hand. He was sure that after last night's starvation and cold, Wu Duan was definitely not that hardened anymore. Uncle, Auntie, I'm going out. I'll be back later. Xia Chun looked at the family's attitude and was vaguely uncomfortable inside. She had wanted to say that she was going to find Wu Chan, but after thinking about it, he didn't dare to say it explicitly. Okay, just go about your business, Yang Lan said with a smile. For Xia Chun, they have long been treated as their own daughter-in-law, but not Wu Chen's wife. At the entrance of the city's first high school, Xia Chun had already arrived, and he knocked on the window as he looked at the janitorial master who was yawning and swiping his cell phone inside the guard room. The old man looks more than 60 years old, was watching two beautiful women hand in hand twisting buttocks is very strong. Suddenly heard knocking on the window, was still a little impatient, but the result of a look up to see the beauty standing outside the window immediately will not be sleepy. He hurriedly turned off his cell phone, changed his kind face to open the window of the security room, and asked attentively, "Miss, what are you doing, miss?" Xia Chun looked at the vicissitudes of the boss's face and stood in the wind outside the security room for 3 seconds. I would like to ask if there is a student named Wu Duan in our school. Moncler Outlet Store also messed up in the security room for a few seconds. Miss, are you kidding me? How can a janitor remember the names of the students at school? Do you know which class he was in? Xia Chun smiled awkwardly. Where on earth did she know which class Wu Chen attended? Before today, she didn't even know that Wu Chan attended the school. She thought about it and had to be glutinous. I don't know what class he's in, but he's pretty recognizable. He's blind and can't see anything. You should be impressed. Oh, I do remember. I think there is such a student. What do you want with him? The boss can't remember anyone else, but he is quite impressed with Wu Chan. After all, there is only one blind student in the whole school. I'd like to talk to him. Can you get in touch with him? Natsu Pure whispered. Miss, what is your relationship with him? You shouldn't be his girlfriend, right? Of course not. I am a friend of his. Just a regular friend. In fact, Xia Chun had vaguely realized in her heart that the person she actually really liked was Wu Chan, but she was unwilling to admit this fact. After all, Wu Chan was blind. As the daughter of the Xia family, the premier family in Tianjing City, if she really married a blind man, her face would more or less be a source of shame. All right then, register your name and phone number. A teacher will take you to the faculty office in a while, and then you can only meet with the student after getting his permission. It's our school's rule. A few minutes later, Xia Chun arrived inside the faculty office, and she was received by a middle-aged female teacher. Xia Chun, you're Wu Chen's friend, aren't you? May I ask what you're looking for him for this time? It's like this. Wu Chan, he ran away from home yesterday because he had a falling out with his family. I came over to talk to him. Xia Chun briefly stated the reason. His family. The middle-aged female teacher froze. I'm sorry. I'm his homeroom teacher and he's never mentioned his family. And he attends every parent-teacher conference at school on his own. So I thought he was an orphan. Xia Chun smiled awkwardly, remembering how Wu Chen's parents had treated him earlier in the hospital. And for a moment he didn't know how to explain himself. You said that this time he quarreled with his family and ran away from home. I don't know for what reason. You can probably tell me about it, and I can help to persuade him. It's because... Xia Chun opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know how to go about it. Did he say it was because he was asked to donate a kidney to his brother? Although Wu Xian did need this kidney more than Wu Chan, this was a family matter, and it was obvious that others would not think so if they knew about it. What can we do about this? It's better for me to talk to him personally. Please ask the teacher to tell him that there's a girl named Xia Chun who wants to meet him. The teacher didn't force Xia Chun to talk when she saw that she didn't want to, and stood up and walked in the direction of the classroom. So much so that Xia Chun was surprisingly the only one left in the entire office. There are undoubtedly many great things that have happened in the history of the Blue Planet, but the island's land-sinking black hole event 100 years ago was certainly one of the most globally impactful, bar none. 100 years ago, a 300-kilometer radius of land and sea centered on the island nation of Tokyo suddenly land-sunk, and according to drone images taken afterward, this 600-kilometer diameter area of sea had become a deep, bottomless black hole. The teacher was at the podium spouting off historical events. It was also from that time that the global aura revival and the strange situation that one could awaken their talent at the age of 18 began to appear in Blue Star, and it was also 10 years after the island's land sinking that one after another, unknown spirit beings began to descend on Blue Star. And it's centered on the black hole after the island's land sinking, and the closer the location, the more frequent the appearance of unidentified creatures, even though we've managed to crush all the incoming unidentified spirits over the years. But we still don't know very much about their purpose for coming to the blue planet, except that all the unidentified spirits that came to the blue planet were not real beings. There is conclusive evidence that these spirit soldiers are AI products whose intelligence is limited to the combat aspect and are unable to communicate. Wu Chun had already memorized all of this content long ago, so he really had no interest in listening to it and could only yawn and fall asleep on the table. Meanwhile, just as Xia Chun was quietly waiting for the outcome of the matter, suddenly a violent air defense siren sounded outside. That shrill honk resonated throughout the city. What's going on? What is this? An otherworldly invasion. Xia Chun hurriedly ran to the school's window, just in time to see 6 black holes continuing to expand in midair above the schoolyard. In roughly only 2 seconds, the 6 circular black holes expanded from the size of a fingernail to huge black orbs over 3 meters in diameter. Each of the black holes then had a white humanoid creature about 2 meters tall come out of it. A creature that at first glance didn't look too different from a human, except that their faces had no organs other than their eyes and mouths, and the top half of their arms looked no different from a human's, but the bottom half was entirely a sharp, pointy knife. Also, the arms were so long that the natural length of the spikes hanging down was surprisingly past the ankles. As they stepped out of the black hole, the black orbs simply disappeared, and they too were instantly captured by the Earth's gravity, and between them they plummeted toward the schoolyard. Knock, knock, knock. The schoolyard was dusty after 6 loud bangs. Sword reference chart. Chapter 9 S-Class Spiritual Body True God Winged Suit. The ear-piercing sound of the air defense siren cut through the silence of Tianjing City No. 1 High School. About a few seconds later, 5 tall figures successively stepped out of the smoke and appeared within the people's field of vision. In front of the windows of the city's first high school building, many students saw the scene on the playground. Oh my God! Look, is that an unknown spirit? Our school has been attacked. Run. They seem to be running towards the school building. They're not here to attack us, are they? Just run away. We don't even have a D-rank spirit body. Isn't this just a death sentence? Quiet. Wait for the school to be notified of the evacuation. Just as there was chaos in the school, Wang Guoqiang, the principal of the city's first high school, was on the phone. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the campus guard out to respond to the special situation, and issue a broadcast for students to take shelter underground. Hurry! The muscles on Wang Guoqiang's face were trembling. There were still 3 days left for the talent awakening ceremony. How to happen at this time, the life of each student of the city's first high school, maybe the country's future wealth, is absolutely cannot be lost. In this world, human combat power usually consists of 3 aspects. That is, its martial artist rank plus talent plus spiritual body. The major realms of martial arts rank are mainly divided into 1st grade samurai, 2nd grade martial artist, 3rd grade martial master, 4th grade martial spirit, 5th grade martial zone, 6th grade martial king, 7th grade martial emperor, 8th grade martial zune, 9th grade martial emperor. The minor realms are divided into 4 levels: early, middle, late, and peak. As the level rises, the human's physical fitness, speed, strength, and chi will continue to increase, and even the use of potential will be unlocked after reaching the 6th grade martial king. Arguably an important part of the human war effort. As far as talents are concerned, they have been covered before, so I won't go into them here. The final component of human combat power is the spiritual body, which we can probably understand as a whole outfit. This includes weapons and defense systems and various secondary equipment that can be used with talents. It doesn't matter if a spirit body breaks an arm or a leg until it is completely destroyed. The spirit body's equipment will take the damage instead of the body. Only after the spirit body was completely damaged would the user's true body be exposed to the enemy's attack. So the importance of the spiritual body is naturally self-evident. The spirit body is also divided into 5 grades from D to S. The higher the grade, the stronger the spirit body is. The contribution of spirit beings can be attributed to the fact that humans have been able to fight against otherworldly creatures for so long, because the human body is ultimately too fragile. Soon the radio throughout the school began to play up the message for teachers to organize their students to evacuate quickly. Wu Chun had naturally long since fully awakened from his sleep at this time. In his last life, Wu Chun had just replaced his brother Wu Xian's kidney at this time, so he was in the isolation ward of the hospital and knew very little about the outside world. Even the normal participation in the awakening ceremony at the age of 18 later was not attended, or the awakening ceremony was made up by himself in the hospital alone 3 days after the ceremony. At that time, he seemed to have vaguely heard about the attack on the city's first high school and the death of many people. But since he only awakened a wasteful F-rank talent, he was quite depressed, and he died not long afterward, in a trap set up by his younger brother Wu Xian. So not really impressed with the incident. He kept recalling the details of the incident, but unfortunately, he was completely blind in his last life, and his family had treated him badly. So what is known can be described as mere words, even the exact time of occurrence he does not know. Just as he was considering the pros and cons, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. Follow your classmates to grab shelter. There's a big one to hold the sky when it falls. It's none of your business. Choice of reward. The art of disappearing in a crowd. When you stand in a crowd, you will become inconspicuous, and it will be difficult for the average person to recognize you at a glance. Option 2. This time of crisis is the time for a hero like me to come out and save the day, to have the eyes of the world on me, and how eye-catching it is to stay and face despair alone. Choice of reward. The king's bully aura. There is a certain chance that those who worship you will bow their heads in worship. Option 3. This event is fishy and very obvious. If the refuge was very smooth, last life would not have killed so many people, so at this time, find a place where there are fewer people to hide. It is the perfect option to go in and attack and retreat. Choice of reward. S-Class Spiritual Body True God Winged Suit. True God's Winged Suit. Grade. Spirit Body Base Ability. The host will not suffer any damage until the spirit body is completely destroyed. Basic Equipment. Spiritual Body Covering. S-Class Alloy Spiritual Sword. Teleportation Device. Base Boost. Enhances one's overall combat ability by 15 times. Ability 1. Ability to fly. Ability 2. Total Concentration. The ability to focus all combat power on any of speed, strength, or defense for a short period of time. Wu Dust was incomparably hot inside. A 15-fold increase in overall strength. There were also various special abilities that were boosted. After one had this spirit body, even a peak 5th grade powerhouse would never be a match for him without wearing a spirit body. This was the terror of a spirit body. Moreover, an S-Class spirit body was very precious, knowing that there was only one S-Class spirit body in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Only Wu Chun was also a bit confused in his heart. One was that the happiness came too suddenly, and the second was that he always felt that this spirit body was strange. Although the specific data of S-rank spirit bodies was a matter of secrecy, as far as he knew, even S-rank spirit bodies only had one special ability. There was also the fact that all of Blue Star's spirit bodies were now written with a number, and the name True God's Winged Suit was something that was completely out of keeping with the naming conventions of spirit bodies within Blue Star's physique. What the hell is going on here? No matter what, now is not the time to discuss this. Getting this S-Class spirit body first is the real thing. Wu Chuan took advantage of the chaos of the refuge crowd, directly into the bathroom on one side of the corridor, and sure enough, under the chaos, there was not a single person who noticed that there was actually one less person. Congratulations to the host for choosing the 3 options and obtaining the True God Wing Suit, which has been automatically deposited into your system backpack. On the playground, 8 members of the campus guard, dressed in blue uniforms, stepped out of the building as 5 humanoid unidentified creatures approached the building. Damn, there are actually 5 blade soldiers. Hold them off. We just need to hold on until the Imperial Guard arrives and will be considered victorious. Dress code. As the green light flashed, a green armor appeared on all 4 of them, and each green armor has a number present at the chest position. D163363 through D163370. Obviously D is the grade of the spirit, and it is followed by the number of the order of production of that spirit. A D-rank spirit body has no special abilities and can only provide the user with a single spirit weapon, except for a 2x increase in combined combat strength. Regular troops are now basically listed with C-class spirit bodies. D-rank spirit bodies have been completely reduced to civilian or training equipment. Chapter 10: Victory and Defeat. The 8 members of the campus guard are also organized into squads of 4, as is the norm. Because the mission they performed was to defend the school from lawless elements or unknown spirits, They were equipped with 2 shield-wielding defensive martial artists within each squad. A green light flashed, and the 4 campus guard members standing in front instantly had a thick green shield in their left hands. While the 4 team members standing at the back had long knives appearing in 2 of their hands, 2 semi-automatic rifles appeared in 2 of their hands. Concentrate your fire first and see if you can eliminate one. The captain of these 8 people was called Chao San, and he was a fire attribute elemental awakener in the middle stage of the 4th grade martial spirit. He was holding none other than a semi-automatic rifle. As his words fell, he and another rifle-wielding martial artist took the lead in gathering fire towards an enemy blade soldier. 2 shots rang out, a flame and an electric light, instantly shooting towards that blade soldier. However, the swordsman had been prepared and dodged from side to side, but surprisingly, he was only shot once in the arm and was not killed. Damn it! 5 swordsmen approach. Prepare for positional combat. Chao San hissed loudly. Underneath the school is a high-level shelter that was built early on. Because of the frequent drills, the students and teachers were moving in an organized manner in the corridor leading to the shelter at this time. But Tianjing City No. 1 High School, as the best high school in the Dragon Kingdom, gathered the top geniuses of the country aged 16-18 years old. So the school is not very large, and even though the school has moved quickly, there are still a large number of students who have not yet taken refuge. For example, Wanya. She had some bad luck today because she happened to have a bad stomach, so she had just asked the students to take refuge. She happened to be in the restroom to facilitate, listening to the sound of the radio outside. Wanya anxious to cry out, "Is it going to be a hard top to carry your pants out? It's too embarrassing, as the school beauty of the city's first high school, to go and line up with her classmates covered in stench. How can she afford to lose face?" So, taking a chance, she stiffly waited until this side was mostly done before hurriedly running towards the entrance of the shelter located in the basement level. In the playground, at this time, the head of a blade soldier had already been beaten into a charred sieve, and it was obvious that he had been killed by Chao San. The other 4 swordsmen were also each wounded. On the campus guard side, except for one enhanced martial artist with a sword whose spirit body shattered and was injured and withdrew from the battle, everyone else was surprisingly unharmed. Seeing that the balance of victory had tilted toward the campus guard side, but the more Chao San's heart thought about it, the more wrong it became. He was retired from the regular army, a martial artist who had actually participated in battles with otherworldly invaders. He still knew a lot about the battle power of these unknown creatures, and the battle power of these blade soldiers was much weaker than he remembered. What the hell is going on here? Does it? At the thought of this possibility, Chao San felt his scalp tingle and immediately yelled at everyone present. "Something's not right. Lu Bo, Wang Huan, you 2 come with me. The rest of you stay and keep fighting." After Chao San finished speaking, he led 2 of his team members to frantically run towards the school building. On the first floor of the teaching building, Wanya ran wildly through the corridor, only to have the ground suddenly shatter just as she passed the bathroom on the first floor. A blade soldier with a blue pattern all over its body burrowed out of the ground. Its only 2 mechanical eyes looked icily at her body. All of a sudden her heart went cold, and a great sense of fear gripped her completely. No, she had to escape to do that. When Yo was at least strictly trained by the school, at least she wasn't scared and soft. She turned around and ran. Her long-time training coupled with her cultivation at the early stage of the 3rd grade, her speed was fast. It was a pity that her opponent was much faster than her, and almost in an instant the blade soldier with the blue pattern had already caught up with Wanya. She looked back in panic, just in time to see her opponent raise his sharp butcher knife. "It's over, I can't hide. Is my youth going to end like this?" He hadn't even awakened his talent yet, and he hadn't even had a boyfriend yet, so how could he just die? If I had known that, I might as well have pulled up my pants earlier. Just as Wanya was repenting for her good face, a gunshot came from outside the window, and bullets with flaming tails pierced through the glass and shot at the blue blade soldier at extreme speed. The blade soldier did not hesitate to immediately abandon his attack on Wanya and took a lightning-like step backward before appearing at Chao San's side in a flash. Chao San didn't expect this blue blade soldier to be this strong. He wanted to back up and it was already too late. Luckily Lu Bo arrived in time. Immovable as a mountain. Unmovable as a mountain. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level. C. Condition. Use shield. Effect. Immediately moves to a designated location within view and defends against the opponent's next attack on the shield and is immune to the attribute damage of that attack. Cooling time. 1 hour. Lu Bo instantly appeared at Chao San's side and roared. his huge shield blocking the deadly blow of the swordsman. However, that saber soldier failed to land a single blow but did not engage in battle, and chased after the fleeing Wenyu once again at an extremely fast speed. Quick! Protect the students! Chao Sen fired a few rounds, and they all ended up missing, so Lu Bo had to fight his way towards the building to chase after him. As a result, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The blue, blade soldier, suddenly turned back and crossed over Lu Bo with great speed, directly killing Chao Sen. Chao Sen's entire head was now in a daze. In his impression, unknown creatures had very low intelligence, and this guy could actually make a sound? Chao Sen hurriedly retreated, but even Chao Sen couldn't help but feel a bit flustered when their proud formation was destroyed, and he retreated while firing. The result was simply useless. Fortunately, Wang Huan arrived in time, but without defensive martial artist support, one-on-one Wang Huan, a martial artist with a sword, was simply no match for the swordsman. After exchanging only 2 rounds, the blade soldier caught Wang Huan's break and slashed down, green spirit liquid spraying out. In the next second, Wang Huan's green spirit body disappeared without a trace, and an icy light flashed in the eyes of the sword soldier as he swung down again without any mercy. Blood splattered, and Wang Huan instantly collapsed in a pool of blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Wang Huan! Damn it! Chao Sen raised his rifle and pressed the trigger long and hard. Voodoo Fire Snake. Ambush Fire Snake. Talent type: Elemental. Talent level: B. Effect 1. Right to use the element of fire. Effect 2. Creates a fire snake with the element of fire can grow. The fire snake's duration of existence is related to the user's strength, and the fire snake will ignite combustible materials it crawls through. With Chao Sen's roar, a fire snake appeared and bit directly at the saber soldier's arm. The speed of the fire snake was so fast that even the nimble blue swordsman didn't dodge it and was bitten directly. Instantly, its entire arm burst into flames, but it was useless. In a flash, the blade light flashed wildly, and the fire snake was unexpectedly sliced directly into pieces. In the toilet on the first floor, Wu Chun listened to the fierce battle outside the door. In the midst of the fierce battle, and he himself still meet with peace. As a result, right at that moment, the divine selection system appeared again. Chapter 11. Who's in on it? How big is the universe? And is there any other life in the universe besides Earth? In fact, the universe is constantly expanding as a small bubble, and within the vastness of multidimensional space, there are far more than one such bubble universe. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. On the huge screen, the blue-striped swordsman went on a rampage and slashed over Wang Huan, splattering blood. And in front of the big screen, a yellow-haired, white-skinned man was controlling swordsman to launch an attack on Chao Sen's pair. Ha 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 ha. This group of yellow-skinned monkeys, too damn funny, just like a group of primitive people, being fooled by me. Watch me abuse them one by one to death. Ha 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 ha. The white man laughed with a relaxed look. Jason, stop playing around and move quickly. The demolition units we sent over won't be able to hold back the military police for long. Beside him, a white man in military uniform urged impatiently. Ha ha ha. Well, Officer Ford, it's boring. It's just a bunch of monkeys. If I could go over there myself, I don't care if it's the military or the police or whatever, I'd kill them all. As Jason's words fell, the swordsman in the screen went on a rampage. The blade flashed, and the fire snake summoned by Chao Sen was instantly chopped into pieces. Go to hell, yellow-skinned monkeys. Take your primitive-like technology with you. Just when Jason wanted to cut to death towards Chao Sen, a sudden change occurred. With a rumbling sound, the bathroom wall on the first floor of the school directly shattered into crumbs. Just as Jason and the officer behind him looked on in amazement, a figure 2 meters tall and up stepped out of the bathroom.
Fark, Tisis.
Jason was shocked and hastily maneuvered swordsman to look towards the bathroom. It was very strange spirit body, streamlined design all over, very aesthetically pleasing, and it was glowing with light flowing all over it. Behind the spirit body's 3 pairs of white feathers naturally stretched out. Even through the screen, Jason felt a sense of oppression that almost suffocated him. 6 wings. This is the S-Class God series of the H3122 Bubble Universe. Treadmill, why did those bastards from Alston have to intervene? Have they already realized the ability to send S-Class spirits into the original realm? Jason was furious and cursed. This was originally a great opportunity to collect excellent gifted people, The results let Alston's people cross the line. He cannot be angry? Damn it, I'll immediately have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs send a diplomatic letter to Alston, clearly saying that this month's plundering rights for the original realm have been handed over to our holy Rome, these treacherous bastards. Ford gritted his teeth in anger. Their invasion of the original realm this time had also cost a lot. After all, penetrating the barriers of the universe was not that easy. After he finished speaking, he immediately left the multidimensional universe combat center in a huff. Original boundary, Tianjin City, Emergency Command Center. Hasn't the uniformed patrol arrived yet? At this rate, Zhang Xiaoshan, the commander of the Tianjin City Emergency Response Center, roared in exasperation. Reporting to Your Excellency, the military police team has encountered an unknown spirit attack halfway. It may take some time to reach the city's first high school. No, we can't wait any longer. The students of City 1 High School can't afford to lose. Which elite unit is within Tianjin City now? It's Team A05, they're ready to go. Very well, have Team A05 get to City High in 3 minutes. There's no room for error this time. Zhang Xiaoshan clenched his fist. At the same time, inside the first-floor corridor of the city's first high school, Chao Sun looked at the six-winged spirit body that came out step by step from the bathroom, and the person was dumbfounded. Such a magnificent spirit body, not to mention having seen it, he had never even imagined it when he thought about it, and it was obvious that it was not a ING technology that Blue Star could have at all. In other words, this six-winged spirit body, too, was an enemy. What's going to happen now? They can't even handle a single blade soldier with a pattern, so I'm afraid they're all going to be wiped out this time. However, even if he died, he had to stall the other party and buy time for the school scholars to take refuge. He must not hesitate. Lu Bo, help me clip him. That girl. Run quickly. Chao Sen roared and hurriedly brought his gun to fire at the blade soldier and the six-winged spirit body, while Lu Bo also immediately carried his large shield against the six-winged spirit body in an attempt to block it inside the bathroom. This also bought time for Wanya's escape. And seeing the actions of these few humans, Jason was very happy. He immediately maneuvered his saber to chase towards Wanya at breakneck speed. In front of the S-rank spirit body, it was not a bad idea to collect a chi. This six-winged spirit body that came out from within the bathroom was, of course, Wu Duan, who had finished dressing up. A few seconds earlier, he had received the option the system had given him. Congratulations to the host who has been given the opportunity to fight the initial battle with the H3397 bubble universe. Please make your choice. Option 1. It was clearly stated that it was hidden, so I don't care about this nonsense. Choice of reward. Bone shrinking kung fu. Effect. When in danger, you can hide in a box with a side length of up to 50 centimeters. Option 2. Destroy all the half-spirits, invading the academy and evacuate safely. Choice of reward. Immediate improvement of 1 minor realm. Option 3. Destroy swordsman. A spirit collecting demi-spirit within 30 seconds. Choice of reward. Upgrade the level of the mind's eye once. Wu Dust originally did not want to meddle in the matter. After all, dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. Their own honestly hide how good, go out to be able to beat the others is not easy to say, in the event that the identity of the exposure of their own will be miserable. However, when he saw the third option reward, Wu Chun changed his mind. The mind's eye level was too important to him. As for option 2, although raising a small realm was also fragrant, it was still not urgent compared to the level of the mind's eye. Besides, it's still too risky to destroy all the enemy troops. Time to go back to the present, it's too late to say. Lu Bo and the countless rounds of bullets approaching within Wu Chen's field of vision, as well as a knife soldier trying to pass in front of him to go after Wanya, all appeared within Wu Chen's perception in this instant. Focus all attributes on speed and destructive power. As Wu Chun made his decision, the first thing to arrive were several bullets with flame attributes. To be honest, Chao Sun didn't even hope that these rounds would hit the target. As long as they could interfere with the other party's actions, it would be considered a success, and if they could force the other party back inside the restroom, then that would be the best-case scenario. As a result, in the next second, several bullets hit the target in unison. However, the target disappeared as a residual shadow, and at the same time, Lu Bo's huge shield instantly shattered, and even his spirit body exploded. The whole person also fell out heavily and hit the wall hard, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood in a row under the heavy injury. At this instant, the two people were completely confused. What level of existence was this? The two people actually wanted to interfere with each other but were completely unable to do so. The enemy rushes out, and he may be the next to die. Chao Sen had already given up resistance at this point, and Lu Bo was lying on the ground and not getting up, because they understood that the fight was over. Crunch, poof! To their surprise, however, Death did not befall them, with the sound of flesh being torn apart. Their entire body was dumbfounded, because not far away, the spirit liquid sprayed wildly, and that blue blade soldier was unexpectedly torn into two halves by the six-winged spirit body in a split second. This six-winged spirit body was actually targeting the blue blades. What kind of gang is this guy, anyway? Chapter 12. The Mind's Eye LV2. The city's first high school underground shelter was established on the second basement level, where the corridors were designed to be spacious for the convenience of evacuation. At this time, the students are being organized for evacuation. For her part, Natsu-chun stood in the doorway of the shelter, anxiously watching the students coming and going, listening to the sounds of gunshots and the screams of men coming from upstairs. No, how could it not be? Xia-chun's tears were falling, and she didn't even know what it was because of. Could it be that she had really fallen for Wu-chun after all these years? No, it can't be. One is probably just, I'm just afraid that if he dies, he won't be able to donate a kidney to Wu Xian in time. But even as she consoled herself in this way, her heart gradually sank to the bottom as time went on. Could it be that Wu-chun had fallen behind? It was also true that his eyes were blind, so even if he had gotten lost, there was nothing strange about it. What can we do about this? No, can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who will donate a kidney to Wu Xian? One must find someone to save him before he can do so. She rushed to the classroom teacher, who was directing the students to take refuge on the side, and said anxiously, "Teacher, Wu-chan is missing? He can't see with his eyes. He must have fallen behind. Why don't you send someone back to look for him?" As soon as the class teacher heard Xia-chun's words, she suddenly remembered that she had just been too busy and had not been paying attention to so many students. She actually really liked that student Wu-chun, so she instructed Xia-chun to say, "Just help me direct the students here to take shelter and not cause a stampede. I'll go back and check it out myself." "Okay, teacher." Congratulations to the host for choosing the 3 options. Your Talent Mind's Eye LV1 has been upgraded. Please open the panel to check the Mind's Eye attributes by yourself. Viewing the properties of the Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye Rank 2. Talent Category. Strengthening. Talent Level. B upgradable. Effect. Gain 360-degree global visibility, non-image within 3 meters of your circumference, regardless of obstacles. Although the visible range is only increased by 1 meter, this ignoring obstacles is still very practical in real combat. Let's say you're in the same room with a beautiful woman and it's hot and she just has to take a shower. This time, what are you laughing at there? I've told you, the Mind's Eye is a non-image. The atmosphere on the first floor of the school fell into an eerie silence. Chao Sen was now completely confused. An unknown spirit actually took out another unknown human spirit? What's going on here? Did they fight amongst themselves? So would he finish himself off next? He looked at his 2 seriously wounded and dying teammates around him, and he gritted his teeth, holding the gun in his hand, but not firing again. On the other hand, Wen-ye, who had been saved by Wu-chan, was much simpler inwardly, as she looked at the tall spirit body in front of her. In addition to shock, there was also a deep infatuation within her heart. The main reason was that this spirit body was so handsome and so strong, and it was also his savior. He wanted to give his body in return, but it was a pity that people might not like humans is all. "You will kill me?" Wanya didn't know what the hell she was thinking, and the words were asked almost without thinking. Of course Wu-chun couldn't possibly take care of her. The school flower or whatever was not very tempting to him, and mainly he couldn't look at it. Now that you've cheated yourself out of your reward, it's time to retreat. If he waited for a while for the officials to arrive, he was afraid that he would have to spend a bit of time if he wanted to leave again. Thinking of this, Wu-chun no longer hesitated, and his 6 wings directly unfolded. Shifts all attributes to speed. In the eyes of Chao San and the others, Wu-chun rushed up to the sky and directly disappeared. But what they didn't know was that Wu-chen's speed was so fast that they didn't even see it. In fact, Wu-dust had just directly flown to the 4th floor's bathroom with extremely fast speed. "Undress." As Wu-chen's words fell, his 6 wings slowly closed in, and the divine light on his body dissipated. Wu-chun once again reverted to the unassuming blind man. It's time to mix it up at the underground shelter. More than a minute later, a helicopter flew over the school playground at a very high speed, and 4 red figures descended from the sky. Before their people even hit the ground, bang, 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 3 loud bangs came. The terrifying lightning attribute bullets tore through the air before ruthlessly penetrating the bodies of the 3 blade soldiers. By the time the 4 red figures came to the ground, the battle was surprisingly all over. Several campus guard teammates stared open-mouthed and frozen at the 4 team members who had come to support them. A 05-1. Oh my god. This is the captain of the elite unit? Team A05? Yang Fan. No way. To let the elite team come to support is just too much face. This is an A-ranked spirit body, it's too powerful. Alright, don't sigh here, Captain Yang Fan, hello? Just now our Captain Chao Sen went forward to the side of the elementary school building with 2 of his team members, and he said that there's probably still an enemy over there who wants to sneak up on the students. Can you please get over there right away for backup? The 4 members of Team A05 were all stunned. The leading youth among them looked to be in his 20s. His looks could not be said to be much more handsome, but his appearance was quite clean. He wore a fiery red spirit body, which seemed like a flame. Burning on his body looked much more forced than the green armor of D rank, while his hand carried a sniper rifle more than a meter long. Apparently, he was also an elemental awakened. Yining, stay behind to treat the wounded and meet up with us as soon as possible. The rest of you follow me to the school building immediately. Quick. Aye, Captain. Yining was a female around 20 years old, wearing the same spiritual body as Yang Fan, with special black gloves on her hands and a black cloak on her back. She was an awakened member of the auxiliary healing class. Leaving aside how Yining treated the injured team members, Yang Fan and the 3 of them rushed to the first floor of the teaching building at a very fast speed. At this moment, they happened to see Chao San struggling to stop Wang Huan's bleeding urgently, while Lu Bo on the side was also lying on the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan frowned. It was obvious that they had encountered the enemy and were almost wiped out by the group. But why isn't the enemy here? Did they go to attack the students? What the hell is going on? What's the enemy's location? And state the enemy's intel in as short a sentence as possible. Yang Fan quickly came to Chao Sen's front, and the other 2 members of the team were very disciplined in keeping watch on one side. The enemy, it was a blade soldier with a blue pattern, but he's been taken out. What? Are you sure it's a blue patterned saber? Yang Fan was shocked. Perhaps Chao Sen was not sure what this unknown creature with blue patterns represented. But Yang Fan was very clear. This enemy is a stronger spirit soldier, formed by absorbing the ki of other unknown spirits. Yes, I'm sure. Chao Sen was a little down in the dumps. Yang Fan's sight quickly scanned and soon found the body of the sword soldier who had been cleaved in half with a knife in the corridor on the first floor. I can't believe they actually took them out. This blue blade soldier combat power is very strong, and the combat intelligence is also very amazing. Generally speaking, even for all regular troops equipped with C-class spirit bodies, a single squad facing this kind of enemy would only end up with one thing, and that would be total annihilation. And these 3D ranked spirits that were only for training actually annihilated a blue blade soldier? How is that possible? Surprisingly, torn in half by the whole thing? What exactly is the talent you've awakened? Yang Fan looked at Chao San in shock. As a result, Chao San was smiling bitterly. Captain Yang, you've misunderstood. We didn't destroy the saber soldier. But suddenly another unidentified 6-winged spirit joined the mess. And it was he who killed the saber soldier in a single move and smashed my team member's spirit in the process. What? A 6-winged spirit body. Chapter 13, Team A05. What? A 6-winged spirit body. Yang Fan was taken aback, and a few of the other A05 members looked at each other. In the time following the island land sinking incident, no spirits with 6 wings existed among the unidentified spirits that appeared within the blue planet. This is a big problem. Not only is the National Key Tianjing City No. 1 high school attacked by an unknown spirit, but there is actually a special spirit that has never appeared before. But what made Yang Fan strange was that the purpose of this unknown 6-winged spirit body was still debatable. Why did he attack the blue blade soldier? Why didn't he attack the humans present? What exactly is his true purpose? Could it be that these unknown spirits are not all in cahoots? If this question was confirmed, then Blue Star would definitely have a major breakthrough in its research on unknown spirits. So this matter must be taken seriously. The possibility of that 6-winged spirit being able to make contact is high, and it would certainly be best if that 6-winged unknown spirit could be captured alive. Please describe the appearance of the unknown spirit again. Don't worry about your companion's injuries. There is a SS-ranked healing gifted person present in our team. As long as there is a breath of air it can be saved. She will be here soon. Yang Fan immediately began to start for the witness. Chao San began to ask. And Chao San, after hearing Yang Fan's words, is also considered a sigh of relief. That's right. Chao San began to recall in earnest. He's covered in 7 colors of light flowing all over his body, so his figure isn't very clear to see. But it looks like the spirit body is a streamlined design, and he's probably about 2 meters 1 tall. 3 pairs of white feathered wings were borne on his back, and his face, although exposed to the air, could not be seen clearly due to the light. One could only ascertain that he kept his eyes closed, and if we are talking about the overall feeling, it was as if he was. Chao Sen didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Like what? Yang Fan pursued. It's like a god in traditional mythology. Chao Sen said uncertainly. A god with his eyes closed? So his movements aren't affected. No, he's very nimble, it's like he can see at a glance. Is that so? After considering for a few seconds, Yang Fan immediately said to another team member behind him, Ching, immediately report the situation to the Emergency Command Center, request a lockdown of the city's first high school, and call in the top investigative team. Yes, Team Yang. The girl called Ching had delicate and aesthetic features, with a concave and convex figure. She was also dressed in a fiery red spirit body, and at her waist hung 2 tang horizontal swords, looking valiant and beautiful. Team Yang, that. When you looked at Yang Fan, who seemed to harbor hostility towards the unknown spirit, and hurriedly stepped forward. What's the matter, little girl? Yang Fan asked gently. What I'm trying to say is that just as I was about to be killed by that swordsman, it was the unknown spirit that saved me. And he didn't harm any of our lives. So I think he doesn't seem to mean any harm. Can you guys not hurt him? Little girl, you're still too naive. You're also a student of the city's first high school. The probability is that you'll have to face these unknown spirits in the future as well. If you treat them with luck, sooner or later they'll kill you. Can even kill your teammates, your family, and the fact that the other side didn't kill you guys doesn't necessarily mean it didn't have malicious intent, and it didn't necessarily kill this blue saber soldier to save you. Do you hear me? When you opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, she could only lower her head to show that she understood. Is Cyan done reporting? Debriefing complete, Captain. About 5 minutes later, City High was completely blocked off by a large group of military police dressed in blue spirits, and then several helicopter gunships landed on the playground of City High. Soon the investigation team rushed to the city's first high school, began a tight investigation, first of all, one by one to ask the school's students, because the number of students is relatively large, so for the time being there is not much progress. Instead, a couple of technicians working on the video quickly came to fruition. Did you see that this man in blue has been staring at the gates of the city's first high school since morning and hasn't left until now? Yes, it's very suspicious. Immediately send out the military police and arrest him under strict guard for me. A minute later, Butler Liu received the call that the man he had sent to keep an eye on Wu Duan had been arrested by the military police. At this time, inside the 722 hospital, Wu Qiming and the others had also received the news that City 1 had been attacked by an unknown spirit. For a moment, the family panicked. Is the attack serious? I wonder if Wu Chun died. Qiming, what can we do? If Wu Chun is killed by an unknown spirit, who will donate a kidney to my ex-iner? Yang Lan was crying her eyes out, and Wu Qiming was frowning tightly. It's all because of Wu Duan. Why did he run away from home? He donated his kidney to his brother earlier, but now he's been punished. I think he's already blind, so he's probably going to have a hard time now. Wu Yu, the second sister, sat on a couch to the side messing with her nails. Second sister, don't say that. Wu Chun is at least my brother. Even if he can't give up his kidney and won't donate it to me, it's normal. It's all my own fault for being careless for a moment and being tricked by the miscreants. Lying on the hospital bed was a man who looked exactly like Wu Chun, except that his eyes were open, and it was obvious that he was Wu Xian, Wu Chen's twin brother. Okay, you also don't plead for him, you're so kind. It's normal to be cheated when you meet a bad person, just pay attention next time. If your brother has half of your sympathy, he wouldn't even refuse to donate a kidney. Honey, you don't have to cry. Wu Chun, even if he dies, he has to pull the body back to donate a kidney to Wu Xian. Wu Qiming was furious when he thought of the challenge to his authority. So even if Wu Chun died, he had to listen to him, who made him Wu Chen's father. And when Wu Xian heard his father's words, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Butler Liu, how's the surveillance of the people from the city's first high school going? Is there any situation over there? Are there many deaths and injuries in the school? Although Wu Qiming's words were so, but Wu Duan was his son after all. Saying that he was looking forward to his son's death, that would not be too much. Only for the sake of face, it was impossible for him to really care about Wu Chen's death. He could only ask a side question. I just called the person I was spying on, but it turned out that he was caught by the military police, and now the person has been detained by the military police, so I don't know exactly what's going on over at the city's first high school right now. Then you're still not sending more people to check. Yes, I'll send someone. Chapter 14. You're not welcome in our class. In a flash, the time came to afternoon. In the conference room of the Emergency Command Center in Tianjin City. Still no clue at all until now? Fu Dongyang, what have you seen with your talent? Try to say what you think about this attack on the city's first high school. In the main seat of the conference room, there was a serious middle-aged man sitting. He was the head of Tianjin City's highest unidentified spirit response department, He Xin, hereinafter referred to as the minister at headquarters. Hearing the minister call himself, Fu Dongyang yawned, scratched his head, and said listlessly, I have no opinion, Minister Ho. Fu Dongyang, what do you mean you don't have much of an opinion? Get your attitude right, what exactly did you see? Don't think that you can't be controlled just because you've been transferred to the 2nd Rangers headquarters. Yao Chonglin, the deputy minister of the headquarters, slammed the table and roared at Fu Dongyang. Fu Dongyang's eyes flashed a silver color before they were hidden, and he waved his hand with an expression that he had surrendered. Well, there's really nothing I can do about it, so I'll just say it. Since the other party didn't show any malicious intent, I think it's okay even if I let it go. We might as well set up our defenses at City 1 High. There's only 3 days left before the Talon Awakening, so don't let any more accidents happen before we do. What are you babbling about? Fu Dongyang, what do you mean he didn't show any obvious malice? It'll be too late when he shows malice. Being able to kill a blue blade soldier in seconds, and being so fast that a 4th-grade martial spirit can't even see it. If an opponent of this level were to cause mass destruction in the urban area, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. A Yao Chonglin clapped his hands and pointed at Fu Dongyang's nose and roared. However, Fu Dongyang still had that lazy look, spreading his hands and saying helplessly, See, I told you I didn't have an opinion, and you guys had to make me say it, and when I was done, you said I was full of. Fu Dongyang, what exactly did you see? What are you scheming this time? You'd better give me a clear explanation. Minister He Xin stood up, his eyes glaring at He Dongyang. Not really, Minister Sama, you must be overthinking it. I really didn't see anything this time. Well, I think Fu Dongyang has a point, since the other party hasn't shown any obvious malice for the time being. For the time being, let's put the task of defending the city's first high school in the first place. As for this unidentified spirit, temporarily named code name, 6-winged Holy Spirit, the 2nd Rangers will be in charge of it alone, and if any trace of it is found, immediately carry out its capture. Fu Dongyang, get serious. You as the only S-class spirit body holder in the country. Okay. I get it. I'll go back and talk to the boss. Fu Dongyang stood up and walked directly towards the outside of the conference room. Minister, why did you leave such an important matter to the 2nd Rangers? Vice Minister Yao Chonglin frowned and voiced his disbelief. And Minister He Xin just stared at Fu Dongyang's departing direction thoughtfully, and only after a long time did he continue. I just want to know what he actually saw. Why won't this guy say a word? Never mind, it won't be more than a few days before teams A01, A03, and A04 get back from the H31999 bubble universe. I'll have a lot more cards I can play when the time comes. Well, let's continue to work on the notes for the defense of the First City High School. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Command. Jason sat in his seat in the conference room with a gloomy face, not saying a word, obviously the swordsman he controlled in the morning was torn apart by Wu Dust's hand, which put him in a very bad mood. That is, until Ford walked in from outside and he immediately stood up. Chief Ford, what's the word from Alston? What the hell were those bastards thinking? How dare they help the native scalawags of the original realm? Ford's face didn't look too good either as he shook his head and said, that bunch of scumbags actually didn't admit to this matter. It's simply shameless. But this time there is a good news coming. What's the good news? Jason asked curiously. The experiment of crossing the barrier of the original realm has made a major breakthrough, so perhaps it won't be long before it can be applied to actual combat, and by then you might be able to visit the original realm in person to collect a large amount of chi. The city's first high school had been completely blocked at this time, and after all the students returned to the classroom, no one could leave the classroom without obtaining permission. And Wu Chun was sitting in his own classroom at that moment, when suddenly, the door to the classroom opened, and Xia Chun ran in with a thump. She had just finished being questioned, and at a glance, she saw Wu Duan sitting peacefully in the corner. In this moment, she didn't know why, but she actually shed a few tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Wu Duan's seat and excitedly held Wu Duan's hand and said, "It's really great that you're okay." Wu Chun heard Xia Chun's voice and shook off her hand in disgust. "Ms. Xia, you're not a student of City First High. What are you doing at my school for nothing? Wu Chun, come back with me. Don't be stubborn. As long as you apologize to your uncle and aunt, they will definitely forgive you." Xia Chun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and seeing the unresponsive Wu Duan continued. "Don't worry, you're only temporarily lending your kidney to Wu Xian for a while. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you in a better kidney. Are you trying to be funny with me? Xia Chun, I really don't want to scold you. Hurry up and leave. I don't have time to waste on you." Xia Chun felt very strange when she saw Wu Chen's determined face. Once upon a time, he would never be this fierce to himself. He always answered his questions patiently. He never got angry no matter what he did to him. But now, in his body, all one could see was coldness. I don't know why. At this moment, Xia Chun's inner heart was filled with loss. She felt her heart ache, as if she had lost something important. "Wu Chun, you'd better come back with me. You can't see with your eyes. It's too dangerous to be out there by yourself. What else is more important than safety? Be obedient. Come with me. You've had enough. Xia Chun, it's over, isn't it? How I am outside. Don't bother you. Also don't need you to cry cat and fake mercy here. Teacher, she is not a student in our class. I don't know her. Can you let her leave?" Xia Chun heard Wu Chen's words, choked to the point of not being able to make a sound. The class teacher also came over. This time she was listening to understand. It turns out that Wu Chun and their family want to force Wu Chun to donate a kidney. You have to know that this is the time when you are close to awakening your talent. If the body parts are lost, it will be very unfavorable for awakening your talent. What the hell were his parents thinking? "Miss Xia, please leave. You are not welcome in our class." Xia Chun walked out of the class where Wu Chun was in a state of disorientation, and then was immediately surrounded by 2 military police. "Did you not understand what I just said about all students not being allowed to walk around? What the hell is wrong with you? Summer Chun. It was their class that threw me out." Chapter 15. Xia Chun is sour. It was not until late afternoon that the blockade of the city's first high school was lifted. At this time, in front of the city's first college, can be described as a sea of people. There are worried about the child's parents, but also to see the passers-by. The 2 detectives sent by Butler Liu were dumbfounded. The 2 of them tried their best to squeeze forward, but the result was useless. There were just too many people. Once the students were officially dismissed, the military police began to maintain order, making it even more impossible for the 2 to lean forward. Looking from afar at the city's first high school students wearing identical uniforms, the 2 men had 2 big heads. This job could not be done. Any more squeezing and 2 people are really going to throw up. On the other hand, Xia Chun silently followed Wu Chun, who was walking out like an aggravated bag. "Wu Chun, your eyes are not convenient. It's better for me to support you." Xia Chun deadpanned and stuck up, holding onto Wu Chen's arm. Wu Chun then felt very ridiculous. Before, when he chased after her, she was high and cold as hell. Every time she saw herself, she looked like she was in love. Even if he couldn't see it himself, he could feel her deep dislike. "I don't want to talk to her now, and she's coming up to me again. What's the matter? Is she keeping fish with him here? Really think you're her spare tire? Really, Wu Chun didn't want to see her a bit right now. I don't need it. Will you leave me alone? I really don't know you well." Wu Chuan shook off Xia Chun and walked straight toward the outside of the building. And Xia Chun stared incredulously at Wu Chun, who was as fit as a fiddle. "He can see with his eyes? How is that possible? But if he couldn't see, how could he avoid the students coming and going around him every time? If it was before, Wu Chun could only hold onto the wall and march with difficulty. But now no, I have to catch up and see for myself." She hurriedly took quick steps to keep up with Wu Chen's pace, but because there were just too many people, she walked for half a day, and surprisingly, she could only barely ensure that she didn't lose Wu Chun. This made her more and more convinced that Wu Chun must be able to see. Otherwise, there was no way she, a normal person, could not catch up with a blind man. And for a moment, Natsu Chun found herself thrilled. If Wu Chen's eyes were able to see, and he was a student of the city's first high school, then he would be a perfect match for himself. One would no longer have to worry about people laughing at her because he was blind. Thinking of this, Xia Chun became more and more anxious as she shouted hard from behind, "Wu Chun, Wu Dust, wait for me." Seeing that she was about to leave the school gates, Xia Chun finally caught up with Wu Chun and she grabbed Wu Chen's sleeve, then hurriedly looked into his eyes. But to her surprise, Wu Chen's eyes were still closed, and she couldn't quite understand if Wu Chen had deliberately closed his eyes in front of her, or if he still couldn't see. Wu Chen, are your eyes able to see? Xia Chun's eyes were full of confusion. She was really a bit dumbfounded at the moment. Is it any of your business if I can see? Let go of me. Wu Chen once again shook off Xia Chun and headed out of the school. Wu Duan, don't go. Where are you going? Do you have a place to stay tonight? If you really don't want to go back, can you come with me to my house? Xia Chun's thoughts were simple. If Wu Chen followed her, at least she could guarantee Wu Chen's safety. As for his willingness to donate a kidney to Wu Xian, Xia Chun was now looking at the contrary as to why Xia Chun hadn't thought about it that much for a while. Wu Chen ignored her and just walked forward on his own. Although he could only sense 3 meters away nowadays, it was already too much more convenient than before. As long as he wasn't crossing the street, he had basically been no different from a normal person. Even his view was still 360 degrees, ignoring all obstacles and in some cases much more powerful than normal human vision. He sensed the uniformed police keeping order, and behind the uniformed police were the onlookers and the parents of the students. Further back, Wu Chen couldn't sense it, but he could probably imagine that there must be very, very many people. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Leang Xinyi, who was riding a small electric donkey. Her physical fitness was probably unable to squeeze in, so what could be done? If I had known it was such a mess, I should have asked for her home address today. Wu Dust, this way. Just as Wu Chen was considering whether to stay at a hotel today, a familiar voice came from the right front. Cindy Liang? This girl really squeezed in? How did she do it? Wu Chuan walked towards Leang Xinyi's direction, and after about 10 meters, her figure did appear within Wu Chuan's senses. At this moment, he was struggling to maintain his form under the push and shove of 2 ants in their 40s, and although Wu Chuan couldn't see her woeful appearance, he was able to imagine inwardly that there was a moment when Wu Chuan was very touched. I didn't realize that a stranger could do this for herself. Why was she really? Is it because she was orphaned as a child and can understand herself? Where's your little electric donkey? After explaining the situation to the 2 military police, Wu Chen walked out of the no-crossing line. There are too many people, the little electric donkey really can't get in, so I'll give it a temporary existence behind the building. Hey, it's great that you're okay. Today my sister is going to be scared to death when she hears about what happened in the city. You know? Leang Xinyi giggled heartlessly, looking genuinely happy. Wu Duan, what are you doing? Who is she? Xia Chun had just chased after him when he saw that Wu Duan had already walked out of the forbidden crossing line and was still chatting and laughing with a beautiful woman who looked about the same age as himself. She didn't know what was wrong with her heart. She was suddenly hard as hell. Didn't he like herself the most? How could he get so close to another woman? Leang Xinyi looked at Wu Chen and then Xia Chun, who was questioning behind her, and asked in a small voice, "Your girlfriend?" "No, she's a psycho, don't mind her." Wu Chen pulled Leang Xinyi and headed outside the crowd. "Ow, okay." Leang Xinyi was good-natured and didn't ask more questions. "Wu Duan, what are you doing going? You come back. Don't let others fool you. She's definitely not a good person." By the time Xia Chun finished explaining to the military police and stepped out of the no-crossing line, Wu Chen and Leang Xinyi had long since disappeared. Xia Chun searched the neighborhood again, and after really not finding it, she could only drive her own car back to the 722 hospital. When Xia Chun opened the door to Wu Xian's hospital room, she placed the fruit she had casually bought on the table next to Wu Xian's bed. "Chun, you're back. I heard from my mom that you went out on an errand. How was it? Everything went well, right?" Wu Xian saw Xia Chun come back and he smiled very happily. Once upon a time, when Xia Chun saw Wu Xian smile, she would be in a good mood, but she didn't know what was going on. But when she saw Wu Xian's face today, she ghosted on the figure of Wu Chen who had just left with another woman. It made her heart very hard, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else. "It's okay. It went pretty well." Natsu Jun forced a smile. "Little Chun, can you peel an ugly orange for me? I see that the ugly orange you bought seems, well, delicious." Wu Xian was pampering Xia Chun like a little puppy. "Strip yourself, I'll go to the bathroom." Xia Chun was so annoyed in her heart that she didn't have the patience to peel an orange for Wu Xian and turned around to leave the ward. Yang Lan, Wu's mother, who was sitting on the side, frowned. There seemed to be something wrong with Xia Chun today. Every day she's patient with Wu Xian. What's wrong with going out today? No, I'll have to ask for my own son in a while. It's okay, Xinyi. It's just as well that mommy peeled it for you. Thanks, Mom. Still, Mom is the best for me. That's for sure. If Mom isn't nice to you, who else would she be nice to? Chapter 16. The next day of vacation, the whole family was dumbfounded. Hey, Butler Lu, here's the thing. It's not that we're not giving our best. It's really that there are too many high-profile people in City 1, we're blinded, and we haven't been able to find the shadow of young Wu. Otherwise, we don't want the money. You'd better find someone else. The two incompetent detectives hired by the Wu family were now hanging their heads and reporting to Butler Lu. What? Are you guys kidding? Didn't you guys beat your chests before? And now you're telling me that you can't find young Master Wu Chun. Do you know how much you're delaying our Wu family? Butler Lu was also anxious. He was afraid that one person couldn't keep an eye on Wu Chun, so he hired an extra detective. He thought that this was surely foolproof. Who would have thought that this kind of thing would happen? It can't all be blamed on us. We didn't expect so many people to gather at the entrance of the City First High School. But it's not like we didn't notice anything at all. We saw young Master Wu Chen's fiancée, Xia Chun, coming out of the school. What? This I know. Butler Lu hurriedly got up and ran to the chaperone room to find Wu Qiming to report. The red little electric donkey carried Wu Duan as it sped along, and soon arrived at a small market. Wu Duan, you stay here and watch the car. I'm going to go buy some groceries. I'll be right back. When Leang Xinyi saw Wu Chun nodding in agreement, she hummed a small tune and walked towards the market. Wu Duan waited in boredom by the little donkey, and before long, he sensed a woman in her 20s walking towards him. In the sense of Wu Chen's mind's eye skill, the energy in the woman's body was majestic, and she was obviously not an idle person. Classmate, seeing that you're wearing a school uniform, you're a student of Tianjin City's first high school, right? The girl's voice was sweet, but Wu Chun was immediately alert at the moment, because in his senses, a work permit was hanging on her towering chest that read,
Amarjangi Range Elite Unita 05 o con acento grave a con acento grave 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 o con acento grave a con.
In fact, Meng Qing had finished her day's work today and was about to go home when she drove halfway and happened to see Wu Chun waiting by the side of the road. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the information she had obtained today that no trace of the six-winged Holy Spirit had been captured by any street cameras. And the only thing that was certain was that the six-winged Holy Spirit's eyes were closed, and yet his movements were not affected in the least. So when she saw the boy in the City 1 high school uniform with his eyes closed but not holding a cane, she couldn't help but stop the car. I am indeed a student at City High, but I'm sorry if you're asking about what happened at school today. I'm not too sure. So that's how it is, eh? Classmate, I see you're having trouble with your eyes. Don't you carry a cane when you go out? Wu Dust froze for a moment and said as he patted the small electric donkey beside him without thinking. Thanks for your concern, but it's okay. A friend brought me out and she'll be right back. So, thank you then, I'll leave you to it. Meng Qing turned around and returned to the car, but instead of leaving, she just sat in the car and quietly watched Wu Chun. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a girl came out of the market carrying ingredients. Was I being paranoid? How could an unknown spirit disguise itself as a human? How foolish of me. Meng Qing started the car and was just about to leave when she saw Wu Chuan walking to the side of the small electric donkey, as if he were a normal person and boarding the back seat of the small electric donkey in a light manner. Meng Okingo's expression perked up for a moment, but she did not go out of her way to follow Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi, because she was a little afraid of spooking the other party. After all, she was not yet sure by what means the other party perceived this world. So she dialed the captain's number directly. Hey, Team Young, I've got a little something. Yeah, let's just say it's a little suspicious. Let's meet up and talk. Inside the escort ward of Hospital 722. What did you say? Lost Wu Chun? What's wrong with you, Lu? You can't even handle this little thing? You know this might delay Wu Xian's kidney transplant? Do you understand? Wu Qiming was shocked and furious, frantically slapping the table. All right, Qiming, don't get too angry. It's normal for us to be caught off guard by such a big event in City 1 today. But that rebellious son of Wu Chun, he can't run away from the temple. Doesn't he have to go to school tomorrow all the same? We'll be able to find him then all the same. Yang Lan patted Wu Qiming's back, and Wu Qiming didn't say anything else when he thought about it. I just got word that because of this attack, The city's first high school will be closed tomorrow. No classes. What? How could this happen? This way we can't find Wu Chun. Even if Wu Chun is broke and wants to go home, won't he not be able to find us? Wu Xian was dumbfounded. Even with the presence of a psychic, it would take a day to recover from a kidney transplant. In other words, if they couldn't find Wu Chun tomorrow, then Wu Xian definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the talent awakening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Wu Chun, this rebellious son, really pissed me off. It's all because I originally spoiled him too much that I spoiled him into this state. This time when he comes back, I have to beat him to death. Wu Qiming was shaking with anger and started to swear. In his eyes, Wu Xian was the only male member of the Wu family. Wu Xian not being able to awaken normally was something he absolutely could not accept. Master. Although the detectives I hired found no trace of young Master Wu Chun, they accidentally saw Ms. Xia Chun coming out inside the city's first high school. Hearing Butler Lu's words, several people looked at each other. Xia Chun came out at City First High. Could it be that she went to look for Wu Chun? Wu Yu was a bit puzzled. Didn't Xia Chun always hate Wu Chun? It doesn't matter. Maybe Xia Chun is just trying to persuade Wu Duan to donate a kidney to Wu Xian. What's all the fuss about? In a while, when Xia Chun comes back, let's ask Wu Chun what's going on. And if she knows where Wu Chun is, that would be even better. Chapter 17. Donating a kidney to his brother is what he deserves. Xia Chun returned to her room, only to find a room full of Wu family members all looking at her. Xia Chun, it's like this, we do have something we want to ask you. Yang Lan grinned and held Xia Chun's hand. Auntie, go ahead. Did you go to see Wu Chun today? Jan Lan asked with a smirk. Yes, I was trying to persuade him to go home and donate a kidney to Wu Xian, but unfortunately he made up his mind not to come back, so there's not much I can do. Xia Chun lowered her head, afraid that the family would find out what was on her mind. This rebellious son. He actually refuses to come back. Has he not suffered enough outside? Wu Qiming frowned angrily. Wu Chun, he seems to be staying at a friend's house outside. When I went to look for him today, I happened to see a woman pick him up. That girl seemed to have picked him up on a battery bike, and I thought I heard Wu Duan ask her where she'd left it at the time. Somewhat helplessly, Natsu Pure voiced her suspicions. Now that's a problem. If someone did take him in, wouldn't he be even less likely to come back? Wu Xian also frowned. Don't panic everyone, we still have time, big deal. Tomorrow I'll apply for an awakening extension for Xiner. In addition, we have to find out whose house Wu Chun is actually staying at. Since that girl is riding a battery-operated bike, I guess her family is not in a good condition, so when the time comes, we just need to get some money for that girl and ask her to kick Wu Duan out. When that time comes, that rebellious son will have no home to go to and no eyes to see. So he'll have to come home and beg us. Wu Qiming felt his qi and blood rising. He didn't believe that he still couldn't cure a mere Wu Chun. Right, it's still Pop's idea, let's freeze Wu Chen's bank card again so that he has absolutely no way to live outside so that he can only give in. Wu Yu clapped her hands together. Sister Xia Chun, please describe the girl's appearance so that it will be easier for us to investigate. Xia Chun opened her mouth, not expecting things to come to such a pass. Wasn't Wu Chun also their own son and brother? Uncle Wu, I've thought of a good way to get the best of both worlds. Can you guys listen to me? Go ahead. Wu Qiming forced down his anger. He still had to give face to Xia Chun. Since Uncle Wu has already decided to give Wu Xian a delayed awakening, can we wait for Wu Chun to awaken before donating a kidney to Wu Xian? So that won't both of them complete the awakening ceremony? Xiao Chun Na, you don't have to speak for that rebellious son of Wu Chun. Donating a kidney to his brother is what he deserves. What's the use of him awakening his talent as a blind man? If we don't teach him a lesson this time, he'll turn over a new leaf in the future. Just tell us what the woman looks like. We have to get him cleaned up this time. Otherwise, he doesn't know what kind of trouble he's going to get into in the future. Xia Chun looked at the family who nodded their heads in unison in shock and sat down powerlessly on the stool. How could they do this? In a certain cafe in Tianjin City, Meng Qing and Yang Fan, the captain of Team A05, sat opposite each other. Yes, that's my guess, I'm not sure. But I have a feeling that there's more or less something wrong with that student. It's something to look into. Meng Qing told a general story of what happened when she met Wu Chun today, and then she also talked about the suspicions she found and her own thoughts. Although I don't think it's very likely for an unknown spirit to disguise itself as a human. But since you think it's fishy, there's no harm in checking it out, right? If you can't find him on the account, it's a slight possibility, but you shouldn't get your hopes up anyway. Yang Fan took a sip of coffee and analyzed it carefully. All right then, Team Yang. I'll go to the military police tomorrow to check his information. Chapter 18. Highly Suspicious. Ha-chun. This is the lunch I made for you. It's all your favorite dishes, try some. Aren't you bored? How many times have I told you? Our school has a cafeteria. We don't need you to bring me food. Besides, do I know you well? Can you stay away from me? Xia-chun snatched the lunch from Wu Duan's hand and threw it into the trash can, then arrogantly turned back to explain to her best friend. He's just sick. Let's ignore him and go. Xia-chun also knew how hard it was for Wu Chun, and she had every intention of turning around and comforting him, and she didn't want to say that. She's just afraid that people will get the wrong idea that she likes a blind man. Just as Xia-chun looked back, Wu Chun turned and left. Looking at Wu Chen's figure as he walked further and further away, she felt like she was suffocating, with a feeling that as long as Wu Chun really left, she would lose him forever. So she chased after him, but even though she ran as hard as she could, she still couldn't get even a little bit closer to Wu Chun. Instead, she was getting farther and farther away from Wu Chun, and in the end, the other party completely disappeared from her vision. Wu Chun. Xia-chun instantly sat up from the bed and tears brushed down her face, remembering the dream she had just had. Her heart almost hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Thinking of the past, Xia-chun felt chills all over her body. Although she didn't know how Wu Chun was doing right now, Xia-chun was able to determine that his eyesight had definitely recovered. It's a pity that he didn't know about his situation earlier and persuaded him to donate a kidney to Wu Xen. He must have broken his heart. What should I do? I didn't cherish Wu Chen's kindness to myself at that time. Is it too late to regret now? No. One couldn't give up. Wu Chun could cook lunch for himself for so long. He could be good to him for so many years. Why should he give up? Wu Chun liked himself so much before. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely forgive himself. Tomorrow Wu Chun would still go to school, so he could make breakfast and go to their school to wait for him, and he would surely forgive himself. Tianjing City Police Station. Meng Qing checked the information in her hand while eating the bread. Well, the photo doesn't look as good as he does in person. He's still quite handsome in person, my favorite type. What was I thinking? It's killing me. Looking at the expressionless photo of Wu Chun with his eyes closed, Meng Qing couldn't help but spit out that in this photo, Wu Chun felt like a puppet on strings, with no life at all. And meeting him in reality, but gave her a very different feeling. She continued to look down. Born in the Wu family, his mother's family is the Yang family. That's not bad. Did I really think too much? However, how could he, a young master from a rich family, be wandering the streets with a girl on a battery-operated bicycle? That clearly doesn't fit the persona. Meng Qing looked at it again, but Wu Chen's information didn't look out of place, and since there was nothing wrong with it, Meng Qing didn't stay any longer and left the archive room. She quickly descended the stairs and made her way to the first floor of the police station. She was about to leave when she saw a woman come in from outside. Uncle Gao, I came to see you. Yu is here. How is it? Did your family find Wu Chun? Not yet. I came here today to ask Uncle Gao about this. Mango Kingo's eyebrows raised. Looking for Wu Chun? Couldn't be such a coincidence. Could it? What they were talking about, was it the Wu Chun they were looking for? Things don't seem to be that simple. Sure enough, this Wu Duan has a very strong suspicion. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the 722 escort ward, Wu Qiming was chatting with Yang Lan when Wu Xian walked in from outside. Well, Xianer, how much money is left in that rebellious son Wu Chen's bank card? Has the card been frozen? Hearing her father's words, Wu Xian awkwardly scratched her head and said, the card freeze is frozen, but there's only $12 in his card, so it doesn't seem to help if it's frozen or not. Wu Xian stroked the ends of her hair. Honestly, it was the first time she had seen someone with only double digits in their card. This was too miserable. Wu Chun shouldn't be in such a bad situation, right? It can't be, can it? How could he only have $12 in his card? Honey, how much pocket money do you give him a month? Wu Qiming was also stunned and didn't expect Wu Chun to have just this much money. So he hurriedly turned back to ask Yang Lan. Yang Lan was also confused for a moment when he heard this question, and after thinking about it, why are you asking me? What does a blind man need money for? The tuition fees for school are all paid by Lou Butler, and there is a universal meal card for meals in the city school cafeteria, so I've never given him a penny. Don't you give him any pocket money? I remember when he was little, he used to ask you for pocket money, right? Didn't you give him any money? Yang Lan was also a bit surprised, not realizing that neither of the two had actually given Wu Qin a penny. To be honest, their family was not short of money, so it was logical that this kind of thing could not happen. As a child? That was years ago. How am I supposed to remember? Anyway, I never gave him any money. Xianer, what about you? Did you ever give him any money? Wu Qiming turned his head and asked Wu Xian. No, he, a young master of the Wu family, still needs me to give him money? My own pocket money is only 30,000 a month. It's not enough to spend. How can I give it to him? Wu Xian expressed her aggravation. Her sister Wu Yu's pocket money was $50,000 a month, and she also wanted to take this opportunity to talk about this issue. Her parents are like that, just like the little one, favoring a little more. As for her little brother Wu Xian, she doesn't even dare to compare. Could it be money from you then? She has a lot of pocket money after all. Janlan makes a guess. Impossible, right? Wu Yu usually hates Wu Duan the most, and she's giving him face by not beating him up. There's no way she'd give him money. Wu Xian's thoughts were correct. Wu Yu had never given Wu Duan a single good look even in normal times. In Wu Xian's words, although she didn't like Wu Chan either, she didn't discriminate against him at the very least. At most she was indifferent. The family researched until now, and were surprised to find that Wu Duan had not even the slightest financial resources at home. That's not right, is it? How did he dare to run away from home when he didn't have a penny? It's not right, it's definitely not right. Wu Qiming couldn't understand a bit of it, and he felt that there was bound to be something fishy about it. That rebellious son Wu Chan must have a financial source. Either he stole something and sold it for money, or Butler Lu gave him money. Otherwise, how would he dare to run away from home? It's really against him. When he comes back, I'll beat him to death. Wu Xian listened to her father's speech and didn't say anything for a while. It's reasonable to say that Wu Chun can't see with his eyes. How can he steal? He can't even tell what's worth money, and if you as parents don't give money, why should Butler Lu? At this moment, she was genuinely somewhat empathizing with Wu Chun. She had felt that she was miserable enough in this family, but she didn't expect that Wu Chun was 10,000 times more miserable than her. This time, he's going to donate a kidney to Wu Xian. It's the same brother. Is it because he's blind? Chapter 19. He actually wanted to force Leang Xinyi. Yes, this rebellious son must have gotten money somewhere. Otherwise, how dare he go against the family? It's really a waste to raise him for so many years. Quickly find Butler Lu first. If we can't force him to come back and admit his mistake this time, he'll be ruined. What the hell? His brother needed his kidney and he ran away from home. Is there a more outrageous brother than him? Wu Qiming slapped the table angrily. That's right, it's a good thing that you didn't give him money. You shouldn't have given him money. This he doesn't have money and still dares to run away from home. If he had money, wouldn't he turn over a new leaf? Xianer, remember, never give Wu Chan a penny. Yang Lan also felt that her husband said very reasonable. Just now in the heart of the little sense of guilt suddenly became, their previous did not give him money is simply too wise. Wu Xian silently looked at her parents and didn't say anything. Luckily there was Wu Duan. If it wasn't for him, she felt that the one who donated a kidney to Wu Xian might be her. A few minutes later, Butler Lu walked in through the door. Old Lu, let me ask you, how much do you pay Wu Duan every month? Wu Qiming asked coldly. Back to your lordship, it's like this, I haven't directly given young master Wu Chun any money, but during his time at the special education school, every semester he would receive a scholarship for being too good. Young master Wu Duan's allowance is spent on scholarships. Butler Lu lowered his head and answered truthfully. Good, I said how he dared to go against the family, so it's all because the school has spoiled him. What's the use of just studying well for a student with a corrupt character like him? No, I have to report the special education school. Do they actually give out scholarships without investigating the student's character? It's simply outrageous. As soon as Wu Qiming heard that all of Wu Chen's money actually came from scholarships, he burst into a rage when he realized that he couldn't completely control Wu Chan. That's right. If they hadn't given Wu Chen a scholarship, would he have left home without even caring about his brother? They have to take full responsibility for this matter. Janlan nodded in agreement. Wu Xian opened her mouth, she wanted to say something, but look at the expression of mom and dad. Sensible did not say anything, just, this thing she cannot control, also do not want to control. It's okay, he's been out of special ed school for so long. He probably doesn't have much left in the way of scholarships, or he wouldn't have been able to go to his friends for help. As long as we cut off all his funds, he'll be back begging for mercy within 3 days. Yang Lan analyzed what happened. Yes, you have a point. I'll contact the special education school on my end and see if I can get them to freeze the account that gives out scholarships as well. This time, we must completely subdue Wu Chan. I'll say this in advance. Even if Wu Chun comes back to beg for forgiveness and donates his kidney to Xaner, none of us will be allowed to give him a good face for the next month. Wu Qiming roared in anger. Wu Xian smiled bitterly. No one in this family had given him a good face in the first place, right? Thinking about it this way, Wu Chun running away from home seems quite normal. If it were her, she probably wouldn't want to come back. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Many people were sitting in the conference room of the combat center at this time. The success of this operation is related to whether or not our Holy Roman Empire can prosper, so this operation should never be taken carelessly. I'll reiterate that our goal this time is to collect more than 1,000 copies of Qi. Among them, every Qi above grade A is of great importance and is our key acquisition target, and the intended target of this attack is the Dragon Kingdom of the original realm. What else do you have to ask about this large-scale invasion? Ford, the multidimensional operations commander, inquired from the stage. The original realm's spirit body technology level is extremely backward, so I think that the amount of troops invested in this invasion isn't too much. Not to mention having to commit an elite team to join the battle, I think that's completely unnecessary. Realizing that it is very difficult to cross the border, this kind of commitment will only increase our consumption and make the cost of taking away gas skyrocket. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman questioned the cost of the invasion. In fact, she hated this kind of unnecessary killing, but there was no way, there was always a lot of body in the world. Your Highness Princess Lena, this invasion plan was proposed by the South Plains Boundary China's Colonization Corporation based on reliable surveys. Data doesn't lie. We should learn to trust technology. Moreover, the greater the cost invested, the higher the return, so I hope the princess will understand. Hearing this, Princess Lena could only nod her head, no longer having any reason to retort. Well then, since there are no objections again, I'll announce the list of those who will participate in this invasion, which will be attended by a total of 6 people, namely, Surge Awakener, Jason, Empire's strongest swordsman, Glyphos, Manipulator, Damocles, Fool, Hog, Empire's princess, Lena Alexandra, Collector, Alice Sisters. Lena was shocked that she was on the list. What was going on? It's obviously such a sensitive time. Okay, next up is today's prelude program. Something so important that all team members involved in the invasion must all be present to observe. Chief Ford. Why am I on the list? Lena's blue eyes were locked on Ford, and anger in them. This matter was decided by His Majesty himself. If you have any questions you can go and raise them with His Majesty. Well, adjourn the meeting. Wu Chun looked at the sky. Was already getting dark, but Leang Xinyi still hadn't gone home, and his stomach was now rumbling with hunger. But there was no way for him to go out, even though he now had a 360-degree mind's eye view of 3 meters. However, it was still difficult for him to find the market for this unfamiliar location after all. The distance he could see was just too short. Thinking of this, he picked up his cell phone and skillfully dialed out Leang Xinyi's number. The phone ended up ringing for a long time before the other side picked up. Hello? Sister Xinyi. Ha ha ha. Leang Xinyi, this is the little puppy you have, right? Ha 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 ha. He must be worried about you. But it's okay. I'll tell him. Wu Chun frowned. This voice he remembered. This woman was the woman Leang Xinyi met yesterday when she sent him to school. It seemed to be called Tian Ningning. Don't. What are you doing? Wu Chun heard Leang Xinyi's voice coming from the other side of the phone. What have you done with Leang Xinyi? How is it? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, little brother, who let your date always try to seduce my brother Zhang Yuan. Today I'm going to give her a little taste. You don't have to wait for her. Today I'll take her to the hotel and let her taste the taste of a fierce man. I'll get a photo of her then and send it to you to look at. Ha 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 ha. Just be good and wait at home. Chapter 20. The Great Dark Sky Above. Toucan Reference Chart. Ah, I forgot, you're blind, you can't see even if I send you photos. But it's okay, don't be afraid. I'll give you a live broadcast when we get to the place in a while. Ha 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 ha. You won't be mad when you see your horsey being live streamed by us. Ha 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 ha. Do. Listening to the busy tone on the other side of the phone, the anger in Wu Dust's chest went straight up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. Is there any law in this society? How dare you give me a live broadcast? This can never be tolerated. So I backhandedly dialed the police. Everything might still be in time. Choice of reward. The credibility of the community has risen dramatically, and the speed of the police in responding to calls has increased by 10%. Option 2. I can't be there, but watching it live seems pretty exciting, and don't blame me for being hardy, I can't really find a place for it. Choice bonus. Temporary restoration of vision while watching the live stream, and we'll be given a live viewing experience to experience the allure of being there. It's a real bleeping experience. Try it out. Option 3. Rush to the scene of the incident immediately. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. Choice of reward. Immediately experience the sensation of mind's eye LV10. Experience deadline by tomorrow morning. Option 1 was impossible. The police, although very credible, would still be too difficult to find Xinyi Leang and complete the rescue in such a short period of time. Choice 2 didn't even need to be said. Wu Chun very decisively chose option 3. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3. The hotel booked by the other party is like Home Express Hotel when Yang Chao branch. Now you have gained the right to experience Mind's Eye LV10. Mind's Eye rank 10. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level SSS. Effect 1. Ignore obstacles to gain a 360-degree 0.1x global, non-image field of view within 10 kilometers of your surroundings, which breaks all illusion-type controls. Effect 2. The knife cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul, and each time before attacking the target, it can see through the opponent's spiritual body's lethal point, so no matter who it is, all it takes is a single slash. Effect 3. Great Darkness. For 3 minutes. Deprives all light within that bubble's universe. Effect 4. Lock on to a target within the visible range of the field of vision, making it impossible for that target to break away from the bubble universe it is now in by any means, and obtaining information about that target's location at all times. Wu Chun was now stunned, as the breadth of his vision had far exceeded his imagination. All the information within a 10-kilometer radius was all in his brain, and he could really look wherever he wanted. For example, in this neighborhood, a young family of 2 on the 2nd floor of Building 6, Unit 4, is daydreaming and playing with flowers. Unfortunately, though, one acts as if they know everything about what they do, but then one doesn't actually see anything. And then there's that effect 3. What kind of anticlimactic setting is that? Stripping the bubble universe of all light, is this making everyone blind with themselves? However, the skills that could be used right away now were inversely effect 4. Wu Chun began to quickly retrieve them, and a second later, Tian Ningning's location appeared in Wu Chen's mind. Locked on Tannen. Wu Chun directly opened the door to his room and walked out. Dongyang, what are you doing? The meal will be ready soon. Huh. A muscular man wearing a red undershirt and lifting barbells in the room was just in time to see Fu Dongyang yawning in his tie-less suit as he came out of the room. Nothing, going to meet someone at this inflection point of fate. I thought it would be better to meet him, at least to make sure he's not on the other side. Otherwise there might be trouble. Fu Dongyang put on his shoes listlessly and sighed. Hey, do you want me to go with you? You guys are so secretive all day. What did you see again? Muscle Man dropped the barbell and hurried after him to the door. You are aware of the limitations of my ability. It is better for you not to get involved in this matter. I can handle it by myself. If more people go there, it will in turn cause the other party's defense. What a trouble. Man, there's always some responsibility you have to take on. That's stressful. Fu Dongyang said as he opened the door of the room and walked out, and a second later, the door of the room closed once again. On the north bank of the Songjiang River, near the Wanyang Bridge, a red Chevrolet is driving along the riverfront road, with a deafeningly wild DJ in the car. Tian Ningning drove the car while twisting her body to the beat of the music, obviously high as hell. In the backseat of the car, there were also 3 girls sitting. 2 of them were Tian Ningning's best friends who were diehards, and the 2 sat on both sides, pinning Leang Xinyi dead center in the middle position. This little body is quite good. Actually grows so big. I don't know what I eat every day. This will make Brother Long feel good. The girl sitting in the left seat looked at Leang Xinyi's snowy peaks and laughed as if she had discovered some rare treasure. No way. She's so skinny. How can she be so big? If it's true that I drink urine upside down, I'm sure she didn't pat herself to seduce men. If you don't believe me, let's take a look. You've got a point. If it's true, it's all F's. Let's see. The 2 women were like jackals, tigers, and leopards, discussing and began to try to tear Leang Xinyi's clothes. Although Leang Xinyi struggled to the death, but in the end, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. You guys, come on, let go of me. Leang Xinyi looked a bit miserable. Her beautiful face still had tear marks. Not only was her long black hair like a waterfall cascading down, but both sides of her cheeks were also visibly red and swollen. Breaking the law? Ha ha ha, Leang Xinyi, this time the rule of law society cannot save you. I this time to find the big brother, his father is Li Gang. which even if you play you to death, that is also in vain. Tian Ningning let out a perverted laugh as she watched her two girlfriends tear at Leang Xinyi's clothes from the rearview mirror. As a result, just as the two women in the back were about to find out whether it was true or not, a sharp and ear-piercing air raid siren pierced the sky. Just as a few heads went blank, a black dot appeared on the river not far from them. A few seconds later, it had swelled into a huge black hole more than 10 meters in diameter. In the next second, a raptor that looked like a vicious version of a toucan suddenly rushed out of the black hole, roaring as it swooped down in the direction of Tian Ning's people. Chapter 21. The Great Dark Sky Medium. Giant Reference Chart. Ningyu, step on the gas quickly. That monster is flying at us. At this time, Tian Ningning's two girlfriends were scared silly, which still cared to see Leang Xinyi is true or not. They panicked and pointed at the mid-air. Their voices were scared to change the tone. As a result, Tian Ningning turned her head to take a look and was also scared out of her wits, slamming on the gas in an attempt to escape. However, driving in the city is not something you can do as fast as you want to accelerate. It was just a second or two of work, and the giant bird in flight had already arrived over the road by the northern bank of the Song River. When it was too late, just at this instant, 20 or so large holes suddenly opened up in its lower abdomen.
几秒钟后，20几个黑影如同天外的陨石一般砸在地面上，咚咚咚咚，恐怖的撞击声响彻松江北岸的马路上。
The people who were directly hit by the black shadow didn't even hum a single grunt and died tragically on the spot. A moment of angry curses, cries of alarm rang into a piece. The north bank of the Songjiang River was instantly in chaos. Coincidentally, a black shadow just hit the road about 20 meters in front of Tian Ningning. Tian Ningning was dumbfounded. Even the hardest steel in the world would absolutely shatter instantly when it hit a spirit body, and she had even gotten a good look at what exactly the black shadow that had crashed in front of her was. That was the giant of the unknown spirits, standing over 3.5 meters tall or more and holding a huge shield, with a relatively single means of attack, only being able to spit out huge light-speed attacks from its mouth. That giant in front of him suddenly opened its mouth. A terrifying red beam of light was spat out, and Tian Ningning was so frightened that she rushed to frantically steer. The red beam of light cut through the air, so fast that it arrived next to the red Chevrolet sedan almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! The car was instantly ignited by the red beam and exploded into a large fireball. Ah! Tian Ningning screamed frantically. Luckily, that beam of light wasn't aimed at the red Chevrolet. Otherwise, the car that just exploded would have been them. Although she was not hit by the beam because Tian Ningning steered too hard, she could not control the direction at all, and her minivan went directly over the street tree, and her head was pinned on the guardrail by the river. This impact is extremely hard. The car's airbags all popped out. If a normal person, it is estimated to have been hit by the 7 meat and bones. Luckily, the ones in the car weren't considered normal, and as an era of aura revival, humans were still in very good physical condition. So except for Leang Xinyi, who had a weaker physique, everyone else didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. The streets were in complete chaos at this point. The giants were in a massacre frenzy. The crowd was running around, screams and howls rang out. After the giant that had just shot out a beam attack hammered out 2 more cars, it once again set its sights on Tian Ningning's carload of people. Oh no! The giants are running towards us. Run! A woman screamed and kicked the broken car door off, yet the giant was surprisingly close, and it was surprisingly a little too late to run. What to do? Tian Ningning, we're blocked. The woman was trembling with fear and didn't know what to do. Quick! Throw this out to attract the giants. Then let's escape while we can. What a great idea! A trace of viciousness flashed in her bosom friend's eyes, and she grabbed over Leang Xinyi. Although Leang Xinyi struggled violently, her strength was just not good enough. And this BFF was in existence at the late 3rd grade martial master level. Just go to hell instead of us. Dead. Leang Xinyi shrieked as she was thrown out of the limo with force by the woman. Run now. Tian Ningning and the other 3 took the opportunity to run out of the carriage, fleeing frantically into the distance. While Leang Xinyi was in mid-air, she no longer had any possibility of resistance. In this instant, her mind went blank, not expecting that she would die in such a place. It's just a shame that he hasn't found his own family yet, and that he won't be able to take care of Wu Duan at home. A tear slipped from her eye and she closed her eyes helplessly. Dang! Leang Xinyi's body fell heavily to the ground, and she opened her eyes in shock. Is he actually still alive? She raised her eyes to the side, and the first thing that caught her eye turned out to be the body of that horrible giant. Green spirit liquid dripped all over the ground, and a horrifying slash wound began to spread from the giant's abdomen, rising all the way up to its head. He would have even been cut in two if his crotch wasn't still attached. How is it possible? Who is it? She raised her eyes to the side, and a spirit body with 7-colored light flowing all over its body and 3 pairs of white wings on its back was waving its right arm. In his hand was a handsomely shaped alloy long sword. As he did, the green spirit liquid was flung down, and the blade of the sword once again glowed with a silky cold light. What kind of spirit body is this? How did he save me? This is clearly not the Blue Star's spirit body style. Just in the moment Leang Xinyi froze, the unknown 6-winged spirit body moved, and in an instant, it caught up with the 3 Tian Ningning who hadn't escaped far. Ah! Quick! Split up and run. Tian Ningning saw the terrifying spirit body chasing toward her scared liver and gall. Why? Why didn't this damned spirit body kill Leang Xinyi that little first? That's not fair. The blade of the sword was as swift as lightning, and immediately blood splattered, and the BFF who was running behind Tian Ningning was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Died on the spot. Detects collectible gas and begins automatic collection. Wu Chen's field of vision was now very large, and how they had just thrown out Leang Xinyi, he had naturally seen it all. So these 3 women, all deserved to die. But what he didn't expect was that when he killed one of the women, the spirit body actually somehow prompted him to collect chi. What's that supposed to mean? In the next second, a 10-centimeter-sized crystal block floated up at the woman's corpse before it was quickly collected by the 6-winged divine suit into the spirit body. Damn unidentified spirits. You stop it right there. Your opponent is me. With a girl's chirp, 2 slashes flashed by, and Wu Chun easily retreated to avoid the attack. Within his terrifying senses, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. He slowly turned his head, and within his perception was a familiar figure. This girl, surprisingly, was the same sister who had asked her words outside the market that day. Is it a coincidence? Chapter 22. The Great Dark Sky Below. Coincidentally, since these 2 days were the critical period before the Gift Awakening, each of the elite teams that stayed behind were now lined up to patrol. This afternoon happens to be the patrol time of A05 Yongfan team. A team of them would have been driving a car in the Wanyang Bridge Patrol Lu Patrol 1. As a result, the unidentified spirit codenamed Toucan was seen rushing madly towards the north bank of the Song River from within the black hole. The A05 team, faced with this emergency situation, immediately dressed in full uniform and headed quickly towards the incident site. The fastest of the group was Raider Meng Qing. She drew her twin swords and quickly joined the fray, and in just a few seconds, she took the lead in defeating a giant who was about to unleash a massacre on the passers-by. Ching, don't be impulsive. You're rushing too fast. Pay attention to teamwork. Yang Fan's calm voice came from Meng Qing's earphone. I'm sorry, Team Yang. I was impulsive again. A trace of shame appeared on Meng Okingo's face as she immediately stopped where she was and waited for her team members to arrive. However, right at that moment, a shadow of light in midair appeared in the blink of an eye about 100 meters away from her. This is 6-winged Holy Spirit? Only to see the 6-winged Holy Spirit descending from the sky. The long blade in his hand sliced through the sky, and a giant was killed by the 6-winged Holy Spirit with a single slash before he could react. Perhaps coincidentally, one girl was even saved as a result. Meng Qing was looking at the 6-winged Holy Spirit in astonishment. It was actually killing the unknown spirit. What was going on? Team Yang. Traces of the 6-winged Holy Spirit have been found. It killed a giant as soon as it appeared. How should I act? Please instruct. Stay put and wait for teammate support. I know. It was during this moment of delay that the 6-winged Holy Spirit's figure flashed and caught up with a fleeing girl in an instant. The sword light exploded and blood spattered, a life that passed right in front of Meng Qing's eyes, and the next moment the green crystal block was sucked into the blade by the 6-winged Holy Spirit. Seize Qi. This is the unique ability of the unknown spirit to absorb the Qi of human awakened beings. This is the source of human hatred of unknown spirits. Meng Qing was overwhelmed by anger. This 6-winged Holy Spirit was really no different from the other unknown spirits. He had to destroy him himself before he could do so. Ching, don't be impulsive. This guy is not easy to deal with. Wait for us to come over. Yang Fan had just arrived above a vantage point when he saw Meng Qing rushing towards the 6-winged Holy Spirit with her twin swords. He rushed out a reminder. I'm going to kill him. Meng Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with deep hatred and pain, as if the endless darkness had been deeply imprinted in her mind. Years ago, her brother had lost his life under such an attack by an unknown spirit, and even more horrifyingly, even Qi had been mercilessly taken away from him. The brutal slaughter of humans by these unidentified spirits is truly heinous, and the crimes are too numerous to count. At this moment, the anger in Meng Qing's heart erupted like a volcano. She could no longer care about anything else. There was only hatred in her eyes for the unknown spirit. Without hesitation, she brandished the blade in her hand and instantly chopped fiercely at the six-winged Holy Spirit. This blade carried her heart full of indignation and killing intent, and she wanted to make this abominable unknown spirit pay the price. At the same time, Wu Chun did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from the girl in front of him, a powerful existence in an A-class spirit body with strength at the level of a 6th-grade martial king. Facing such a strong enemy, Wu Chun knew that he had to go all out to deal with it. Converts all attributes to speed. In a flash, his body moved as fast as lightning, his 6 wings unfolding as he instantly stormed backward. And Meng Qing's double-blade strangulation also fell short at that moment, failing to hit its target. This ability to transform one's attributes at any time made one seem like a true god. One would never lose, and to make a safe exit, repelling this woman was the best option. Wu Chun carried his alloy sword upside down, and in the moment when Meng Qing's moves were used up, he turned back to strike, and his speed was even faster to the point that even Meng Qing, a 6th-grade martial king, was unable to dodge completely. Converts half of speed into destructive force. Eft. Where the blade passed, green spirit liquid sprayed wildly. Meng Qing flashed wildly to the left, but was still easily cut by Tang Hengdao, her left arm instantly leaving her. Ching, retreat. I'll cover you. Yang Fan's voice once again came from the headset. Almost at the same time, 2 lightning bolts shot towards Wu Duan at extreme speed, and it was a terrifying snipe from Yang Fan, who was a kilometer away. If it was anyone else, encountering such a sudden sniper, wanting to avoid it was basically impossible, so in Yang Fan's eyes, this strike was bound to hit. Although it wasn't necessarily possible to kill the 6-winged Holy Spirit, delaying him to a certain extent was something that could definitely be done. However, Wu Chen's field of vision was simply too wide, and let's not forget that all the battle images within his current field of vision were at 0.1 times the speed. This kind of killing move for others should not be too easy for him to neutralize. Converts all attributes to speed. Wu Chun had caused his speed to skyrocket through his extreme transformation attribute, thus dodging the enemy's attack once again. This guy, he's so fast. Never seen this kind of guy before. How can he even dodge this easily? Yang Fan was taken aback. Wu Lao Air. Hurry up and support Qing. What the hell are you dawdling for? Yang Fan called to his men while aiming again. He took a deep breath. He had to stall for time. He had to protect Qing before he could do so. Knock knock. Terrifying lightning bolts once again crossed the sky, shooting straight at Wu Chun. However, it was useless. Wu Chen's speed was too fast, almost instantly dodging Yang Fan's 3 lightning attacks. As the blade light cut through, blood flowed horizontally. Tian Ningning's last BFF once again died horizontally on the spot, and the green-colored crystal block, once again, was absorbed by Wu dust. Tian Ningning didn't understand what this unknown spirit wanted. Why had it targeted them? She had to hurry up and run away before she could do so. Damn it! Suffer death. Damned unknown spirit. Earth! The A-05 team member known as Wu Lao Air finally arrived at the scene. As he roared, the land under Wu Chen's feet suddenly bulged and turned into a giant hand. This was too sudden, even Wu Chun was instantly grabbed. Recovery ray. Yining also suddenly appeared in the surrounding area. Green light emanating from her hands instantly connecting to Meng Qing's body. It only took a fraction of a second for Meng Qing's right arm and Tang blade to unexpectedly recover together. Die for me! Meng Qing quickly turned back, and almost in an instant, she arrived in front of Wu Chuan, and the 2 Tang swords slashed at Wu Chuan in unison. Converts all attributes into defensive capabilities. The light of the knives resembled silver splendor, and both knives chopped at Wu Chen's raised arms at almost the same time. What was supposed to be a surefire hit turned out to be one that didn't even leave a trace. What? How is it possible? It's okay. Oming Oching froze. To what extent is this guy perverted? An elite team of his own fighting him alone couldn't even help him? Qing, I'll do it. A lightning bolt shot extremely fast in midair and hit Wu Chun squarely in the head. Boom! An explosion went off. Black smoke and silver electric light intertwined. Meng Qing quickly backed away. Resolved? The sword light flashed wildly. The huge stone hand shattered, and the six-winged divine suit once again killed out of the smoke. The sword cuts the flesh. The heart cuts the soul. Effect 3 was unleashed, and in an instant, Wu Chen's vision changed. Everyone's body was occupied by various cracks, and those so-called cracks were where their weaknesses were. Qingqing, be careful. His aura has changed. Earth. Wu Laoer also repeated the same trick, however, this time the sword light flashed through first, the boulder instantly shattered, and the next moment, converts all attributes to speed. Almost in an instant, Wu Chun had appeared in front of Meng Qing. Converts all attributes into destructive power. A sword chopped down. Meng Qing couldn't dodge but could only raise her twin swords to block hard. But Wu Chun slashed his sword on the black line of the Tang sword. Ka Qing. The Tang sword broke. How? Meng Qing couldn't believe this was true. What kind of monster was this six-winged holy spirit? In the next instant, the sword light flashed and green spirit liquid sprayed wildly. Did you lose yourself? Meng Qing's head flew up into the air. Spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation open. Meng Qing's spirit body turned into fragments and crumbled away. Then the whole person disappeared into a ray of light. Game over. Big Black Sky. Chapter 23. Shocking the world. I feel very sorry for all the readers who have been urging me to read more every day. I'll try to get it up in a couple days, 2 chapters a day. Thanks for all the urging, thanks. Game over. Big Black Sky. In an instant, the entire bubble universe was stripped of its light, which was darkness in its purest form. Everyone, men and women, young and old, unknown spirits and ordinary humans, were all invisible at this moment. Whether it's the sun or the electric light or even the flame, the electricity, the fuel engine, anything that glows and generates heat all stops working. What is it? Team 05 Auxiliary Yining froze in place. Nothing could be seen. Her brain was blank, all did not understand what happened. Until a pain in the heart. Its spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation opens. Surprisingly, lost. Yining's entire body disappeared into thin air. As for Wu Laoer, he did not escape this fate as well, and after his spiritual body was completely destroyed, he also opened a random teleportation and disappeared to the north bank of the Song River. Tian Ningning had been flying at breakneck speeds when suddenly the world was plunged into darkness, and her speed was actually still quite fast, so she accidentally crashed into a tree. What's going on here? Why can't I see anything? She screamed in panic and then scrambled up in defiance of the moment, utterly panicked, until a voice rang in her ear. Don't panic. I'll send you to the west. Who are you? Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Oh, you can do whatever you want to me, please. I'll be your slave, I'll do whatever you say. Don't kill me, I'll do anything. Tian Ningning fell to her knees, and at this moment, she didn't even know where to run. Late. Didn't you call me blind before? Not even capable of looking at photos? I don't even want to touch a stupid woman like you. What? It's you're Leang Xinyi, that S-lover, how can… Tian Ningning's brain was completely down. She couldn't figure out how she had offended this kind of existence. Eft. The sound made by the sharp blade penetrating the flesh. Tian Ningning's eyes were filled with fear before she finally collapsed unwillingly in death. How come you can't see it? What happened? Qingqing? Yining, elder. Please reply when you receive it. Yang Fan quickly found a cloak from his body and draped it over his body. This was a special camouflage cloak for spirit bodies, which could effectively hide his chi. But this thing also has the drawback that once you make an attack or use a talent, it will instantly fail. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and jumped off the tall building in an attempt to leave the spot. However, while he was still in mid-air, he felt a pain in his heart. Eft. Spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation opens. How is that possible? How the hell did you do that? Yang Fan's inquiry did not receive any response, and his entire person disappeared in place. And at this moment he also understood that Team A05 was finished. Their combined efforts were surprisingly no match at all. What level of existence was this six-winged Holy Spirit? H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. What's happening? Why is the screen all black? Chief Ford stood up abruptly, not understanding what was happening. I don't know, but all the imaging devices we left behind in the original realm are completely disabled at this moment. for reasons unknown, and I'm working to restore them. The technician's head was sweating and he kept manipulating the keyboard, but it was obvious that it had no effect at all. How is that possible? All the imaging equipment in the entire original realm has failed. Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on? Look what happened to the 4-dimensional surveillance equipment in the universe. Ford roared, how could it have failed? The original world was so big. It was reasonably impossible. Reporting, sir. The 4-dimensional image doesn't have an image to show either. The entire universe is pitch black. It's as if it's... The technician wiped the sweat from his head and shuddered. Like what? Ford pursued. I checked the equipment but found no abnormalities in the equipment. It's as if all the light, all went out at this moment, like even the stars, went out. When the technician finished speaking, the entire multidimensional universe combat center went silent. What the hell was going on? What kind of greatness was this? What was the last thing the 6-winged god of Alston said just now? Sitting at the head of the conference room was a white-haired middle-aged man, who was rather lanky, with long silver-colored hair draped over his shoulders and eyes that looked like terrifyingly sharp blades. Even looking into his eyes had a painful feeling of being stabbed by a sharp blade. He was the strongest swordsman of the Holy Roman Empire, Griffos. He seems to be saying, Big Black Sky? Not sure what that means. Manipulator Damocles recalled. Don't you think it's appropriate? Everything's all black. Big Black Day. That's interesting. By the way, what are the giant and the toucan doing? Griffith pursued. It's all down. No, the giants were all wiped out. How is that possible? The toucans were torn to pieces too. The technicians are numb, still talking about gathering intelligence. Now they don't even know how the spirit soldiers they sent out died. Never mind, it must be the 6-winged gods doing. Alston has really researched something extraordinary, actually fighting us and the original realm at the same time. What exactly are they planning? Griffos, the strongest swordsman in the Holy Roman Empire, rubbed the white stubble on his chin with a happy smile on his lips, murmured, I really want to fight him. I haven't been this excited in years. Original boundary, Tianjing City, Emergency Command Center. Darkness. Reaching darkness, the entire Emergency Command Center was in instant chaos. What's going on? The power's out? What the hell kind of airplane are you guys on? The power to the emergency command can actually go out. Headquarters Minister He Xian frowned and majestically tapped the table. Just now the battle of Team A05 was at the most critical moment. Dream Queuing spiritual body was actually shattered, and it was unknown how the battle was going now. Reporting to the minister, it's unclear. All electronic equipment is completely disabled. The technician rushed to answer. Then get it serviced, damn it. If you can't get it right in a minute, you're all out of class en masse. He Xian was annoyed and took out his cell phone, but to his surprise, the cell phone actually did not have a half response. How is this possible? Even if the power went out, the cell phone would not have been affected in any way. What's going on? Why is my cell phone broken too? It couldn't be interference from an unknown spirit, could it? Vice Minister Yao Chonglin was also on the side and quickly took out his cell phone, only to find that it was also broken. Everyone, look if the cell phones aren't even responding. He Xian clenched his hands into fists, and for some reason, he had a very ominous premonition, as if something world-shattering had happened. My cell phone isn't responding. What's going on? My cell phone is broken too. That can't be right. My spreadsheet doesn't even light up. Oh my God. What the hell is going on? My cell phone too. The emergency command center was a mess. Be quiet, all of you, and send someone right away to find out what's going on. Just as He Xian had just finished his speech, the sound of a room door being opened suddenly came from behind the crowd, and a man trembled and yelled, Mr. Minister, it's not good. It's all dark out there. Out of reach dark. I don't know if the sun is out or I'm blind. What's going on? Chapter 24, Fu Dongyang. Hexapod reference chart. What do you mean? It's dark outside too. Hearing the guard's report, He Xian felt his head buzz. What the hell is going on here? The world's ending? The sun's gone out? Are you kidding me? Is it possible that we all just happen to be blind together? That doesn't make sense. He Xian gripped his hair hard. He felt like his CPU was burning. It was really because what was happening in front of him was too outrageous. Minister I remember just before that blackout, the 6-winged Holy Spirit seemed to say something about a black sky? A technician was suddenly inspired. Yeah, I think he said something like, Game over, Big Black Day. Then Then the screen on our side went out and it went dark outside. Could this be connected? Yao Changlin said as he reminisced. Old Yao, what do you mean by that? What inevitable connection can there be? Xian was unusually annoyed when he heard Yao Changlin's words, and he immediately continued. Isn't this a joke? He says it's dark when it's dark, even the electricity, even our cell phones are down, so what is he? A god? How can you believe in such bull? Are you nuts? If he could really extinguish the sun and the human race would be destroyed, would he even need to fight us? It's absolutely impossible. That's right, but how do you explain the situation at hand? If it's not capable of destroying the earth, then this phenomenon must be temporary and won't last long. If we consider it in that light, then I think it's very likely that it's some kind of gift. Another high-ranking HQ official offered hypotheticals. A gift? If it's a gift, this ability to block light sources is too perverse, isn't it? Another voice came from the darkness. Perhaps it's an SSS-ranked talent. It's clear to everyone now that every SSS-ranked talent's ability is incredible, just like Fu Dongyang's. Yao Changlin felt that this guess was reasonable and began to think out of the box. That's a reasonable guess. If it's a gift, this exaggerated ability shouldn't last long. But a new problem arises. All the unidentified spirits we dealt with before were spirit soldiers, aka non-living AI intelligent combat units, and it's well known that only living beings have talents. Xian leaned back in his seat with an unusually heavy heart, although there had long been speculation in the academic world that the spirit soldiers must have been manipulated by other intelligent beings. They had never appeared on Blue Star. Later, the academic community also gradually appeared two voices, one of the more mainstream that these intelligent life forms, and does not have the ability to fight, so it is exclusively used the spirit soldiers to fight. The other, more non-mainstream viewpoint is that the other side was most likely unable to cross the border to the blue planet for some reason. It turned out that Xian was more inclined to the first viewpoint, but if it was once proved that the six-winged Holy Spirit was a living organism rather than the spirit soldier as originally believed, then it would certainly set off a wave of shock in the entire Blue Star. The minister has a point, I think so too, and hasn't anyone noticed? In our previous battle with the spirit soldier never opened his mouth to speak. The six-winged Holy Spirit is the only non-Blue Star spirit that can communicate so far, so the chances of this guy not being a spirit soldier are very high, and I'm afraid that this guy's stance has to be taken into consideration as well. The senior HQ official who had spoken earlier spoke again. Just as Xian wanted to say something else, suddenly the lights in the conference room lit up, and all the surveillance images and cell phones returned to normal. Sure enough, I'm afraid the guess we just made is very close to the truth, and there are a few things we need to confirm next. The first is the current situation at the scene, and the damage. The second is how big the coverage of this talent really is, and the third is to review the previous course of the battle and analyze the weaknesses of the six-winged Holy Spirit. There was chaos and a certain amount of panic along the Pine River, and even cases of people falling or bumping into each other because they were running around in the dark. But overall, because all of the spirit soldiers were wiped out, the losses were conversely very much smaller. Coupled with the fact that the cars were all stalled and broken down, and there were no vicious back-to-back collisions, the situation rapidly improved as the military police began to move in to maintain order. Leang Xinyi panicked just now. Luckily, although it was very dangerous just now, she actually didn't suffer any injuries, which was simply too lucky. Even that unknown spirit didn't take care of her, but instead hacked two of Tian Ningning's girlfriends to death. So what goes around comes around, and I don't know if Tian Ningning escaped yet. Meanwhile, Wu Chun was standing at the top of a certain building with his 6 huge wings retracted, and only after making sure that Leang Xinyi was in no danger was he ready to turn around and leave. However, right at this moment, the door to the rooftop opened and a man's figure appeared within Wu Chen's perception, and Wu Chun was immediately on guard. Because this man was very powerful within Wu Chuan's perception, Wu Chuan narrowed his eyes, and he was almost certain that this man was most likely a 7th-grade martial emperor or above. Hello, my friend. I am Fu Dongyang, Special Advisor to the 2nd Ranger of the Supreme Unknown Spirit Response Department. What shall I call you? Six-winged Holy Spirit? Or what? By the way, you should be able to understand me, right? Fu Dongyang's voice was very gentle. Wu Chen frowned and didn't choose to leave with an open mind. The other party was not dressed. Even if he was a 7th-grade martial emperor, he wouldn't pose any substantial threat to himself. But the question at hand was, how did he know he was here? It hadn't even been a minute since the end of the Big Black Day, so it should have been impossible for anyone to find his location. How in the world did this man find himself? This is what Wu Chun wants to understand. If the other party can know where he is at any time, then things will be troublesome. You don't have to worry too much about your friend. I have a special talent that allows me to see fragments of time that no one else can see. I just happened to see you appear above this building at noon. I was able to find it because it happened to be close to the iconic clock tower, and I meant no harm. Fu Dongyang didn't choose to continue to approach, so he stood inside the rooftop's door and talked to Wu Chun. What is it that you're looking for me for? Is it about revenge for those 4 guys just now? The 6-winged spirit body emitted an icy mechanical voice, which Wu Duan had been using after his suit for insurance purposes. Not really, you didn't hurt them, did you? I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult for you to kill someone with your abilities, would it? So it seems like you don't have any obvious animosity towards Blue Star. So what is it really like outside of our world? And where do you come from? Can you tell me a little bit about it? Of course, I won't listen to your information for nothing. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Chapter 25 Conclusions of the Meeting at Headquarters. Original Boundary, Tianjin City, Emergency Command Center. It has now been determined that this darkness was so extensive that even all locations of the Blue Planet are known to have been plunged into darkness, and even the Lunar Observatory was affected, although it is hard to believe. But this gift of the 6-winged Holy Spirit likely covers the entire solar system. Upon hearing the technician's conclusion, the entire conference room fell into silence, and it wasn't until a long time later that Xian struggled to continue his inquiry. Squad A05, what's the status? It has been confirmed that the entire A05 squad's spiritual body has suffered damage, but fortunately none of them have been killed in action, which is really among the blessings. The crowd was relieved to hear that the members of Team A05 were fine, and a few seconds later, Team A06 Captain, Man Tianxing, said heavily, although Yang Fan and the others are fine, the ability displayed by this 6-winged Holy Spirit is still too much. A spirit with the ability to plunge the globe into darkness, and at the same time possessing the combat level to single-handedly take down an A-rank squad. What kind of monster is this? Suppose there is more than one such being among the unknown spirits. Then wouldn't we? No, Tianxing, the situation shouldn't be so passive. Now we can at least be sure that this 6-winged Holy Spirit isn't completely on the side of the other party. He also has an unknown spirit body that attacks the other party. The one who spoke was the same high-ranking member of the headquarters from before. He was the Chief of Staff of the headquarters, Yu Qing. Chief of Staff, you is right. News has come from the front that all of the unknown spirits at the scene have been determined to have all been eliminated, even including that extremely difficult to deal with beaked bird spirit soldier. After a preliminary site survey, it was able to determine that the one who struck was none other than this 6-winged Holy Spirit. After the technicians heard the intelligence in their headsets, they immediately fed it back to the leaders at the scene. Damned unidentified spirit body, what exactly is he trying to do? This side is beating us and that side is targeting the unknown spirit body. Could it be that there are factions within the unknown spirit body as well? But why have we never realized it before? Deputy Minister Yao Chonglin raised questions. Although it's just a guess, it's almost certain now that the unknown spirit 6-winged Holy Spirit is not in the same camp as the other spirit soldiers. However, I would like to remind all of you that the enemy of the enemy may not be a friend, as the 6-winged Holy Spirit is likewise killing humans to absorb. Headquarters Chief of Staff Yu Qing said in a deep voice. Chief of Staff, you has a point. Next start studying the battle footage. Then wait for Team A05's Captain Yang Fan to come back to do a live review. His spirit body was shattered, so let's all be patient for a while. The roof of the building. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Option 1. Pretend to exchange information with him. Although we don't know the information at all, we can lie about it, and he doesn't know anyway. Choice of reward. Gain talent. Lie recognition. Talent level, E. Effect. Can recognize if what the other person is saying is a lie. Option 2. This man is dangerous to look at. There is really no point in having too much contact with him, and since we are already sure that he won't find himself, retreating now is the prudent choice. Choice of reward. 1 minor realm enhancement card. Option 3. I don't want to make an enemy of Blue Star, but I can't trust you either, so the exchange of information is waived, so goodbye. Choice of reward. The level of Mind's ILV2 is increased to Mind's ILV3. Wu Chun felt that option 1 was really unnecessary, although he was able to obtain a talent. This talent, to be honest, was a bit ribbed, and there was no need to lie to people at all. As for option 2, Wu Chun was originally more inclined to just go straight away and waste any more words with people, but that Mind's eye level increase was just too tempting. After truly experiencing the terror of Mind's ILV-10, Wu Chun was really eager to level up this talent. I'm sorry, Honorable Fu Dongyang. Although I have no intention of making an enemy of Blue Star, I can't trust you guys either, so the exchange of information will be waived. I just want to live my life in peace. I'm sorry. Congratulations to the host for choosing the 3 options and gaining a Mind's Eye level increase to LV3. Mind's Eye rank 3. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level. B. Effect. Ignore obstacles to gain a 360-degree global non-image field of view within 5 meters of your circumference, which breaks all illusion-type controls. So that's how it is. Fine, hopefully you can keep your promise. We'll write off what happened in the past. But the next time you make a move against a Blue Star human, believe me, I'll never let you go. Fu Dongyang's eyes emitted an intense silver light, and at this moment, Wu Chun felt an unprecedented sense of threat. But he didn't say much. After all, he wasn't really an unknown spirit himself, and he wouldn't go out of his way to intentionally harm humans. Because one is supposed to be human, converts all attributes to speed. Wu Chun directly charged up into the sky and disappeared at the end of the sky in just the blink of an eye. The silver light in Fu Dongyang's eyes gradually dimmed before he turned around and left. What it said was surprisingly sincere. This time it didn't come in vain. At least it was able to determine that the 6-winged Holy Spirit really wasn't in league with that group of unknown spirits afterward, but in order not to reach the bad end. There's still a lot of work to be done, and its battle power is a must. It's really troublesome. Yang Fan, do you mean to say that you were actually still immediately discovered and taken out by the 6-winged Holy Spirit while wearing a camouflage cloak? Minister He Xian frowned, which complicated the problem. Yes, indeed. It is indeed a very strange thing that after the other party took me out without mercy, they did not pursue the rest of our team. Although Yang Fan had no good feelings towards the 6-winged Holy Spirit and couldn't possibly feel that the other party had any good intentions, the fact that the 6-winged Holy Spirit hadn't driven them to extinction was something he still had to admit. And, everyone, look here, technology playback. Chief of General Staff Yu Qing said. A technician played a replay of an image of the northern shore of the Pine River before the 6-winged Holy Spirit rushed there. The replay happened to be Tian Ningning several people threw Leang Xinyi out of the screen. It has been technically confirmed that these are the only 3 Blue Star humans killed by the 6-winged Holy Spirit. Chief of Staff Yu, what can this mean? It can't be because these 3 people have a grudge against the 6-winged Holy Spirit, right? There are plenty of ways for him, an unknown spirit, to try to kill someone. Not so much. You're right. But I have another opinion. In the face of the other people's questioning, Yu Qing continued to answer with confidence. Don't you think that he is yielding serious hostility towards such behavior of betraying his companions? You see, this girl who was pushed out, it would be easy for the 6-winged Holy Spirit to kill her. But instead of killing the girl, he saved her and instead went after the perpetrator with a vengeance. Yes, a hunt. Am I describing it correctly? Listening to the shocked discussions of the people underneath, Yu Qing smiled confidently and continued. So I think it is very likely that this 6-winged Holy Spirit has suffered a serious betrayal, and it is very likely that this act of betrayal is the root cause of his exile to the Blue Planet, and that he hates these unidentified spirits with a passion. So I deduced that the ones who betrayed him were most likely these unknown spirits. Chapter 26. The Second Rangers. What? Feels like it makes sense. Indeed. Given the logic of his behavior, that's a pretty accurate judgment, I'd say. Yes, it's too similar. This analysis is simply flawless, truly worthy of being Chief of Staff Yu. When Yu Qing said that, there was a lot of talk underneath, and he couldn't help but give a nod to Chief of Staff Yu's resourcefulness. Ha ha ha, really, Yu Qing, in this way can we not try to pull in the 6-winged Holy Spirit? It's simply unimaginable, as long as our headquarters has the battle power of the 6-winged Holy Spirit again. The Second Rangers wouldn't be able to compete with us in terms of combat power, so Yao Chonglin was instantly energized. If this level of combat power joined the headquarters, then the headquarters combat power would definitely come to a whole new level. At that point, the Second Rangers won't be able to stand up to them anymore. However, just as Yao Chonglin was speaking vigorously, Headquarters Minister He Xian suddenly interrupted him with a forceful slap on the table. Yao Chonglin, are you out of your mind? Pulling in an unknown spirit? Are you kidding me? If we do this, what's the difference between us and the Second Rangers? I still say, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Unknown spirits can only be enemies. This is the bottom line of the headquarters. So I suggest to fully investigate 6-winged Holy Spirit's hideout. He can't wear his spirit body 24 hours a day, When he takes it off, that's when he's most vulnerable. We can take this opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop and then snatch his spirit body. In this way, the headquarters will have one more terrifying S-class spirit body, and even Fu Dongyang will not be able to pose a threat to us anymore. Headquarters Minister He Xin said coldly. Makes sense, I'll second that. I second that. That's it. It was a 3-story office building with old yellow paint, and the old house must be at least 50 years old. The old houses featured double doors, which were quite new, but there was a particularly old plaque hanging by the door with a few large words written on it. Rikoku Supreme Emergency Management Center 2nd Rangers. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the office building, a table of a dozen people were meeting. Here, Dongyang, try this pippin, it's superb. A middle-aged man in a white shirt with a flushed face fished a pippin for Fu Dongyang in the Mandarin duck pot. You guys don't just eat, you heard about it, right? The A05 team over at the headquarters was completely wiped out today. I heard that it was the 6-winged Holy Spirit that did it. This is the most ruthless spirit soldier I've ever seen in my life. Another young woman with square-framed glasses brought the conversation back on topic as she fished for crabs. Yes, oh. And what the hell is going on with the darkness today? HQ is going overboard lately. Actually not even sharing such important information with us. The red-vested muscular man in daylight burped and sighed helplessly. It's a historical problem. It's just that since He Xin, a right-winger, came to power, the original hidden problems have become more and more obvious. Dongyang, you might as well talk about your findings. Just try to pick what you can and tell everyone. The white-shirt middle-aged man put down his chopsticks. He was none other than Chang Yen, the head of the 2nd Rangers. Well, I'll try to pick and choose what I can say to tell you. The first thing is that I went to see the 6-winged Holy Spirit today and determined 3 things. What? You saw the 6-winged Holy Spirit? Did you fight? Everyone at the table put down their chopsticks in shock. Not really, you guys might as well listen to me. First, he is not a spirit soldier but an intelligent being like me, that much can be determined. Secondly, the previous darkness was his natural ability, which was known to cover a very wide range of areas, with all light sources disappearing while the 6-winged Holy Spirit was unaffected. Third, he's not all the way with the other unidentified spirits, and judging by my gift for making judgments, he has no apparent animosity towards Blue Star or humanity. After Fu Dongyang finished speaking, he fished out some more tripe and started eating it once again. What? How is that possible? Unidentified spirits aren't hostile to humans? That's unheard of, isn't it? The muscular man's eyes widened. That darkness that can make all the light in the world disappear is actually his gift? Geez, it's too perverted, isn't it? No wonder Team A05 is no match for him even if they were tied together. The glasses girl was also surprised. Did you all not realize? He's actually not a spirit soldier, but an intelligent life form like us, that is to say, he's able to communicate, then in that case, as long as we get his help. Wouldn't we no longer be ignorant of the unknown spirit side? Compared to his battle prowess, I think the information he has is the most important thing, isn't it? Chang Yen, a white-shirt middle-aged man, said in a deep voice. You're right, I tried to exchange information with him, but unfortunately he wasn't really interested, so it seems that if I want to know about him, I'll have to have the chance later. But what worries me is that I'm afraid that the headquarters side won't think that way, and from what I know about them, they probably just want to finish off the 6-winged Holy Spirit as soon as possible and get his spirit body. Moreover, my gift sees something very frightening. In this Holocaust, the worst-case scenario of Tianjin City will kill more than 3 million people. When the crowd heard Fu Dongyang finish, people were dumbfounded. Over 3 million. Tianjin City's total population is only over 18 million. What the hell happened? 1/6 of the population died at once. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such important information, you know my gift. I can't just reveal what I see to others, and I can only reveal more and more as I get closer to the events. The most crucial issue is that I found that in all of the better endings, our side has the 6-winged Holy Spirit. In other words, whether or not we can enlist the help of the 6-winged Holy Spirit is crucial to us. I'll tell He Xin about this and ask him to cooperate with us. After Chang Yen heard Fu Dongyang's description, he couldn't care less about eating the seafood hot pot and directly put on his clothes and headed out. Instead, Fu Dongyang shook his head and continued to eat with his head down. Half an hour later, inside the headquarters. Heh, Chang Yen, you're really playing a good hand now. First utilizing the advantage of Fu Dongyang's talent in your hand to first throw out the bomb that Tianjin City would suffer 3 million casualties. Then pull up the value of the 6-winged Holy Spirit in this Holocaust, and then use Fu Dongyang's advantage of having been in contact with the six-winged Holy Spirit yesterday to win the six-winged Holy Spirit over to your side. Ha 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 ha, what? Do you really think that am a cutie? A mere unknown spirit, even if he can beat Team A05 by himself with his talent, so what? It won't take 3 days for Team A02 to return to Tianjing City. The funniest joke I've ever heard in my life is that I'm actually relying on a mere unknown spirit to defend Tianjing City. I'm here to prove to you that even if I kill the six-winged Holy Spirit, I can still defend Tianjing. Chapter 27, Intelligence Acquisition. By the time Leang Xinyi returned home, it was already completely dark. Are you okay? I just dialed 911 and the police said that your side was attacked by an unknown spirit, so I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, I have a hard life, unknown spirits have to go around me. Just now you don't even know. There was an unknown spirit with 3 pairs of wings, he was like blind, not only didn't kill me, also chopped those 2 girlfriends of Tian Ning to death. I was so relieved to see that. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Leang Xinyi's giggling, the corner of Wu Chen's mouth twitched twice. He sometimes really couldn't tell whether this girl was genuinely big or pretending to be strong. Normally, how can you laugh when you've just gone through something like this? Are you really okay? If you don't feel good inside, just cry out. I'm not gonna laugh at you. There's nothing to cry about. I'm fine. If I cried over this, my tears would have dried up long ago. When I was a child, I was a woman who could fight off 3 wild dogs for the leftovers. Enough about that, you must be hungry. I'm gonna cook for you, hehehe. By the time the two had finished dinner and washed up, it was already very late, so Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi each went back to their rooms to prepare for rest. Let's leave aside how Leang Xinyi slept in a little nightgown with lace trim, and let's just say that after Wu Chan returned to the room, he immediately closed the curtains. Then, with the ultra-far sensory range he still retained, he made sure no one was paying attention to him before speaking softly. Dress code. After the 6-winged divine armor appeared on Wu Chen's body surface, Wu Chan quickly checked up on the internal storage system of the 6-winged divine armor. He had to see what the so-called qi that he had absorbed today was actually used for. As a result, when he waited to open the storage system, Wu Chan realized that the storage system of the 6-winged divine suit was actually composed of 2 parts. The first part is information and the other part is storage space. Wu Chan first flipped through the storage space, which was very large but empty, with only 3 green crystals lying quietly inside. Wu Chan wasn't quite sure what this was good for, so he fiddled with it for half a day, and as a result, he couldn't figure out how to use this thing, so he had to call it quits. In the end, he could only move his attention to the profile section. It was a great thing to look at, and it contained a large amount of basic information on the side of the unidentified spirit body party. This was the time when it was finally determined that this spirit body called the 6-winged divine suit was from a huge empire called Alston, but according to the information, the spirit body was a confirmed failure of development. I don't know how it was made successful by the system. I guess when the time comes, this what's-her-name Alston will be able to himself when he sees the 6-winged god suit. A few hours later, Wu Chan was shocked as he put away the 6-winged divine suit. Unexpectedly, all of these so-called unknown spirits actually came from other bubble universes. How many of these universes there were, no one knew, but the only thing that could be determined was that Blue Star was at the very center of all the bubble universes. All of the bubble universes revolve around the Blue Star, so the other bubble universes call the Blue Star the original realm. And the second thing that shocked Wu Chan more was that very few creatures from the other bubble universes could awaken their talents. The approximate percentage was 1 in 10,000. Although there were quite a few of them, many of them were tens of billions of people, but 1 in 10,000 people could awaken a talent that was just too much. This lucky 1 in 10,000, the odds are that they are still all awakened waste talents, so you can see how desperate they are, and because those who can't awaken their talents don't have chi and can't use their spirit bodies. So in their world, spirit body soldiers came into being, but they weren't completely helpless. Plundering chi and capturing high-level gifted people in the original world alive became the way out for their strength to become drastically stronger. So it's actually like this. I really didn't expect it. Forget it. I'd better go to sleep first. It's impossible to synchronize this kind of information to the officials by myself now, unless I use the identity of the 6-winged divine suit. Wu Chan recalled Fu Dongyang's words from earlier to each other. No matter what, he is also a Blue Star person. If there is a chance, he may be able to exchange some benefits at Fu Dongyang. It is also a 2-for-1. However, all of this had to be based on the premise of one's absolute safety. After all, Wu Chan was not a saintly mother, which was understandable. Early the next morning, inside the headquarters dormitory, Tian Ningning, a freshman at Northland University, the other 2 are her BFFs, strangely enough. Meng Qing was alone in the dormitory studying the list of victims killed by the six-winged Holy Spirit this time. It's not scientific. Why did he only kill these 3 people? His movements at that time were also strange. Why did he do that? Confusion appeared on Meng Qing's beautiful face. The scene of yesterday's battle with the six-winged Holy Spirit was still fresh in her mind, and the head of her spirit body had been chopped off, then randomly teleported a kilometer away to a place inside a residential house. She wasn't aware of it at the time, but when it was over, she was clearly aware of it. Her position at that time was even less than 200 meters in a straight line from the location where Team Yang's spirit was taken out, so it was reasonable to say that since the other side could find Team Yang in the camouflage cloak, there was no reason why they couldn't find her. Yet the other party did not choose to strike her down. Obviously, he struck so hard, but he didn't kill anyone on his own team, but killed 3 female college students. Wait. Meng Qing suddenly took out the information of a person next to her. Leang Xinyi, the picture of this person. She's the woman who went to pick up Wu Chun that day. Meng Qing excitedly picked up Leang Xinyi's information. Great. Finally found your foxtail. Today was the last day of classes at City 1 High School, and Wu Duan's main content was to go and work as a hard laborer to set up the venue for the school. After all, he would have to receive a large number of teenagers who came to awaken tomorrow. After Wu Chuan and the 2 of them finished their breakfast, Leang Xinyi once again rode the small electric donkey to send Wu Chuan to the school gate and then left. Wu Chen's probing at this time had already returned to 5 meters before that was written wrongly, not 24 hours. It was to 0 the next day. He could only follow the direction of his memory towards the direction of the school building. Wu Chun. Wu Dust, wait for me. Wu Duan was too familiar with this voice. After all, he had been chasing the owner of this voice for 4 whole years, but he didn't want to bother with her anymore now. So he just pretended that he didn't hear anything and continued to walk towards the school, only to have his sleeve grabbed 2 seconds later. Xia Chun pitifully tugged at his sleeve and said humbly, Wu Chun, don't be in a hurry to leave. I just came to bring you breakfast. It's all made by my own hands. Before I didn't know that your eyes had improved, and persuaded you to donate a kidney to Wu Xan. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, and I have the best of both worlds. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 28, Threatening Leang Xinyi. The best of both worlds? She's not funny. Wu Qin sneered, having known Xia Chun for so long. It was the first time he had heard her speak to himself in such a lowly manner. Now I regret it. I should have thought of something to come. I don't want to hear it, and I'm not the least bit interested in your breakfast. So please stay away from me. Wu Chun, don't be angry. Didn't you give me lunch before? Consider this as my return gift to you. Just keep it. Xia Chun hurriedly took out her own small lunchbox and tried to hand it over to Wu Chun. The lunch I gave you? Didn't you throw it all away? Wu Dust shook off Xia Chun's hand and wiped it with a disgusted look on his face with the paper towel on his body. Wu Chun. Before that time I just felt embarrassed to have friends around me. I didn't mean to. Enough. Ha Chun, are you sick? What kind of kindness are you pretending to have with me now? I need you to bring me breakfast? Do I know you well? Don't you think about me going back to donate a kidney to Wu Xan? Hurry up and get out. Wu Chuan had just raised his feet and was ready to leave, but he didn't expect Xia Chun to chase after him once again, grabbing my Wu Chuan's hand. Wu Duan. It's not like that. I won't blame you even if you don't donate a kidney to Wu Xan. Just keep your breakfast for now. Wu Qin laughed when he heard Xia Chun's words. Ridiculous. This was simply too ridiculous. You don't blame me, so I have to thank you, right? I'm sick of watching you make breakfast. Wu Qin pushed away Xia Chun's lunchbox, and Xia Chun didn't hold it for a moment, spilling the rice she had made all over the place. In that instant, her heart ached so badly that tears flowed uncontrollably. The original was carefully prepared by the gift was thrown away by others is this kind of feeling. He had done so more than once. I think at that time Wu Dust also sad. Watching Wu Chen's figure walk into the middle of the school, Xia Chun wiped her tears and had to leave in full view of everyone. She did have classes today after all. Team Yang. Team Yang. I found a major clue. Meng Qing didn't even have time to change her clothes, so she wore a little pink nightgown and ran inside Yang Fan's dormitory with her bare white little feet. Yang Fan had been holding a magazine and was reading it vigorously. When he heard Meng Qing shout outside, he hurriedly stuffed the magazine under his pillow, then sat up quickly and coughed twice. Qing, what's wrong? Did you find any major clues? It's like this. Do you remember the Wu Duan I reported to you 2 days ago? Look at this woman. This girl called Leang Xinyi is the girl who picked up Wu Duan that day. In other words, the possibility that the six-winged Holy Spirit is Wu Chun is very high, and it was when he saw Leang Xinyi being pushed out by the 3 girls to die as a substitute that he took a hateful action and killed the 3 women. Dream Okingo excitedly told of her discovery. What you're saying seems quite reasonable, but it doesn't really stand up to scrutiny at all. Yang Fan smiled when he heard Meng Qing's words. Why? First, if Wu Chan were a 6-winged holy spirit, would he risk his own exposure to save a girl from planet Blue for her? When has an unknown spirit ever talked about feelings with an earthling? And the second problem was even more deadly. It was now basically confirmed that Great Black Sky was the talent skill of the 6-winged holy spirit user, but Wu Chun hasn't participated in a talent awakening yet. Yang Fan spread his hands and stated his speculation. It does seem that way, but what if the person Wu Chun was replaced by an unknown spirit? Wouldn't that make sense? Meng Qing still felt that there was something strange going on. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. If Wu Dust can't awaken his skills by then, perhaps your speculation is correct. Okay, I'll go to City 1 High tomorrow to keep an eye on Wu Chun. I'll make sure to watch him reveal his true colors. Meng Qing lifted her jade leg undyingly and ran out of the dormitory with her little feet clattering. Alas, the 6-winged spirit body is not stupid. If the time comes to awaken without the skill instantly reveals itself, such an obvious loophole, it's impossible for him not to notice it, although Qingqing is gifted, but he's still too young. He has to practice Yang Fan Ri took out the magazine from under his pillow, but who would have thought that the door of the dormitory was pushed open again? Team Yang, I'd like to apply for a Class B spirit body. Meng Qing appeared again. Yang Fan, no, don't you fool around. Never do anything to anyone without definitive proof. We are the guardians of mankind and must never harm any human being. Yang Fan shouted righteously while taking the opportunity to hide the impurities behind him. Team Yang, I didn't mean it like that, I was just in case. Okay then. Inside Hospital 722 at the same time, the family was waiting anxiously. Master, we found young Wu, he finally went to school today. Well, did you find the girl who took him in? Yang Lan immediately perked up when she heard this news. This could be considered a way to make that rebellious son of Wu Chen homeless. As for whether or not you can make that girl agree, not at all in Yang Lan's consideration. That girl can't even afford to buy a car, maybe $100,000 to send her happy. Found it. She's a student of Northland University, called Leang Xinyi. We've already contacted her tutor through our connections, as long as Madam is willing to meet her anytime, anywhere. A trace of sadness flashed within Butler Liu. But he was just an errand boy and couldn't help young Master Wu Chan with anything. But he had always felt that the Lord and Lady had gone too far this time. All right, I'll inform Wu Xian and have her come with me. Last night there was a major incident at the family's company. Because of the invasion of an unknown spirit, when the toucan was wiped out, it crashed into the shed roof of the family's company building in a good way. Other places are fine. It is the upstairs president's office and conference room collapsed. This Wu Qiming is personally leading people to check the damage. So, she'll just have to take her oldest daughter for a ride. 10 minutes later, Yang Lan brought Wu Xian to the training ground of Northland University and found Leang Xinyi sitting at the edge of the training ground there. Hello, you are Ms. Leang Xinyi, right? Yang Lan smiled and walked forward, patting the disoriented Leang Xinyi, who then raised her head. May I ask who you are? The matter is like this, you should be Wu Chen's friend, right? We came here today to find you specifically for Wu Duan's matter. Yang Lan's tone was gentle. For the sake of Wu Chan? Who the hell are you guys? Leang Xinyi was a bit puzzled. I'm the mother of that rebellious son Wu Duan. This is his sister. The thing is, he ran away from home and refused to come back home for what he said. Now that he's living in your house, he's even more emboldened. In this case, I'll get you $100,000 and trouble you to kick out that rebellious son of Wu Duan, so that he'll have no choice but to go home on his knees and beg us to help him. Chapter 29. Kick her out of Northland University. Leang Xinyi was shocked when she heard Yang Lan's words. Didn't Wu Chan he said he was an orphan? How did a mom and a sister suddenly appear? As an orphan, Leang Xinyi was incomparably longing for her mother and family, and she had fantasized about her mother more than once. In her fantasies, her mom is kind, gentle, thoughtful, loves her selflessly, and can hold her hand as she goes out and walks down the street. Or when you're running ahead yourself, every time you turn around you see your mom's gentle smile. But this woman in front of me, is she worthy of being called a mom? She actually wants to give herself $100,000 to get rid of her own son? How can any mom want her son to be homeless? Even when a son runs away from home, Shouldn't the family get him back immediately? I'm sorry, I don't understand why you're doing this. Since you're Wu Chen's mother and sister, and you know that Wu Chen lives in my house, shouldn't you go to my house and pick him up? Why do you want me to kick him out? In the face of Leang Xinyi's question, Yang Lan said with vigor, "What do you know? If I tell you to get rid of her, you get rid of her. What's all this nonsense? This son of a, he left home just because he didn't want to donate a kidney to his brother. Do I have to spoil him? This time, even if I have to pay a big price, I will force him back home to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise he'll be wasted, and the problems in his body will only get worse and worse. How dare you even disregard your own brother? What a thing! Kidney donation? Before awakening the gift." Leang Xinyi looked at Yang Lan in shock. What was she all talking about? This was simply unimaginable. What are you gawking at, little girl? You think the money is too little? That's fine, how about 200,000 for you? No, 300,000, as long as you can drive that rebellious son of mine away. Name a number, as long as it's not too much, I'll try to satisfy you. Leang Xinyi was even more shocked when she heard Yang Lan's words. No wonder Wu Chan said he was an orphan at that time. A mother actually went to this extent in order to force her son to donate a kidney to another son. It was simply teeth-chilling, and Leang Xinyi even guessed that the other party looked down on Wu Chun so much, largely because Wu Chun couldn't see. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your demands, much less kick Wu then out, and if that's what you came to see me about, then please leave me alone, thank you. Leang Xinyi's tone went cold and she turned her head to the other side. What do you mean? Give you some face, you really do not know who you are, right? This is our family's business. What right do you have to delay our family to educate our children? What kind of thing are you? Sensible, hurry up to take the money and drive away. Yang Lan was contradicted by Leang Xinyi. As the eldest daughter of a 100-year-old family like the Tianjin Yang clan, she was definitely not losing her temper to anyone. What? Do you still want to beat up people in Northland University? I won't kick people out. What can you do to me? Leang Xinyi took out her cell phone and was ready to start video recording, while Yang Lan was completely enraged. Luckily, Wu Yu was still calm and rushed to grab her mom. It's always the girls who lose out when this gets out of hand, so she spoke up. Leang Xinyi, right? Don't get excited, we're doing this for Wu Chen's good. We're his own mom and sister, it's hard to harm him. We just want him to follow the right path in life. Moreover, I just heard from your guide that you're also in trouble, right? Because of the effects of your talent, after that teammate of yours died. No one wants to team up with you anymore. Wu Yu was clearly prepared as she continued to speak eloquently. If you haven't been able to get a team together, not only are you going to fail all your end-of-semester exams, but if you still can't find a team for the new semester, you're even in danger of being dropped, right? Don't worry, as long as you kick Wu Duan out of your house, we'll do you this favor, we'll find you a good team no matter what we say, and we'll pay all the money we said before. I'm being purged, I'm willing. As an orphan, I can't imagine actually having parents like you guys. Sister, I won't give up on Wu Chuan, you guys don't want him, I do. Leang Xinyi's eyes were a little red. Just now Wu Yu was right. 2 of the 3 people who died yesterday were her teammates. So his own team deservedly fell apart. Now, because of her talent, surprisingly, no one was willing to team up with her. And if this situation continued, then she was really going to be all hung up on subjects this semester. Well, don't you ever regret it. I can guarantee that no one in the school will team up with you. You're just waiting to be discouraged from school. Yang Lan threatened viciously. And after saying that, she turned around with Wu Yu and left. Time passed quickly, turning the sun to the west, and there was only one last hour left before the time for the city's first high school to be dismissed. At this time, inside Wu Xian's ward in Hospital 722, the Wu family was there, but at this moment, their faces were not looking too good. What now? This rebellious son, Wu Chan, is really pissing me off. If that what's her name Leang Xinyi won't kick out Wu Chan, then won't he not come home to beg us at all? Now there are only 2 days left before the latest time for Xian to have her kidney replaced. We can't wait any longer. When Wu Qiming heard about what happened during the day, he was literally furious with his head. If he couldn't force Wu Duan back, what should their Xian do? Wouldn't he have no authority as a father? Mom, or forget it, since my brother doesn't want to donate a kidney to me, I can only resign myself to my fate. I actually don't care, but it's only a pity for our Wu family. I'm afraid we'll have to be laughed at. Wu Xian lay weak and teared up in his hospital bed. Xian, don't be discouraged. We will tie that rebellious son back to give you a new kidney even if we have to. Don't be afraid. Yang Lan rushed to Xian's hospital bed to comfort her. Yes, Xian, don't be afraid. There's daddy to protect you. That Wu Chun can't fly. Wu Qiming followed suit and ran over to comfort Wu Xian. Right, brother, don't be afraid. There's still Sister Me. Tomorrow that guy Wu Chuan is definitely going to go to the city's first high school to awaken his talent. Early tomorrow morning we'll bring people to the door to block it, and we'll definitely catch that bastard Wu Chuan back to change your kidney. Wu Yu's opinion was quickly agreed upon by her family. Right, we can't let that rebellious son be so lawless. Tomorrow we'll tie Wu Chen back. Even if he doesn't agree. I'll force him to agree, what the hell? If we don't care about him anymore, he'll really be lawless. Wu Qiming said loudly. Yes, it should have been done a long time ago. But that Leang Xinyi can't be spared. Husband, you asked the family side to put pressure on the Northland Academy. Just say that she's harboring high school students at home, and first make her reputation bad, and then let the academy dissuade her. Okay. I'm on it. Chapter 30. Slapping to prevent rebellion, wildly slapping Wu Yu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already the next morning. The city's first high school was packed both inside and outside today. Meng, queuing early in the morning by virtue of his special identity, first came to the military police security channel inside. She must today to take a good look at what Wu dust in the end how to reveal the cloven foot. Of course, she'd thought about some of the surprises that could happen. For example, if Wu Chun was afraid to flee, it went without saying that with so many coincidences before, if Wu Chun didn't dare to come, it would basically confirm his guilt. Just put out an all-out manhunt for him next. The second was that Wu Chun had some kind of technological device that could fool the detection system, and her idea was to have Wu Chun demonstrate the awakened talent live. As long as it was related to the Great Dark Sky, then it would basically lock in Wu Duan's suspicion as well. The last one was that there would be some accidents that would result in Wu Chun not having to participate in the awakening, and she had come here today to avoid those accidents. She would fight anyone who dared to stop Wu Chun from awakening. Remember, anyone who dares to stop a student named Wu Chuan from awakening normally here, in a moment will immediately be held down and caught. Do you hear me? Meng Qing's beautiful face was full of seriousness as she reminded the military police on duty on one side. This shouldn't be possible, right? Who would stop a student from awakening? We've been on duty here for 6 or 7 years, and we've never encountered such a situation. The captain of the military police questioned in a low voice. After all, there is a saying in this world that blocking someone's awakening is like killing their parents, who would be so lacking in fire and do such a lack of virtue. As a result, as soon as the words fell from his side, a man's angry shout was heard over there. Wu Chun, you rebellious son. Stop right there. What's the use of awakening a talent for a blind man like you? Why don't you come back with me to give your brother a kidney transplant? If your brother can't awaken a good talent because of you, I'll beat you to death. The uniformed captain's head buzzed at the sound of the man's voice. A BGM unconsciously came on. I've never seen such arrogance. And you'll see it today. De Wei Tianlong. Wu Dust. You can't hear me, can you? Why don't you hurry back? You heartless thing. Our family raised you for so many years for nothing. Wu Yu followed and shouted from the side. Wu Chen really didn't bother with him, so he continued to walk towards the school on his own. Seeing that Wu Duan was about to enter the city's first high school, a group of people from the Wu family immediately became anxious, and Wu Qiming was furious as he yelled at a few of his guards. Why are you still watching? All of you, get on me and stop that sinner. A few guards looked at me and I looked at you and were about to move in, but they all wimped out after seeing the stern looks of a few uniformed officers. Only Wu Duan's second sister, Wu Yu, angrily rushed into the cordon. Wu Chun, I think you've hardened your wings. Now you actually don't even understand human language. Let's see me teach you a hard lesson. Wu Yu rushed straight to Wu Chen's nearness with lightning speed and slapped Wu Chen's face. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. Even a blood sister doesn't bully people like this, right? You're still spoiling him? Let's slap him back and talk about it. Choice bonus. Slap anti-reflex. When someone slaps against you, you always get to slap the other person's face before they do. Choice 2. If your parents love you, it's not hard to be filial. If your parents hate you, filial piety is the way to go. In this case, of course, it is better to be beaten on the left side of the face and then offer the right side of the face. Choice of reward, being slapped a man. Every time you are heavily slapped once, you will immediately gain a point of growth value, and if the growth value is full of 100,000, then you will immediately increase your current cultivation small realm. Option 3. Run away immediately. Someone will surely deal with her later. Reward for choice. Minor realm enhancement card 1. Wu Chun was actually quite torn, although the second option could quickly improve the realm, but relying on being slapped hard and being beaten like a pig's head all day long, this damn sure couldn't be chosen. According to the system's past pissing match, Surely pick 3 is the best choice, and the reward is also the best and most practical. But people are not machines, which so many best choices. I will choose one. What can you put me? As soon as he said it was too late, Wu Dust turned around violently and slapped Wu Yu, who was charging forward and had her hands up, in the face. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1 and gaining the slap defensibility, which has been applied automatically. Wu Yu was dumbfounded on the spot. Being slapped back 2 steps, he froze for a full 2 seconds before screaming with crimson eyes. Reverse. Against it. You dog thing. How dare you resist when I beat you? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. Wu Yu was furious. Once at home, she could bully Wu Chan recklessly and never saw Wu Chan resist. Even once because Wu Chan soiled her newly bought clothes. She blocked Wu Chan in the corner and slapped him 10 times. Wu Chan only apologized aggressively. Today she did not expect in any case. The once weak Wu Chan actually dared to hit her. Wu Yu jumped up and swung his arm round again toward Wu Chuan's face and viciously pumped it. This time Wu Chuan did not move a second ago, and the next second I do not know what happened. Wu Chuan slowly raised his hand. As a result, he or she inexplicably slowed down and pop! Wu Chuan actually slapped her on the left side of her face once again, and this slap was extremely heavy, and her face immediately swelled up. Wu Dust, you actually dare to hit your sister? You're really crazy. It seems that it won't work if I don't teach you a good lesson. Watch me beat you to death. Wu Qiming's eyes were red with anger, and he didn't care about much. Also rushed together across the police line towards Wu Chan. On the other hand, Meng Oching quietly watched the family performance. How can there be such a strange parents in the world? You guys act, you go on, even if it's a severe torture, I'll make sure to ask 1, 2, 3 questions. A few military police stopped Wu Qiming, and as a result, Wu Qiming became angry and yelled at the military police. Do you know who I am? I'm educating my son. What are you guys stopping for? This is my Wu family's family history. All of you get out of my way. Wu Qiming was furious with his social status. He really didn't think much of the general military police. However, Meng Qing looked at Wu Qiming and sneered twice. Oh, just you dare to play rough. Take it down for me. Wu Chun was confused on the side. What the hell is this? To take someone down for just breaking a cordon, it shouldn't be so bad, right? Don't you dare. Let's see who dares to touch me. I'm looking for your chief. All of you get out of the way. Don't delay cleaning up your son. Wu Qiming is still barking mad. Meng Qing sneered, directly stepped forward and kicked Wu Qiming, who was trying to rush over to the ground. Then a group of military police rushed up and handcuffed Wu Qiming and Wu Yu. Get me out of here. You guys, mark my words. I'll sue you in jail. This little episode came to an end when Wu Qiming and Wu Yu were pushed into the police car while screaming. Chapter 31. Meng Qing is biased? Wu Qiming is in the police station. Who are these guys? Sick. I don't know. I just heard that they asked that student named Wu Duan to go back and donate a kidney to his brother? What the hell kind of family is that? It always feels pitifully unreal. And isn't it a bit hasty to get arrested for just rushing the cordon? So I hear it was just a warning at first. There shouldn't be any inside information, should there? The main thing is that the young lady who organized the arrest is so beautiful. Wu Chuan ignored the whispers of the surrounding melon-eating crowd of melon-eating students and walked straight towards the school grounds. But as a result, before he could take a few steps out, the familiar woman behind him chased after him. It was the same Meng Qing who had just ordered the arrest of his own parents. Little brother, we meet again. Do you remember me? Meng Qing smiled cutely on the surface, but inwardly, she was laughing coldly. As expected, this Wu Chun really had problems. A woman's sixth sense is really scary. The bottom card prepared by this guy did not take effect. Now his heart must be particularly panicked, right?
哼哼哼哼，自己不能得意，得好好观察观察，看看他有没有 Plan B。他总不会束手就擒吧？
Of course I remember. Your voice is very, very nice. It belongs to the kind that is very recognizable. You should be the girl who asked me about the city's first high school before in front of the market. Of course, Wu Chun would not say that he had chopped off her spirit body's head last time at the river, and that felt kinda happy. Yeah? It's the first time anyone's ever complimented me on my voice. Meng Qing froze for a moment. A wisp of blush flew across her face. This was the first time she had been complimented by an unknown spirit, or complimented on her good voice. She was so happy. No, what is she thinking? Trying to confuse herself with flowery words. Forget it. It can't be helped. I can't see with my eyes, but I'm telling the truth. You have a very charming voice. There was a hint of a smile under Wu Chen's eyes, while Meng Qing couldn't help but be shaken for a moment inwardly when she looked at Wu Chen's handsome and clean face. I wonder what the pretty lady has been following me around for? I mainly see that it's inconvenient because you can't see out of your eyes. Come on, you tell me which class you're in and I'll lead you there. Meng Qing stabilized her mind and did not wait for Wu Chuan to refuse, so she took Wu Chuan's hand in one hand, and with the other hand, she tightly gripped the module of the B-class spirit body. This was also a means to prevent Wu Chuan from escaping directly. If Wu Chuan made a move, she would do it in an instant, and she was sure that she would be able to finish Wu Chuan off before he got dressed. Unfortunately, all of this was a figment of Meng Okingo's own imagination, and Wu Chuan would not actually escape at all. A blind person's sense of touch was very much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and it was not unusual for Wu Chuan to even be able to restore a person's approximate appearance in his mind by touching his face. What's wrong with this woman? She helped herself this morning, and then she's clinging to her. She's not trying to pick herself up, is she? Soon Dream Okingo led Wu Chuan to the meeting place of their class. Dream Qing's appearance is very outstanding, almost can be said to be the Dragon Country Elite 12 team. The existence of the team's pattern, she did not graduate, is the Alpha College Genius Beauty School girl. The popularity is unimaginable. Even now, the number of boys pursuing her is very high. A real genius goddess. Now when the students of Wu Chen's class saw Meng Qing holding Wu Chen's hand, coming to the class meeting place, and not even letting go until now, they instantly boiled over. Who is this goddess holding Wu Duan? Long and beautiful. Isn't this blind for nothing? He can't see again. Is it not good to find an ugly monster? Let me have this goddess. Yeah, this guy Wu Chuan, obviously blind, still found such a beautiful girlfriend. Isn't that a waste? It can't be, can it? What kind of life is he? Obviously he can't see. How come he's surrounded by beautiful women? Haven't you guys seen it in the past 2 days? The girl who came over to pick him up at night was also super awesome. Why didn't I see that? Those 2 big mountains. Just looking at them felt like they were weighing me down. I thought that one was his girlfriend. I didn't realize this one was the one. Meng Qing heard a group of students talking, hurriedly let go of Wu Chuan's hand, and awkwardly glanced at Wu Chuan again. This execution of a mission himself still sells his color. The most critical, this Wu Chuan is 6-winged Holy Spirit, okay. If it wasn't, he'd have to be laughed out of the room himself if the news got back to the team. Soon 8 o'clock in the morning arrived, and almost all of the high school students who had turned 18 today were already in the playground. Students, the exciting moment of talent awakening is coming. And as we all know, it's the biggest turning point in life bar none. The city's first high school principal Wang Guoqiang took the microphone surprisingly breath with an impassioned tone of voice speech for half an hour long. Finally, before so many students yawned, the gifted awakening ceremony had officially begun. As the list of names began to appear on the big screen in the plaza, one by one, students walked inside the testing room with excitement and trepidation. Some quickly ran out happily, but more students walked out with their heads hanging down, and not a few even cried bitterly. Obviously, life is not fair, and it's even harder to go against the grain. Inside the awakening test room, several teachers and government regulators didn't look too good. After all this time, only 2 B grade talents have appeared. This time this session probably won't see any 2 decent talents, right? Don't be discouraged. This is just where we are. Half of the number of people testing hasn't even arrived yet. Maybe an awakened person with S-class talent will pop up in a while. Yeah. Wasn't it near the end of last year when that dual talent girl showed up? That girl is such a shame. If it weren't for the fact that her second talent is Chi Collection, she would surely be another Heaven's Pride girl. I heard today that she was interviewed by the school for her style, and I heard that she was harboring high school students. It can't be. I've seen her in person. She's a very pretty beauty. How could this happen? Who knows? It's a shame about such a good seedling. Several government leaders whispered in the background. All right, stop gossiping and hurry up, and all pray to me to give us another world-shaking genius in Dragon Kingdom today. In the inner room, a man walked out. Surprisingly, it was Yu Qing, the general staff of the headquarters. Who is the next group of awakenings? Jibda, Mejibe, and Wu Dust. Seeing Wu Chuan's name appear on the big screen, Meng Qing was even more excited than Wu Chuan himself. She hurriedly stood up and shouted in a delicate voice, Wu Duan, it's your turn. Hurry up. I'll lead you to awakening. Wu Chuan helplessly looked at the Dream Qing, who dragged up his hand and ran away rather speechless. What is this all about? They are not excited. What are you excited about here? Thank you to the readers who still give me some urges and gifts these days. Thanks. I'll try to do 3 shifts today to make up for the ones I didn't do in the past 2 days. Chapter 32. Here comes the talent awakening. What did you say? Both Qiming and you were arrested by the military police? How is this possible? Yang Lan, who was still taking care of her baby son in Hospital 722, heard Butler Lu's words and violently stood up from the ground. However, she nearly fell to the ground as she covered her head. Mom, are you okay? Madam, what's wrong with you? Don't worry, Master and the others will definitely be fine. I'm fine. I was just up and fierce. Butler Lu. Butler Lu. Quickly tell me what's going on? Wasn't it just an arrest of Wu Chun? How come the military police arrested him? Which section chief was the one who made the arrest? I'll call and say it myself. That bastard Wu Chun. He's gone too far. Actually shouting for someone to arrest his own father and sister. He's simply inhuman. Yang Lan was furious and scolded Wu Chun for being something he wasn't. Mom, my brother must have had a hard time before he called out to have dad and sister taken to jail. He certainly didn't mean it. Wu Xian took the opportunity to cast the skill T-talk on the side. Xian, you don't need to speak in favor of that bastard now and not disciplining him. He'll be wasted when he's done donating a kidney to you. Put him in jail for 2 years, otherwise he'll never be able to walk on the right path. Butler Lu, quickly tell me, what's going on here? Yes, ma'am. Here's the thing. When Yang Lan heard Butler Wu's words, she immediately burst into a rage. After all, it was never her Yang Lan who was unreasonable. Now someone was actually unreasonable to her head. What's wrong with that? Go find out for me. Find out immediately which military police unit that woman is in. I want her in jail. Yes, ma'am. Butler Lu hurriedly left while Yang Lan copied the phone and called Wu Xian. Xianer, yes, your father and the others were captured by that rebellious son Wu Chun who found someone to capture them. Yes, you have to go to the entrance of the city's first high school to keep an eye on Wu Chun no matter what, and when he leaves the protection of the military and police, immediately make a move to capture him back for me. At the same time, Meng Qing had only gotten halfway to holding Wu Chen's hand when she saw a figure blocking their way. Meng Qing immediately went into a state of alert. Sure enough, this guy still has a backhand? The one who came this time was actually a beautiful girl. Humph, I really don't know what you've used to fool people. The person who came was no other than Wu Chen's nominal fiancée, Xia Chun. Today, she came over to Awakening as a member of the second middle school. And since she didn't have a chance to do so in the previous assembly, she had just seen Wu Duan's name appearing on the big screen and immediately ran to the aisle to wait for Wu Duan. What she was actually thinking was quite simple. She knew that the Wu Duan family hated Wu Duan so much that even she had never cared for her at one time. That's why she felt that she had to at least send Wu Chun her pre-awakening instructions this time, as she felt that Wu Chun was just a blind man and probably couldn't awaken any good talents. So instead of going to add to the chaos when Wu Chun was lost after awakening, it would be easier to get Wu Chen's forgiveness by coming over and blessing him while he still had some hope. However, she never expected that what appeared in her field of vision was not Wu Chen alone, but a very beautiful woman holding Wu Chen's hand. The most crucial thing was that the woman immediately gave herself a defensive gaze. It felt as if she was looking at an enemy. This has to be a mistake somewhere, right? Wu Duan is just a blind man. Whether it's the woman on the motorized bicycle 2 days ago or this woman holding Wu Duan's hand. Wherever they were, they should be the same as themselves, goddesses who were very much noticed and even sought after by the opposite sex. How could they choose to be so close to Wu Chun? Aren't they afraid that people will say that the person she likes is blind? At this moment, Xia Chun was as if she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors in her heart. Obviously, it turned out that Wu Chun only liked her. Now how could it become like this? No, Wu Chun was her fiancé. She had to take him back. Thinking of this, Xia Chun gathered her courage and blocked the way of Meng Qing and Wu Chun. This big sister, please let go of my fiancé's hand. Thank you for leading him here, but it's fine for me to take him to the awakening next. Now you can get out of the way. Meng Okingo first looked at Xia Chun and then looked at Wu Chun with interest. Wow, I thought he wasn't panicking at all. So he's here waiting for himself. Trying to get rid of me and get away with it, that's probably no point. Isn't it just a love fixer-upper? Sister will play with you. Wu Dust. Your fiancé? Little sister. Then why don't you follow Dusty when he comes to school in the morning? Don't you know that his eyes are not working well? And you just thought of it now? Isn't it a bit late? If you ask me, you're not that attached to Dusty. So, sorry, I'm a person who always does things right. So please get out of the way and don't delay Dusty's awakening. Dusty? She's already so familiar with Wu Chun? How come? When exactly did they meet? How did one not know at all? Xia Chun was dumbfounded by Meng Qing's dislike, but she was unwilling to give up and could only beg Wu Chun. Brother Wu Chun, I know you like me the most. I was wrong before. Please just forgive me. You let me send you there. I will definitely take care of you. Wu Chen's brows furrowed. Is this woman annoying? What's the point of coming here to pretend to be sympathetic now? Do you really think that you are a dog? Beat yourself up, throw 2 random bones, and you will go back wagging your tail again? Dusty, you don't have to say much. I'm not going to give up on you. How would Meng Qing give Wu Chen a chance to speak? She knew the truth that the night was long and the dream was long. Instantly her hand changed, from holding hands with Wu Chen in an ordinary way, to interlocking her fingers. Then, ignoring Xia Chun's obstruction, he directly bypassed Xia Chun and pulled Wu Chen forward. As a result, she had just stepped around Natsu Chun when she saw a man in a red team uniform staring at her dumbfounded. This man she was very familiar with was none other than the member of the elite team A-10 team stationed at the city's first high school today, the Raider Su Yenjing. And the embarrassing thing was that he had just seen the whole ing thing he had just done with a senior girl in a fix. It's over. How can I explain myself? Meng Qing gritted her teeth. There was no way out of this. She could only wait until she uncovered Wu Chen's hidden identity before explaining it to everyone. She lowered her head and pulled Wu Chen's hand as she continued to walk towards the awakening inspection room. And as the two of them passed by Su Yenjing scratched his head and asked in a low voice, Qing, you couldn't have been serious just now, could you? Meng Qing looked at the innocent-looking Wu Chen and could only break her teeth and swallow them in her stomach. Cut the crap and play aside. After Su Yenjing watched dumbfounded as Meng Qing and Wu Duan disappeared inside the awakening detection room with their fingers interlocked, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and initiated a message in the elite team's general leisure group. I'm going. Guess what I just saw? My heart is broken. My goddess actually has a heart. I'm gonna kill myself. Don't stop me, guys. Chapter 3, help me out with typos, it was written in a hurry. Chapter 33, time totem and indestructible eye above. Name? School number. The teacher in charge of awakening at the school saw the 2 people coming in and was going to scold them, but soon saw that the girl immediately flashed her credentials, so he didn't say anything else. Wu Dust, 31223. Okay. Please touch the awakening stone and try to feel the scent inside. Wu Chen nodded and walked towards the central awakening stone on his own. Wu Chuan's appearance was very relaxed, not the slightest bit of the nervousness that other awakened had. On the contrary, Meng Qing, who was watching from the sidelines, felt her heart thumping. Impossible, how come this guy is so calm? He should have already been forced into a desperate situation by himself. How can he not panic at all? No, one must keep an eye on him, he must be up to some trick. Meng Qing was like a gambler who was about to lose her panties. She had paid so much. She couldn't accept Wu Chuan as a normal person. As a result, Wu Chuan touched on the awakening stone without the slightest concern for her feelings, and the next moment, a pale aura swept back and forth within Wu Chuan's body. Congratulations to the host for starting the awakening, and has automatically used props for you that can help improve the awakening of better talents. The eyes of the immortal god dragon, and the tattoo of the god of time. Awakening begins. Look, the color of the awakening stone is starting to change. When a human awakens, the awakening stone will reveal the appropriate color based on the level at which the final human awakens. The grades of human talents are also formulated based on these very colors, from F-rank talents to SSS-rank talents, which correspond to each of them: white, green, blue, purple, orange, yellow, black, red, gold. Wu Chen had just touched the awakening stone not 5 seconds ago, and the color of the awakening stone immediately jumped to green above. Several teachers and the government personnel behind them were surprised. According to common sense, the faster the stone changed color, the stronger the student's potential was, and the talent level that could be awakened was naturally high. And when she saw that after Wu Chen touched the awakening stone actually changed color, Meng Qing's head buzzed. It's over. It's all over. What the hell are you doing today? I was actually jealous with a little girl and even let my coworkers see it. Just as Meng Qing was losing all hope, the color of the awakening stone changed once again. Blue, purple, orange, yellow. Impossible. It's only been a short while and the awakening stone has jumped to yellow. Big deal, big deal. Chief of Staff Yu, with my many years of experience, it's highly likely that this child will awaken an S rank. or even SS rank talent. A teacher stood up, his voice hoarse and growling. Geez, another genius can be considered to have appeared after such a long time. Great. Look, the color has changed again. Black, red. Holy. Red is really red. SS grade talent. The government agents couldn't sit still either. SS level talent basically got you into the elite reserve as soon as you graduated from college, and as soon as you got there you had B level psychic equipment. And both the privileges and the treatment will be good to the sky. It is a real step to heaven, the best example of which is Meng Qing. She's the same talent who graduated early from college at 21 and sprinted out of the elite reserves and onto the A05 team in just 1 year. Yes, she was only 22 years old this year, and this kind of terrifying existence in addition to Fu Dongyang, there was no second in the elite team that could be compared. At this time, Meng Qing also looked at Wu Chun by the awakening stone in surprise. Really didn't expect that he actually awakened SS grade talent just like himself. Alas, it was a pity that his eyes could not see. Had he been able to see, he would have had a real chance to compare himself, unfortunately. Just as Meng Qing shook her head and sighed, the awakening stone once again changed. Gold. My God. Gold color, it's gold color. SSS grade talent possessor. I can't believe it's SSS rank. Quickly raise the security level of City 1 to the highest red color. Move the A06 team here. Quick. Yu Qing had been quite calm, pretending to be high and mighty there, and now that he was finally dry-braked by Wu Chun, he immediately stood up and roared angrily. He would never allow anything to happen to Wu Chun, and why HQ couldn't clean up the second Rangers after all these years. The biggest reason is one person, Fu Dongyang. As the only SSS-ranked talent-awakened person in the Dragon Kingdom, mastering the spirit body S01, he is the strongest martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom that deserves to be there. Coupled with the strength of Team A03, which is no less powerful than Team A02, HQ doesn't dare to act rashly against the second Rangers, even though their numbers are far behind HQ. However, it was different now. As long as they pulled this boy named Wu Chun into the headquarters, they would have the capital to fight against Fu Dongyang in the future. On the other hand, Meng Qing on one side was completely confused. Another SSS-ranked awakened appeared, or Wu Duan, who she had been staring at thinking it was the six-winged Holy Spirit. It's more or less nonsensical a bit. Just then, the door to the room in the awakening test room was opened, and Su Yenjing walked in from outside. Surprised, he looked at the awakening stone that was glittering with golden light and walked over to Meng Okingo and murmured, "Qing, you are really discerning, ah. I said how you saw this kid at a glance. It turns out that he still has this potential. Awesome, admire, ah." The corner of Meng Qing's mouth twitched twice. What the hell could she say? She could only dryly laugh twice before explaining. "Do you believe me when I say it was a misunderstanding just now?" "I believe a duh." Qing, don't pretend. You must have had your eye on someone else's little tender grass for a long time. Really? Alas, it's a pity that I've been chasing you for so many years. It seems to be completely out of the question. Just as the room was immersed in joy, the color of the awakening stone changed once again. What's going on? Look, the awakening stone is changing color again. The crowd heard the teacher's words and once again focused their attention on the awakening stone. Only then did he realize that the other half of the originally gold-colored awakening stone had changed once again. Green, blue, red, gold. My God. How is this possible? Double SSS grade talent. What level of demon is this? Developed, completely developed this time. Double SSS grade talent. Never even appeared in history. In time this son will definitely be the #1 person in Blue Star strength. Monster, simply monster. Double SSS grade talent. Unheard of. I wouldn't even dare to do this in my ING dreams. Meng Qing's beautiful eyes instantly widened as she looked incredulously at that teenager's back. Genius. This was a genius that even she had to look up to. In her eyes, Wu Chen's image instantly towered over her. It's just a shame he's blind. I wonder if his talent will be affected by not being able to see with his eyes. Look, he's turned around. Wu Chun. Quickly tell me what talent you have awakened. Chapter 4 Any gifts, guys? Chapter 34 Time Totem and the Eye of Indestructibility below. What's going on? No new names have been announced on the big screen for a long time. What's going on? I don't know. But usually, it's someone out of awesome talent. Oh my God. Who just went in there? How should I know? I wasn't paying attention. It was a boy anyway. It shouldn't be an awakening of an S-rank talent, right? I don't know. I feel like SS. This is someone in our school taking off. I am so envious. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Xia Chun's jaw dropped in shock, her eyes staring straight at the door of the awakening test room not far away. Other people did not see who just went in. Xia Chun can see clearly. It is that thick-skinned woman with Wu Chun brother to go in. Could it be that brother Wu Chun had really awakened an S-rank talent? Or even an SS-rank talent? Wow, is this the legendary fly or go home? In that case, when he was with brother Wu Chun in the future, he would no longer have to worry about being ridiculed, and maybe others would even envy him. Thinking of this, Xia Chun quickly ran to the door of the awakening test room and waited. She must deliver her blessing at the first time brother Wu Chun came out. If brother Wu Chun had really awakened his SS grade talent, then could he confess to him directly? With how much brother Wu Duan liked himself, even if he blamed himself anymore, as long as he took the initiative to confess, he would definitely come around. Inside the awakening test room, Wu Chuan's hand was taken away from the awakening stone, and only then did the intense golden light on the awakening stone gradually fade away, and up until this point there was still an extreme sense of unreality within most people. Could it be that the shocking scene just now wasn't really his own hallucination? How could he be so virtuous as to be able to witness the birth of such a proud son of heaven? Wu Chun, quickly tell us what talent you have awakened. Seeing Wu Chun turn around, Yu Qing, who was the chief of staff of the headquarters, quickly came to Wu Chen's side and held Wu Chen's hand with both hands as he asked excitedly. Wu Dust discomfort will hand back. How one two want to come to hold their hands. People are beautiful sister, even if you a big man over to come together, what lively ah. Just now I awakened dual SSS rank talents, the Undying Eye and the Time Totem. Oh my god. It's really a double SSS grade talent. That's too much for me. This isn't a dream, is it? Slap me quick. Time Totem. Source. Tattoo of the God of Time. Talent category. Supporting. Talent level SSS. Effect 1. Time lapse. The ability to shift the time of a non-physical entity, indefinitely lapsing the time of its existence. Translation. A non-entity is anything without mass, such as a gift, a spirit body. Another example, that fire snake once used by the Roadrunner character Chao San, Wu Duan could mobilize him for an unlimited amount of time. Simply put, just dial it back a few seconds and that fire snake doesn't exist yet. Remark 1. You cannot adjust the timing of your own talent. Effect 2. Time reproduction. Observe and store a life form whose strength is not higher than yours by one major realm. Summon a TA from a time period within 10 years before or after the current point in time. The summoned life form exists for 3 hours. Remark 2. The appearing life form will carry a spirit or other major equipment from the time period of TA's existence. Wu Chun took a deep breath. This time totem was truly worthy of being an SSS rank support talent, although it looked like there was still a gap between it and the kind of big black sky that turned off the lights on the entire map. Its utility was still very exaggerated. For example, the ability to effect a change in the time of a talent can be mobilized at will for talents, spirits, and the like Leang Xinyi's talent of gathering qi, which was supposed to be over 90 years old before it could finish gathering qi and waiting for the trash talent of death. Suppose Wu Dust helps her mobilize the time of her qi gathering talent. You'd get an auxiliary monster who's built up 80 years of spiritual energy and stamina, strength and speed. It's scary to think about, and effect 2 is just as sick. This is the equivalent of being able to summon someone you're looking at their peak 10 years from now. Even when Wu Chun was strong enough in the future, he could copy a strong person like Fu Dongyang to fight for himself, and if he really couldn't, he could secretly copy a Meng Qing, return her to 10 years ago to become a 12-year-old lowly, and then enjoy herself, cough cough, enjoy what and then enjoy the book ing no. In fact, Wu Chun was quite happy in his heart. After all, he had awakened the dual SSS grade talents, but since he had already mastered 2 very crucial awakening props before the eyes of the immortal god dragon and the tattoo of the god of time, there was some anticipation for this kind of result, so overall Wu Chun acted kind of calmly. Terrific, truly terrific, really fearful of the younger generation. You have such a temperament at such a young age. You will become a great man in the future. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Unidentified Spiritual Body Emergency Command Center, Yu Qing. Young man, I think highly of you, and sincerely hope that you will graduate from college as soon as possible to join the headquarters elite reserve team, so that you can do your part for the country and the people. I represent the headquarters to state that the doors of the headquarters will always be open for you. In an instant, the entire awakening room was once again abuzz, with everyone assuming that the Lord Chief of Staff was going to ask Wu Chun what exactly the SSS ranked ability he had awakened was. As a result, I didn't expect that Yu Qing hadn't mentioned a word about this matter. If the other party was awakened to a SS level talent, it would definitely be the first time to analyze the value of the other party's talent and make a judgment. However, Wu Chun is different, double SSS grade talent, simply unimaginable potential. There is no need to evaluate, direct brainless cultivation will be accurate. Even if he is a blind person, it is estimated that the impact is not too big. It was estimated that in less than 10 years, he would be the #1 strongest person in Blue Star, the cornerstone of defending Blue Star from the invasion of unknown spirits. Even in another 1,000 years, this man's stone statue will be permanently towering above the world's major squares to be worshipped, and he himself will go down in history as the name of this 1,000-mile horse's bull. Thinking of this, Yu Jing excited, so think as long as this ancestor serves well, this is not a great opportunity to realize their own self-worth? Yeah, never let him get pulled over by the second rangers, he'll have to put some leverage on him himself. Take, for example, how about a beauty contest? Yu Qing recalled the message that Su Yanjing had sent within the headquarters leisure group earlier, and then looked at Meng Quing with a smile on his face. Well, Dream Quing, as the key cultivator of the headquarters elite team, his loyalty to the headquarters is definitely guaranteed. Well, this plan is very feasible. Thinking of this, Yu Qing coughed lightly and said amiably, Qing, I have a very important task for you. Meng Quing looked at Chief of Staff Yu's lewd smile, and an ominous feeling rose within her. Chapter 35, I advise you to drop out of school or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Inside the office of the president of Northland University. I repeat, Northland is not one of the top colleges in the country, not in the 985 or 211 kind of way. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle sat inside the desk with a beer belly, looking at Leang Xinyi, who stood in front of him at a loss for words, with a serious face. Headmaster, listen to my explanation. It's not like what they said. Wu Chun and I are really siblings. Nothing happened between us. You can't have to expel me just because of this kind of thing. 2 lines of tears flowed out of Leang Xinyi's eyes. She didn't understand why things had turned out like this. Humph, little Tai Hoof, still arguing here, what brother and sister? I think it's you who see Wu Chen's eyes are blind and homeless, so you see color. Yang Lan said with a sneer as she sat on the sofa to one side. Right, people haven't had their talent awakening yet. What you're doing is really too much. It's a serious violation of our school's rules and regulations, thanks to the fact that our school has even granted you a large amount of scholarships, and you're actually doing something worse than this kind of beastly thing. So not only do you have to voluntarily withdraw from school, but you also have to return the medal of the scholarship the school gave you, you hear me? The principal also grunted out coldly, his eyes open. No, really, I'm an orphan, I grew up alone, and I decided to take in Wu Chan when I saw him on the street that day. He was also alone and wandering without a roof over his head. Besides, I'm a girl. How could I use my virginity to molest a boy? It could never happen. Humph, what kind of chastity is there for a lousy like you? You've probably played with as many people as you can. Janlan said with disgust. Yes, before school I heard rumors that you have a bad style and often go in and out of various entertainment venues to work. I think you are the kind of with no shame, don't talk nonsense, whether you take the initiative to withdraw from school or not. If you don't back off, I'm telling you, we'll publicize the news to the outside world, and then you'll be wasted. However, Xine, this matter is not without any room for redemption. If you had sincerely admitted your mistake and then kicked that high school student you're keeping out of your house right now, and then spent the evening with me having a drink and talking about life, this matter might not be without redeeming qualities. Leang Xinyi looked at the principal who was salivating at herself, and then looked back at Yang Lan who was sitting on the sofa and sneering. She finally realized that these people were just trying to get her to give in. But what could they do? As a child, she ate her way through the garbage and picked up plastic bottles, so what could she do even if she was kicked out of school? One would never let them have their way. Leang Xinyi said angrily with tearful eyes. You guys don't want to think about it? Just drop out. I really won't stay in this Northern Realm Academy. I'm leaving. A few minutes later, Leang Xinyi strolled woodenly alongside the street road, tears still flowing uncontrollably. She didn't know what the future would hold. She didn't know how to explain to Wu Duan at night. If she told the truth, he would certainly blame himself for this matter. But in fact, she had never blamed Wu Duan. Even without this incident, she couldn't find a teammate herself, and that pig-like principal would have coveted her body and made all sorts of bizarre demands. One might still be dropped from school. Now it's just time to move up. Just as Leang Xinyi's thoughts were in turmoil, a Rolls-Royce Phantom quietly stopped beside her. The window rolled down and Yang Lan's face appeared in her vision. Leang Xinyi, you little, wait for me, I will use my connections to block you. You don't want to get any job in this city unless you go and become a ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Letting you take in that rebellious son of Wu Chun. This is retribution. Yang Lan laughed rampantly, the depression in her heart finally venting quite a bit. You also deserve to be a mother. It's really disgusting. Luckily, I don't have a mom like you. Wu Chun is so pathetic, but if you guys don't treat him right, I'll treat him right. From today, he's my own brother. Leang Xinyi wiped away her tears and angrily disliked her. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. I'm just waiting for you to go out of your way to become a ha 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 ha. Let's go, driver. Let's go to the Linen District Military and Police Bureau. Go and clean up that little who defended Wu Dust this morning along with her. Yang Lan said. The Rolls-Royce Phantom dissipated in the far side of the street. Leang Xinyi sighed and walked over to her beloved Xiaohong. Since we've already been swept away by the school, why don't we go to the first city high school to take a look? Today is the most important day in Wu Chen's life, so we have to go and take a look ourselves. Awakening test room inside the room. Just now Wu Dust has left. Talent awakening test began to continue normally. I wonder what the Lord Chief of Staff has to say. Meng Qing always felt that something was wrong. Qing I know that you are very good and trust you very much. The headquarters for this mission is very important. Hope that you can excel in the mission. Yes, I will fulfill any mission given by headquarters with excellence. Hearing Yu Qing speak very seriously, Meng Qing immediately stood at attention, saluted with his right hand and replied respectfully. Very good, Qing. It's true that I haven't misjudged you. I'm afraid you're also aware of how important Wu Chun is to the Dragon Kingdom right now. As long as he grows up, the situation of fighting against the unknown spirit body will likely change drastically. How strong an SSS rank talent is, you can probably get a glimpse of it from Fu Dongyang, not to mention the fact that what Wu Chun has awakened is a double SSS rank talent. Can you understand my words? Qing. Meng Qing nodded. She still understood the gold content of Wu Chuan's talent. This boy still looked so tender now, maybe it wouldn't take more than a few years. I'm afraid that I would have to salute when I see him. This was the terror of the SSS rank, even if Fu Dongyang's kind of position, which was completely contrary to the headquarters, had a much higher rank than himself. I understand, Chief, but I don't quite understand what my mission has to do with Wu Chun. This has a lot to do with it, Qing. The reason why we only announced that Wu Chun possesses one SSS talent and not two is because we are afraid that someone with an axe to grind will go after Wu Chun. But even then, we can't guarantee that unknown spirits or even other countries will lay their hands on Wu Chun. So I've decided that you'll be in charge of close protection for Wu Chen's safety from today onwards. A valet? An escort? Meng Qing was dumbfounded. That's right, close, the kind where you need to live together, but of course you're in different rooms, not really letting you sleep in the same bed as him, you can count on that. Meng Qing's mind was in chaos. She didn't even know what she should do. To be honest, for this mission, she didn't really resist it in her heart. And for Wu Chun, she was actually quite kind. But they are at least a girl, just in the playground with other people's fiancé cultivation field. The backhand becomes people's personal guard. This is not their own, more and more cannot explain. What? Qing. For this task you have difficulties. No, promise to finish the job. This is the second shift, thanks to Windy UU4 sending out the hyping charm. Chapter 36. Brother. Listen to me? Wu Chun had just stepped out of the awakening test room when he saw with his mind's eye that Xia Chun had rushed over like a gust of wind. Brother Wu Chun, what talent have you awakened? Just now everyone was speculating, saying that you might have awakened a SS rank talent. Is it true? I really adore you. Wu Duan ignored Xia Chun and walked around her to continue toward the location where his class was meeting. Brother Wu Chun, are you still mad at me? I was wrong. Okay? Don't be so petty. Please forgive me. Okay. Are you sick? How do you have the nerve to come over to me? Please stay away from me and go find your brother Wu Xian and leave me alone. Wu Chuan broke away from Xia Chun's hand that was tugging on his clothes. This woman was really funny. I really didn't understand what kind of brain circuit she was in. Wu Duan, what do you want from me? I've lowered myself like this to beg you, and you're still not done, are you? Xia Chun looked at the side of a lot of eaters are quietly looking at the two of them, suddenly a little annoyed. No one cares if you put your foot down and beg me, Wu Chun said as he left the spot and gradually disappeared into the crowd, leaving only Xia Chun, who was furious and stomping her feet in place. Oh, isn't that the school beauty of the second middle school? Xia Chun? Yeah. I didn't realize she was chasing that blind guy from our school. Is that weird? What do you know? Didn't you see that blind man just come out of the awakening test room? It's probably because he's awakened an SS rank talent. It's disgusting. A blind man can actually awaken an SS rank talent. It's really God's injustice. That's right. It's a waste of such a good talent. What's the use of a blind man's talent being any better? Actually still don't know what's good for him to refuse the pursuit of other schoolgirls. I think he's just drifting away. I'd like to see what type of talent this blind man awakens when the awakening results are announced 3 days later. It's really disgusting to me. Wu Duan ignored the malice of the crowd and returned to the class meeting point. The next process of talent awakening was exceptionally smooth, and soon it was noon. Everyone flocked to the cafeteria. Wu Chun was about to pack up and go to eat when he saw Meng Qing return to him. Little handsome, come with my sister. I'll take you to the cafeteria. Sir, no need to be so polite. I can go by myself. Wu Duan closed his eyes and nodded politely. Let me introduce. I'm Meng Qing of the Elite A05 team. From today onwards, I'll be your personal bodyguard, specializing in your safety. So don't be polite to me. Dusty, I can call you that, right? Wu Chun froze for a moment, not expecting the headquarters to be so bloodthirsty and play the beauty trick with himself. Then he would not be polite? Fine. Call me whatever you want. What do I call you then? Just call me Sister Qingqing. Meng Qing was not shy at all. Okay. Qingqing, let's go. Take me to the cafeteria quickly or the good food will be gone. When Wu Chan and Meng Qing came to the cafeteria, the two once again became the center of attention of the students. How that pussy blind guy turned around and led another goddess in. Damn bad luck. What kind of brains are these beautiful women nowadays? Do they like handicapped people? Really, look at him, he looks like a white boy. Isn't he just awakening a good talent? What's the use of a good talent? Throw him in the middle of the road and he'll be run over. Wu Chuan and Meng Qing took care of themselves and sat down on a seat, quickly finishing their meals. For the students who had finished awakening their talents in the morning, there was no need to remain in the school. So it was only natural that Wu Chuan walked together towards the outside of the school with Meng Qing leading the way. Wu Duan, this way. I'm coming to get you. Wu Chun warmed up inside when he heard the familiar voice, and then he walked over in Leang Xinyi's direction. Well, may I ask who this is? Leang Xinyi froze slightly when she saw Meng Qing. She didn't expect Wu Chun to be quite good with women, and the girl who chased after him and got jealous last time was also very beautiful. What's with a prettier goddess this time around? Hello, my name is Meng Qing. My relationship with him can't be explained in a sentence or two. Let's talk slowly in a while. Meng Qing smiled gently. Leang Xinyi could only nod non-committally, and the next moment her excitement rose again. What's up, Wu Chun? Did the awakening of the talent go well? It went pretty well, and the awakened talent was okay. The three of them squeezed their way outside as they walked. Let me guess, you wouldn't have awakened a B-level talent, would you? Leang Xinyi heard Wu Chun say that it was good and made a bold guess, only to have Wu Chun just shake his head. Could it be an A grade? Leang Xinyi was excited. As long as she reached the A grade, she would have a good way out. But unfortunately, Wu Chun still shook his head. It's impossible, isn't it, S-class? Gosh, you're too good. As a result, Wu Chun still shook his head. No way, it's hard to be SS rated, right? Do you believe yourself when you say that? Just Wu Chuan can still awaken SS level talent, are you nuts? Alas, Wu Chun, sister has come to pick you up. Don't hang around outside. Go home with sister. The three had just walked out of the military and police reserve not much farther, when Wu Xian suddenly appeared in front of them, followed by 4 more burly men behind the few. Obviously it's coming from a bad place. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in public? Do you think the laws of the Dragon Kingdom don't exist? Before Wu Chun opened his mouth, Meng Qing, who was on the side, spoke first. She couldn't just watch and not care. It was her duty. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business and the law? Ridiculous, our Wu family is the law, brother. You'd better obediently go back with me. Sister is actually quite sympathetic to you and doesn't want to do anything. It's all mom's orders. I can't help it. If you don't go back, you'll be beaten half to death and still have to go back to donate a kidney. So you might as well take the initiative and suffer a little less physical pain as well. Wu Chun smiled, wondering what their expressions would be if they knew the identity of Meng Qing. I'll send you a message too. Get lost? Don't get your ass kicked then. You've gone against the grain, Wu Chun. Then don't blame me for not being polite. All of you, break his legs for me. Wu Xian screamed and shouted. Meanwhile, inside the military police station in the Linen District. Mrs. Yang, it's not that we won't help. This is a favor that we really can't help. The one who arrested the people wasn't our military police at all, the woman you're talking about. She's a member of the elite team. You do know that the elite team belongs to a privileged unit with extra-legal law enforcement powers, and can mobilize the military police or regular army in the vicinity of the mission at will, so there's nothing we can do about it. Yang Lan was shocked to hear the director's words. Finished, this kicked the iron plate. What can we do about this? The elite team, even she couldn't say anything. Wu Chan. This little brat. How did he hook up with someone from the elite team? Damn it. Third shift. Chapter 37. Just looking at the world and seeing what you shouldn't see. The elite squad is the highest special force in the Dragon Kingdom to fight against unknown spirits, having permissions that are actually very exaggerated and directly under the direct leadership of the highest head of the central government. That's why neither the lineage nor the government departments have any way of interfering with any issues at the headquarters. This will be difficult for Yang Lan. Any of their Yang family's hands and eyes are all powerful, but they can't control the elite team's affairs. It must be that rebellious son. Damn it, how did he get involved with someone from the elite team or a female? He must have used some unseemly means. How did I give birth to such a scum? I can't believe I found someone to arrest my own father. If I had known that, I should have strangled him when he was first born. Looking at Yang Lan's anger, the director, who didn't help much, rushed to comfort. Ma'am, take it easy. I'm sure you don't want your husband to be in jail. Worry about it, right? I'm sure this matter will be investigated soon, and the elite team will definitely give you justice then. Yang Lan sniffed and felt that the director had a point. This matter was obviously that rebellious son of Wu Chan who was secretly causing trouble. When the time came to find out the reason, he would definitely be able to bring that rebellious son to justice. Well then, in that case, I'll leave you to it. On the other side, Wu Xian, who claimed that her Wu family was the law, waved her small hand, and the 4 hitmen big men walked towards the 3 Wu Chan with a fierce smile.
嘿嘿嘿，小猫咪对着孟晚清，让哥哥们好好疼爱你。
Ah! Whoa! My egg nah! With 4 miserable screams, the 4 strong men were surprisingly put down to the ground by Meng Qing in just an instant. Wu Chun was not much surprised. After all, he actually knew exactly how strong Meng Qing was. But Leang Xinyi and Wu Xian, 2 women, are not calm. This woman is not only good-looking, the strength is also strong. And look at that guy covering his own eggs. The rest of his life is afraid that it is not a waste, right? Wu Chun silently walked towards Wu Xian. I'll buy you a couple months in the hospital. No, brother, listen to me. Pop. Ah. Snap. Ah. Half an hour later, Wu Chun once again returned home in Leang Xinyi's small electric donkey, and Meng Qing went home to pack her things. Leang Xinyi, you don't have class today? Why are you free to come over and pick me up? Facing Wu Chen's inquiry, Leang Xinyi lowered her head for a long time before answering awkwardly. Yeah, I didn't have class today, so I just happened to come out and pick you up. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Wu Dust is not a tug on Leang Xinyi and pursued. Leang Xinyi was already under tremendous pressure in her life, and now that she was asked by Wu Chun, she directly burst into tears. What's going on? Stop crying and talk to me. Maybe I can help. Leang Xinyi also stopped hiding and told her roughly what happened yesterday afternoon when Yang Lan brought Wu Yu to block her, plus today when she was persuaded to leave the school. I'm sorry, Wu Duan. It's all my sister's fault for being useless and messing things up. Tomorrow I'll have to go out and find a job. When Wu Chun heard Leang Xinyi's words, he was really very angry inside. He didn't expect that the family would actually do this in order to force themselves to donate a kidney. Fortunately, everything wasn't without a turnaround. As it had been said before, his time totem talent was perfectly capable of helping Leang Xinyi to recharge her chi collection talent. At that time, Leang Xinyi's value would multiply geometrically. It might not be a bad thing for her to break away from the Northern Academy now, because that kind of school that is not considered first class really kind of doesn't deserve Leang Xinyi after collecting Chi Da Cheng. Sister Xinyi, don't be discouraged. It's not a bad thing. Huh? It's not a bad thing? It's still not a bad thing, nah. Leang Xinyi was dumbfounded, not understanding what Wu Chun meant by that. Of course, in my opinion, the kind of academy in the north is not worthy of my sister. I think it's a better choice for my sister to go to a superb academy like Alpha. Stop it, Wu Chuan. Although my sister is a dual talent possessor, the chi gathering talent is a complete drag, not to mention Alpha. Now that I've been cleared by the Northern Realm Academy, I'm afraid that not even a second-rate academy would be willing to accept me. So what if the gift of chi collection stopped holding you back and helped you become stronger? Wu Duan asked with a smile. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Didn't you ask me before what talent I had awakened? I'll tell you now, what I've awakened is the SSS rank talent, Time Totem. The words Wu Chun uttered with a smile almost shattered Leang Xinyi's 3 views. What? SSS grade talent? Time Totem? Oh my god, Wu Chuan. Oh my god, you're simply a genius. Really, you're not gonna lie to me, are you? Leang Xinyi was so excited that she was about to jump onto Wu Chen's body. Really, of course it's true, and this talent of mine just happens to be able to help you solve the problem of qi gathering, allowing you to gather your qi to pass through the 70 years of weakness ahead of schedule, and when that time comes, there will surely be a lot of prestigious schools inviting me. When the time comes for us to go to a school together, you'll be the first member of my squad, and together we'll beat the Academy Cup and try to graduate early. Ah! Wu Chun, I love you to death. You're simply my lucky star. Life is such a big ups and downs. The moment before she felt that there is no hope in the future, Leang Xinyi in this moment feels that she has the whole world again. She went forward and hugged Wu Chun with a wow, cried, okay, didn't you claim to be my sister? Isn't that a little too immature? Wu Chun sighed and gently patted Leang Xinyi's back to comfort her. Thank you, I'm sorry, I just got a little carried away with that. So when can we start? Do you need me to take a shower or something? No. I'll try to get you fixed up with air gathering tomorrow. I still have to familiarize myself with the ability tonight. Okay. Then it's a deal-o. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already come to night. Wu Chun was sitting alone on his own bed taking deep breaths, while Leang Xinyi was bathing early, already preparing for bed. After all, a little early bedtime makes tomorrow come sooner. However, Wu Chun had more important things to do. Congratulations to the host. The visual nerves have all been connected, and the indestructible eye is ready to be used. At this moment, Wu Chun was really excited. This was the first time he had looked at this world in the past 18 years, and it was a wonderful feeling. With excitement in his heart, Wu Chun slowly opened his eyes. Geez, so that's what the world looks like. That's the window. That's the moon and the stars out there, right? Wu Duan took a deep breath and turned back toward the house. Is that a bed? Is this a coffee table or a table? Who's that woman taking a shower in the bathroom? So big. Cough, cough, cough. That one is not Leang Xinyi. I go. That's not right. How can my vision go through walls? What the hell is going on here? Is it because of the mind's eye? Do you believe me when I say I don't go and watch on purpose? Chapter 38 Headquarters. Good morning, Wu Duan. Now we... Hey, your eyes? They're actually open. Wu Chun looked at Leang Xinyi's beautiful face and couldn't help but blush a little. Ahem. Because of my talent. Don't ask so many questions anyway. I can see now. Wu Dust turned his face to the side. System, I think this mind's eye ability can be turned off when not fighting, Okay. Host, the mind's eye function is temporarily turned off for you, and will be turned on automatically when you encounter danger. Host, you are truly a righteous gentleman among humans. A role model for us. Wu Chuan felt that he was ridiculed by the system. These days, integrity has actually become a mistake. I can't help it, who led us this novel is this style. Really? That's great. Gosh, we must have a nice meal today to celebrate. It's better to get down to business first, Sister Xine. I'm actually curious as to what extent this talent of qi gathering would be exaggerated to if I really saved it for 80 years. Why don't we try it on the bed in my room first? I'm not quite skilled yet, so I guess it'll take a while. Wu Chuan was indeed looking forward to it. After all, if Leang Xinyi could really gather her qi to great success, it would definitely shock the world. Moreover, that dog principal who fired her yesterday must be regretting his life. Well then, let's go. Hurry up. I can't wait. The two flew to sit on Wu Chen's bed, and Wu Chun quickly used his talent to start connecting to Leang Xinyi's body. Due to his lack of skill, it took Wu Chuan about 5 seconds to find the qi gathering talent in Leang Xinyi's body. In Wu Chuan's eyes, this talent was like a gray crystal block that was constantly absorbing Leang Xinyi's body's qi and physical strength. After Wu Chuan found his target, he immediately started using the talent time-lapse, turning the gathering talent immediately into its 80 years later form. Talent use. Success. In an instant, the gray block of energy began to undergo a heavenly change as if it had been enchanted. The first was the grayish color, as if Cinderella had put on a crystal slipper and transformed herself into a sparkling, radiant gold. Then, its size also rapidly expanded like a blown balloon, becoming huge, and it seemed to contain a frighteningly huge amount of energy. The connection snapped. Leang Xinyi quickly opened her eyes. She bounced off the bed like a spring and stood up, constantly examining her body, as if she was trying to readjust to something. How does it feel? Wu Duan asked as he stood up with a smile as well. Well, very good. The feeling of weakness and powerlessness before disappeared without a trace. Now I feel that my whole body is full of strength. Really thank you too much, Wu Chun. Without you, I really don't know what to do. Leang Xinyi moved her body, enjoying this new and wonderful feeling to the fullest. Say what? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into all this trouble. From now on you'll follow me. Before Wu Duan finished his words, the doorbell of the house rang like a symphony playing. Dusty, I've come to join you, are you home? It was Meng Qing's clear and pleasant voice that came from outside the door. Wu Chun walked to the door and naturally opened it. At this very instant, Wu Chun was like being electrocuted. The dream Qing in front of him was stunningly beautiful. Meng Qing was dressed in a green dress. Her body was as delicate as a fairy descending to the earth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyebrows were as stunning as a painting. Its long hair like a waterfall, randomly awe in the back of the head, more show style, hands and feet, exudes a kind of elegant temperament, as if not eat earthly fire. Wu Chun had actually thought that Meng Qing was very good looking, but he really didn't expect that she was actually immortal to this extent. Wu Chen, your eyes. Meng Qing immediately noticed that Wu Chen's eyes were open at the moment. Because of the gift, the eyes are able to see for now. Hearing that it was due to talent, Meng Qing also had the sense not to ask more questions. By the way, Qing, I've been invisible before, and I'm not quite sure if there are any experience centers for spirit bodies in our city, preferably the kind that can shoot or fight in real life. Now that Leang Xinyi had just greatly accomplished the qi gathering talent, although it was said that she felt that she was filled with power all over her body. But to what extent was she actually strong right now? I'm afraid she couldn't tell you herself. Spiritual Body Experience Hall, don't need to be so troublesome. If you guys want to need, I'll bring you directly to the training ground of the elite reserve team. If it's you, it's definitely not a problem. That's great. Let's go now, Xinyi, let's go. Meng Qing drove her own red Lancaster, a chic batch with Wu Duan and Leang Xinyi all the way to the Unknown Spirit Emergency Command Center in only 10 minutes surprisingly. Looking at the black building that covered an area of over 60,000 square meters and towered over the clouds, Wu Chun felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. The feeling of being able to see such a spectacular world was simply wonderful. Leang Xinyi was even more excited beyond words. She never dreamed that she would be able to enter the headquarters in her lifetime. It was all like a dream. Wu Chun gently shook his head, secretly marveling in his heart that the chief of staff had given him so much face. If an ordinary person dared to enter such a place, I'm afraid that shooting him 10 times would not be enough. After Meng Qing finished the formalities for the two of them, they walked into the headquarters. As soon as Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi came in, they were like Lu entering the Grandview Garden, looking around and being curious about everything. Among them, Leang Xinyi had really never seen such a big scene before, while Wu Chun was new to everything. Meng Qing shook her head helplessly and quickly led them into the elevator and pressed the button for the 43rd floor. After the elevator doors opened, a huge shooting range appeared in front of the three, and at the edge of the range were a dozen young men dressed in red and white costumes practicing shooting. This is the shooting training ground for the reserve team, which is mainly divided into an actual gun shooting range and a simulated confrontation field. It's your first time here, so it would be better for you guys to feel the actual shooting feel of a spirit firearm first. Meng Qing said as she led the two forward. Qing, why are you free to come to our reserve team? Are you free at noon today? I'll treat you to a big meal. Just as the three of them were about to collect their actual firearms, a man who looked to be 27 or 28 years old walked out from the side, and when he saw Meng Qing, his eyes showed obvious fascination. Sorry, Li Chong, I don't have time at noon today. Meng Qing's dusty face was instantly cold as ice, and was simply a different person from just now. Li Chong froze. He looked at Wu Duan and Leang Xinyi who were watching from the sidelines, and his face was a bit unsettled. I say, Qing, don't be so disrespectful. Okay? 2 days ago, I saw the group saying that you and a high school girl were robbing a blind man. Could this be true? Now you can't even have a meal together. One more chapter in a bit. Exhausted. Chapter 39. Higher-ups shaken. One shot to dry through the headquarters above. What's it to you who I'm competing with for a boyfriend? I'm here to bring someone to practice with live ammunition. So please get out of my way. Meng Qing is quite popular with her suitors at the headquarters, and there are countless people who confess their love for her. But most of the suitors are more rational and do not cause too much trouble in her life. However, Li Chong is different. He often sends her flowers in public and then engages in moral abduction, which is really disgusting. Of course it has something to do with me. Ching, sooner or later you will become my girlfriend. You need to use your head more when you act outside. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to act so stupidly? But you don't have to care. I've already forgiven you. Next time. Li Chang, are you sick? Dusty Xinyi. Let's ignore him and go choose a gun. Seeing that the three were leaving, Li Chang hurriedly chased after them and said, Ching, don't be angry. I do have something important to look for you this time. Your spiritual body has been repaired ahead of schedule. The people you brought with you have been accounted for by the above. I will find someone to receive them. Meng Qing sighed helplessly and turned back to Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi. I have something on my side, so I may not be able to accompany you. No harm done. Just make your own arrangements. After Wu Chen finished speaking, Meng Qing left with Li Chang. Li Chang turned around and gave Wu Chen a provocative look before leaving in satisfaction. Wu Dust. A few minutes later, Wu Chuan and Leang Xinyi arrived at the gun collection office. And sitting inside the counter was a clean-looking woman wearing black narrow-framed glasses. Show your papers. Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi took out the temporary documents they had received at the entrance and handed them to the woman, who took careful notes. Okay. You guys come with me and I'll give you a little introduction. The woman's voice was gentle as she looked at Wu Chun with a smile and said, This way, both of you. Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi followed the woman into the warehouse inside, which was filled with all kinds of firearms. First is the basic, which is the pistol class. Their advantage is that they are simple to use and only take up 1-point grid, but the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the power is weak and it is difficult to inflict fatal damage even if you hit the opponent. Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi nodded. Wu Chun asked if he didn't understand. That lattice you were talking about, what is it? The woman froze for a moment, crying and laughing. I forgot, you're still in high school and haven't been exposed to knowledge about spirits. And what actually happens is that each spirit has a limited amount of storage. Typically, D-rank spirit bodies only have 2 compartments, so they can only store 1 main weapon, while A-rank spirit bodies have as many as 6 compartments and can carry a few other things to aid in battle in addition to their main weapon, like camouflage cloaks, emergency escape devices, things like that. Wu Chen nodded and probably understood. No wonder the D-rank spirit body directly shattered when it was struck. But the A-rank spirit body would randomly send the host away, so the difference was here. When you do the math like that, Blue Star's tech tree seems to be completely different from the unknown spirit side. On the unknown spirit side, since there are fewer personnel who can use spirits, almost all spirits are customized for the person, so there is no such thing as a grid. For example, the alloy sword carried by one's own 6-winged divine attire, and the bizarre and inexplicable attribute transfer device. These things were not replacements for grids at all. In that case, it seems that Blue Star's spirit body technology is really not a bit behind the other parties. The next is the main event. This gun is a light machine gun. The advantage is that the firepower is more fierce, lightweight, but the ballistic trajectory is narrower. It is easy to shoot blanks with the masters, taking up 2 frames. This is a shotgun. The advantage is a wide range of attacks, firepower fierce, the closer the more considerable damage. The disadvantage is that the attack distance is limited, accounting for 2 grids. This is a light sniper rifle. The advantage is a long attack distance, lightweight, fast rate of fire so that people cannot be defended, but the disadvantage is also very obvious. The power is not enough. This last one is a heavy sniper rifle. This thing has a very long range of attack. It's exceptionally powerful and basically has no defense. But the disadvantage is that it's heavy, it's inconvenient to move around, and it's slower to change ammo. The woman with the glasses smiled and described all the guns she could equip at once. Wu Dust is never contact with firearms, pure novice. This really cannot blame him. Mainly his original eyes cannot see. Learning gun, that is not a joke. Wu Dust picked left and right and finally selected the simplest pistol. Anyway, familiarize yourself with it first. Leang Xinyi, that broad like the sea of heart, obviously indicates that she is not an idle person. A glance on a unique shape of the heavy sniper rifle. Miss, girls, we usually don't recommend using this heavy sniper rifle. This thing is made of special spirit material. The net weight alone is more than 350 kilograms, although the girls are not so bad that they can't move it, but it will certainly be very inconvenient, plus the recoil. Before the woman with glasses could finish her sentence, Leang Xinyi lifted the heavy sniper rifle with one hand, and as if she was fiddling with a toy, she easily threw it into the air and then caught it steadily. Is this thing heavy? You guys aren't just passing it off as good, are you? It doesn't feel like it weighs much when I'm holding it. The woman wearing glasses looked at the petite Leang Xinyi so casually fiddling with the Barrett change, shocked and dumbfounded, secretly thinking, this in the end is where the gods are. I'll try. Leang Xinyi politely threw the Barrett to the woman wearing glasses, only to see that the woman was almost knocked to the ground, staggering back several steps before she could barely stand still. This. She was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Is it that heavy? I should be okay with this one, right? Leang Xinyi scratched her head. She already had a weak physique and was disliked every day. She didn't expect this woman to be even weaker than herself. Could it be that, after solving the problem of collecting qi, her own strength had become greater than before? No problem, of course there's no problem. Wu Chun had also chosen a pistol, so the two of them did not delay any longer and followed the spectacled woman to the training ground. The various firearms trainees who were originally training were all shocked to see a petite girl carrying a 2-meter-long heavy sniper rifle appear on the scene. Holy, who is this girl? It's too fierce, right? Oh my god. She's not just got a body to die for. That's some scary strength, isn't it? Che, I think she's just a swollen face. She's never seen the recoil of this thing, has she? She can't use her spirit body here, so she'll be in for a treat. Just wait and see what happens to her. Thank you for the gift from Joe Sure Who Loves Milky Wood. Chapter 40. Higher-ups shaken. One shot to dry through the headquarters below. Brother, you seem to be making a lot of sense. In a moment this woman shouldn't shatter her ribs, right? That shouldn't be the case. She's so big. She should be able to cushion the force quite a bit. Ha 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 ha. Leang Xinyi gently fiddled with the heavy sniper rifle in her hands, and Wu Chun could tell at a glance that although she wasn't particularly skillful in handling it, she had obviously gone through a systematic study in school. It's definitely a lot stronger than being a pure novice white guy yourself. This thing looks incredibly powerful. Is it okay if I just shoot it? It won't break anything, will it? Leang Xinyi's face was a bit flustered. After all, she was not a sharpshooter. Looking at the target that was 200 meters away, her heart was inevitably a bit bottomless. Oh, don't worry, little sister. This Barrett change will determine the strength of power based on the strength of the user's chi though. But let alone you, even if a 6th-grade Martial King came, it would be impossible to break anything because the walls of the headquarters were covered with a high-grade spirit material coating. The surface of the walls of the shooting range even has the presence of a field as a protection, and although it's not as powerful as the field outside, it would be a fool's errand for ordinary ammunition to break things. Then feel free to shoot boldly. The woman with the glasses couldn't help but laugh out loud, trying to destroy the training room with just a sniper rifle. How could this place be some place to just come and go? Then I really hit it. Oh. Leang Xinyi timidly finished her sentence, then raised the Barrett and started aiming. Wait. The woman with the glasses rushed to block it. Little sister, the recoil of this thing is no joke. You need to lie on your back and use it propped up with a brace. Oh. Leang Xinyi's little face instantly turned red. Of course she knew about this rule. It's just that the gun was just too light. She felt that it was completely unnecessary. But this was in someone else's territory after all, so she obediently lay down on the ground and then took serious aim. Suddenly, a terrifying aura gathered at the muzzle of the gun, and everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to it. What's going on? What's this feeling? Bang! A column of light, as if it was the thickness of a mixing can, was ejected from the muzzle of the heavy sniper rifle. The target was instantly melted into the terrifying pillar of light, which then crashed fiercely into the wall of the training ground like a ferocious beast. A light curtain appeared out of thin air like a shield, attempting to block the advance of the light pillar. However, this seemingly sturdy light curtain was like paper mache in front of the light pillar, and was completely crushed in less than a second. Boom! There was an earth-shattering bang. Smoke rolled out, followed by ear-piercing sirens echoing throughout the entire base. At this moment, the entire base was thrown into chaos. Inside the hall on the first floor, people were panicking. What's going on? Did an unknown spirit attack the headquarters? How is this possible? Come on. Hurry up and take shelter. Vigilantes, defend the gates of the headquarters at once. At the main entrance of the headquarters, several regular soldiers in blue uniforms changed their faces dramatically when they were surprised to find that a large hole with a diameter of 15 meters had appeared in the wall of the 43rd floor. At this moment, that big hole is still continuously emitting thick smoke. What are you waiting for? Get some backup and get up to level 43. In the headquarters command center, Xian hurried in and questioned loudly. What the hell happened? Reporting to the minister, the specifics are still unclear, but the possibility of an external attack has been ruled out. Neither the surveillance footage nor the spirit radar has detected any traces of the unknown spirit. The technician quickly reported. What? How can it be an internal problem? What the hell is going on here? It's 43 floors. What? The training ground of the reserve team? Immediately go investigate and send people to blockade the training ground. Never let anything happen to the trainees inside. Headquarters, 43rd floor. Leang Xinyi was completely confused. She stood up in a panic, staring dazedly at the large hole in the wall. The ear-piercing alarm sounded in her ears, and her mind instantly went blank. After a few seconds, she realized that she might be in big trouble and hurriedly explained to the woman with the glasses beside her. I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't mean to do it. I shouldn't have to pay for this, right? The woman with glasses was also stunned. Who would have thought of this? This silly-looking woman could actually use a sniper rifle as a cannon. How much chi does one have to do this? One must know that chi was the necessary energy to manipulate a spirit body, and although it could be increased by breaking through the realm later in life, the amount of increase was not much. It's more on talent. The base at awakening already determines how much chi one can have in this lifetime. That's why the size of chi is one of the important indicators to be examined when admitting to a university, in addition to the ability and grade of the talent. And the real horror of the talent of gathering chi is also here. Of course, the premise is to make sure that you can still be able to move normally when you are 98 years old, in order to show the horror of this talent. What's the point if you're dead at 98? What kind of monster are you? Leang Xinyi looked back at the innocent-looking Wu Chan and thought to herself that she was a waste before. To say monster, this man is the real monster. Holy, what the do I see? Not only does this woman have big boobs, she's also angry. No wonder she dared to change Barrett. She won't be disqualified from training after this. Will she? What the hell is this training? She's not training. She's just tearing down the house. Just as the crowd was murmuring, the heavenly ladder suddenly opened and a group of regular troops dressed in purple spirit bodies and armed with all kinds of weapons rushed into the 43rd floor like a tidal wave. What's going on? Where are the intruders? The military police in charge looked at a crowd of dumbfounded people and looked around, where there was half a shadow of the intruder. A bunch of students who were training looked back at Leang Xinyi. What are you guys looking at me for? While it's true that I broke something, I'm not some kind of intruder, Leang Xinyi said aggressively. What? You broke the wall? Are you kidding me? The regular army captain at the head looked at the sniper rifle in Leang Xinyi's hand. It's true she broke it. We can all testify that there was no intruder. Glasses girl also testified. Wu Chan walked to Leang Xinyi's body and patted her shoulder to comfort her in a small voice. Don't be afraid. It's okay. No one will make you pay. You might be on fire. Prepare yourself a little. What the hell is going on? Hearing that the regular troops had taken control of the situation, the door to the fire escape was opened, and the top head of the headquarters, He Xian, and the deputy minister, Yao Chonglin, entered the 43rd floor one after another. Chapter 41. You're not in the right position. You need to be like this. What the hell is going on? He Xian was wearing a straight suit, and his eyes were like falcons scanning the room. Chief, it's like this. The head of the security office had just finished understanding the general course of events, and immediately stepped forward to roughly talk to He Xian about what had happened. What? That girl who came with Wu Duan. Take me there, and also within 10 minutes, I want all the information on this woman. He Xian looked at Leang Xinyi in amazement. To be honest, the reason why this girl was able to come in was entirely because of Wu Chen's face. But what surprised him was, this girl's chi was actually powerful to such an extent, it was quite a surprise. Yes, Chief, I'm on it. He Xian didn't say anything else and led a group of his men to Leang Xinyi and Wu Chen's side in 3 steps. Wu Chen, Leang Xinyi. This is the first head of our headquarters. Minister He of the Emergency Command Center. The spectacled woman aside rushed to introduce the 2 men. Hello, Chief. With a solemn face, Wu Chen gave a standard military salute. Minister He, I really didn't mean to break the wall. Leang Xinyi was so anxious that her eyes were on the verge of tears. Ha 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 ha. It's okay. Don't worry. You've punched through the wall by strength. Uncle give you credit. Ha! Leang Xinyi was stunned. She never expected the other party to say this. Alright, since it was an accident, you guys will continue training. Ruodong, you take this little girl to the simulation room to train, and teach me well. Do you hear me? Ruodong was none other than the woman with the glasses, and she nodded her head in agreement. Are you Wu Duan? He Xian turned his gaze to Wu Duan on the side again. Yes, Chief. Wu Duan's voice was resounding. Not bad. I've heard all about you. Keep up the good work. The future belongs to you youngsters. Alright, don't disturb the young people's training. All disperse. Let the logistics department hurry up and fix the wall. He Xian nodded at Wu Chen and Leang Xinyi before turning to leave. Even Yao Chonglin went up and patted Wu Chen's shoulder, lowering his voice. SSS ranked gifted awakened. That's really something, young man. Only then did the crowd disperse. However, Wu Chuan and Leang Xinyi did not know that the huge storm they had triggered had just kicked off. He Xian walked into the elevator and turned back, gazing at Leang Xinyi and Wu Chuan once again. A faint smile spreading at the corner of her mouth as she said softly, "Get right back to the meeting." The entrance to the military police department in Linen District. Wu Qiming and Wu Yu walked out of the backyard with gray heads. Pissed me off that, how could I have given birth to such an unfilial? When I see him next time, I have to beat him up and waste him. Wu Qiming was in a state of madness and had just left the gates of the military police station. Dad, don't scold. If we can't find Wu Chan to give my brother a kidney today, what can we do? The day after tomorrow is the deadline for awakening. Wu Yu wiped her slightly lousy face and inwardly began to worry about her brother Wu Xian. That sinner, it really pisses me off. This is not the place to talk about it. Let's go home and figure it out. I won't give up Xianer no matter what, just don't worry. Headquarters, 43rd floor. At this time, the order has basically returned to normal. Leang Xinyi was taken to the simulation training room by Ruotong, while Wu Chuan found a novice 20 meters target. Wu Chun picked up the pistol and took a cursory glance at it, then laboriously pulled the trigger, only to have no response. What the hell? Hee, handsome. The safety of your gun is not on. Of course you can't fire it. Wu Chuan turned around and saw a doll like little Loli with a double ponytail and an innocent look, smiling at herself with her hands behind her back. Hello, you're Wu Duan, right? I'm Lemon, a second-year student at Alpha Academy, and I'm really very happy to meet you. May I ask, do I have this honor to teach you how to use a gun? Lemon's large, watery eyes, like a clear spring, were currently looking at Wu Chan with affection, and there was a hint of nymphomania in her eyes. I still feel so handsome when I see him again. What should I do? I feel like my heart is melting. How do you know me? You are now a big shot who has awakened an SSS-level talent. This matter is no longer a secret in the headquarters. Apart from Brother Dongyang, you are the most powerful, of course I know you. Wu Chen nodded. Obviously, his own talent information was not currently publicized. This girl could grasp his situation in the first place, so she must have her own news channels at the headquarters. However, he didn't care when 2 days later, the matter of his awakening of his SSS-ranked talent would be spread all over the streets, and it wouldn't hurt to be known by others a little bit in advance now. He turned on the safety of his pistol and fired at a target 20 meters away, and as expected, the bullet passed the target. It's not like that. You're not in the right position. Let me teach you. Okay? Of course, thank you. You're welcome, you have to be so. Like a light butterfly, Lemon boldly flew to Wu Chen's side and hugged him tightly from behind like a snake. In the next second, she grabbed Wu Chen's hand with her own and kept adjusting Wu Chen's posture. Yeah, keep your hands straight. Look here, aim and shoot. Bang! The shot was surprisingly good. Wu Chuan hit the 7 ring in one go. Lemon quickly stepped back and continued. Go on, aim and fire. Just like I just taught you. Bang, bang, bang. Wow. Your progress is nothing short of miraculous, truly worthy of being my favorite student. Who is your disciple? Please don't talk nonsense. Okay? Wu Chun helplessly put down his gun, but in his heart, he was secretly surprised that the 3 shots just now actually hit more than 5 rings. I just think it's good to have a disciple with SSS rank talent. Wu Chuan, why don't you be my disciple? Okay? I'm very powerful. It was as if 3 black lines appeared on Wu Chen's head. No, really, thank you. Just promise me. Look at how I look so closed-minded. Don't you even feel moved? If you promise to be my disciple, maybe I'll fall in love with you. Oh, Lemon, are all you second rangers so shameless? Lemon immediately turned around when she heard the sound and saw Meng Qing quickly walking back from the distance with her hands in her pockets. Che, what's this nonsense? I'm still a student of Alpha, not a second ranger, and besides, this is between me and Wu Dust. What does it have to do with you? Lemon looked at Meng Qing with her head held high in indignation. Doesn't your brother have a headquarters life group? So let him tell you why. Now, you play aside immediately. Dream Okingo said through gritted teeth. Chapter 42. The Yang family is in trouble. Pei Dongyang reference charts. Study the reference charts for female characters in the next 2 days. Headquarters in the conference room. Tell me, what are the results of the investigation? Xian's face was as solemn as water, and just now the amiable appearance was simply a different person. Leang Xinyi, female, 19 years old, Han Chinese, height 1.65 m, weight 55 kilograms, fatherless, motherless, simple family background, no criminal record, enrolled in the first year of the Northland Academy, but was persuaded to leave 2 days ago due to the Yang family's reasons. Wait, Xian interrupted the logistician's report. What do you mean because of the Yang family? Speak clearly. Yes, because the Yang family pressured the school administration for unknown reasons. Principal Qin Weidong decided to expel Leang Xinyi. Pop! Yao Chonglin angrily slapped the table. It is simply outrageous. What does the Yang family mean? Relying on the fact that they have a few high-ranking officials in the officialdom, they actually acted in such a reckless manner, almost costing us such a girl with horrifying potential. This matter must not be left at that. I propose that this matter be reported to the supreme leader. This Yang family must be fixed. Xian waved his hand, then said calmly, Chonglin, don't be angry, we definitely need to take care of this matter. And I believe that through this matter Leang Xinyi will definitely be very kind to the headquarters. However, before that, it's better to figure out the root cause of this matter first. You should understand that if she had such a terrifying chi during the entrance test, there's no way we could have known nothing about it, and that the district's Northern Realm Academy can't afford to raise this kind of talent. Yes, Old Ho has a point, go on. Yu Qing nodded, recognizing what Xian had said. All right, I'll continue reporting. Leang Xinyi awakened her dual talents at the age of 18. The logistician who had just reported a sentence was again interrupted. What? She's the child from last year who awakened dual talents? If I remember correctly, she awakened an S-rank talent, Blessing Ray, and another F-rank talent, Qi Gathering. Yu Qing would go to the site of the city's first high school year after year to look for outstanding seedlings, so his impression was still very deep. How is that possible? What she awakened is actually the Qi collection talent. This can't be possible, right? As we all know, the Qi collection talent will absorb the awakened person's physical strength and Qi every day, causing the awakened person to be in a state of weakness for a long period of time. She was just able to instantly break through the field of the headquarters' internal defense, so it's reasonable to say that she could never be the possessor of the gathering of Qi talent. Team A06 Captain, Manta, crossed his legs and gave his opinion. Indeed, by all rights that should be correct, you continue to report, what was Leang Xinyi's to after her awakening at the age of 18 back then. Xian continued to pursue the question. After awakening the gift at the age of 18, anyone will have Qi, just not in the same amount. According to statistics over the years, awakened talent is tied to Qi to some degree, but it's not absolute. Usually those who awakened an F-rank talent would have a minimum of 10 points of Qi. To reach a situation where you can use your spirit body properly, the amount of Qi cannot be less than 100 points. The selection standard of the elite team, the amount of Qi is even more must be more than 310 points, and that year, when Meng Qing awakened, he harvested a wave of shock with 765 points of Qi. This value was already one of those very exaggerated ones among ordinary people, and in the entire headquarters, it was also an existence that could be ranked in the top 5. Reporting to the minister, it is true that as chief of staff you said back then Leang Xinyi's awakened talents were precisely Blessing Ray, and gathering Qi. Her talent is also very good, with it, 325 points. Only 325 points? Can't be. How can 325 points of Qi hit through the HQ's field? There's obviously something wrong with it. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Obviously this value was a bit too low compared to her performance. So what's the problem? Xian was also frowning, and the conference room was quiet for about a few seconds. Could it be that the problem lies precisely in gas gathering? That seems to be the only possibility. A drop of cold sweat ran down Yao Chonglin's face. If there was a way for Qi collection to graduate to great success early, what that would mean was self-evident. The entire Dragon Kingdom awakened the talent of Qi collection, not to mention that thousands of people were still there. If this group of people could all be turned into immediate combatants, the scene would be simply unimaginable. It feels as if it's unlikely. How can it be possible to be awakened early when the talent is said to be 80 years? Just 1 year won't be less. Mantis shrugged. Isn't that bull? Let's do it this way. Arrange for Leang Xinyi to redo the Qi test in a moment, and we'll analyze the situation therein. Xian clapped and made the decision. Good. Then it can only be so for now. Everyone who doesn't have anything to do should wait for a while. This matter has a great deal at stake, so I don't need to say more. Inside the lobby of the 2nd Rangers, a muscular man in a red undershirt whines in, shouting as he runs. Dong Yang, my God. Guess what news I just got? Is it hard to believe that the headquarters has been blown up? Fu Dongyang still spoke carelessly. You're really right, but it wasn't for someone else to blow it up. It was for a girl named Xinyi Liang to give it a puncture with Barrett change. Just one shot. Do you dare to believe it? The red undershirt man's voice trembled with excitement. Change with Barrett? Fu Dongyang mischievously stood up from the ground. Others might not have seen it, but he had seen it for real. A huge column of light like a cannonball blasted through the walls of the headquarters and shot into the distance. Fortunately, the incident occurred on the 43rd floor, which is a higher floor, and there were no other casualties. Fu Dongyang was secretly happy in his heart. If it was an ordinary building, this cannon would definitely not even have crumbs left. He had thought that the headquarters had developed some secret weapon, but he hadn't realized that it was a little girl who had converted it into a Barrett. Yeah, a lot of people saw it with their own eyes. You can't hide something like that from people. The man in the red undershirt said with unconcealed excitement. I'm afraid this little girl's chi would have to be above 12,000 to cause that kind of effect. Fu Dongyang made a slight estimation and had a rough figure in his heart. Are you kidding me, 12,000 chi? My ING 1310 chi used to think I was pretty awesome. I won't dare to call myself a monster anymore. She's the real monster. But is there really such a person? Born with more than 10,000 chi? Fu Dongyang couldn't help but mumble. Inside the simulation training room for shooting, Leang Xinyi and Ruotong stood at the top of the building, overlooking the virtual world outside. The originally empty city was now reduced to a smoke-filled ruin. 3 o'clock, 7 kilometers out, white high rise. Can you see it? Shoot! Ruotong's face was filled with shock, which was hard to hide, and she was secretly thinking in her heart. What kind of monster is this girl? She was able to blow a target 5 kilometers away to smithereens with a single shot. Knowing that the maximum range of the Barrett was only 2 kilometers, if someone had told her about what she saw today, she would have thought that person was crazy. Understood. Leang Xinyi half kneeled on the ground and set up the Barrett conversion bracket on the edge of the building. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge pillar of light sped away like lightning, reaching the sky. The waist of the white high rise in the distance was instantly blown to smithereens, and then the top began to tilt and collapsed in a matter of moments. You're not sniping, you're just a map gun. Goosebumps rose on Ruotong's body. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the shocking visual effect was mind-blowing. Ruotong, let's pause for a moment. The head honcho ordered for Leang Xinyi to redo the chi measurements. Okay, we're on our way. 3rd of the 5-night watch periods, 2300 hours, 1 o'clock old. Chapter 43. Wu Chun awakened SS grade talent? Hospital 722. Companion ward. The Wu family sat in the house with gloomy faces, and no one spoke for a long time, until a long time later, Yang Lan said in a hateful voice, Wu Chun, that rebellious son is really too much, simply unforgivable sin, actually sent his own father to the police station himself. We absolutely can't just let it go. If this is not even disciplined, where can we put our face in the future? Listening to Yang Lan's words, Wu Qiming's face was gloomy to the extreme. This time his face was lost. Maybe those of his competitors were waiting to see him laugh. He could just imagine how those people would taunt him. Mom, you're right. You must teach that bastard Wu Chun a lesson. He actually dared to slap me. Look, it's still swollen. Wu Yu lifted her hair, revealing her cheeks that had been swollen by Wu Chen's slap. What? He actually dared to hit even you? It's gone against the grain, it's really gone against the grain. When we catch Wu Chun tonight, after he finishes replacing your brother's kidney, feel free to take revenge any way you want. Yang Lan said through gritted teeth. Just as the family was about to say something else, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Wu Yu went over to open the door to find that it was actually Xia Chun. Xia Chun is here. How was the talent awakening yesterday? Look, our family let that rebellious son, Wu Chun, make a mess yesterday. We didn't have time to care about you. You mustn't take it to heart. Xia Chun nodded. She had also heard about Wu Qiming and Wu Yu being arrested, although it was true that they had gone a bit overboard in doing that. But Wu Chun shouldn't have found someone to arrest his own father. The next time she sees Wu Chun, she must remind him of this. So when will she have to make up with her family? Thanks for your concern, Auntie. What I have awakened is not bad. It's a B-rank elemental system talent. But unfortunately it's not as good as what your Wu-chan has awakened this time. It seems that brother Wu-chan has awakened an S rank, or even an SS rank talent. Xia-chan's voice echoed in the accompanying ward. The whole family was dumbfounded. For a time a needle fell in the ward. Surprisingly, no one opened their mouths to speak. It wasn't until a long time later that Wu Qiming murmured, "Impossible, just that blind man, how could he awaken a talent above S level? This is not scientific, According to the customary physical disability, people will not awaken a talent above E level. Xia-chan, are you not mistaken?" "Yeah, just that blind guy, how can he awaken a talent above S rank?" "Xia-chan, you must be mistaken. I guess it's that kid who lied to you, he likes you. Maybe he just said that on purpose, then took the opportunity to do something to you. You have to be careful. Xia-chan, don't let my shameless brother take advantage of you." Wu Yu also shouted shrilly. She would never admit that Wu-chan was more talented than her no matter what. "It's true, I saw Wu-chan go in with my own eyes at that time. This is absolutely not wrong. Wu-chan has really awakened a talent above S-class. Don't be angry with Wu-chan. Even if what he did was wrong, he's still your son and brother. I'll definitely persuade him to apologize to you." Xia-chan felt that Wu-chen's awakened talent was so good this time that they would surely forgive him. What a joke! Even if that kind of rebellious son awakens an SSS grade talent, so what? A punk is always a punk, just a blind man, what's the big deal? Do you really think that you've awakened an S-class talent and then you're up in the air? He can awaken an S-rank talent. Our Exiner can surely awaken a better one than him. We must capture him back for Exiner's kidney tonight, no matter what we say. Yang Lan wailed as if he was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. My wife has a point, Exiner is a healthy person. If that rebellious son can even awaken an S-rank talent, then Exiner is his twin brother, and the talent he awakens must be better than Wu Chen's, so maybe he can really awaken an SSS rank talent. It's all that rebellious son's fault. If he had donated his kidney earlier, maybe Exiner would have been the pride of heaven by now. Hearing Yang Lan's words, the bit of remorse that had just arisen within Wu Qiming's heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Yes, it's all because of that rebellious son. Yesterday Shanner brought 4 thugs to catch that rebellious son. But in the end, he actually brutally beat those 4 thugs into serious injuries, and even broke a few of Shanner's bones. He's simply inhumane. Such a son, I will never recognize him. Yang Lan growled fiercely. Honey, didn't you say you were going to get him back tonight? He's such a good fighter now, are you sure? Wu Qiming hurriedly pursued the question. This time there will definitely not be any more mistakes. I used my family's side to find 3 teams of Eagle Kingdom mercenaries in the black market. All 12 of them possessing B-class spirit bodies. They're all carrying high-grade shielding equipment, so don't worry, it's absolutely foolproof this time. That's good. Then I'll arrange for Exiner to have her kidney replacement surgery tonight, and the therapeutic awakened over there will have to be arranged in advance. Yes, we must hire the best, so that our baby boy can recover the first time. When I capture Wu-chan, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Xia-chun stared dumbfounded at this family that was biased to the Pacific Ocean. Unable to say a word. What do you mean twins can be awakened better than Wu Duan? There is no scientific basis for this at all. She had to inform Wu-chan so that he could hurry and escape before she could do so, but she didn't know where Wu-chan lived. Headquarters conference room. Minister, the test results are in. Say it. The Exian straightened his suit and asked patiently. Detector Leang Xinyi, her current chi amount value is 13,320 points. What? Look closely and see if there's an extra 0. 13,000 plus? How is that possible? There must be a mistake somewhere. Yao Chonglin's eyes protruded, and if the eye sockets had been bigger, his eyes could have flown out. This is really incredible. If I remember correctly, the current active elite team Chang Yuan, the highest volume value should be Team 03's Chen Haobei. His chi value is 1,310. This Leang Xinyi can actually reach 10 times his? What kind of concept is this? It's unimaginable. There can't be a problem with the tester. Can there? Yu Qing also felt unbelievable. This value was too ridiculous. Besides, this little girl's value a year ago was only more than 300. Wasn't this a joke? There was no error in the instruments. We switched 3 instruments and the results were exactly the same value. If that's the case, then the question is interesting. We should think about how on earth this girl called Leang Xinyi managed to increase the amount value of her chi by 41 times in just 1 year. He Exian closed his own notes and questioned, and a few seconds of silence fell over the room. I have a bold guess. As I mentioned before, the dual SSS rank talents that Wu Chen awakened, one of them is named Time Totem, and I was thinking that it's known that the 80 years of the gathering of chi talent waits. Then, is it possible that this talent called Time Totem has fast-forwarded the time of the gathering talent? The more Yu Qing spoke, the more excited he became. If this speculation was true, then the strength of the headquarters would swell to unimaginable proportions. I think the possibility is very high. Wu just happens to be within the headquarters. So all we have to do is ask and the truth will not come out. Team A06 Captain, Man Tianxing, immediately stood up. Don't get excited, this matter isn't as optimistic as you guys think. There are two main points I'm considering. Firstly, there is an essential difference between Leang Xinyi and an ordinary awakened who awakens the F-rank Qi collection talent. She has over 300 points of initial Qi, while the average normal person who awakens an F-rank talent might only have 10 points of Qi. It's a completely different concept. After Xian took a sip of tea, he continued to talk eloquently. Secondly, and most importantly, Wu Chen's potential is unimaginable, and since these years are probably the most important years of his life, I don't want to disturb his rate of becoming stronger because of these unimportant things. What we need is someone who can approach or replace Fu Dongyang's position in the short term. You guys get it, right? Minister Ho has a point, I agree. There's nothing wrong with what old he said. It's me who's in a hurry. It's not too late to consider this matter after Wu Chun joins the headquarters. Good. Then we'll see how far Wu Chun can grow. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 44. Anti-radar satellites and gravity-bound bombs. In the evening, as the sun gradually set in the west, the clouds in the western sky seemed to be lit up, coloring the ground with a golden glow. Near the old neighborhood where Leang Xinyi lives, an open-air barbecue stand is filled with 10 white men who are gulping down ice-cold large root beer and feasting on sizzling kebabs. Damn, that skinny as a chick guy living with two such superb women really makes me sick. A man named Walker cursed in English. Hey, since catching one is also catching, and catching three is also catching, then why don't we catch those two beautiful Oriental women as well, so that our brothers can have a good time? Another man in a casual beige undershirt leered. Good idea. Let those two Oriental women feel what a real man is. That weak man called Wu Chun can't satisfy them at all. Ha 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 ha. Walker immediately perked up at the mention of playing with women. You guys don't mess around with these useless things. That angelic-looking woman is not simple. She has a strong fighting ability. You guys better be careful for me. Don't fall in the gutter. Another man with a scarred face warned Walker and the casual undershirt man viciously. Hey, boss. Don't worry. Isn't it just a little beauty? What can she do if she's powerful? We have 12 sets of Class B spiritual bodies, and with her, no matter how powerful she is, it won't help. I'm going to conquer her completely in front of her boyfriend and make her my crotch. Ha 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 ha. I'm telling you, Wu Duan, that girl called Lemon is not a good person. Don't play with her, you hear me? Wu Chun did not answer Meng Qing and just looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. What's there to see? Haven't you ever seen a fire cloud? Never seen it. Meng Qing opened his mouth, then remembered that he was still blind yesterday. Of course, Wu Chun wasn't actually looking at the flaming clouds entirely. He just realized that on the third floor of the building across the street, there seemed to be a man who had been observing them. Did you really send someone after all? It's really ridiculous that they want to kill one son for the sake of another, so it's better not to have such relatives. In fact, Wu Chuan has long predicted the current situation. After tomorrow, Wu Xian, even in the kidney replacement, will not help. Tonight they are likely to make a move. Moreover, since they were able to find out that it was Leang Xinyi who had taken herself in, I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult to find out where she lived. Just before, Wu Chun still had some unrealistic fantasies about those so-called family members, but now those fantasies were gone. From now on, Wu Chun had no relatives. There are only haters. Congratulations to the host. The indestructible eye talent has been prepared. The host can check the talent attributes at any time. Great. Check out the indestructible eye talent attribute. Indestructible eye. Source: the eyes of the immortal dragon. Talent category: elemental. Talent level: SSS. Left eye immortality. Effect 1. Permanently gains access to the fire attribute. Effect 2. Burns himself, heals all wounds sustained while in the burning state, and cannot be killed by any method. Right eye extinction. Effect 1. Permanently gain access to the thunder attribute. Effect 2. Thunderbolt extinction. A dark cloud instantly envelopes the land 500 kilometers in circumference with you as the center of the circle, and indiscriminately blasts all lifeforms except exempted units within the area covered by the dark cloud with thunderbolts. Exempted units are limited to a maximum of 100 persons. Extra effect: both thunderbolt and flame burning require the accumulation of energy, which is automatically increased whenever you don't open your eyes. The sky was darkening like an ink stain, and the tantalizing aroma of a meal filled the house. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Leang Xinyi carried the meal and flew out of the kitchen like a cheerful bird. She was extraordinarily excited today. The qi gathering problem that had plagued her for a year had finally been solved, and she felt as if she had gained a new life. She had made an exception today and made a 6-course meal, which was a luxury for her current financial situation. A few seconds later, the 3 people sat around the table, and Leang Xinyi pulled out a bottle of white wine from under the table as if she was doing a trick. Wu Chuan, this time I really thank you too much. I feel refreshed today without saying anything else. My sister toasts you. My sister will do it first. Feel free to do as you please. Leang Xinyi filled Wu Chen's wine, then tilted her head back and swallowed half a glass of 54-degree white wine in one gulp herself. Wu Chan did not want to drink after all. Tonight the other party will certainly come to find trouble. But to see Leang Xinyi so happy, he is really embarrassed to refuse, so gently sip. What are you talking about? What kind of relationship do we have? Xine, what exactly is the relationship between you two? You're not Wu Chen's girlfriend, are you? Leang Xinyi had most of the glass of white wine in her throat. Her originally fair cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and now that she heard Meng Qing's words, her face was even more red as if it was about to drip blood. What are you talking about? Wu Chun is my younger brother that I picked up from the outside. Even though we are not related by blood, we are… Well, anyway, it's just a very close relationship, La. Leang Xinyi felt that she was a bit unable to explain herself, so she simply thought it would be better to muddle through. Anyway, the 3 of us will have a drink together. All right, Xinyi, stop drinking. There will be a few evil guests coming to the door in a while. Let's get ready. Just as dinner was being eaten in the house, somewhere in the alley of the neighborhood, 12 white men were already dressed. The slightly patterned purple aura glowed eerily in the darkness. One of the men in a camouflage cloak holding a light sniper rifle flipped his hand, and a black orb roughly 20 centimeters in diameter appeared. After the orb left the man's palm, it quickly flew towards the sky, stopping roughly 100 meters above the ground, and then began to flash out dim lights. Looking upwards from the ground, it looked like a star. Anti-radar satellite. Equipment type: auxiliary. Occupied squares. 2. Effect: shielding each other's radar signals, interfering with each other's calls, and establishing their own information connection channels are prerequisites for the use of many auxiliary equipment. Activating anti-radar satellite. Entering shielding mode. Shielding target 12. Shielding successful. Very well, Flanders, let's give the Dragon Kingdom a good lesson in what special operations are today. I'm repeating the combat mission. Capture the target Wu Chan and the 2 beautiful women by his side. Anyone else who blocks or discovers our movement is allowed to use lethal weapons for grisly kills and gravity-bound rounds against targets. Is that clear? Aye, boss. Chapter 45. The buxom young woman Leang Xinyi. Okay, since we're ready, let's all move in immediately. Snipers are responsible for long-range reinforcements. 2 groups of 3 are responsible for guarding the perimeter of the building. 1 group is responsible for the assault, and the 3rd group is responsible for intercepting any possible reinforcements and providing necessary support. Got it, Chief, just dealing with 3 little ragtag kids, is that so formal? Hurry up. I'm still drooling when I think of that big-breasted girl and that little angel. Walker felt like he couldn't wait, and every time he thought about how soon he'd be able to ravage those 2 little pussies, he felt his blood boil. You know you're a standard yellow hair, and I've heard that they women in the East like yellow hair the best. Cut the crap and get moving. Yes. Because each group had a sniper looking for high ground to snipe away, there were actually only 3 people in Group 1 responsible for the assault this time. And since the yellow-haired walker is one of them. Zip, a psychic connection has been established. Mind link. Category of equipment. Auxiliary. Occupancy. 1 requires presence of jamming satellite. Effect: establishes a psychic connection within a small area, enabling the connected persons to communicate with each other mentally. The target windows have curtains drawn. We can't get an accurate hit on the target, but we can determine that they're all inside the house. Assault team, move in immediately and use gravity-binding rounds on all of the several people. Zip, 1 group understood. Walker licked his lips in excitement, silently cupping his beloved shotgun in his hand, which was immensely advantageous in this type of combat environment inside a building, especially if the opponent is one of those rookies who don't know anything about anything and often don't know how to utilize cover. They'll be shot to hell in a few hits. Gravity-binding bomb. Category of equipment. Ammunition. Occupancy grid. Half a grid. Effect: targets hit will not be injured, but will be tightly wrapped in black bandages. Black bandages come with high gravity, and usually those with lower chi and strength can immobilize each other in 1 to 2 shots. He and another teammate stood on either side of the gate like gatekeepers, while the last teammate stood like a statue facing the gate. Start the breakthrough. The team member who was facing the front door kicked at the door of Leang Xinyi's room, which flew straight into the house like a paper kite. The Walker duo appeared immediately like ghosts, holding shotguns and firing wildly into the house. Black bullets flew like locusts, and they fired several shots before they were surprised to find the living room empty. Is it in the room? Walker froze for a moment and took a big step towards the house ahead of him. However, the moment he stepped into the house, a figure hanging upside down on the roof suddenly dropped down like a ghost, and the double tang blades sliced through like lightning. Warning: spirit body exceeded limit value. Will exit spirit body state in 3 seconds. Overload. Equipment type: auxiliary. Occupied space: 1 space. Effect: after a spirit is destroyed, it can continue to fight for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds are not invincible, and will be destroyed if attacked again. What? How did that happen? Alarmed, Walker ignored his cracked purple spirit body and continued to fire wildly upwards. However, the other party was as fast as the wind, and by the time he fired upwards, the other party had actually landed firmly on the ground. His attacks actually all fell short. D. The blade slashed again, and Walker's head flew into the air like a ball of leather. His spirit body shattered, and he himself fell to the ground like a puppet with broken strings. Before he could inhale a mouthful of longed-for air, the terrifying blade light struck again like the scythe of death. Too fast. So fast that he could not react. Blood splashed like a fountain. Walker was actually killed on the spot. Damn it! Outrageous. This woman actually possesses an A-class spirit body. Quickly, finish her off. The 2 team members behind Walker were so alarmed that they were just about to make a counterattack when they felt as if something was shining behind them. When the 2 men turned their heads, it was only then that they realized it was several rays of light speeding towards them as they turned the corner in the building. Damn! It's a magic cane. Watch out! The 2 wanted to dodge, but the magic formation actually turned again and passed straight through their chests like a spiritual snake. Click, click, click. The spirit body shattered, and the 2 foreigners' original bodies had just been revealed. When Leang Xinyi, who was inside the house, rushed over like a tiger descending from the mountain, and killed the 2 on the spot with her hand. In this short moment of less than 2 seconds, a group of well-trained squads wearing B-rank spirit bodies had been completely wiped out just like that. Ta-da! The sound of footsteps in the hallway suddenly sounded, and a woman's figure gradually appeared in Meng Qing's eyes. Xinyi? Aren't you in the house? When Meng Qing saw the woman's face, her whole body was frozen in shock. What was going on? The one standing in front of her was undoubtedly Leang Xinyi, but she was actually wearing the same type of a rank spirit body as herself and holding a half-meter-long magic staff in her hand. Moreover, her figure seemed to be different from just now. At this time, Leang Xinyi looked more mature than the original. Her waist was more slender, and her plump and chubby buttocks had changed a bit, but Meng Qing couldn't tell for a moment exactly where it had changed. The biggest change, when it comes to her breasts, is that she is now even more voluptuous than before. Ching-ching. This is my summoned object. She can't communicate with you. Wu Chuan was right. This Leang Xinyi was actually the 29-year-old Leang Xinyi 10 years later that Wu Chuan had summoned with his talent. At that time, when Wu Chuan saw Leang Xinyi with such a hot body, he couldn't help but want to reach out and test her strength. Then it turned out she was wearing a spiritual body and was too hard to try. Summons? What's a summoner? Wu Duan, you pervert. What strange things have you done to Xinyi? How did she become like this? Wu Chun was speechless. What do you mean I did strange things to Leang Xinyi? Just for such a short period of time, what could I do? Who is this underestimating? What happened to me? Who did what to me? When Leang Xinyi heard that the battle outside was over, she sneaked out of the house, and when she saw that young woman Leang Xinyi, she was also stunned. Who is this? Do I have a long-lost sister? Dream Okingo looked at the young girl Leang Xinyi, then looked at the young woman Leang Xinyi, and finally turned her gaze to Wu Chuan, and came to a sudden realization, followed by shock. You're really an oddball. This talent is too heaven-defying. Isn't it? If you can summon a peak Fu Dongyang, who else can beat you? Is it possible that this is me years from now? How could it be? It's too desperate. Isn't it? How did it both get bigger again? It's not scientific. Xinyi, listen to me. At that time you might have married someone, so you know. I don't get it. Meng queuing, you pervert. Stop saying that. Chapter 46. Total Annihilation. Leang Xinyi reference chart. Older neighborhoods. Zip. Fark. Boss. It looks like Walker and the others are all gone. What should we do? Zip. ING told them not to take their opponents lightly, but they just don't listen. Don't worry about alerting the residents. Snipers. Shoot for me. Team 2. Team 3, come with me. Never let them get away. Although the boss said serious words on his mouth, in fact, in his heart, he looked at Leang Xinyi and Meng queuing are also greedy. He has thought about it. Wait until the two people will be captured. Must think of all kinds of ways to bring them back to the Eagle Kingdom. The main task now, though, was still to catch them before they were caught. Zip. Boss, the terrain of the corridor is too narrow. Even if we go together, it won't help, right? Don't ing bull. We can't afford to delay. In a moment when the official reaction of the Dragon Kingdom comes, we'll all have to eat our words. In the next second, dull gunshots pierced the night sky like thunder. 3 sniper rifles fired at the same time, and poor Leang Xinyi suffered a huge loss. In that brief moment, the only 3 windows in her house shattered instantly like fragile crystal. The young girl Leang Xinyi want to cry without tears. Her originally poor home has been so badly damaged. Her heart seems to be broken, her small money just like this away from her. Xinyi, don't be sad. This is classified as a terrorist attack. The officials will compensate you. You should go upstairs and hide first. They might be launching a general attack. Wu Chuan watched Leang Xinyi on the verge of tears and hurriedly comforted her. The young girl, Leang Xinyi, didn't say anything and ran upstairs with her head down thumping. These guys obviously aren't from the Dragon Kingdom. How the hell did they bring a spirit body into Tianjing City? Meng Okingo's heart was filled with doubts. This kind of thing was by definition absolutely impossible. It's simple. A mole spun off a connection to bring them in, but they're in real trouble this time. As the saying goes, heavenly sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Wu Qiming and Yang Lan have made a big deal out of it this time. Here they come. Prepare to strike, hardy young woman version. The young woman's version of Leang Xinyi's cane flashed with light, and in the next second, 7 or 8 brilliant beams of light flew madly downstairs like meteors. Shockingly, these beams of light were as nimble as agile snakes, flexibly turning corners and as fast as lightning, flying from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor and a half in the blink of an eye. Magic cane upper part. Equipment type. Main weapon. Occupied squares. 3. Effects. Cane type long range attack equipment. The trajectory of the launched beam can be refracted twice, and the power, speed, and quantity of the launched beam will be increased according to the user's chi value. Zip. Caution. Terrifying energy approaching detected. No need for you to say that. A huge translucent shield suddenly appeared in the captain's left hand, blocking the front of the group. Unfold. Handheld light shield. Equipment type. Sidearm. Occupancy. 1.5 squares. Effects. Stronger defense than chip surrounding shield. Can be unfolded to both sides, expanding the area of defense. Do you really think we are unprepared? The defense of this shield is beyond your imagination. And in such a narrow place, all I have to do is hold the shield, and you'll be powerless against me. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion came like thunder, and the smile at the corner of the captain's mouth instantly stiffened, as if it had been frozen. He watched in shock as cracks appeared on the surface of the light shield in his hand. Geez, this was simply unheard of, that a handheld light shield could be cracked. Even when hit a few times by a heavy sniper rifle at close range, this thing was unharmed. And the wand's power was nothing compared to a heavy sniper rifle. How powerful was the other party's breath? How could it even crack the handheld light shield head-on? Everyone speed up and move forward. The handheld light shield won't last long. Before the captain could finish his words, the window behind him suddenly shattered, and several meteor-like beams of light sped in, directly penetrating the bodies of the 3 team members. Warning, spirit body exceeded limit value. Will exit spirit body state in 3 seconds. Warning. Warning. The captain's head went blank at the moment, and he realized that he had overthought the situation. Not only does the wand refract twice, but it can also attack them by turning the corner from the front, and naturally from the window. However, he only had 1 refractive light shield. Which side should he ward off? Obviously, the young woman version of Leang Xinyi didn't give this white captain much time to think, and in the next second, the terrifying light struck again. This time, the windows were densely packed with beam attacks, and the corridors were filled with them. Looking at that terrifying number, all the mercenaries were stunned. What is this? Is this fire coverage? How are we supposed to play? Damn! The corridor was too narrow, and there was nowhere for a large group of mercenaries to escape, as the beams kept weaving in and out and explosions resounded throughout the space. A second or two later, the slow platform between the first and second floors was directly blown into a huge black hole. As for the 6 mercenaries inside, it was unrecognizable, so presumably the charred and blackened flesh was what was left of them. Zip! Hey, hey, hey! Boss, boss? How's it going over there? Boss, come in. Come in, please. A sniper watched the horrific explosion in the distance, a huge drop of cold sweat dripping from his head before he started calling frantically. What kind of monsters did they encounter? Flanders, what do we do next? Do we still fight? What the hell, run the away? If we get caught in their sights, it's too late for us to run. Flander cracked, they all had camouflage cloaks, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be that hard to evacuate. So he immediately put away his sniper rifle, turned around and leapt down towards the back of the building. However, bang! With a gunshot, the bullet went through Flanders' head, green aura flying about, and the next moment the aura shattered as he felt the howling wind in his ears. It's over, with the protection of his spirit body. He dared to jump off the building, and now that it's shattered, he looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. Snap! Flanders lands head first. The other 2 snipers, without exception, ended up the same way as Flanders, only their deaths were not quite the same. A kilometer away on top of a certain building, Yang Fan held a cigarette and put away the sniper rifle in his hand. Ching ching, it's done. The military police will be here soon. If you guys don't have anywhere to go, you should go back to the headquarters dormitory first. Yes, it's fine. It's all as it should be. Call anytime if anything happens. I just have a little bit of a ditch and I'm not getting a review. I'm so sad. Chapter 47. A big mess. At a bookshelf, all seen here. I'm on my knees for all you readers out there. There was no major disturbance in the neighborhood and order was quickly restored as military police arrived on the scene. Although the residential building where Leang Xinyi's family lived looked pretty badly blown up, but fortunately, apart from a few residents who were injured by falling and stepping on them in the process of escaping, it didn't cause any more casualties. At this moment, inside an SPV police car, Wu Chun was sitting in the back seat, while the young woman Leang Xinyi was still stuck in this world at this moment due to the fact that the time for summoning had not yet passed. Only to see that she had already lifted her attire at this time, and was sitting beside Wu Chuan, looking at Wu Chuan's face in a daze, as if she was recalling certain things. Wu Chun had tried to communicate with her just now. Yet the young woman version of Leang Xinyi was completely unresponsive. But what Wu Chun could be sure of was that her intelligence or thinking was not under control. The time totem contract had only one restriction on her, which was that she must unconditionally follow Wu Chen's orders, and did not include any other restrictions. However, there might be a time dimension involved, and she was unable to reveal the future to Wu Chun and the others in any way, that was all. Wu Chun, your talent is too heaven-defying. Can you summon the future me as well? I also want to see what my future self looks like. But let's get this out of the way, you can't do anything weird to me in the future. Meng Qing looked at the secondary development of Leang Xinyi and felt that she also had quite a lot of potential. Maybe she could develop another wave in the future. And what do you care about him? He may have summoned you at night for some time in the future, unless you sleep with him at night. Leang Xinyi was giving advice to Meng Qing. Who wants to sleep with him? In that case, if he can summon the future you, can't he also summon the past you? If the past you is pregnant, then the present you. That's enough, you too. Being so lewd. Am I that kind of lewd? Wu Chun covered his head. Originally quite a serious natural ability, how did it turn into an ethical issue in their mouths? That's hard to say. I think so. The more the 2 women looked at Wu Chun, the less he looked like a good thing. And when they heard their words, Leang Xinyi, the young woman on the side, was amused by the 2 of them and giggled. Wu dust. In a certain underground hospital in Tianjin City, the Wu family members were like ants on a hot pan, pacing anxiously in the accompanying ward. Are those Eagle Kingdom mercenaries you hired any good or not? Why haven't you brought back that disobedient son? Wu Chun. Wu Qiming looked at his watch while pacing back and forth in the room. His mood seemed to be burning with fire and anxiety. I'm not sure, they don't answer the phone when they're on a mission, and now we can only wait, and I can't send anyone to follow them in order to avoid being caught on the trail. Hubby, just be patient for a little while longer. Maybe they are already on their way back. Just that little brat Wu Duan. How can he be a match for professional mercenaries? Yang Lan was kindly persuaded. How can I not be in a hurry? I can wait. Can Exiner wait? Poor Exa. How could she have such a heartless brother, alas? As Wu Qiming sighed, intense footsteps suddenly came from outside, as deafening as beating drums. Dad, Mom, it's coming. It must be them. I'll get it. Wu Yu was so excited that she jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the door like a stringed arrow. Wu Qiming and Yang Lan were also filled with excitement and couldn't wait to head towards the door. However, before the two could reach the door, they heard a man's cold drink from outside and his daughter's terrified screams. The two men looked at each other, both seeing incredible shock in the other's eyes. The next second, the door to the ward was roughly kicked open and several military police rushed in like tigers. She's Yang Lan. Take her down quickly for me. Who dares to touch my mother? My mother is… Ah! Yang Lan, who was arrogant and domineering 1 second, was deadlocked to the ground by 2 military police officers wearing C-class spirit bodies in the next second, and her helpless screams resounded through the sky, after which she was handcuffed by the military police. What are you doing? Let go of my mom. Bold. You guys are really bold. Do you know who my wife is? She's the daughter of the Yang family? How dare you touch someone from the Yang family? Do you want to die? Wu Qiming and Wu Yu had always been arrogant and accustomed to it. Ordinary military and police officers were not in their eyes at all. Even if they had just been arrested yesterday, it did not make them half awake. The Yang family's daughter, of course we know, but it's her we're arresting. She's suspected of colluding with forces outside the country and seriously jeopardizing the lives of the people. She's now under arrest. If you don't like it, you can go and denounce it and take the man away from me. The military police leader grunted coldly. This was an order from the headquarters personally, and unless it could be sued to the supreme chief, it would be useless to find anyone. What are you babbling about? Have you guys made a mistake? How could we jeopardize the safety of the people? We just want to get that rebellious son back. This is our family matter. It's nonsense for you to handle the case like this. Wu Qiming knew that the military police could come to his door. It must be that the arrest of Wu Duan was defeated, so he simply admitted it. However, these military police ignored his words, dragging Yang Lan, who kept struggling, out of the ward without looking back. Damn it! It's all because of that rebellious son who dared to make a big deal out of it. I definitely won't let him off lightly. Wu Yu, you stay here and watch over your brother. I'll make a trip to the Yang family right now, and I'll make sure that damned rebellious son pays a painful price. A strange triangular craft traveled through the air at breakneck speeds. The craft didn't look like much, and within the seats of it sat 4 men in fiery red spirit bodies. This trip to Karenza Island is also considered to be full of rewards. I wonder what exactly is Minister He looking for us to come back in such a hurry? A silver-haired youth sat on a soft couch, looking at a book while chattering, and on his left chest were engraved a few characters as 02A3 Su Xiangyang. I heard that the Yang fan team was completely wiped out by an unknown spirit some time ago. Calling us back wouldn't be to deal with it, would it? The speaker was a bald man with a menacing look, holding 2 short staffs in his hands which he was constantly playing with, and likewise on the left breast of his spirit body was engraved a similar symbol as 02A2 Nyo Zeta. I think it's possible, after all, my search efficiency is no one can compare, but the district and unknown spirit body guilty of looking for us back? Now the headquarters is getting weaker and weaker. Actually can't even deal with an unknown spirit body. A feminine-looking man was rubbing his hand against a picture of a beautiful woman, and if he looked closely he could see that it was actually a picture of Meng Quing. On the left breast of his spirit body were inscribed the words A02A4 Restore the Day. Don't care about that. No matter if it's killing unknown spirits or killing people, we'll never let Team He down, and all those who stand in our way will have to die. The man who ended up sitting at the front of the cabin wore long black hair. He had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that were often crimson in color, and he was currently polishing a tanged sword of unusual quality. This man was the captain of Team A02, known as the #1 swordsman in the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Xinyi. Chapter 48. Kidney source definitely can't be found. If not, let's install a fake one. Are you guys stupid? Are you out of your minds? Lan Lan has been spoiled since she was a child, so it's just as well that she doesn't know any better. Don't you know any better too? How dare you let foreign mercenaries in? What a serious matter this is. How can you not discuss it with us? Yang Lan's father, Yang Huai, was furious, slamming the table, so angry that his hair was smoking. Now the headquarters is angry. Not only Yang Lan will suffer, even the Yang family is also implicated. Yang Lan's brother's military police department logistics chief dispatch position may not be guaranteed. No wonder Yang Huai is so angry. Yes, it was our poor consideration, but we didn't expect things to develop to such a serious point. We just wanted to teach that rebellious son of Wu Qin a lesson. We didn't expect that group of mercenaries to be so incompetent. Incompetent? You stupid ass. Before Wu Qiming could finish his words, the old man became anxious and picked up an ashtray and ruthlessly smashed it into Wu Qiming's head. He didn't dare to dodge, and was instantly hit on the head. Dad, am I right? You still don't know, do you? Wu Chuan has awakened the SSS grade talent time totem, and now the headquarters is protecting him like a baby. Even the most cherished rising star, Meng Qing, has been given to Wu Chuan as a bodyguard. You stupid asshole. You even kicked him out of the house and you're gonna rob him of his kidney? Aren't you offending him to death? What are you going to do from now on? Wu Qiming's head buzzed, and he didn't know if he was confused by his old husband's beating or stunned by the news that Wu Chan had awakened his SSS-ranked skills. His entire body was frozen on the spot. What kind of luck did Wu Chen's son have? How could he awaken an SSS-grade talent? He was clearly blind, and he himself had grown up despising the guy who would only disgrace himself. How could he awaken an SSS-ranked talent? How could he awaken an SSS-grade talent? Now that this is the case, doesn't it make you look even more like you have no vision and are useless? He shouted in annoyance. Dad, even if he awakens his SSS-ranked talent, what can he do? That rebellious son is just a blind man no matter what. He was able to awaken an SSS-ranked talent. My Xiner, as his twin, is surely no worse than him. You do know that Xiner has been better at everything since she was a child than that rebellious son Wu Chan. If he hadn't refused to donate a kidney to Xiner, the one who would have awakened the SSS grade talent right now would have been Xiner. Yang Huai heard his son-in-law's words and thought about it for half a day, and also felt that it was this reasoning. So he reluctantly nodded and said, while that's true, you guys are still too impulsive this time. Dad, we know it's wrong. Lanner is your own daughter. You must help her. There is also the problem of Xiner's kidney source. Now that Wu Duan, that rebellious son, can't be counted on. But we can't just look at Xiner with only one kidney to awaken, right? He's all the hope our family has. The old man thought for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Even if I wanted to help now, it would be too late in time, but it's not completely out of the question. There's always a way to remedy things. What? Dad, if you have an idea, then tell me. Since we can't find a kidney source, let's put a fake kidney in Xiner first. Wu Qiming dumbfounded. What do you mean really no and fake? I mean to say, first install an artificial spirit kidney, although it is certainly not as good as the real one, but the technology is quite mature now anyway. It's better than nothing. When the first rays of morning sunshine poured into the white as snow hospital room, a new day began. Wu Xin sat dumbfounded on the hospital bed, his face as gloomy as a dark cloud. He could not have imagined in any way that things would develop to such a point. This is simply too unfair. Ever since he was a child, he was better than Wu Chan in everything, and no one in his family liked Wu Chan at all. Only Xia Chun would stay by his side when she came. Even so, he went to great lengths to PUA talk to her every day and eventually snatched her to his side as well. But that good-for-nothing fool Wu Chuan had actually awakened an S rank or higher natural ability. He should have honestly given up his body parts, so why did he have to compete with himself? He was not willing, and how could he be willing? Just as he was cutting his teeth in anger, the door to the hospital room slowly opened and Wu Qiming dragged his tired body in. Dad, what's the situation? Did Grandma and Grandpa's side promise to save Mom? What he really wanted to ask was whether there was still a turnaround for his kidney problem. But on second thought, it would be better to care about his mom first to emphasize his filial piety. Good son, you are indeed the sweetest. 100 times better than that rebellious son Wu Chan. Don't worry, your mom's matter is already being handled. It will definitely be resolved. Wu Qiming sat aside on the hospital bed, rubbed his temples, and did not tell the truth to Wu Xin, because even if he said it, there was nothing Wu Xin could do. Right, son? There's something I have to tell you. As you know, Wu Chen's rebellious son refused to donate his kidney, and the kidney source can't be found for a while, so we can only activate the last option. When Wu Xin heard that the kidney source was hopeless, his heart was like falling into an ice cellar. But when he heard that there is a backup plan, a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart. Is there another kidney source? Dad, you name it, whatever the case, I can live with it. Good son, although we don't have a kidney source, we can install a fake one for you first. Anyway, Let's get past the awakening talent hurdle first. Fake. Fake. Wu Xian was dumbfounded. What do you mean? There really isn't a fake first? What do you mean you didn't really install a fake one first? It's just artificial spirit kidneys, and the technology is quite mature now. Although the function is equivalent to none, it's helpful in awakening the gift anyway. All in all, it's definitely better than none. There's no way around it. Wu Xian's head felt like a mess. What do you mean by functionally equivalent to nothing? Are you kidding me? However, considering that it could help with awakening, he could only hold his nose and admit it, but Wu Qiming didn't tell him that it was quite useful. Like when you get excited, you spit and faint. Well, then it'll have to do. Wu Xian sat paralyzed on the hospital bed, a pang of despair in his heart. Xian, you don't have to be sad. With your talent, even if you only have one spiritual body kidney, you will definitely be able to awaken the SSS grade talent. Dad believes in you. You are definitely much stronger than that rebellious son. Wu Qiming patted his son's shoulder to comfort him, which was of course what he had in mind. Congratulations to Snowfall into Gotham for being the only reader to send 3 in a row for the love of power. Please claim your reward within 24 hours of receiving my private message within the Alipay password red envelope. Thank you. Chapter 49. Dean Jia? Since the decision had already been made, Wu Qiming didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately began to work on arranging the surgery. At 6 a.m., preparations for the surgery were in the final stages. Wu Xian thought for a moment and quickly dialed Xia Chun's number. In the past 2 days, he clearly felt that Xia Chun was distancing herself from him, and since he couldn't snatch Wu Chen's kidney, it was not bad to mess with his fiancée. The phone rang a few times before connecting, and Xia Chun's slightly lethargic voice came from the opposite side. Hello? Brother Wu Xian, what's wrong? Calling me so early? Wu Xian heard Xia Chun's imitation. The voice, suddenly excited, but his body cannot. That forbidden nonsense. Not good for. Chun, I'm going to have an operation soon. I'm so scared and I really miss you. Can you come over and keep me company? I've got something on my side, so I may not be able to get through. I'm begging you, Chun. Now that Mom has been taken away by the people my brother told to take her, and my big sister has been put in the hospital by my brother, I'm not blaming my brother. It's just that Dad is so busy right now. Chun, I really need you. Just stay with me for your brother. Okay? Xia Chun's voice became a bit icy. I'm sorry, Brother Wu Chun doesn't really like me getting too close to you. He's having a cold war with me this time. So, sorry about that. Wu Xian Gas gritted his teeth. Why would this be the case? Before their own tried and true green tea discourse, how suddenly out of order? The Xia Chun. One had to think of another way to do it, yet Xia Chun's side had hung up without hesitation. Same time. Reporting to the chief, A02 10,000 Swords Team 1 is back in formation. Please instruct. Inside a brightly lit office, Xian sat on the president's chair inside the office, gently looking at the 4 team members standing in front of the office. Kenichi, your valor on Karenza Island, no, on Swordpage Island was truly breathtaking, and you deserve a lot of credit for our Dragon Kingdom being able to reclaim Swordpage Island from the Goose Kingdom. Second-class Flying Freedom Medal, you deserve it. Soon the medals were distributed. I'm sure you can guess some of the reasons for this expedited transfer of you back to the team. Yes, Chief, probably because of that so-called six-winged Holy Spirit? Wan Jenny's voice was calm and steady. That's right, it's because of the unknown spirit body codenamed Six-Winged Holy Spirit. I'm sure you've all read the information, and you're all experienced martial artists, so if you have any thoughts, you'll go ahead and say them. Whether Xian valued the opinions of his subordinates or not was not really important. What mattered was that this attitude was very comforting. How can I put it? Bombing spirit soldiers. All the time is actually kind of boring. I just hope that this so-called six-winged Holy Spirit isn't too much of a dish, and that it'll make my bombing a bit more enjoyable. A 02A2 Nyozita heatedly laughed. Nyozita, don't say it's useless, Chief. I have seen the six-winged Holy Spirit's combat video. His combat power is indeed very strong, but the interval between his attacks is very obvious. If our 02 team wants to clean him up, I don't think it will take much time, so please don't worry, Chief. My only concern is that he's too fast, and if he's bent on running, I'm afraid we can't do anything about him, so I'd like to borrow one from you. Wan Jenny's cool eyes were filled with self-confidence. Surprisingly, he did not place the six-winged Holy Spirit in his eyes at all. Who do you want to borrow? I'd like to borrow Team A06 Full Sky. Good, that's fine. I'll simply lend you the entire A06 team. Make sure to complete the mission as soon as possible, okay? A 02 10,000 Swords Team 1 at your service. Please instruct the chief. Make every effort to eradicate the six-winged Holy Spirit as soon as possible and seize its spirit body. I don't need a living soul. The Xian lifted his chin. His face was cold. He didn't believe in anyone who tried to jeopardize and invade the Dragon Kingdom. All invaders deserve to die. Wu Dust yawned while sitting up from the bed in his pajamas. Today was the test day for Qi. Wu Dust had to make a trip to the city's first high school no matter what. He moved his neck and subconsciously looked to his side, which was surprisingly already empty. Oh, yeah, it's summoning time and she's supposed to have disappeared. Last night Leang Xinyi's home was bombed. The whole neighborhood was blocked by the military police. The three of them had no place to stay, so they simply stayed in the reserve dormitory of the headquarters under the leadership of Meng Qing. Wu Qin put on his clothes and cleaned up properly, so he quickly left the headquarters building and walked towards the street. But it turned out that while he was waiting for a cab, a man's figure walked straight towards him. Really a hero out of the youth, ah. I see you, Rootbone. Excellent, elegant, extraordinary momentum. I counted your future will become great. I don't buy secret books and I don't have money to donate to your restoration. A drop of cold sweat flowed from Wu Duan's head. No, you must have misunderstood. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jia Junzi. I am the Dean of Alpha, a top international university. You can just call me Dean Jia. Wu Dust looked indifferently at the man in front of him, who was wearing a black suit with meticulously combed hair, and softly inquired, You, the fake dean? Are all crooks so arrogant now? No, my real last name is Jia. If you don't believe me, go to Baidu and search. I'm very famous, and I've come here this time specifically to invite you to come and study at our school. As long as you add as our Alpha Academy, let's team up together to conquer the Academy Cup and create an unsurpassable myth. Come on, Wu Duan. Stop. How do I look? How do you look like a pie-in-the-face liar? Wu Chun pulled out his cell phone and searched. This guy was really the dean of Alpha Academy. Jia Junzi, is that even possible? Just as Wu Chun and Jia Junzi were talking, a car drove by. The window rolled down, revealing a delicate lowly face inside, and Wu Chun raised an eyebrow. This girl turned out to be the little girl named Lemon Chen that she met at the shooting range last time. Yo, Wu Duan, the great hero of my heart. Hello, this is my uncle Jia Junzi. He may seem unreliable, but he's really the president of Alpha Academy. Wu Chun nodded, then looked at Dean Jia and said indifferently, Oh, Dean Jia, it's a pleasure to meet you, but let's not get into all that nonsense. What's the Conquering College Cup? Isn't it just to bring honor to your college? What does it have to do with me? You give me something practical. Chapter 50 Wu Chun, I want to give you a monkey. Alpha College, as an international superb university, is undoubtedly at the top of its game, both in terms of its internal faculty and equipment, training grounds, and college strength. Of course, if he just wanted to fool him, it certainly wouldn't work, and Alpha wasn't Wu Chen's only option. For example, Sibei University and Hale Closed Whiskers College are actually quite good. Wu Duan actually wanted to get in touch with the famous school during this time to see what facilities the other side could offer him. Wu Chun, don't be angry. Don't worry. I've made enough preparations in terms of treatment. Aren't you going to the first city high school? Come on, get in the car and let's walk and talk in the car. Wu Chun was not polite and directly sat in the back seat, and Jia Junzi followed suit and sat next to Wu Chun, before patting himself on the back. Wu Chun, nah, let's get right to the point. It's like this, if you can come to our school, I can make the following guarantees. First, we definitely give you the best faculty, chaperone team, and even move you to the strongest 4-year-old team immediately if you want to make sure that your teammates are the strongest. Secondly, you don't have to worry about the scholarship. We will surely give you the highest standard, and the school will reimburse you for all the expenses incurred for your study. Third, let's set you up with a beautiful chaperone. What do you think of my niece who drives? Don't look at her like a lullicon, but she's actually a real adult, I swear. How's it going? Wu Duan, come to our academy, right? I'll send the acceptance letter to you in a moment. Lemon Chun muttered in his heart after hearing his uncle's words. Humph, if it weren't for Wu Duan. With that, he rolled his eyes widely, thinking that if it were anyone else, he wouldn't have taken the job anyway. Take it easy, Principal Jia. I also need to find out about other schools first, don't you think? After all, it's always right to have more choices, so to speak. The corners of Wu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, and at this moment, he had already begun to calculate in his heart. He naturally had his own thoughts and plans about participating in the Academy Cup. Moreover, Leang Xinyi was also a factor that had to be taken into consideration, There was no doubt that if he was really going to compete, then Leang Xinyi would definitely be one of his internalized teammates, and this could almost be said to be the nail in the coffin. All the way Jia Junzi chatted enthusiastically with Wu Chun, and Wu Chun responded in kind out of politeness. The car quickly arrived outside the door of the city's first high school. Today's city's first high school, this time not as many people as on the day of the Gifted Awakening. Lemon Chun went to work on his own as an enrollment representative of the Alpha Academy. Wu Chun, on the other hand, was quickly heading towards the room where he was testing his chi level, and after waiting in line for an hour and a half, he was finally done testing his chi level. Soon the big screen on the playground showed Wu Chen's results. Wu Duan, Tianjing City number 1 High School, chi value, 10-15 points. Instantly the entire city's first high school was abuzz. City 1 High School student. Monster, more than 1,000 chi. Is there a mistake somewhere? Why do I only have 35 points? That one suspected to have awakened an SS grade talent shouldn't be him, right? A university admissions teacher. The one who awakened the high-level talent is definitely this kid. Block him for me. Don't let him run away. A TV reporter. According to the grapevine, this Wu Chun student is the student who has awakened a super high talent, and according to the senior who doesn't want to disclose his name, he has awakened a SSS grade talent. Now that his test scores have also come out, and his chi value is even as high as 1,000 points, let's go and interview him together now. A high school girl. Wu Chuan. I want to give you a monkey. Please marry me. Wu Chun was confused at that moment. He hadn't even waited to take 10 steps out before he was surrounded by a large group of people, some holding microphones to interview him, and some holding acceptance letters into his hands. The most excessive actually do not know which woman actually want to pick his pants. Really uncle can tolerate, aunt cannot tolerate too much. Wu Chuan forced himself to hold back the idea of pulling out the 6-winged divine suit and directly flying away, roaring angrily. One by one, you guys, if you can't do it, you can all play the ing game. Soon, the military police on duty arrived and took away the girls who tried to pick his pants, and those who stuffed the acceptance letters were all chased away after stuffing them. There are only a few reporters left who roared about freedom of the press and would rather die than retreat, and a group of military police who have never seen the world are also dumbfounded. Wu Duan said helplessly. Ask quickly. I'm in a hurry. The clock had struck 10:30 in the morning. At this moment, in front of the door of the operating room of Hospital 722, a tense and heavy atmosphere pervades. Finally, the lights of the operating room go out, and a doctor with a tired and exhausted face slowly walks out. Wu Qiming rushed forward with an anxious heart, grasping the doctor's hand tightly and asking with a slightly trembling voice, Doctor, how is it going? Did my son's surgery go well? The doctor replied with a slight sigh of relief and a small smile of relief on his face. Rest assured, the surgery was a great success. We have safely transplanted the spiritual prosthetic kidney into him, and now professional medically gifted people are following up. Not surprisingly, in a little while, he'll be mostly recovered. Upon hearing the news, Wu Yu was so excited that she almost jumped up and down. Although her mother's problem had not yet been solved, her brother had at least succeeded in having a prosthetic kidney installed. She secretly prayed in her heart, hoping that her brother would be able to awaken his SSS rank talent, so that the whole family could see a radical change. Great! Wonderful! Doctor, this is a small token of appreciation. Please do take it. Wu Qiming slipped the doctor a large red packet before addressing Wu Yu again. That's wonderful. Yuer, hurry up and prepare some delicious food. Remember to ask Xiner what foods she needs to avoid and pay more attention. Then, our family is going to have a good celebration. Brothers, first of all, happy June 1st Children's Day. I'm playing with my kids today and tomorrow, so I can only do 2 more chapters. Sorry about that. And then the reader who won yesterday was Likes Hayes Wants You, so please check your private messages. It's too distracting for other readers to read, and the next installment of Winning Information is moved to readers have something to say. Thank you. Chapter 51, Alston resolves to enter the war. Our interview here is with Wu Chun, the second student in the country who has awakened an SSS rank talent. May I ask, what is your secret to awakening such a good talent? Eat more, sleep more, snack less, and read more. Then the last question, student Wu Chun. May I ask how happy you and your family must be that you have awakened such a good talent this time? May I ask how you all celebrated? The first reporter asked the last question. I'm sorry. My family is all dead and I'm an orphan. Inside Ward 722, Wu Qiming happened to open the TV, just in time to see the reporter's interview as above. And when he heard Wu Duan's words, he immediately covered his chest with anger, and his breath almost didn't come out. TV's Wu Duan is a mosaic face. Dad, are you okay? Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, surely my brother didn't mean to try to anger you. He just said the wrong thing for a moment. You mustn't take it personally. Wu Yu and Wu Xian rushed forward to support Wu Qiming. Only Wu Xian could not get up because of her unhealed injuries. The rebellious son. This rebellious son. Simply really in vain to raise him for so many years. The next time I see him, I have to beat him to death. Wu Qiming slowed down for a long time, then rushed at the TV's incompetence in a frenzy. Dad, don't be mad at your brother. You're getting mad again. Wu Xian was persuasive. You should fight for it tomorrow, and make sure to awaken an SSS-ranked talent as well, and fight for our family. It was only at this time that Wu Xian's two sisters realized with hindsight that Wu Chan had actually awakened an SSS-grade talent, and they were all dumbfounded. As for Wu Xian, he was just sneering on the side. He had already known about this news back when Wu Qiming came back, and at that time he had predicted that Wu Chan would be besieged today. So he hired a reporter ahead of time to brush up some negative news for Wu Duan, and then stink up Wu Duan's reputation, after which he could pay for a wave of black traffic for Wu Duan. Even if Wu Chan awakened the SSS skill, he still want to make him the mass rebellion. Maybe Wu Chan himself cannot withstand the blow to suicide? Even if you are angry and get sick in some way, thinking of this, Wu Xian smiled. On the playground of the city's first high school, a reporter wearing glasses asked Wu Duan a question. Mr. Wu Chan, first of all, congratulations on awakening such an outstanding talent and over 1,000 points of qi. Could you please introduce the name of the talent you have awakened and its specific abilities for everyone to savor? The students on the sidelines murmured. It's not nice to ask people directly about their privacy like that, is it? There's something wrong with this reporter? And tasting, what are your qualifications? I don't see any problem with that. It's a pretty straightforward question. Who wouldn't want to know what talent he's awakened? That's right. Of course the reporters are going to ask the hard-hitting questions. Wu Chen's eyes calmly swept towards this reporter. He knew in his heart that this was obviously here to pick a fight. If you can't ask a question, don't ask it and get out of the way. Wu Dust disliked it nonchalantly. Don't you feel unqualified for cursing people like that? And I heard that your twin brother needs a kidney transplant, and you chose to see death even after awakening. Is that true? Why are you so inhuman? A sinister light flashed in the reporter's eyes. He was trying to provoke Wu Duan, and then stand on the moral high ground to accuse him, so that he would be drowned by the crowd's saliva. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. Treat people with courtesy, convince them with virtue, and touch them with love and truth. Choice of reward, moral fruit. After consuming it, you will become a dry duck and also become simple-minded. Option 2. Try not to bull if you can. Slap him first and expose him. Choice of reward. Recording of the reporter's conversation with Wu Xian and all transfer records. Option 3. Slap him in the face and knock out his 4 big teeth. I loathe scum most of all, and I loathe even more scum who stand on the moral high ground and kidnap others. Choice of reward. Recordings of the reporter's calls with Wu Xian and all transfer records, as well as a small realm enhancement card. Seeing these options, the corners of Wu Chen's mouth rose slightly. S8217 Bubble Universe. Alston Empire. Lord Pieru, the side of the Holy Roman Empire, has once again sent a diplomatic letter saying that, in strong protest of our meddling in their original realm plans, we have seriously violated the Parallel Universe Convention. After our denial of the behavior, they actually provided a projection of the so-called evidence. Would you like to take a look at it? Pieru was a grotesque-looking old man, naked, with eyes so small they were almost invisible, and only the 2 beards on his face were particularly conspicuous. Oh? They actually have evidence? Humph. Ridiculous. Bring it to me. Yes. With the diplomat's reply, a holographic projection was immediately played in the Great Hall, and its projection was the very same image of the 6-winged divine suit versus Squad A05. Pieru looked at it for about a few seconds before speaking in surprise. What the hell? The design style, the weapon spirit attributes are indeed similar to our Alston style. Onando, what's the situation? You're in charge of spirit body development. Tell us. Pieru's words fell for a long time, and did not see that the so-called Onando speak. The crowd fixed their eyes, only to realize that he was at the moment open mouth, staring at the 6-winged god costume fierce look. Not only did he look like he'd seen a ghost, but he mumbled something under his breath as he watched. It can't be. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Onando, what the hell is impossible? You make it clear. Onando finally heard Pieru this time, and he stepped out from one side like a walking corpse before answering. Your Majesty, this matter, there is really something very strange. Do you still remember? 5 years ago we spent a huge amount of money to carry out the Archangel program. This spirit body was the highest spirit body of the Archangel program's six-winged god, except that later on the development of six-winged god completely failed because of the excessive technical difficulties. And all the information on the RD was sealed as S+ classified, but the spirit on this video just now, he's the six-winged god. There's no doubt that no one knows the six-winged god better than me, but how could he be in the original realm? This can't be possible, ah? How could those wild monkeys in the original realm have something that we can't even study? Onando still couldn't believe it was true. At this point it was like he was a soulless shell. This spirit body is actually the six-winged god? Pierrot exclaimed as he slapped the armrests of his throne. We must not tolerate Alstom's highest technology to go out into the world. No matter what, we must retrieve the six-winged god. Immediately negotiate with the Holy Roman side. We can do without the collected chi, but we must retrieve this six-winged god. Chapter 52. Xia Chun cries. City First High Playground. The reporter wearing glasses saw that Wu Chun didn't make a sound, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking that Wu Chun seemed to have let him ask the question blindly. So he hurriedly continued to strike the iron while it was hot, holding the microphone and speaking to the camera. It seems that Wu Chun has nothing more to say. Someone with talent and no morals like him will probably go down a crooked path in the future, or even betray the Blue Star by defecting to an unknown spirit. I think the current education system that is based on merit alone should be changed, and guys like Wu Duan who have no conscience should be executed so that they can pop. The reporter is still there in the gushing credulous. Wu Dust, a big mouth slapped over. The reporter did not understand what happened. The person in the air to do a Thomas 720-degree pirouette. Then, after spitting out 4 large teeth, he fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations to the host for choosing the 3 options and obtaining the recording of the call between the reporter and Wu Xian and all the transfer records plus a small realm enhancement card, which has been automatically deposited into your system backpack. You actually dare to hit people? Reversed. He reversed. This actually dared to hit the reporter. Everyone come and look at this scum. He is infuriated. He must be afraid that I will expose the black information, and he wants to beat me to death. The reporter's mouth was covered in blood, and he was still screaming in a blurred frenzy. I really didn't expect Wu Chun to turn out to be such a person. It's not right, is it? Wu Duan is usually quite a calm person. I'm afraid there's a reversal in this. There's a reversal, my ass. This is a reporter of Tianjin City TV station, a formal worker. He can't possibly talk nonsense without evidence. I don't look at Wu Dust like a good thing. I've seen him with several goddesses. Maybe he's a Sea King scum. Wu Dust was not the least bit surprised to hear the comments around him, and took 3 steps to the front of the reporter wearing glasses, reaching out and grabbing his hair. You, what are you doing? You scum, someone, are you all dead? Quickly stop him. He's committing a crime. The reporter was shocked and confused, and hurriedly asked for help from the military police on the side. However, a group of military police could be much more resourceful than him, and there had been instructions from above for a long time that everything should be done with Wu Chen's interests as the highest priority. Wu Chun, don't be impulsive, have a talk, the uniformed officer on the side advised with his mouth, but his body honestly had no intention of stopping it at all. Fine, Wu Chun, you wait for me. I will definitely expose you and make you the trash that everyone spits on. This person hates scum, more hate their own what is not, but also ing with moral accusations of others scum. You and my brother private this deal really think I do not know? Wu Dust faintly took out a few photos and a recorder from his body. The reporter wearing glasses was immediately dumbfounded after seeing a few photos, which was actually the transfer record of the money he received from Wu Xian. How is it possible? It can't be, you're faking this thing, don't believe it people, this scum Wu Chuan slapped another one up. The reporter was completely blindsided. Then Wu Chuan played the contents of the recorder to everyone at the scene. I told you that there is a reversal, his brother is really ing great, actually looking for someone to expose his brother. I said that this reporter asked all the questions so punchy. It turns out that it is to receive money from people. It's ing hilarious. Calling someone a scumbag when he's the one who's the scumbag. Don't you guys realize? Although this reporter and his brother are really not right, but it is true that Wu Dust did not donate a kidney to his brother. I see that they are not good people, especially Wu Dust. One, even his own brother does not care. I see you one. You are so great, you go to donate. Several military police immediately rushed over to arrest the reporter when they heard the evidence on Wu Chen's side. You're suspected of defaming someone's honor, and now you're under arrest. The reporter at this time, completely paralyzed with fear on the ground, he did not expect the end is actually this way. He is considered completely finished. The TV station's job will certainly not be able to keep, and may also be jailed. Wu Chen, on the other hand, was no longer interested in staying here and directly turned around to leave through the crowd. But as a result, he had only just walked out of the school gate when he heard a familiar female voice suddenly coming from behind him. Brother Wu Chen, it's really great that you're okay. Yesterday when I heard that auntie and uncle were going to send someone to arrest you, I was so worried that I didn't sleep a wink all night. Wu Chuan coldly turned back and felt incredibly disgusted at the sight of Xia Chun's hypocritical face and took a deep breath. Get out. Brother Wu Chen, wait, you can see with your eyes? Great. You've really regained your sight, Xia Chun said in surprise as she grabbed Wu Chen's sleeve. Does it have anything to do with you? Get lost and don't make me do it. Brother Wu Chen, don't be like this. I beg you. I know I'm wrong, so don't be angry. As long as you're willing to forgive me, whatever you want me to do is fine. Xia Chun had, in fact, regretted it just as soon as she had determined that Wu Chen had awakened an SSS rank talent. There were only 2 geniuses who had awakened the SSS rank in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Ah, with such a genius fiancé, how much face must she bring out? All her little friends would probably envy her enviously with red eyes. Yet she hadn't grasped it, and she was now gutted. The current her only wanted to keep Wu Chen by any means possible. Even if Wu Chen had to go to the hotel with her immediately, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest, or rather, she couldn't wait to offer herself to Wu Chen immediately. That's how you keep him on a tight leash. However, with a flick of Wu Chen's hand, Xia Chun fell hard to the ground. Xia Chun still hadn't given up. She was hurting. Mainly because her heart was hurting. She actually hadn't cherished Wu Chen in the first place. If she had known that Wu Chen could awaken an SSS grade talent, she definitely wouldn't have treated him that way. She quickly crawled to Wu Chen's feet and hugged Wu Chen's thighs. I'm sorry, Brother Wu Chen. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please give me another chance. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. When did I learn the slap defense for nothing? Wu Xian and Wu Yu have been beaten. This time it's your turn. Give her 3 slaps to relieve your anger first. Choice reward. Xia Chun's exclusive collar. Just find a way to put it on Xia Chun, and she will become your exclusive playmate. Option 2. Transform into a little lickspittle again. Forgive Ha Chun, and take the opportunity to confess your love to Ha Chun. Choice reward. Xia Pure Favorability plus 130, 50% chance to directly be able to pure love END. Option 3. Kick her away and leave in style, only to regret it now. This kind of woman doesn't deserve any pity at all. Choice reward. Realm Enhancement Card 1. Wu Chen took a deep breath and almost chose one. These slaps must be a thief, but that reward at the back is even. Looking at her is disgusting. As for option 2, don't see it. Wu Chen raised his foot and kicked Xia Chun away, then dashingly got into a cab and quickly disappeared from the scene. Congratulations to the host for choosing the 3 options and obtaining the minor realm enhancement card, which has been automatically deposited into your system backpack. Xia Chun watched the cab disappear from her view and fell to the ground, crying in pain. One is wrong, but one isn't terribly wrong, is one? Why does Brother Wu Chen just refuse to forgive me? One must think of a good way to do so. Chapter 53 Wu Xin was cyber violated. Wu Chuan had nowhere to go after getting rid of Xia Chun, and finally returned inside the headquarters. These 2 minor realm enhancement cards obtained from going to test the chi value today were very crucial. His own 6-wing divine attire could boost his base attributes by 15 times, and he could also keep switching between advantageous attributes for a short period of time, which led to the value of the base attributes being very crucial for Wu Chen. And how do you increase your base attributes? The answer is pretty obvious, is to raise the realm. Wu Chen had just walked into the lobby of the headquarters when he realized that the atmosphere was very wrong. 12-6 Section Bug. Spirit soldiers appeared in the West Pass district, and I heard that they caused a lot of damage, and they haven't finished dealing with them yet. Yes, the key 6 section bugs are loaded with a large number of trappers and swordsmen. I heard that the military police and the regular army are very dead or injured, a 10 team and a 0-5 team. It seems that they all rushed over there, so I hope that we can solve the battle quickly. Shiguan district is too far away from the headquarters, tens of kilometers, and I don't know what's going on lately. Why are those damn unidentified spirits focusing on Tianjing? It's only been a few days? It's the third time, isn't it? Team A05? Did Meng Oching go over there too? Wu Chun sighed. The sky collapsed with a taller one on top. He can't be dressed in six-winged divine attire to rush out every time there is an unknown spirit invasion. So Meng Qing is his bodyguard, not her wife, love to go. Wu Chun completely ignored their words and directly pressed the elevator up button to prepare to leave. In fact, nowadays, Blue Star's fights with unidentified spirits often lead to passivity and a large number of casualties, and there are probably two main reasons for this. The first is the asymmetry of information and the backwardness of spiritual body technology. Blue Star can't even figure out who the enemy is. The second is because there is no means to break the boundary, so you can only be passive and take a beating without knowing when the opposite side will hit over and where it will hit. In fact, to be honest, both of these problems could be solved by Wu Chun, who held more than just some information about other bubble universes in his hands. There were even some more basic drawings of spirit body technology inside the six-winged divine suit. However, there was nothing Wu Chun could do now. After all, there was always an indelible hostility towards him from the headquarters side, and he did not yet have the great sentiment to save the world regardless of his own safety. The elevator door opened and Wu Chun was just about to enter when a familiar figure walked out from inside. The last time he met with him, he himself was still wearing the six-winged god costume, on the rooftop of that building. Eh? Oh, you're that Wu Duan who just awakened his SSS rank talent, right? Fu Dongyang stuck one hand in his pocket and raised his other hand to greet Wu Chun as he looked Wu Chun up and down, a silver glint flashing in his eyes. Us? Haven't we met somewhere before? Wu Duan raised his eyebrows. What the did he see again? Excuse me? Wu Dust looked confused and inquired in disbelief. His acting skills were directly pulled full circle. Fu Dongyang looked at Wu Dust's sincere eyes, nodded, and laughed. My head does not remember. Maybe I am mistaken. My name is Fu Dongyang. I am the special advisor of the 2nd Rangers. I feel quite compatible with you. Some other day have time to come to our place to sit down. Let's have a drink. Fu Dongyang pulled out a white, broken card from his body and handed it to Wu Chun, who looked down at it and wrote 5 words on it with a marker. Temporary pass. Wu Chuan mouth corner twitched twice. How this thing looks like a fake. And the headquarters of the passage of the spirit body chip, then simply Loa Bacha. Ha 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 ha. Our 2nd Rangers have limited funds. It must be true. I have awakened the SSS rank talent just like you, and I probably know a bit more about some of the hidden attributes of the talent. If you want to know, look me up. I'll leave you to it. Fu Dongyang laughed loudly and waved his hand, turning around and disappearing at the main entrance of the headquarters. Wu Duan also walked into the elevator and soon arrived at the 17th floor operating the reserve team dormitory, and when he returned to his room, he found Leang Xinyi lying on the sheets of his bed, looking for some kind of trace. Sister Xinyi, what are you looking at? When Leang Xinyi saw Wu Chun come back, she hurriedly stood up, looking like she was panicking, and said, "No, it's nothing. I didn't see anything. I'm going out." After that, she slipped away in a panic, and Wu Chun closed the door breathlessly before sitting on the bed. System used the Minor Realm Enhancement card. 722 Hospital. Wu Qiming and Wu Yu looked at the public opinion on the internet, angry face green. The morning Wu Duan's interview in the internet quickly fermentation. No surprise, Wu Xian became the main net violence object. Netizen glazed feather fantasy. This is the legendary plastic brother. Really ing funny. I see this Wu Xian is to hate his brother did not give him a kidney donation? What a dog thing. Spend money to buy reporters to smear their own brother? Thing. Netizen this pen name is good. Right? Hey brothers, you do not know it? I saw a report on the internet, this is called Wu Xian's thing, because of dating let people karma kidney, how he licked a face to let his brother to donate a kidney to him? Netizen A's E123456. Thing Wu Dust or people too good, if I have such a brother, to his heart also give him to dig out. This scourge to keep what? Disgusting. Netizen Snowfall into Gotham. Upstairs is talking about human words? I see that this Wu Dust is not a good thing, wolf-hearted thing, no matter how to say is also a twin brother, donate a kidney what's wrong? And cannot die. Thanks to the 4 readers above. Appreciated. Wu Xian. How can you be like this? Wu Duan is still your brother no matter how you are. How can you hire a reporter to smear him? This is a family scandal, you know? Just because you did that, our family company's stock went straight down. Wu Qiming's face turned blue as he roared at Wu Xian. He didn't expect his second son who he had treasured for so many years to be so vicious. Ooh, Dad. I really didn't hire that reporter, I don't know anything about it. How could I hire a reporter to hurt my brother? I never hated him, and I don't know what's going on here. But, Dad, don't you feel strange? How could it be so coincidental? After my brother was spoken to by that reporter, he pulled out the evidence straight away, and I haven't used that bank card for years. I lost it a long time ago. Wu Xian's tears flowed down and he cried with so much emotion. Wu Qiming and Wu Yu looked at his expression with an inner pain. That's right, how could they suspect Wu Xian? He was so simple and kind. Dad, I think my brother has a point. How in the world can there be so many such coincidences? I think this reporter is clearly hired by Wu Dust himself. He played a double act just to get back at our family. What a wolf's heart and dog's lungs. No, I can't swallow this breath. Wu Chun, this bastard. I have to beat him to death, Wu Yu said as she turned around and was about to walk out the door. Come back. Don't you think you've lost enough people? This matter is handled immediately, while buying traffic to scold Wu Duan, while diverting public attention. In short, first tide over this wave of crisis. Wu Qiming's eyes were red. Wu Chuan, this underfed wolf cub, actually playing tricks with him as his father. This time he wanted Wu Chuan to never be able to turn over. Chapter 54 Wu Xian begins to awaken his talent. A gunshot, like a thunderous explosion, pierced the night sky. A flash of electrons shot out and instantly struck the head of one of the swordsmen. The lightning exploded with a loud bang, and the saber's head dissipated like a firework, vanishing without a trace. Watch out for the match, Cyan. The six-sectioned worm on the right is all yours. Meng Qing's dual swords waved, spinning like a windmill, and light shone in all directions. The huge worm, which was over 10 meters long, was instantly chopped into a dozen or so pieces in the light of the knives in a miserable manner. The moment she withdrew her sword, Meng Qing was as majestic as a god of war. Good, we've taken care of all the ones on our side, and a 10 is getting close, so let's not go over there and call it a day. Yang Fan's voice came from Meng Qing's headset, firm and steady. Che, these spirit body soldiers are also too weak. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger these days. If only I could run into that six-winged holy spirit again. I'll definitely give him some color, and also let us have a chance to take revenge. Yining's realm had risen from the early 6th grade Martial King stage to the middle stage, and his self-confidence was bursting at the seams. It's better not to run into it. Meng Qing's heart palpitated. She had fought directly with the six-winged holy spirit, and the oppressive feeling brought about by that kind of powerful strength was just too terrifying. Stop dawdling and close the team. I'm still in a hurry to get home and play the game. Wu Lao Air put away his cane and turned impatiently toward the helicopter. The remaining two left right after them, and no one noticed that a dozen or so small points of light flew up like fireflies on the corpse of the six-segmented bug that had just been there. These small dots of light were only about 5 centimeters in size, and upon closer inspection, they were a humanoid-type creature with a pair of pitch-black wings. These creatures were stylized in a similar fashion to the six-winged Holy Spirit, and quickly disappeared at the end of the street like ghosts. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Sir Ford, this is the sincerity of our Alston's offer. All of the gas proceeds from this radiant angel go to the Holy Roman Empire. But please allow our spirit soldiers to reach the original realm through your gate after we find the six-winged god. Of course, we're happy to have this win-win partnership. Alston, too naive. Ford went up and shook hands with Maria, the Alston diplomat. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Chun. Open the door. It's bad. Something's wrong. Wu Chun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, experiencing the feeling of being refreshed at this moment. At this moment, Wu Chen's cultivation had unexpectedly come to the peak of the 3rd grade martial master in one fell swoop, just one step away from stepping into the 4th grade martial spirit realm. He slowly got up and opened the door to his room just in time to see Leang Xinyi waiting anxiously at the door. Sister Xni, what happened? Wu Chun, that family of yours is too shameless, you. Take a look for yourself. Wu Chuan took Leang Xinyi's cell phone. Wu Chuan roughly scanned it and realized that it was actually Wu Qiming's microblog. He just posted a tweet on Twitter. I also saw today's city television interview, for my son Wu Dust published some of the content. I am deeply distressed as his father. I understand the circumstances of the matter. I would not have been willing to talk about this matter. But hearing the lies fabricated by his son Wu Duan, I still feel compelled to come forward and say a few words of justice. First of all, no one forced him to donate a kidney to his brother, and Wu Xian even less said this. Secondly, that bank card of Wu Xian was lost long ago. The two of them, Wu Duan and Wu Xian, are twin brothers. Not only do they look like each other, even their voices are very much alike. Which transfer records call recordings are all self-directed Wu dust. Because of this matter, by the vast attention of public opinion, delayed everyone's time, I apologize for the rebellious son Wu dust. Thank you all. This microblogging has actually been topped on the hot search. The bottom is basically clear, all the scolding Wu Duan. Of course, many are Wu Chiming to buy the black traffic. But there are also a lot of people who are brought up on the wrong side of the net. There was even a press release sent out saying that it was Wu Chan who had hired someone to karma his brother's kidney, with the goal of sabotaging the normal awakening of his brother who was more talented than him. There were still curses at the bottom, led by those professional hacks who portrayed Wu Chan as a shameless black-hearted brother who used every method to destroy his younger brother's image. They are so shameless too, aren't they? Especially you, Dad. No, I'm going to post a tweet to help prove it. I've never seen anyone so brazen. For his part, Wu Chan waved his hand. A person sending out microblogs would not solve this kind of problem at all. It would only make Leang Xinyi come in and get scolded together. However, this kind of thing is very simple to solve, but it is a pity that Meng Quing is not here, otherwise she can solve the problem immediately by making a phone call. Just wait, it's not that bad. Inside Hospital 722, Wu Xin was enjoying the physician's gifted treatment while looking at the various comments on the internet berating Wu Duan. Hey, Wu Duan, how's it going? It must be hard to see your old man personally come down and prove your scum. Huh? When I see you tomorrow, I'm going to make a big mockery of you, and when this news about you gets worse and worse, I'm afraid the headquarters will have to take a fresh look at you, and by then you'll be finished. Yes, there is also with you together with that big-breasted girl Leang Xinyi. Wu Xin think maybe you can snatch it together when the time to embrace his woman in front of him to show off certainly cool. Oh, tomorrow, come quickly. The night was silent, and the next morning rolled around. Early this morning, Wu Xin got up from his bed. Through last night's night of recuperation, the wound on his back waist had completely healed. This is because the talent announcement will be held in the afternoon, followed by the stage where the university will start picking people. Therefore, this morning Wu Xin had to complete the talent awakening test. So at 7 o'clock in the morning, Wu Qiming, Wu Xin, Wu Yu, and even Wu Xian, who was still in a wheelchair, all arrived in front of the gates of the city's first high school. Xiner, we believe in you. You can awaken an SSS rank talent just like that rebellious son of Wu Chun. My father is optimistic about you. Wu Qiming is wearing formal attire. Yes, brother, in my mind you are the best, 10,000 times better than that Wu Dust. As far as he's concerned, even if he has awakened an SSS talent, it's probably that most trashy of SSS level talents. Maybe it's still one of those drag queen talents similar to Air Gathering. Wu Yu expressed her encouragement for Wu Xin and her contempt for Wu Duan on the sidelines. This, brother Wu Xin, go for it. Wu Xian was at a loss for words as she refueled Wu Xin. She had been much more honest since she was beaten by Wu Chan last time. She was now truly afraid of Wu Chan. Okay. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, big sister and two. I'm sure I won't let you down. I'm going in. Wu Xin walked into the school with confidence. Wu Chuan couldn't compare to him in anything since he was a child. He believed that if Wu Chuan could even awaken the SSS talent, he could definitely do the same. Chapter 55. He's Wu Chun. Beat him to death. Meng Oching's car. Wu Chun, why do you want me to send out that statement today? Thanks to you, you can still bear it for one day. If it were me, I would have gone to waste them at that time. Meng Quing is also a violent temper. That day in front of the school, Wu Chuan his father is a thing she see clearly, also she personally arrested, so the beginning and end of this matter she still have some understanding. Today the results are announced. They will surely go to the city's first high school. I kind of want to see what kind of face they have then. If they were sent yesterday, wouldn't they not see anything? Wu Dust looked carefully at his cell phone as he spoke, and the content displayed in the phone was a news report. It has been reported that more than 30 bizarre cases occurred in the West Pass district yesterday night, with the victims all dying in their homes from extensive body decomposition, and the Military Police Bureau has indicated that the case is likely related to yesterday's invasion of unidentified spirits. Wu Dust turned over the picture underneath again. The dead man was covered in large areas of decay. His flesh was scratched by himself. His expression was unusually painful. It was obvious that he had endured unimaginable pain before his death. You're looking at this, these damn unidentified spirits, they're just not human. Damn it, if only I had been more careful back then. Meng Okingo fell into self-blame. You need to change your sense of responsibility. It's a disease. Wu Chuan looked at Meng Quing breathlessly before continuing to watch the news. This method of death of the deceased felt familiar to him. In the six-winged divine armor's information, there is a spirit soldier that can cause similar injuries. This spirit soldier is called Radiant Angel, from the Alston Empire. If it was really this kind of spirit soldier, the headquarters would be in big trouble. I think you're still sick. What's wrong with you? Can't you even feel anything when you see Blusterians being slaughtered by unknown spirits? Okay. I don't care to talk to you, hurry up and send the statement for me. The big reversal is about to kick off. Wu Chuan suddenly felt that it was too much of a loss to collapse the first floor of Wu Qiming's company's conference room with this six-winged divine suit just last time. The next time he gets a chance to dress up, he's going to up his whole company. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Ha 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 ha, you Alston guys are really shady, actually using radiant angels against these wild monkeys. This time these wild monkeys are in big trouble. However, you guys put in so many radiant angels at once, so I guess you've put in a lot of money, right? Jason let out a laugh as he sat inside the combat center, observing one of the Blue Star women being tortured to death in agony. In order to achieve their goal, it's acceptable to put up some extra capital with the current spirit radar technology in the original realm. It's basically impossible for them to detect the radiant angels. Unless they send out the hexapods, I'm afraid that only the radar of the hexapods can pinpoint the radiant angels in the original realm right now. And as soon as the hexapods are suited up, we're ready to go. Maria pursed her red lips and sneered it was nakedly masculine. You must think you're pretty smart, right? But as far as I know, the six-winged god is also fighting the original realm, and he's most likely not from the original realm, so do you really think he'd step up and fight for the death of a few monkeys in the original realm? Jason looked at Maria and felt that the woman was simply stupid. No, it's you guys who are stupid, don't you see? The six-winged Holy Spirit didn't wipe out the natives of the original realm in the last battle. He was just showing off his power, which means that he is trying to seek cooperation with the original realm. And the original realm needs ready-to-go and reciprocal information and technology, so the likelihood that they've already begun to make contact is very high, so you'll just have to watch and see how we capture the six-winged god. Maria of Alston smiled condescendingly, as if the six-winged god had been captured by her. Because there weren't many people taking makeup exams, the previous awakening test room wasn't activated, and instead, an office on the first floor of the school building was temporarily converted into an awakening room. Wu Xian, with a warm smile, striding confidently into the school building. Who knows just entered the door. 2 mineral water bottles flew over. Wu Xian could not dodge in time, was smashed dizziness. Wu Duan, you punk, get out of our school. Yes, you inhumane bastard. Get out of here. Wu Xian was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Oh yes, he looked the same as Wu Chun and made others recognize him wrongly. This is not digging a hole for himself. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'm not Wu Duan. I'm his brother Wu Xian. Who are you kidding? I'm from the first high school in the city. I still don't know if you're Wu Chun. Brothers, this guy gives our city first high school a bad name. Let's beat this scum to death. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. What's the big deal about awakening an SSS-ranked talent? A group of people instantly rushed up. Wu Xian was originally weak, which is the opponent of this group of city first high school top students. In less than a second, he was Ed. Ah, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, I'm really not Wu Chun. You guys really recognized the wrong person. Wu Xian covered his head with his hands while desperately yelling. He really wanted to cry. He had wanted to hack Wu Chun, but he ended up digging a big hole for himself instead. What's going on here at the first city high school? Didn't any of the teachers come out to stop it? What are you guys doing? Stop it for me. He's Wu Xian who came over today to make up for his awakening. Not Wu Chun. Stop it all. When the teacher in charge saw it, he could count on running over to save Wu Xian. A bunch of students stopped in bewilderment when they heard that they had hit the wrong person. Did they really hit the wrong person? At this point, Wu Xian finally let out a sigh of relief and silently got up from the ground. Although he was beaten up before he was even awakened, his mood wasn't too bad. After all, he was like this himself, and Wu Duan was probably not much better. Instead, this showed that Wu Chun had become a street rat and everyone was shouting at him. Look guys. The Uniformed Bureau of Investigation has issued a special statement that's been raked over the coals. There's another big reversal in the twins' kidney-digging gate. Everyone take a quick look. I don't know who shouted in the crowd. Everyone was curious and quickly opened their cell phones. And sure enough, the first place in the hot search was the news that the student had just said. The news began by reproducing a video released by the Military Police Investigation Bureau, which was exactly in front of the city's first high school, where Wu Qiming and Wu Yu were screaming madly and threatening Wu Chun to hurry back to donate a kidney to Wu Xian. Wu Yu even rushed through the police line and tried to hit Wu Chuan, But luckily Wu Chuan reacted quickly and gave Wu Yu 2 slaps in return. In the back, Wu Qiming even tried to forcefully grab Wu Chun. But luckily he was caught by the military police. Everyone was silent. Didn't he state yesterday that no one has ever asked Wu Chun to donate a kidney to Wu Xian? This video is all about forcefully grabbing Wu Chun. Isn't this obviously biased? That's disgusting, isn't it? God. I can't imagine a dad being this biased. Look at this report too. Wu Chen's mother, Yang Lan, even once hired foreign mercenaries to capture Wu Chun. It's so infuriating. Their family is just not human. In that case, we didn't make a mistake just now. He is Wu Xian. Wu Xian watched in horror as a group of students turned their eyes on him again. His mind buzzing. What to do? Where should I run? Help! Murder! Chapter 56 Awakening the Three Gifts. In front of the city's first college, the Wu family is still waiting with difficulty. Dad, how come Wu Xian went in for so long and hasn't come out yet? Wu Yu looked at Wu Xian, who had gone in for half an hour and hadn't come out yet, and immediately started to worry. Don't worry. There are quite a few people with delayed awakenings. Xianer going in is probably going to have to queue up as well. Or maybe Wu Xian has awakened his SSS grade talent and caused a stir. That's why it wasn't that fast. Wu Qiming felt that this must be the case, otherwise how could it be so slow? He had heard that the last time Wu Chun awakened it took a long time just because the big leaders at the headquarters were agitated. Then won't our family be developed? When the time comes, let Xianer go and beg for mercy for her mom. The headquarters will surely give face to release her. Wu Xian instantly felt that all the bad times at home during this time were going to pass, and that their bright future was coming. Just when their family was excited, a red Lancel sedan stopped not far away, and the two of them, Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi, walked down from the car. The reason why Wu Dust came so early was because 3 schools had made appointments in advance for Wu Dust to talk to him about scholarships and other strings attached. Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi did not look at each other, as if Wu Qiming's family did not exist. However, Wu Xian noticed Wu Chun. She first froze, wondering in her mind, how did Wu Xian appear from behind? It was only after a few seconds that she snapped out of it. The person walking side by side with Leang Xinyi was not Wu Xian, but Wu Chun. But how is this possible? How could Wu Chun have his eyes open? Had his eyes regained their sight? Wu Chun, how did your eyes open? Could it be that you can see? Wu Xian herself didn't even know why, but she pressed the button on her wheelchair and blocked Wu Chen's way. Does it matter to you? What? Didn't you get enough pain from me last time? Are you itching this time? Wu Chen's words caused Wu Xian to panic, and she subconsciously maneuvered her wheelchair back a few steps. She was really frightened by Wu Duan last time, and she had thought about it a lot these days in the hospital. From his childhood, when he felt that Wu Chun needed to take care of himself for his eye disease, he started to get annoyed with him at some point and felt that he was a disgrace to him, and so gradually alienated him, loathed him, and even physically attacked him, even though going to catch him was not her intention, but was forced by her father's order. She realized that Wu Chun was not the same as in the past after being beaten up by him. He had awakened SSS-level skills, and now even his eyes had regained their light. If she had been nicer to him, perhaps the two would still be as close as any other siblings, and she could proudly brag about it to her friends and classmates. Wu Chun, my brother, he's the greatest pride of my life. Even when Wu Chun graduated from university and entered the headquarters in a few years, and he himself encountered difficulties, he only needed to give Wu Chun a call, and all his problems would be solved. At this moment, Wu Xian's heart was as painful as being hit by a heavy hammer. Yes, she regretted it. If she had known this, she should have been masculine to her father at the time and swiped a little favor with Wu Chun. Unfortunately, the best chance to do so was botched by himself, and now he should seize this last chance. Thinking of this, Wu Xian immediately pushed the wheelchair again, blocking Wu Chen's way. Wu Chun, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. I came over this time just to apologize to you specifically. Yes, and congratulations on regaining your sight. How about I throw you a banquet tonight? I'll contact the hotel now. Do I need you to brush off your presence here? Get the hell out of here. Don't wait for me to smash your wheelchair and make you crawl back in. Wu Dust wanted to vomit when he looked at her hypocritical appearance, but hopefully those radiant angels would give a damn and come up to their house tonight to wreak havoc on them for a bit. Wu Chun? You're Wu Chun. Wu Yu and Wu Qiming also finally noticed Wu Duan and walked over quickly. It's really God's unforgiving eyes, actually letting you dog get your sight back. Why don't you go to hell? Wu Yu screamed, Every time she thought of the last time she was actually beaten by Wu Chun, she was furious. She was not the same as Wu Xian, who had been pampered since she was a child. Wu Xian was originally not too favored at home, so she could still more or less appreciate some of Wu Duan's difficulties. And Wu Yu was the one who had been centered on herself since she was a child. She even hit her big sister when she got angry. When did she ever get that kind of anger? You're not even dead yet, so how could I go and die? When you're dead, I'm going to thwart your bones for you. That's right. I'm telling you, you look like you have a short life, so watch out when you're out and about. Leang Xinyi was also happily filling in on the side. You, watch me beat you to death. Wu Yu screamed in anger and jumped up to give Wu Chun a big slap. However, Wu Chun once again raised his hand slowly and incredibly backward. A big slap hit Wu Yu's face again. Wu Yu was unconvinced? It couldn't be. She was obviously a 4th-grade martial spirit. Why couldn't she slap Wu Chun? This was not scientific. Enough! Wu Chun, do you still have a face? How dare you do such a despicable thing? Hiring a reporter to frame your own brother. Feel your conscience. Do you still deserve to be a human being? I'll tell you, people are doing what the heavens are doing. People like you, sooner or later, you'll get your retribution. Just wait. Our ex-Iner will definitely succeed in rebelling against the odds, and will trample you to death. Wu Qiming chided angrily. Wu Yu covered her face, although the heart is not willing, but also want to fight back. But thought of what his father said is not unreasonable. This place is crowded. It is really not appropriate to make a big deal, so I can only say angrily, Wu Duan, just wait. When Xiner awakens his SSS grade talent, let's see how he beats the crap out of you. And at that time, if you come back to us for help, don't even think about it. Wu Xian wanted to persuade her father and sister, but after half a day of trembling lips, she still couldn't say a word. After all, she didn't have much of a position in the family. On the other side of the teaching building, Wu Xian stood inside the awakening room with a bruised nose and swollen face, and the 2 teachers looked at his miserable appearance and couldn't hold back their laughter. Don't mind me, my daughter-in-law is pregnant today. I'm happy, Wu Xian, right? What's your student number? The corners of Wu Xian's mouth twitched a few times, and he forced himself to resist the urge to brush his sleeve away, slurring his words. Wu suck. Shannon newt waist. Ha 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 ha. You, ha ha. Don't be blind. My daughter-in-law is also pregnant. I'm also happy. Well, please touch the awakening stone and try your best to feel the breath inside. Wu Xian was furious and clenched his fists, and after a few seconds, he forced down his anger and quickly walked to the side of the awakening stone, and nervously hugged the awakening stone with one hand, and pressed his entire body against the awakening stone. Wu Xian felt that this would be more helpful in feeling the scent of the awakening stone. 2 teachers. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a pale aura rolled back and forth across Wu Xian's body. Awakening begins. The awakening stone instantly changed, and the awakening stone unexpectedly split into 3 shades of color. The 2 teachers shouted in sudden surprise. How is that possible? This is the 3 talents. This, unheard of. Could it be that the 2 Wu family brothers are all such terrifying geniuses? Chapter 57. One is more trash than the other. Seeing the awakening stone instantly split into 3 colors, Wu Xian immediately became excited. Sure enough, he was the kind of existence that was even better than Wu Chun. Knowing that he was the first 3-talent awakened person in history, he had actually made history. Could it be that he had to awaken 3 SSS-ranked talents? No, one can't be so greedy. Awakening 1 SSS-ranked talent is enough. The remaining 2 S-ranked ones will be fine. That way, if you do better, you can still surprise yourself and not be too disappointed if you don't do too well. Just as Wu Xian was getting all excited, the color of the first part of the awakening stone changed, from white to green, and then continued to turn blue, purple, and finally after about 30 seconds it turned orange. The final fixation does not move. Green light. Talent category. Control. Talent level. B. Effect 1. Emits a turquoise light, and creatures hit by the light will coalesce a turquoise hat on their head after 3 seconds. When the green hats are all molded, if a spouse exists for that life form, then he will seriously suspect that his spouse is cheating on him, thus immediately abandoning his current plans and running home to catch the adulterer. Remarks. Will be purified by some auxiliary type skills, and is ineffective against life forms without mates. Wu Xian was more or less embarrassed after sensing his talent. It was too damn odd. He took a deep breath. Beginning to reassure himself that it was okay, that he had 2 more chances, he believed that the last 2 gifts were the beginning of his rise. Soon the second part of the awakening stone began to change as well. White. Green. It didn't move. Vajra body. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level, E. Effect 1. Immediate hardening of a random part of the body, rendering that part unconscious and with increased defense. Cooldown 1 hour. Note 1. The hardening of an area is random and may be head, torso, arms, legs, and beeping blocked sound. When Wu Xian saw his second talent, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If the first talent was still somewhat useful, this skill could only be described as a complete waste. And it's a particularly humiliating waste of talent. What the hell is random stiffening? What if your opponent tries to hit you in the head, and you use your talent and your legs get hard? That's a bad thing to think about. Or try to do things yourself and end up with a hard head. Wu Xian's face turned red. It seemed that he could only count on one last talent. And the two teachers watching on the side were secretly murmuring. 2 talents, a B grade and an E grade. It can't be compared to his brother Wu Duan. Isn't that so? It scared me just now when I saw his 3 talents. But it turns out that none of the 2 talents work. Let's not jump to conclusions. He still has 1 more talent left, just in case the last one is awesome. Yeah, check it out. As a result, the 2 waited for half a day, and the glow of the awakening stone disappeared. The 2 teachers were dumbfounded. Well, the last one's even worse. F-grade talent. Gathering gas. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level, F. Effect 1. Sword sharpens from sharpening. Plum blossom scent comes from bitter cold. Taking 80 years as a cycle, forcibly absorbing 70% of the host's physical strength every day. After 80 years, the thicker the better, the greater the way can be accomplished. It's over. It's all over. If he had just been in the clouds when he realized that he had awakened the 3 gifts, then he was now in hell. It's true that the higher you go, the harder you fall. Wu Xian's head went blank. His ears buzzed, and his face rose to a pig's liver color. He wasn't willing. Why was Wu Chan, that blind man, able to awaken the SSS rank talent, and he himself awakened the 3 talents, but the result was this. Finally, he felt a surge of air and blood and puffed out a mouthful of white foam. Then he planted himself on the ground with a black eye. What talent have you awakened? I'm still waiting to register? Wake up. Choke. Choke. Choke the hell out of someone. Call an ambulance. Meanwhile, in front of a college in the city, Wu Qiming saw that the school was in chaos. A large group of people had surrounded in the direction of the school building, as if something big had happened. When he saw this scene, Wu Yu looked towards the school in some panic, while Wu Qiming calmly laughed twice, then excitedly said, "What's the panic? It must be that your brother has awakened an SSS grade talent. Everyone has gone to rush around to watch. Quick, you go too. Ask Xner what kind of talent he has awakened." When Wu Yu heard it, she felt that her father's words were very reasonable, and hurriedly gave Wu Duan a provocative look, then condescendingly said, "Just wait until you're stepped on by Wu Xian." After saying that, Wu Yu ran towards the courtyard in high spirits. Leang Xinyi was just about to dislike Wu Yu a few times when she received a phone call and said a few more words before whispering to Wu Chan, "Let's go. The president of Qingbei University has already arrived. Let's go in." Wu Dust nodded and ignored Wu Qiming, directly heading inside the school as well. "Humph. It's good to know that you're afraid. What's the point of you, the rebellious son, regaining your sight? You can never compare to Xiner. You might as well be blind forever. Ridiculous." Wu Qiming's anger increased as he looked at Wu Chan, who didn't pay any attention to him at all. But he didn't dare to be too arrogant when he saw Meng Qing, who had captured him last time, walking over. He could only grunt twice before watching Wu Chan and the others disappear from his sight. Outside the conference room on the top floor of the school, many school principals were already here at this time, because there were 4 students with excellent talent and spiritual power, and they were already famous even before the list was announced. That's why prior scrambling is so important. At this moment, inside the corridor, a somewhat bald middle-aged man was chatting with another old man. "Principal Wang, you Northern Realm University wouldn't be aiming at Wu Chan as well, right? I'd advise schools like yours not to be delusional, really." The old man patted Principal Wang's shoulder and turned around to enter the house. While Principal Wang's face didn't look too good, what happened to Northland Academy? He had prepared a large amount of scholarships this time, in case that Wu Chan liked money. When that time came, it would be the moment when their Northland Academy would soar to the heavens. But Wu Chan, why is this name so familiar? It always feels like I've heard it somewhere before. Just as Principal Wang was stroking his Mediterranean Sea in thought, he happened to see the 3 people, Wu Chan, Leang Xinyi and Meng Qing walking up. Leang Xinyi? What are you doing here? You don't think that you, the guy who was expelled from our Northern Realm Academy, will still have an academy that wants you, do you? Don't dream about it. In a moment, I'll expose you in front of everyone for harboring a high school student. Huh. Chapter 58 Scrambling for Wu Chen Up. Headquarters, conference room. The atmosphere was unusually heavy at this time. What the hell is going on? Why is the psychic radar not responding to the unknown spirit? Where's the surveillance? Anything? Xian clenched his fists. This was the first time this had happened. The spirit radar was very sensitive to the creation of the door. It would immediately issue an air defense alarm and quickly locate the door. But he didn't understand why there wasn't a single response from the spirit radar this time. I suspect that this time there was no gate created, and when you think about it, this isn't the first time a similar event has occurred. The appearance of the unknown spirit, six-winged Holy Spirit, went unnoticed on the spirit radar. Chief of Staff Yu Qing was also worried. If this matter was not resolved quickly, I'm afraid that the casualty figures in Tianjing City would still climb rapidly. Cheng Yan, what do you think about this matter? Xian had made a special trip this time to bring the head of the Second Rangers, Cheng Yan, over as well. After all, it was highly likely that Fu Dongyang's abilities would come in handy for this kind of trouble. To be honest, our spirit radar technology is still too backward to detect the presence of small spirit soldiers, except for gate and large spirit soldiers. We're inherently behind in this area, and the unknown spirit side must already have the technology to transport spirit soldiers into the blue planet without going through a gate, which makes us very passive. Cheng Yan's expression was serious. Their second rangers had always paid a lot of attention to the cultivation of technology, especially in researching the application of spirit technology on spirit soldiers. It's just very unfortunate that HQ doesn't seem to be very focused on the tech side of things. They're more focused on the development of talent and giftedness. Che, you're trying to sell your theory of prioritizing psychic technology again, aren't you? People are always the most important. But this time, count on you to have a point, Minister He. Our spirit radar technology really should be looked at carefully. Yao Chonglin gave a rare support to Cheng Yan's proposal. We'll talk about this matter later. Even if we invest in a breakthrough in spirit radar technology now, it's not something that can be seen instantly. What I mean is to let Fu Dongyang take full responsibility for this incident. He should be able to find the murderer easily with his natural ability, right? Of course, Xian was not a fool. If the unknown spirit body would spend all day in the future disgusting them with this kind of thing that could evade the spirit body's radar detection, they would be guilty of something bad in the future. Ministry this matter is not so simple. Dongyang's ability is not to see whatever he wants to see. He doesn't have any clues in this matter, but he did tell me this morning, the six-winged Holy Spirit, the key to resolving this event. City First High School. In the corridor of the conference room on the top floor. Leang Xinyi was furious enough. She stared with wide eyes and wanted to dislike the other party twice. But she didn't know where to start. And Wu Chun looked at the fat head and ears middle-aged man in front of him indifferently. This didn't need to be introduced. He also understood that this pig-like man should be the president of that bull Northland University. There's still a big gap between the University of the North and the top universities. Oh, who did I think it was? So the principal that Xinyi said had no eyes is you. What a pleasure to meet you. By the way, I have to thank you for driving Xinyi out of the North, because your Thai school really doesn't deserve him. Don't deserve her? You open. Principal Wang turned back to look at Wu Chun. Just now he hadn't paid attention. Now he took a closer look. Wasn't this the Wu Chun he was going to invite today? How come he's with Leang Xinyi? It was then that he snapped back to that time when he was about to kick out Leang Xinyi. She had once said that the high school student she had taken in was named Wu Duan. How is that possible? How can it be such a coincidence? Principal Wang was in a daze. This was the end. The plan to invite Wu Chuan had completely gone down the drain. Ignore this kind. Xinyi's sister, let us go. Wu Chun smiled at Leang Xinyi, then walked around Principal Wang, who was already completely dumbfounded, and walked into the middle of the conference room. At this time, the conference room has been filled with people. Obviously, these people are the presidents of various universities and colleges, of which the level of the worst is almost the same as the Northland University's first-class colleges and universities. Among them was the fact that almost all of the top super first-class universities had already sent their representatives there, so it was conceivable how much importance the major colleges attached to Wu Chen's SSS grade talent. Originally, these principals of various schools were looking for people they knew well to talk to, but as soon as they saw Wu Chen enter the conference room, they coincidentally left their friends behind and swarmed towards Wu Chun. In just less than a second, Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi were fed. They were all frantically introducing themselves. However, Wu Chun didn't hear a single word of what they were saying. And it wasn't until a few seconds later that someone cleared their throat and interrupted everyone talking with a cold shout. How old are you? And you're still doing this? All go back to your seats. And any more disruptions, get the hell out of here. Jia Junzi rode out of the crowd, and soon the principals of all the major prestigious schools coughed and resumed their immortal appearance, each coughing and returning to their seats. Aya, Wu Chuan, you're finally here. We've been waiting here for half a day. Come on, I'll introduce you. This is Tang Hao, the Dean of Evergreen College, and this is Qingbei University's Vice President Luo Xiangyue. Luo, Vice President. As for those people, none of them are important. Jia Junzi introduced himself with a smile, purposely emphasizing on the word vice. And a bunch of unimportant principals down there are furious. What do you mean by unimportant principals? Jia Junzi, we'll fight you. Could be said that Jia Junzi had just offended almost everyone in the room with his own power. What are you babbling about, Jia Junzi? Even if our school is not as strong as your Alpha Academy, but if we have a heart of pure sincerity, Wu Chun might not choose us. Yes, our Keratin University has also prepared a huge scholarship. Wu Duan will definitely be impressed. Yes, what's wrong with the Vice-Chancellor? Our Qingbei University still attaches great importance to Wu Chun. It's just that our dean had a temporary matter and went on a business trip to New Demon, so he wasn't able to come in person. That's natural. Your Qingbei Academy naturally values Wu Chun. As far as I know, your dean went to New Demon to invite Eagle Country's talented cadet Jackson. Right? You. What's this got to do with you, Mr. Jia? Wu Chun shook his head. He had also heard a little about Qingbei University. The school was a native Dragon Kingdom university, but it was rather odd in that they actually focused on cultivating talents for foreign powers, and it was much easier for foreigners to enter the school than it was for their own students. Even students from some countries who are willing to enroll in Qingbei University, they will provide them with sky-high scholarships, and also equip the male students with 4 beautiful female students from the Dragon Kingdom as chaperones, the kind who eat and live together. Wu Dust had always had difficulty understanding why the Dragon Kingdom would let this kind of foreign fawning school exist. He had originally half believed these rumors, but today he had finally seen it with his own eyes. The above clip does not map any real-life schools, and any similarities are purely coincidental. And although Alpha was an international institution, they were relatively neutral, and although they didn't favor the Dragon Kingdom whatsoever, the dean had always been held by someone from the Dragon Kingdom, and the headquarters was also set up in Tianjing City. Chapter 59 Scrambling for Wu Chun Middle. At the entrance of the city's first high school, Wu Qiming and Wu Xian were standing at the school's entrance anxiously waiting. Dad, it's been minutes. Why isn't my sister out yet? Wu Xian couldn't help but ask, her voice revealing a hint of anxiety. What's the hurry? Wait a little longer. Be a little patient. Look at Dad. How calm he is. Wu Qiming forced himself to be calm, but in fact, his heart had already been beating like thunder inside. As he spoke, he kept shaking his legs as if it would ease the tension in his mind. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts kept flashing through his mind. There's definitely no problem this time. Xener must have awakened a supreme talent. At that time, she would be able to overpower that rebellious son of Wu Chun. Only then would he be able to prove that he had made the right choice in the first place, and he would also have the opportunity to plead with headquarters to free his wife, Yang Lan. Otherwise, when the wife is sentenced in a couple of days, it will all be irreparable. Just as Wu Qiming was distracted, an ambulance suddenly whizzed by, its ear-piercing siren causing people around to look sideways. However, the father and daughter did not pay much attention to the ambulance. Their minds were all on Wu Xan, who had not yet appeared. Time passed by, and finally, after about another minute or so, Wu Qiming saw a figure darting out of the school from afar. At a closer look, it was Wu Yu, who was running out of breath and had an anxious look on her face. Dad. I inquired, Xiner. He awakened. 3. Hearing his daughter's words, Wu Qiming got excited and hurriedly took over the conversation. Great, you're trying to say that Xiner has awakened a triple S grade talent, right? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew my Xiner would be better than that rebellious son. Hearing her father's words, Wu Yurun was dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say. Her lips moved for half a day before she mumbled, Dad. No, you've got it wrong. Brother, he hasn't awakened the SSS rank talent. He's awakened the 3 talents. Ha! Wu Qiming froze for a few seconds, thinking for a moment, awakening 3 talents? It turns out that I've only heard of double talents, but not triple talents. Sheener this? Making history? Wouldn't that be even more powerful than awakening an SSS talent? and it's just not unlikely that there's 1 to 2 SSS ranked talents out of those 3. What talents has Xiner awakened? Ah, Wu Qiming hurriedly asked. This I didn't inquire about, I just know that Xiner might probably fainted because he was too excited, and has now been sent to the hospital. What? Sent to the hospital? Then why don't you hurry up and check it out? Hurry up! In the conference room on the top floor of City 1 High, the competition for Wu Duan by many colleges continued. It doesn't matter. I didn't say it mattered. I'm just chatting with Wu Chan. What are you so excited about? Jia Junzi had an innocent look on his face, and the old man's beard was shaking in anger. Jia Junzi, you're being a vicious competitor. We at Dawnguard Death Academy are seriously protesting. Wu Chan top universities may not be good. Why don't you consider our Nanhai University? We give willing to offer 5 million as a scholarship. Just as a group of principals were bickering, the door to the conference room opened and Principal Wang walked in from outside. And the young man named Tang Hao walked over. Hello, Wu Chen, right? I'm Tang Hao, the principal of East Green Academy. Nice to meet you. Wu Duan also politely shook Tang Hao's hand. East Green College is an emerging university that has only risen in recent years, and the biggest difference between him and other colleges is that he is a private university, and rumor has it that his college is extremely luxurious. But exactly how, Wu Chun wasn't very clear. Headmasters, I'm a rather straight talker, so don't mind if I'll be more direct. This is my sister, Leang Xinyi. She was wronged by her original academy for some reason and was dropped out, so I was hoping that you all would allow her to be able to enroll with me. I wonder if that's possible. As soon as Wu Dust's words fell, a group of principals took the position that as long as Wu Dust is willing to come to their academy is to bring a few more sisters and sisters, I have no problem at all. As a result, just then President Wang of Northland University interrupted the crowd. Ahem, everyone, let me introduce to you this Leang Xinyi, is the one who was persuaded to leave our Northern Realm Academy. I advise you all to think twice before you act. Her awakened talents are S-rank Blessed Light and F-ranked Qi Collection, and her private life is messy and she's a broomstick. It's only been a year since school started and all her teammates are dead. After Principal Wang finished speaking, he even gave Wu Chun a provocative look. He knew in his heart that his relationship with Wu Chun was already broken, and even if he was slavish and even begged for forgiveness on his knees, Wu Chun would never look at him squarely. Then why should he be willing to meet him? It would be better to fight with him to the end. Even if you can't cause substantial harm to him, you still have to make his heart unhappy and properly disgust him. What's so scary about having your own school running without Wu Chun anyway? Wu Chun, you do have some talent. But do you really think that the principals here are all ignorant people? And your so-called sister, isn't she your mistress? Wu Chun, I caution you as a principal, even if you are gifted, you must learn humility. Arrogance will not make you great. Moreover, students like her who have awakened collected qi will never be accepted by our top schools, you get it, right? After Principal Wang finished his words, he even glanced at Wu Chun a few times in a smug manner, his provocative intentions overflowing. I said that, Principal Wang, whether what you said is correct or not, I will not comment on it for the time being, but I have to teach you well. You can't become a great man by being arrogant, or else when will your school be able to produce talents? You said that our Alpha Academy, Old Luo's Qingbei, and Evergreen Academy, those are indeed top schools. Where do you think you, Northland University, have the face to call yourselves a top school? Jia Junzi also put on a bitter look to admonish Principal Wang. Exasperated Principal Wang rolled his eyes, but couldn't say a word in rebuttal. The main thing is that people are right, they do still have a big gap between the University of the North and the top schools. That's right, what's Wu Chen's relationship with you? I'll tell you what, we'll take Wu Chuan, we'll take all the conditions he offers. Right, if you don't want to take people in, then get out, you're grumbling here, who are you disgusting? If you go against Mr. Wu Chun, we at East Sea University will be the first to say no. A large number of principals in order to brush goodwill to the principal of the king a wild spray. At this time the principal of the king's face like dirt, did not think that this group of people in order to recruit renewed charging actually so shameless. Yes, everyone is right, Wu Duan, although this matter really doesn't sound very reliable, but as the top school in the Dragon Kingdom, Qingbei University is willing to make an exception for you. As long as you are willing to come to our Qingbei Academy, we at Qingbei can reluctantly take Leang Xinyi under our wing and leave this matter to me. Luo Xiangyue, the vice president of Qingbei University, had a look of enduring pain. Of course he wasn't having a hard time, he just wanted to sell Wu Chun a favor. Hehehe, Principal Luo, it's really difficult for your public school to do this kind of thing. Why don't you not make it difficult? This is made to look as if Wu Duan owes you a favor. We at Evergreen Academy are completely fine with it. Wu Chuan, come to Evergreen Academy. I'll make sure that both of you can receive the best education. Of course, as long as Leang Xinyi is strong enough. Even going to the Academy Cup isn't that difficult. Tang Hao of Evergreen Academy smiled and persuaded. The principals are afraid that there is some misunderstanding. My sister Leang Xinyi is in no way trying to go through the back door, but rather, she wants to walk into the school in a dignified manner and on her own merit. And the invitation to join the university is also going to be in the form of a special scholarship offer. As soon as Wu Chen's words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. Not only were all the academy principals' jaws dropped, even Leang Xinyi herself was stunned. She was clear that her strength had become stronger, and she did not take Principal Wang's sneer before to heart, only waiting to show her strength later to make him lose face. With the talent she has now, it's not hard to get into a top school. But even so, she never expected to be specially recruited by a top college, and even get a scholarship, which was unthinkable. Wu Chun, are you crazy about money? Our school doesn't even care about this woman, and you still want to get a scholarship? You tell her to take a good look in the mirror and see if she's worthy. Originally, Principal Wang had already been disliked to the point of being speechless, but Wu Chen's words were like a sharp blade, plunging straight into his heart. Wouldn't it make him look incredibly stupid if someone who was expelled from his school actually went to a top school and got a scholarship? When he walks down the street in the future, he will definitely be criticized behind his back. See, that's the old man who drove away a genius like Leang Xinyi. Chapter 60 Scrambling for Wu Chun next. That said, Wu Qiming no younger son Wu Xin, excited under the fainted, will first throw down the mobility of Wu Xian. Directly with the second daughter Wu Yu rushed to Tianjin City Center Hospital. After some inquiries, it was soon time to go outside the resuscitation room located on the 4th floor. Doctor, how is my son? Wu Qiming asked as he grabbed a doctor's hand. Your son? Who is it? The doctor looked at him baffled. My son, Wu Xin, is just because of the excitement of the coma of that young man. Doctors, you must do your best to rescue. My son is awakened 3 gifts of super genius. This has never been done before, so you must be serious and serious and serious. The doctor looked Wu Qiming up and down a few times and just nodded and said, Don't worry, he is just a moment of anger and the kidney is fake, so he is angry and spitting. Take a shot, he will probably wake up in a while. Haven't you guys reminded him? Spiritual body kidney technology is still immature. Don't get angry and excited or anything. Especially when performing intercourse, you have to try to calm your mood, or else it's easy to get into trouble. The doctor turned around and left after that, leaving Wu Qiming and Wu Yu frozen in place. Angry? Angry? What do you mean? Wu Yu always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell for a moment. Wu Qiming was also a bit confused, then tried to analyze it. I think he may have expressed himself incorrectly. What he was trying to say should have been excited, joyful or something, presumably. Yes, Dad, you have a point. How do they know if they are angry or happy? Obviously, they're just making things up. These doctors are so irresponsible. I'll complain about him when I leave. Okay. Don't talk so much. Come on, let's hurry up and go check on your brother in the hospital room. The father-daughter duo rushed inside the ward. At this time, Wu Xin was still in a coma, but after the medical gifted person's treatment and infusion, there was no major problem at this time. Beside Wu Xin's hospital bed sat a man in a suit, also waiting anxiously. Excuse me? Wu Qiming walked over and politely greeted the man in the suit. I'm a teacher from the city's first high school, responsible for recording your son's talent as soon as possible, because the list will be posted below soon, so this is why I'm following it. What a pain in the ass teacher. Just as the two of them were chatting, Wu Xin on the bed unexpectedly opened his eyes leisurely. Dad, stop chatting, brother's awake. When Wu Yu saw that Wu Xin had opened his eyes, he shouted in surprise. However, when Wu Xin heard Wu Yu's voice, he shuddered inwardly and hated to close his eyes again. But seeing that his father had already turned back to him, he had no choice but to smile hard. Xiner, you've finally woken up. This is the teacher in charge of recording the name and level of your talent in City 1 High School. Quickly, tell the teacher what SSS grade talent you've awakened. Wu Xin simply wanted to curse. I awakened a few SSS grade talents. How the hell can I answer this? Wu Xin held his tongue for half a day and finally mumbled a reply. I didn't awaken the SSS ranked talent. I awakened it. Wu Xin remembered that he had awakened those several talents. and looked at his father and sister's expectant eyes, and decisively shouted and spit again. Exiner, pull yourself together. It doesn't matter if you didn't awaken your SSS rank. It's all because Dad put too much pressure on you. Exiner, doctor, somebody. Now Wu Qiming really panicked. Exiner originally installed a fake kidney, which if there is a good or bad, how can he explain to his wife? He gritted his teeth darkly. Damn it. It's all because of that rebellious son Wu Chan. If he didn't awaken his SSS rank talent, how could Exiner be under so much pressure? Damn it, one must not just let it go. Inside the conference room on the top floor of the city's first high school. Wu Dust. What do you mean by that? You still want Leang Xinyi to get a scholarship? This? Qingbei Vice President Luo Xiangyue had a constipated look on his face. But at the end of the day, he clenched his teeth and said, well, as long as you're willing to come, we'll take this scholarship at Qingbei, but if you Qingbei Academy can't accept it, step aside. I don't need you to be so reluctant, making it seem like I'm begging you. Before Luo Xiangyue could finish speaking, Wu Chun interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and the old man was instantly infuriated and blew out his beard. Wu Duan, don't get me wrong. I don't mean that, actually. Okay, Principal Ro. I'd rather hear what the other principals have to say first, so you can hold your tongue for now. Wu Duan, this condition is definitely no problem. Our Alpha Academy agreed at the very beginning. But you just said that student Xinyi Liang wants to enter the school in a dignified manner. I want to see the strength of this Ms. Liang. This is also for the sake of student Xinyi Liang's responsibility. Jia Junzi wasn't trying to make things difficult for Wu Chan, but he was really curious as to what this Leang Xinyi was capable of that could squarely make the top colleges and universities rush to her. I'm with Dean Jia on this one. Tang Hao also smiled and said the other academy principals also took a stance, basically saying pretty much the same thing that Jia Junzi and Tang Hao had said as well. Of course I'll prove it. Just now this Principal Wang also said that one of Sister Xinyi's talents is Qi collection, but now her Qi collection talent has been awakened by my time totem. Here's her current gas value test report. Leang Xinyi took out from her body the gas value test report that she had done earlier at the headquarters. Jia Junzi went up to receive it first, and the rest of the principals swarmed over it as well. What do you mean, woke up the Qi collection? Let's see. What? This Qi value report is messed up, isn't it? What the hell is a Qi value of 10 million? Wu Dust, don't scare me. Jia Junzi's eyes stared at the boss. The hand that took the report shook. 13320 Qi value. If this is really, the earth has to shake 3 times. Knowing that there had never been a Qi value of more than 1,500 points in the history of Blue Star, what was this Leang Xinyi's situation? It can't be, can it? 13,000 or so Qi values. Show me? Tang Hao and Luo Xiangyue were dumbfounded. Their entire brains went blank, and they hurriedly came over to look at the report in Jia Junzi's hands. Even Principal Wang couldn't help but follow from behind, and then his eyes immediately froze. Against the heavens, this Leang Xinyi is simply a monster level. Miss Liang. No, you can't enter our school. Our school gives you the same treatment as Wu Chan. Yes. Come to our Carry Shield. We welcome you in Carry Shield. Come to our school. Our school gives $5 million in scholarships. The entire conference room was once again boiling, while Principal Wang almost felt unsteady on his feet when he saw what was happening in front of him. Leang Xinyi's Qi value was actually over 13,000 points. It broke the Qi value record by nearly 10 times. Such a genius was actually driven away from the school by himself. He felt his heart dripping blood. Impossible. Impossible, this is impossible. It turns out that Leang Xinyi's Qi value is only more than 300 points. I remember it very clearly. And it's also absorbed by the Qi collection all year round. She should be a drag queen. This report is faulty, it's obviously false. Principal Wang, just admit that you're a fool. The Qi value test report from the headquarters. It's impossible for this thing to be fake, Wu Chan. Leang Xinyi, we at Alpha Academy fully accept your conditions. You and Leang Xinyi all entered Alpha Academy as special enrollment. The same goes for us at Evergreen College, and I promise, the scholarships are guaranteed to be much more generous than Alpha College. Wu Chuan, I must apologize for questioning you just now, and we at Qingbei University are perfectly capable of accepting your conditions. No. We at Qingbei University specifically invite you and Miss Leang Xinyi to come to our school for a class, and all other conditions are fine. I see someone said they thought the revenge line was too long. I think it's okay. Isn't this the end of the day? All this has to be explained. Chapter 61. Wu Xian is saved, but he has to beg Wu Duan. Leang Xinyi, you have to persuade Wu Chun that the only smart choice is to come to our Evergreen Academy. I have heard that Alpha College is actually planning to arrange a female chaperone for him. Isn't this aimed at the affection of you two? You shut up. Tang Hao. The chaperone is only there to help Wu Chun's students better adapt to school life. Don't get the wrong idea. Leang Xinyi's cheeks instantly turned red, while Principal Wang on the side was so angry that his face turned green, living like a ripe eggplant. Just then, a bald man burst through the door in a hurry. He froze when he saw that the crowd was surrounding a girl, leaving Wu Chun out in the cold instead. Wait a minute. Why are you guys talking to yourselves? What kind of situation is this? Do you not care about us here at Harlequin Academy at all? This bald man secretly wondered in his heart. He had never heard of any girl with more potential than Wu Chun before. Ah, what exactly happened? How dare you ask? Don't you realize you're late? Luo Xiangyue turned back and said, and also surrounded Leang Xinyi's side. These three people were all human beings. Seeing how Wu Chun defended Leang Xinyi so much, they all guessed that Leang Xinyi must be able to influence Wu Chun to a certain extent. And this girl has been silent, a look of soft ears, so all feel that instead of going all savvy Wu Duan, this girl must be better to break through. Xinyi, you have to understand, Qingbei is our Dragon Country people's own academy. It's a household name brand university. You guys coming to Qingbei is like giving glory to your ancestors. Mindy. A heartbeat. The group of principals frantically shouted Leang Xinyi's name. The look as if Leang Xinyi was their own daughter. Don't you guys tell me. I listen to my brother Wu Chun all the time. I'll follow Wu Chun wherever he goes. How could Leang Xinyi not know that the reason why she was able to achieve what she was doing now? It was all because Wu Chun had helped her open the shackles of Qi collection. She only needed to she just needs to follow Wu Chuan. Hearing Leang Xinyi's words, the three of them turned their gazes back to Wu Chun. As for the later bald man who took the gas value test report with a confused face, a few seconds later, shocked, he looked at Leang Xinyi and muttered, early 4th grade martial spirit cultivation, dual talents, and Qi gathering is still unblocked. Wait, there's still Qi collection that can be unblocked? 13,000 plus Qi value? Originally attended the Northern Realm Academy? Baldy silently walked up to the saucy-faced Principal Wang and patted him on the shoulder. Old Wang. Do not open the school now, change to open charitable organizations. Line next time to expel students. Tell me Principal Wang finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat on his butt. He felt his heart dripping blood. Obviously this self can rely on Leang Xinyi's strong this year, in the Academy Cup within a good time, unfortunately because of their own stupidity such a good opportunity but lost. Alright, in that case I'll be straightforward. I'm a bit more interested in Alpha Academy, and thanks to Dean Jia's constant attention, I'll go back and reconsider, and I'll make a decision as soon as possible afterward. Wait a minute, Wu Duan, I just came. Listen to me tell you about it. Our Har-closed Whisker Academy is also very good. Baldy quit, I was just stuck in traffic for a while. The time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already afternoon. At this time, inside a certain ward in Tianjin City Center Hospital, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Wu Xian was lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were dull and didn't know what he was thinking about. Wu Qiming was sitting on the side of the bed with an iron face and clenched fists. Wu Yu and Wu Xian also drooped their heads, each with their own preoccupations, and the ward was frighteningly quiet. Wu Qiming's head is messy. He did not expect his own baby son actually test so bad. His family is not bad. In the business and political sectors are very influential. But nay, this is a world where the ultimate achievement is determined by force, and his greatest wish is to be able to make a name for his family's children, especially boys, so he had given up on the blind Wu Chuan since he was a young boy, because a blind man had no potential to speak of. He had almost put all his hopes on Wu Xian, not realizing that it would end up being such a result, and the thing that made him most rooted to the core was that his son, who he had given up on, had in turn awakened an SSS-level talent, became the pride of heaven. How can this not make him angry? He is also reflecting now, if he had forcefully dug out Wu Duan's kidney, it would have been fine, and he blamed himself for being too soft-hearted. Just as the ward was quiet to a fault, the sound of two men talking came from the doorway of the ward. Hey, the talent list for this year was just announced. Bro, did you see the hot search just now? Didn't look why? Ha 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 ha. There's a stupid X named Wu Xian who awakened 3 talents, and one turned out to be more trashy than the other. And the last one is a talent to collect Qi, wahahaha. Really, 3 talents? Wu Xian, why is this name so familiar? Isn't it the brother of that kidney donor door this morning? That's him. What a pain in the ass, ha ha ha. Wu Yu's blood churned as she listened in the room and pushed the door open to get out. Do you two have any quality making a fuss in the hospital? Don't you know there are patients? Get lost. The two men looked at Wu Yu breathlessly, then slipped away, mainly because the two of them didn't speak out loud. Wu Yu returned to the ward, only to find that the atmosphere in the ward was even more depressing, especially Wu Xine staring at his dead fish eyes, breathing heavily as if he would spit again at any moment. Wait, Dad. Look at this news. Maybe Sheener's situation can be remedied. Wu Xian looked at her cell phone for a while and suddenly saw a piece of news and immediately shrieked. What do you mean? Show me. As soon as Wu Qiming heard that Wu Xian was still saved, he immediately had a spirit and hurriedly took over Wu Xian's cell phone, while Wu Xian on the hospital bed also looked forward to it. Rising from the dead, a dual talent awakening turns a waste of energy into a target of competition from prestigious schools. Seeing this title, Wu Qiming was instantly excited. His son's 3 talents with air gathering was not much stronger than this double talent with air gathering. It seems like there is still a chance for your son to get into a prestigious school. Wu Qiming hurriedly clicked inside the news, but the content of the news caused his breath to stutter and the smile on his face to fade away. What's wrong, Dad? This news site is pretty regular, so it shouldn't be fake news. Wu Xian logged on to today's headlines, which is a great app. See for yourself. Wu Qiming returned the cell phone to Wu Xian, who just looked at it, and Wu Yu also immediately ran over. The Time Totem talent can actually unblock the Qi Gathering talent in advance, allowing the Qi Gatherer to gain a significant increase in Qi, strength, agility, and stamina. Nowadays, the person who has awakened the SSS grade Time Totem is Wu Duan. How come? All the people within the room, their faces all turned ugly, especially Wu Xian. Thinking about the fact that he had to beg in a low voice, Wu Chan, he even wanted to die. Chapter 62 Wu Chen's Past. In a flash, the time had come to the next morning. Wu Chan, are your eyes not feeling well today? Leang Xinyi sat beside Wu Chan and looked at his closed eyes with concern. Sister Xinyi, you don't have to worry, I'm fine. Of course Wu Chan wasn't blind again. He was just accumulating the energy value of the indestructible eye. The reason why he didn't do so before was just because the freshness of Wu Chan just regaining his sight hadn't passed yet. The indestructible eyes could accumulate a total of 5,000 points of energy value. Wu Chuan experimented about closing his eyes for an hour to gain 4 points of energy. The speed was not particularly slow. If you don't open your eyes for a day, you can probably save 96 points. Wu Duan, did you see last night? The number of victims in the rotting corpse case has increased by another 43. Headquarters is really busy right now, but I've heard that there still doesn't seem to be any great progress made yet. They certainly weren't making much progress, and Wu Chun sighed helplessly. You know, Blue Star's spirit radar was as useless as blindness in front of him. This kind of thing was originally designed and prepared to interfere with operations behind enemy lines or to assassinate important people. If HQ has been unable to eliminate these guys, it's highly likely that these AIs will automatically search for targets that are of high value. By that time, not only the senior officials of the headquarters, but even the important people and individuals with high chi from other departments would likely be their targets. It is conceivable that, if that were to happen, headquarters would face enormous pressure from the outside world, and that would be an unprecedented test. Wu Dust knows this very well, and a feeling of worry welled up in his heart, and the headquarters. You guys go for it, just don't hit me, ah. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Wu Duan heard the knock on the door and opened the door to his room lightly with his eyes closed. And standing outside the door was Lemon, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Since Wu Chan had already greeted Jia Junzi's side, even though he hadn't officially enrolled yet, in a sense, he was already considered a member of Alpha Academy. If you think about it that way, this little niece of the dean's has actually become her own chaperone. Wu Dust's schoolmate. First of all, welcome to Alpha. I'm your second-year schoolmate Lemon. Do you have time today? Can I invite you to visit our school? Seeing Wu Chen's faint reaction, Lemon hurriedly approached Wu Chen's ear, then said in a very small voice, "Secretly, I borrowed the key to the spiritual body training room. You just awakened your gift and haven't experienced the spiritual body yet, right? How's it going? Are you interested in going with me? That's a spirit body. A person would never get a chance to try it in their life." When Wu Chun heard this, his heart stirred and he nodded. To be honest, he was really interested in Blue Star's spiritual body and was eager to try it out for himself. Okay then, are you going, Sister Xinyi? Wu Chun turned his head to Leang Xinyi, who was at the side, and asked. Leang Xinyi was also a bit impressed. But in the end, she shook her head and said with pity, I already have an appointment with the instructor to practice shooting, so I won't be there. That's great. That's too bad. I'll take you next time then. Lemon just raised his hand in joy and wanted to jump up. But once he thought that Leang Xinyi might also be a teammate in the future, he had to change his words in a sarcastic manner. Well then, Sister Xinyi, I'll leave first. Go away, Yoon. About 10 minutes later, Lemon pulled over. Senior Wu Chun, do you still remember this place? Wu Dust slowly opened his eyes and his gaze went to the slightly dilapidated school outside the car window. He asked softly as he turned his head and gazed ahead at Lemon. This is the special education school where I used to go to school, but I never really saw it. Lemon nodded slightly, an imperceptible flash of sadness in her eyes as she responded softly. I also spent 6 whole years here. Wu Dust looked at Lemon in shock. I still remember that you especially liked that cold drink store next to the school, right? Because I often saw you linger in front of that store after school, refusing to leave anyhow. Lemon's words evoked deep memories within Wu Chun, and he couldn't help but hang his head as his thoughts gradually drifted back to the distant past. At that time, he couldn't even see what exactly was being sold in the cold drink store, but only vaguely knew that Wu Xian's favorite food was strawberry sundae, and Wu Qiming and Yang Lan, those two people, will always buy it for Wu Xian to eat, but every time they just rightly forget his existence. Now that he was once again in this familiar land, Wu Chun only felt an endless wave of loathing welling up in his heart. He loathed that home, and even more so, he loathed himself who once suffered from a severe syndrome. In this life, he would take his revenge slowly and make that family live in pain and finally die slowly. Lemon got out of the car and walked into the dessert store. Entering the store, she carefully selected 2 cones before paying for them and turning to leave. Back in the car, Lemon carefully took the cones and handed one of them to Wu Duan. Wu Dust chose to take it out of politeness. In reality, he really didn't like eating it. Lemon took a deep breath and began to tell his story. It represents my greatest wish back then. In fact, I've always wanted to do it, I just never had the courage. I'm really sorry. I've suffered from severe depression since I was a child. Extremely autistic and unable to communicate properly with others. The kind of pain and loneliness that makes me feel like life is dark and hopeless. You must have never imagined it, right? I was really suffering at that time. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she recalled those painful memories she had had. Then she continued, however, fate brought me to you. Every morning, when I came to school, I always saw you there desperately working out. At first, I was very puzzled by your behavior. What's the use of fighting so hard for a blind man? What on earth were you thinking? But gradually, I began to be impressed by your persistence and hard work. Your figure became a light in my life, illuminating the deepest, darkest corners of my heart. Lemon wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued. I thought you were particularly foolish at first. What could a blind man do even if he was strong? It wasn't until later, after witnessing yourself mutilating training year after year, day after day. It was only then that I truly understood the meaning behind your perseverance and hard work. You didn't do it for others, but for your deepest pursuits and dreams. In contrast, I suddenly realized I was in a much better place. What reason did I have to swing for the fences? Wu Dust, you are my idol. It's my dream. Chapter 63, Grade B, Spiritual Body. You're actually autistic. No wonder you look like a lowly. It must be a delay in physical development. Lemon. Boring. Let's just go back. Headquarters. Chief, in response to the current proliferation of the location of the victims of the rotting corpses, we've marshaled the West Guan district and have begun regular 24-hour patrols. Just now, I finally found traces of the other side and managed to eliminate an unknown spirit that was fleeing. Yang Fan, the captain of Team A05, stood beside He Xian's desk and reported respectfully. Very well. What the hell is the other side? This is the first time we've seen this kind of unidentified spirit. It's very small, only about 5 centimeters in size. Chief, here's the photo. If the ones committing the murders are all this kind of thing, we'll be in big trouble. He Xian quickly browsed through the photos that Yang Fan had uploaded, and after reading them, his heart sank to the bottom. He understood Yang Fan's meaning. The other party was so small, and now that the crime locations were relatively concentrated, they didn't yet have a way to wipe them out. If this trend continues for another day or two, this kind of thing will spread to the entire Tianjin city. It's not good. Ministry He, Section Chief Yang of the headquarters logistics department was found dead in his car. His entire body was extensively decomposed. It should be... What? He sat on the chair, sweat running down his cheeks. It was daytime. This is the first time this unidentified spirit has been found to be operating during the daytime. And the deceased actually a senior official of the headquarters. Is it a coincidence? Or... The black SUV sped through the city and in no time at all arrived at Alpha College. As soon as he entered the inner road of the academy, Wu Duan opened his eyes, and it didn't take long for Lemon to pull into a parking lot outside a circular building. Wu Chun, this circular building is Alpha's physical training center, which covers an area of 30,000 square meters and has 6 floors, which includes a spiritual body experience hall, a real battlefield, a 3D simulation training ground, and a complex terrain simulation arena. Even the weather can be simulated in the anthropomorphic arena. It's very impressive. This place is also the home of Alpha Academy in the Academy Cup, besides giving students daily training. Let's go in. Wu Chun nodded and followed Lemon into the middle of the arena. The arena lifting frame is very high, about 20 meters or so. The main color of the decoration is silver, giving people a sense of vision of the Future Science and Technology Museum. Wu Chuan felt that he was quite shocked. Senior Wu Chuan, let me tell you, this is not just a spirit body experience center, but it also mainly provides a simulated spirit body 1v1 1-on-1 training room, which is particularly addictive. Do you want to have a game later? I'm not blowing it with you, don't look at school, sister, I'm only a second year after the year, but awakened SS level control talent. Strong strength is no words. Ordinary 4th year students are not my opponent. Did you know? I was not only drafted early by an elite reserve team, but I was also the best 6th man in the Alpha College Cup starting lineup. Lemon introduced his strong strength while raising his head proudly with a look that said, "You're quick to praise me." And Wu Chun couldn't help but spit at her arrogant little face. You didn't just fool me, did you? You, autistic, depressed, aren't you a chatterbox? Lemon. Wu Duan then entered the experience room with Lemon with a magnetic card. This experience room didn't look very big, about 500 square feet, with a counter and shelves halfway in front of it, with all sorts of pendants on the counter and all sorts of spiritual body equipment on the shelves. And in the back, there's a simple event space. At the far end of the venue was a metal door with the words, Spirit Body 1v1 Simulation Room, written on it. Wu Chun first walked near the counter and looked at those metal pendants within the counter. He did know that these were the so-called spirit body necklaces. Only by wearing the necklace on the body could the suit be triggered, and from this it was clear that Blue Star's technology was indeed a bit backward, as the 6-wing divine suit didn't even have a so-called body. Senior Wu Chun, let me tell you, this green pendant represents AD-level spirit body, and this blue one is AC-level spirit body. The purple crystal flower pendant over here is AB rank light spirit, and the purple shield pendant is AB rank heavy spirit. Wu Chun nodded, secretly surprised in his heart. He really did not expect that a B rank spirit body would appear in this experience hall. It seemed that this alpha did have extraordinary strength. There's the equipment section, so feel free to pick out a heavy B rank spirit body, so you can hold off a little longer when I beat you up later. A wry smile lifted the corners of Lemon's mouth. Don't be unconvinced, even though you've awakened an SSS rank talent. It's easy for me to deal with a novice like you. If you don't believe me, let's try it out later. Wu Chun didn't say anything and casually picked up a purple shield pendant and hung it around his neck. Class B Heavy Spirit Body Mass Production Type. Effect. Improves overall physical fitness by 6 times. Effect 2. Stronger defense, equipped with a deployable Reiko shield. Senior Wu Chun, this is the equipment area. Lemon picked up a purple crystal flower pendant and then led him to the other side. There are a total of 5 compartments in AB rank spirit body, of which the main weapon is mandatory to carry. So next, you'll choose your main weapon first, and I'll give you a brief introduction. Chapter 64. We said we'd fight one-on-one, but why are you two fighting one on me? This is the main weapons area, and the main weapons are divided into 3 main categories. Roughly, firearms, melee, and special. Wu Dust nodded, of course he knew about these, but there was no need to think about the firearms category. With his own level of shooting, he probably wouldn't be able to use it. Try the melee class. This is a heavy sword occupying 3 frames, with the advantage of a wide range of attacks, powerful, equipped with the spirit blade system, with a particularly impressive chopping power, and can be used as a shield under certain conditions. But the downside is also obvious. The thing is too heavy and can be tricky to run into nimble opponents. Wu Chun looked at the huge sword in front of him that was 40 centimeters wide and 1.2 meters long and shook his head. He felt that this thing was too stupid to be worthy of him. There's also this, the Tang Blade, a very well-balanced weapon of attack and defense that takes up 2 frames. Those who use this are usually masters, and it's hard to use this one without some skill in knife fighting. But there are very many top users among them, such as Wan Jianyi, who uses his Tang sword with a hand that is out of this world, and is even more powerful. Wu Chuan picked up the Tang sword. This thing was indeed exquisite and handsome. It was a man's lifelong dream. Wu Chuan was a bit moved. He picked it up and tried to swing it, but eventually it was put down. This last one is the Hidden Blade, occupying 2 frames and generally used by those proficient in the art of physical combat. It can be integrated into a spirit body and then suddenly pop up at any joint of the spirit body. Not very powerful, but very flexible when used very skillfully. Wu Duan's eyes lit up, thinking that this thing was quite interesting, and it suited him better than the Tang Blade because of his eye problem, and it was the physical fighting technique that he had been exercising all year round. Dress code. With Wu Chen's voice, a purple B rank spirit body covered Wu Chen's entire body, and then he picked up the hidden blade by his side as soon as he could, which was about 20 centimeters. As Wu Chuan picked it up, it instantly merged into his body like a puddle of clear water, and in the next second 2 hidden blades popped out from the fingertips of each of Wu Chuan's hands. Then the hidden blade disappears, pops up again at both elbows, and finally even at the knees and toes hidden blades can appear. Lemon also quickly suited up before picking a submachine gun from his primary weapon. This time we'll use the main weapon to fight one-on-one, just don't use the auxiliary equipment and secondary weapons for now. It's still your first time to touch the spirit body. Make it too complicated, you'll be even less able to play with it. Wu Chun nodded indifferently. It was fine to fight once, so that he could test what level he was at if he didn't wear the 6-winged divine costume. Soon the two walked into the middle of the 1v1 field together. Wu Duan, are you ready? I'm going to start if you're ready. Okay, here goes. Getting Wu Duan's confirmation, Lemon pressed the start button. 1v1 venue City Street 1 simulation in progress. Simulation complete. Instantly the scene around him changed dramatically, and in just less than a second, the surrounding area had turned into a city street. Wu Duan, on the other hand, and Lemon were about 10 meters apart, each standing in the middle of the road. Senior Wu Chun, be careful. 3, 2, 1, battle commences. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The submachine gun in Lemon's hand frantically fired at Wu Chun, and Wu Chen's reaction was also very fast, snaking his position while blocking with his stealth blade. Time reappears. As Wu Chen's words fell, a young girl's figure slowly emerged above a streetlight pole beside Wu Chun. It was a double ponytailed loli in a black cloak, covered in snow-white spirit armor, and wearing a black mask, although this spirit body didn't look like Blue Star's style. But looking at the figure and physique of this young girl, there is no doubt that it is none other than Lemon. Celestial Tide. Celestial Tides. Source: Gravity Tides enhanced by spirits. Talent category: Control. Talent level SS. Effect 1. A. Effect 2. Gravity Collapse. Instantly crushing your opponent with the powerful repulsive force between celestial bodies. Wu Dust, what are you doing? Ya! As the words of the masked girl on the pole fell, Lemon instantly slumped to the ground, and even the area around her of about 5 meters was cracked inch by the tremendous gravity. I'm convinced, I admit defeat. Wu Dust, what are you this too lousy, you do not bring such a play all said it is 1v1 one-on-one. How did it become the two of you one-on-one me? This is not fair. H3397 Bubble Universe. Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Psychic Radar Alarm. High Value Target Detected. High Value Target Detected. Its position is 5 kilometers from Radiation Angel 37. Request instructions from the Chief. The target's gas level is expected to exceed 1,000 points. What? 1,000 points? Fark. How did these yellow-skinned monkeys in the original realm get so lucky? How can someone actually be born with more than 1,000 chi? My chi, which has been energized by an S-class spirit body, is only 530 points. Damn it. I'm going to take this gas away. Officer Ford, please help me in any way you can. Jason's eyes reddened with jealousy when he heard the news of the spiritual body radar. He had only 305 points of chi when he awakened his talent, and in the H3397 Bubble Universe it would have been the top of the line. And in the original world 300 chi is just the basic condition to enter the elite reserve team, not to mention the whole Blue Star, as far as the Dragon Country has a lot. This is the decisive difference between the original world and the rest of the bubble universe. This chi is indeed tempting. Immediately have all nearby radiation angels gather covertly towards the coordinates where the mega chi possessor is located. Alpha Academy 1v1 training room. The contest is over. Winner of the first round, Wu Dust. Lemon, you're too much of a rookie. I haven't even made a move yet. And you're actually admitting defeat straight away? Didn't you just swear that you would give in to me? At least let me beat you up to get out of it. The masked girl who had been standing on the streetlight also lightly jumped down from it at that moment. You're just being a scoundrel. What the hell is this? A doll? It looks exactly like a real person. Lemon curiously tried to reach out and pinch the masked girl's cheek, but the other party unceremoniously opened her hand with a slap. Then, the masked girl turned around somewhat arrogantly. Quite a personality, but why do I feel that she and I are still a bit alike? And this spirit body costume is also quite handsome. Chapter 65. You're her big sister. If you don't go, who will? Hearing Lemon's words, Wu Duan smiled. Don't tease me, okay? This is my talent. It was on the list yesterday. You as my chaperone shouldn't even know the name of my talent, right? Of course I know the name of your talent. Time totem. Wait, time totem? It doesn't have anything to do with time, does it? Lemon stared at Wu Chun with wide eyes, incredulously. This was too perverted, although he didn't know the exact limitations of it. But if he could duplicate the other party, or his teammates at will, wouldn't he be invincible? For example, in the College Cup, originally 4v4, with Wu Du on his side, directly more people. Well, this time when you face me, you still have a few % chance of winning. No, you're being too rogue. You're not allowed to use this talent. It's not fair. I'm not convinced. Let's fight again. This time only I'm allowed to use the talent. You're not allowed to use this summoning talent. Wu family, Wu Qiming tiredly walked back from outside. Early this morning he went to the detention center to visit Yang Lan. In fact, he really did not want to go. For one thing, he was incapable of saving his wife, and for another, he was really afraid that his wife would ask him what talent Xiner had awakened. He still can't figure out how a good home became what it is now. Yang family and he himself is also considered to be able to use the relationship are used. However, the news received is that Wu Dust is not the slightest bit disregard for emotion, but even resolutely demanded that Yang Lan be severely punished. And the headquarters supported Wu Chen's decision, refusing to budge even one step. If this keeps up, in 3 days Yang Lan will be dragged into court for a trial. This hateful, rebellious son, no matter how to say that Yang Lan is his real mother, how hard it is to give birth to him in October, so don't say to ask him for a kidney. Even if it's to kill him, that's what should be done. How he can get back at his parents is just treasonous. Wu Qiming thought hatefully. He had the intention to beat Wu Duan to death. But there was no way. Right now. Whether it was the matter of Yang Lan or the unblocking of Wu Xian's chi-collecting talent, both needed Wu Duan's help. He had to hold his tongue and decided to take a step back and wait for Wu Chan to help himself through the difficult times. Then he would properly clean up this unfilial son. Dad, how's it going? Is everything okay at Mom's? Wu Xian's face was a little pale, with a look of kidney weakness, but he still showed a gentle smile of concern for his mother. Good boy, or you are filial, lie down. You are not well, don't try to be brave. Wu Qiming looked at his second son with relief and hurriedly pressed Wu Xian, who was pretending to get up, before continuing. Everything is fine with your mom. She's just worried about you. Don't worry, Dad will definitely take care of your schooling. That retrograde son is still your brother no matter what. We don't need him to donate his kidney, we just need to match him slowly. Dad has also discussed with your mom, as long as your brother is willing to unblock the chi collection for you, we are even, forgive him. After all, it's still your future that has to be the highest priority. But when he comes home, no one is allowed to give him a good look, and at the very least, he has to be made to reflect on himself before he can be completely forgiven. Dad, that's great. So our families will be together again. Wu Xian's happy face broke out into a false sweat. Brother, don't get excited and stop foaming. Let your big sister take care of this matter. She'll definitely be able to get that brat Wu Chen back to unblock your talent. Wu Yu carefully wiped Wu Xian's sweat with a towel on the side, incidentally handing over the chore to her big sister. Wu Xian was dumbfounded. Why me? Why don't you go? Last time I said I wouldn't go, but you guys made me go, and then you broke my legs. I think it's better for Dad to go. Dad's words. Wu Chun will definitely listen. What am I going to go for? I still have to run things for your mom. Do you think I'm idle every day? You're his big sister. If you don't go, who will? You leave now, hurry up. Xian Wu. Half an hour later, Wu Xianlai looked up at the majestic gate of the headquarters and was overcome with emotion. What she had awakened was only an elemental class B grade talent, and her chi was even less than 100 points. This was a forbidden place that one could never step into, and one really envied Wu Chun for actually being able to awaken the SSS grade talent plus more than 1,000 points of chi. Have not yet gone to college was the headquarters of the early hit. Soaring success is just around the corner, but it is a pity that he was on the wrong side, did not treat him well. With a twitch inside her, she couldn't help but fantasize that if only she could travel back in time, she would have taken good care of Wu Chun as a baby. Thinking of this, she had already arrived outside the main gate of the headquarters, and looking at the 4 regular troops dressed in purple B-rank spirit bodies and heavily armed, she hesitantly whispered and opened her mouth. Big brother, I'm Wu Xian, the blood elder sister of this year's Dragon Country awakening top scholar Wu Duan. I'm looking for Wu Duan for something. Can you let me in for a moment? What kind of place do you think this is? You can enter whenever you want? Wu Xian, I know, wasn't it your family that forced Wu Chun to donate his waste? And you still have the audacity to call yourself Wu Chen's big sister? Why are you so thick-skinned? Wu Xian's pretty face was reddened by this big brother scolding. It was obvious that what they had done had basically become a household name, and she had to wear sunglasses even when she usually walked down the street for fear of being recognized. Big brother, it's not like that. That was all my parents' idea. It has nothing to do with me. I just... All right, you are all the same way. You want to go in and let Wu Duan come down to pick you up? Otherwise get out of the way, dog-like thing. Big brother obviously didn't have any good feelings for the family. That was not a good look at all. Wu Xian has no way but to drive a small wheelchair to the side of a place that is not in the way, so home cannot be accounted for, can only wait here hard. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. High-value targets are believed to be located. This should be a university institution of the original realm, in which the guard force is very powerful. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to blend in. Ford looked at the dense array of fully automated cameras on the psychic radar, and the campus guards that existed every dozen meters or so. Radiant angels weren't strong attacking spirits after all, so trying to blend in was basically impossible. Then wait at the door, they'll always come out. Ambush them in the bushes aside, and when they do, give them a pot shot. Jason laughed out loud. If he could get this man's chi, then his strength would skyrocket. That's the only way to go, so let's pick a location here 800 meters away from the school's entrance, which also ensures that, in the first instance, the campus guards won't be able to get out in time.
Hehehehe. Dat geht erst dann.
Chapter 66. Attacked and summoned himself above. Meanwhile, inside Alpha Academy's 1v1 training hall, the second 1v1 between Wu Chun and Lemon had been going on for more than a minute, and at that moment, Lemon chased Wu Chun to a dark alleyway. Da-da-da-da-da-da. In the face of Lemon's machine gun fire, Wu Chuan did not retreat, but instead advanced, and with his dexterous positioning and hidden blade's interception, almost instantly the distance between Wu Chuan and Lemon was closed to more than a meter away. You've fallen for it, Wu Duan. Gravity tied. The corner of Lemon's mouth lifted into a cold smile as she unhurriedly adjusted the muzzle of her gun, in an attempt to knock the gravity-controlled Wu Duan into a hornet's nest. However, the weird thing was that Wu Chun was not affected in the slightest. He kicked out like the wind, straight at Lemon. Instinctively, she used her submachine gun to parry it, but she was surprised to see the hidden blade pop out, and the sharp blade was like lightning, instantly splitting the submachine gun in half. Immediately after that, Wu Chuan spun like a gyroscope in midair, and the hidden blade of his other foot was like an executioner's scythe, mercilessly cutting into Lemon's head, only to hear a click sound, and her head was cut in half. It's a scene that's chillingly brutal. The spiritual body reaches its limit. Ka-ching! Instantly the B-ranked spirit body without any supporting equipment shattered into countless pieces, and Lemon himself appeared, dropping to the ground. The contest is over. Winner of the second round, Wu Dust. Wu Duan smiled and reached out to pull Lemon up from the ground, looking at the somewhat disoriented Lemon and patting her on the shoulder. Schoolteacher, I'm sorry. No, you're really powerful. I can't beat you at all. Just now when I used my talent, why weren't you affected at all? I thought I won. Lemon's little face was red, and her eyes were filled with little stars as she looked at Wu Chun. I counteracted your gift with mine. In fact, the reasoning was very simple. Wu Chun had already counted on the fact that Lemon would use his talent to restrict himself when he got close. So within 0.1 second of the appearance of the gravity tide, he used his time totem to affect the duration of the gravity tide's existence. So Wu Chan looked as if he was completely fine. This was the terror of SSS rank talents in real combat. Humph, no more games? Count on you, it's getting late. Let's eat and then go to the team battlegrounds to take a look. There happens to be a training match today. I know a hot pot nearby that's super tasty. I'll drive you there. The two quickly returned the borrowed spirit back to its original position and headed outside. Senior brother Wu Chuan, you know what? I feel like I'm dreaming today. Once I dared to look at you from afar. But today? Alright, don't sigh. Isn't it just buying me dinner? I'll give you a chance every day in the future. Wu Dust laughed helplessly. He was the one who had never dreamed that there were still people who worshipped him. Why are you so oily now? I saw you not talking much every day. The two talked and laughed as they got into the black SUV again, and Lemon drove off toward the school. However, just as the vehicle passed through an intersection, Wu Chen's inner alarm bells rang loudly. Within the visual range of his mind's eye, 10 small 5-centimeter size things with open wings were speeding towards their car. Look out! With a single kick, Wu Dust kicked open the passenger door, yanked Lemon and jumped toward the car. This kind of Radiant Angel's fighting ability was not strong, and it couldn't even beat a sword soldier one-on-one, but it excelled in being small and unobtrusive, and the success rate of sneak attacks was very high. And once they get close to you, they will cling to your body, and without the protection of a spiritual body, an ordinary person would be rotten in 3 to 5 seconds. Even a spiritual body would be corrupted by him, it would just be able to carry it for a while longer. Wu Chan had just yanked Lemon and jumped out of the car when one of the closest Radiant Angels had already flown to Wu Chen's side. Wu Chan had no weapon and could only grab the Radiant Angel with his bare hands. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Ha 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 ha, the stupid X, actually grabbing the Radiant Angel with his hands? What's the difference between that and being grabbed by the Radiant Angel? Just watch, he's going to rot soon. Jason rubbed his hands together excitedly. It looked like it wouldn't take more than a few seconds for this 1000 chi fool to be capture chi. It's not right. Look, in the big screen, Wu Chen's left eye suddenly turned into a black flame, and in the next instant, the right hand that had just begun to rot along with the Radiant Angel were all set ablaze. This is his natural ability, right? To actually mutilate himself? Quite interesting, but so what? If you can afford to light yourself all up, we could have sent out 10 Radiant Angels. Jason was shocked even as he watched the Radiant Angel being burned into crystallized pieces of its spirit, not realizing that this yellow-skinned monkey would be so decisive. Something's wrong. The rotting flesh on his hands is healed. What's with the flames? Hurry. Destroy him as soon as possible. Ford looked at the skin that had been left intact under the burning flames and was shocked. What kind of basic talent was this? Immediately after the video, Wu Chan once again looked at the other closest Radiant Angel, and that Radiant Angel unexpectedly spontaneously combusted out of thin air. His eyes aren't right. What a powerful talent. I'm afraid this is a SS grade talent. Hurry up all the Radiant Angels together. Don't give him a chance to break him individually. Ford's heart was dripping blood. This would definitely make a lot of money if he went through the motions of capturing the gas. He didn't realize that this 1000-point gas guy would be so difficult to deal with. If he consumed all 10 of these Radiant Angels, he wouldn't even be able to explain when Maria asked, SS grade talent? That's horrible. These yellow-skinned monkeys of the original realm. Jason's eyes were red with jealousy. His awakened talent was only S rank. He must be destroyed. In an instant, the remaining 8 Radiant Angels swooped madly towards the duo of Wu Chan in unison. Gravity Tide. Lemon was not idle, either a gravity tide, temporarily controlling the 3 Radiant Angels. Wu Dust also fire flashed in his eyes. The 4 Radiant Angels burned into a cloud of ashes in the sky. Still, one of the leaky fish couldn't break and actually ran headlong into the back of a lemon. In the next second, the clothes on Lemon's back shattered, and large swaths of skin instantly rotted. Wu Chun froze for a moment and instantly grabbed the Radiant Angel and burned it to ashes. But the 3 Radiant Angels that had just been controlled by Lemon rushed over again at breakneck speed. Wu Dust could light himself up, but he couldn't light up the lemon, and just in the nick of time, the system prompt appeared again. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Divine Choice System again. Chapter 67. Attacked, summoning yourself below. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Divine Choice System again. Option 1. Even though Lemon is rotting on her body and is expected to die in endless pain in 10 seconds if she's not saved, what does it matter to me? Throwing her down and turning around to run is the right solution. Choice of reward. Emotional explosion. When your heart rate exceeds 110 beats per minute, your heart will explode with a bang. Option 2. Even at the risk of being approached by 3 radiating angels, you must fight to save Lemon, the girl who worships you. You can't watch her die. Can you? Choice bonus. Lick a dog when it's not enough and increase your comfort level by 100 points every time you lick someone. Option 3. Summon yourself in a 6-winged god's costume. Disposable martyr. You dare to cheat me. If you don't let some blood come out of you, you don't know your own last name, right? Choice of reward. Mind's eye level is raised to 4, and you get a one-time black hole, a one-time chance to summon yourself normally not allowed, and a reward for the first future view of yourself throughout. Disposable black hole. A teleportation black hole that can transport S-class spirits to the Holy Roman Empire. Come on, let's go make a big mess in the H3397 universe. Don't it always have to be you guys invading me? I'm going to collect a little chi from you guys too. How stupid would this be to choose reward 1 or reward 2? Wu Duan hesitated without even needing to. Even though it was a one-way ticket, it was already enough. After all, this 10 years later self, while strong, could only exist for a maximum of 3 hours at the most, and he or she might be able to learn a bit about the tactics he or she had summarized years later through this one-time summoning. Just pick 3. Time recreation. As soon as the words fell, a pure white spirit body descended from the sky and almost instantly wiped out all 3 radiant angels. Wu Dust didn't bother to look at the self he had summoned, and simply dug into the bushes to the side, holding the Lemon whose back was already pretty much rotten. Headquarters, 30th floor. Old Juan, it's coming. I sensed it. That what's-his-name 6-winged Holy Spirit's chi appeared near Alpha Academy. The big bald man, Nyo Zeta, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the bedroom. Very well, call up the full metal. Team A02, go. Wan Jianyi carried the Tang sword in his hand, a wisp of an excited smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Ford and Jason were stunned as they watched the 6-winged god fall from the sky, and given a second, one of the radiant angels could have held the guy's head. Who would have thought that just then the 6-winged god would come out to stir up trouble again? Damn it! Where the hell did this guy come out from? It's really unconscionable if we don't get him killed. Jason roared in anger and rage, seeing that 1,000 chi was about to arrive. This guy came back to disgust himself. Fark, I really let those bastards from Alston guess? Sure enough, the 6-winged god and the original realm have joined forces. Immediately use Alston's filing to release Battle Angel. This time we must finish off this scourge. Also notify Maria. Ford was also heartbroken at the sight of losing 10 radiant angels for nothing. No need to inform. I'm coming. So it's up to me. Personally arrest this asshole. The door to the combat center opened and Maria wiped her brightly colored lips and sneered. Woo, Dust. I'm sorry for dragging my feet. Well. Lemon whimpered in pain as the rotting area on her body grew even larger, and she tried to scratch at her wounds with her hands, but luckily Wuduan prevented her from doing so. Because the rot is caused by the spirit, he is able to recover with a time callback. But I can't help you if you grab the rotting flesh off yourself. Don't talk. I will heal you. Wuduan. I'm in pain. Don't lie to me. I know I'm dead. Hear me out. I can really heal. Wu Chun was helpless, and while holding her hand down, he used his ability time callback to connect the invading spiritual energy inside Lemon. Don't comfort me. It itches and hurts. I must be rotting. I don't want to be like that. Please give me a break. Unfortunately, I never got around to telling you. I was so early before. Before that, just like you. I think you're hallucinating. Okay. Does it still hurt? Wu Dust to be drunk. All the damn told you can cure. You do not believe. But also come here to play with me dying sensationalism. It hurts. It doesn't seem to hurt too much. Lemon is confused because she really doesn't hurt anymore. What did I just say? Is it too late to undo it in less than 2 minutes? Lemon's face turned red with shame, and unable to withstand the pressure any longer, coupled with the injuries she had just sustained, she fainted with a roll of her eyes. It was also at this time that the mournful air defense siren once again resounded throughout the entire city of Shangjing. The 10 dead radiant angels instantly melted, followed by 20 black holes about 3 meters in diameter suddenly taking shape in midair. In the next second, 20 spirit soldiers with wings on their backs slowly walked out of the black hole. Wu Dust in the grass looked at the scene just now with surprise. It was now obvious that this group of unknown spirits were coming for themselves. The 20 angels in midair were hovering, and the next moment a blue ray of light connected the one battle angel, spirit soldier at the head, and the 19 behind it one by one. A second later, the 19 battle angels that were connected lost their colors and fell to the ground as if they had lost their lives. As for the spirit body soldier at the head, blue patterns unexpectedly appeared all over its body, and its aura had even skyrocketed to a terrifying level. This scene reminded Wu Chuan of the saber soldier that he had faced that time at the city's first high school, except that this battle angel was definitely much stronger than that saber soldier. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. The six-winged god is very strong, so be careful not to fall in the gutter. Jason looked at Maria, who was maneuvering the battle angel, and warned from the sidelines. Don't worry, we know the God series better than you do. This manipulator is a rookie. He can't utilize the power of the six-winged god at all. After analyzing the last video, we specially prepared this package for him. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Maria's mouth. The power that erupted from the 20 battle angels invested in one go was astonishing. When the six-winged god was recovered, this spirit body would be hers. Converts all attributes to speed and destructive power for the next 30 seconds. Attributes may not be converted again for 30 seconds. A string of green codes flashed within the blue-striped angel's black mechanical eyes, followed by a spike in speed, swooping straight down and heading straight for the six-winged god. A terrifying aura was spreading. The battle angel's speed was fast to the limit, and in just a flash, it had arrived in front of the six-winged god. The narrow western sword that shone with a cold light cut down on his head. Die for me! The six-winged god raised his hand to grip the hilt of the western sword, and terrifying black unknown energy erupted in his left hand. Next moment, ka-ching! The western sword shattered into bits of crystallized green light. I wish you all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival and all the best. Thank you for your support. There's more in the evening. Chapter 68 Civil War at Headquarters above. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. The combat center, which had been so excited just moments ago, fell silent when the spirit blades in the giant screen were crushed with their bare hands. Ford and Jason looked at the screen in shock. What's going on here? Crushing a spiritual blade with your bare hands? Who would believe this? The spirit blades are so brittle, who would use them? They had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Even if it was the strongest swordsman in the Empire, His Excellency Gullifuss, a dignified 8th grade Marshal Zune-level powerhouse, that would definitely not be able to do it. What is this guy wearing the six-winged god? How could he be so strong? Impossible, how could this happen? Obviously it wasn't like this the last time we analyzed the video. His native strength shouldn't be more than a mid-4th grade martial spirit, right? How could he suddenly become so strong? In fact, Alston parsed the six-winged god in detail before deciding to enter the war. The original design purpose of six-winged god was to switch the priority of attributes at will. This intelligence was known to them, so they did a detailed analysis of every movement and stances of Wu Chun. Eventually, it was concluded that 20 times the number of rare-grade battle angel spirit soldiers would be completely enough to crush this rookie six-winged god. But who would have thought that this six-winged god was actually pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Maria's silver teeth clenched in anger. She was actually set up by this guy. If I knew who he was, I would have to kill his whole family. She was furious at the thought of losing so much and not even getting a single hair as a result, knowing that all the chi she had collected before had gone to St. Rome. No, she could never give up. She quickly maneuvered the battle angel to pull it back into midair. Die for me! Burst shot. The battle angel's wings swung, and countless feathers plunged wildly in the direction of the six-winged god as if they were raining down. The feathers are fast to the limit, essentially exceeding the speed of sound by more than 20 times. It instantly enveloped the spot where the six-winged god was. The road shattered, smoke and dust flew. The earth in a radius of 800 or 900 meters sank more than 2 meters deep, and even Wu Dust and Lemon, who were hiding in the grass, were affected. You can see how powerful this move really is. I can't believe you didn't dodge it? Great! Maria excitedly maneuvered the battle angel once again, taking her secondary weapon, a short blade, to go up and patch up the six-winged god. However, a sudden change occurred. She suddenly felt as if something was tugging at the battle angel's wings, and no matter how hard she tried, the battle angel couldn't move an inch. In the next moment, the green spiritual liquid drifted out crazily, and the two feathered wings of the battle angel were actually plucked off alive. Damn six-winged god! When did he run behind me? Impossible! How could he be so strong? The next second the sword light flashed. The green spirit liquid splashed out more than a meter high, and this battle angel with a blue pattern was unexpectedly cut directly into two pieces. Tianjing City, the outskirts of Alpha Academy. A group of campus guards had been completely dumbfounded. They had been patrolling the campus hill normally, but then they saw an unknown spirit invasion not far away and rushed over at the first opportunity. As a result, he witnessed that scene just now. It was too shocking that blue streak angel-type spirit soldier was strong enough, but as a result, he was slaughtered by the six-winged holy spirit just like killing a chicken. Captain, are we still going? A campus escort teammate in a green D-rated spirit felt his mouth go dry. Get on my ass. Get killed. He didn't strike at the humans. Isn't he killing the unknown spirits that attacked us? Don't ever provoke him. Let's go around the side and see if we can get those two injured students back. This captain was dressed in a blue, C-ranked spirit, and every student's life in Alpha could be the backbone of the future fight against the unknown spirit. Originally living in Dalian City, because of its proximity to the island, he lost his parents and sister in the midst of an invasion by an unknown spirit. I don't know how many families have been torn apart because of unknown spirits, and countless children have been orphaned. For the sake of his country's future, he absolutely cannot back down here. The captain is right. Brothers, move. Wait. Captain, look. There's a helicopter coming over. That sign. It's the elite team. Sure enough, in the east a helicopter approached at great speed, and at the open door of the helicopter, Meng Qing looked at the scene and was also shocked abnormally. Especially when he saw Wu Chun, who wasn't that far away from the six-winged Holy Spirit. He was worried to the extreme. Although the six-winged Holy Spirit was different from the other spirit bodies, he was ultimately on the side of the unknown spirit bodies, and she was genuinely afraid that the six-winged Holy Spirit would cut Wu Chun with a single slash. Captain, I'll go protect Wu Chun. It's my responsibility. Qing, you wait. Meng Qing couldn't listen to any more words at all. She leaped and jumped off the helicopter directly, and with a wild spray of flames from the thrusters behind her, she rushed towards Wu Chen's direction at breakneck speed. Spirit body propulsion. Equipment type. Auxiliary. Occupied grid. 1.5. Effects. Ability to suddenly increase the speed of the spirit body, with outstanding effects in actual combat. Wu Chun looked at Meng Qing's movements somewhat helplessly. This woman was quite loyal to herself. The system starts using the transgressive black hole. Failed to cross the border. Destroyed by the talent. Devil's Cage, please destroy the talent first. Otherwise you can't teleport. Wu Chun froze as he raised his head, and sure enough, he saw that the sky had actually darkened. Devil's Cage, with a male voice, a black boundary 70 meters high and 100 meters in length and width, translucent, suddenly enveloped Wu Chun, Lemon, Meng Qing, and the future Wu Chun. In the next instant, several streams of light flashed by, and 8 figures dressed in fiery red A-class spirit bodies appeared in the cage. This bird is a 6-winged god costume? Doesn't look too good. It's just an unidentified spirit body. This one is even more handsome. Tianqing, you as 06 team just guard the Devil's Cage. Leave this guy too. Before Wan Jianyi could finish his words, he saw that between him and the 6-winged Holy Spirit, a blue stream of light once again appeared, and immediately after, a man dressed in a dazzling black spirit body appeared. Fu Dongyang, what are you doing here? The 6-winged Holy Spirit is our prey for Team A02. Your help is not needed here. Fu Dongyang waved his hand, sighed helplessly, and said with a smile, long time no see, Lao Wan. This unknown spirit behind me is not an enemy. Trust me, you guys go back first. I'll deal with him. Leave? Aren't you guys in charge of the second maneuvering team a little too broadly? You're the one who should go back. Are you saying this to harbor this unknown spirit? Or are you trying to betray headquarters? Not harboring him, if I have to say. I'm protecting you guys. Listen to me. If you fight him now, you will all die. Chapter 69, Civil War at Headquarters below. Wu just didn't say anything as he held the unconscious Lemon. He had to admit that Fu Dongyang was right. Last time, he didn't move Team A05 but wiped out all the spirit soldiers, which was already a very obvious release of goodwill towards HQ. What's the result? And send someone to screw yourself? In Wu Dust's heart, the little bit of goodwill that HQ had previously accumulated in himself was all lost at this moment, and there was no doubt that he was truly prepared to kill all of these people cleanly. Him? Will kill me? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Fu Dongyang, you traitor. Back then when the headquarters gave you the S-class spirit body, it was really blind. Get lost. Don't think I don't dare to cut you. Wan Jianyi's eyes were icy cold. His right hand slightly held on the hilt of the Tang's sword at his waist. Although his face was smiling, a terrifying aura had already erupted. Wu Chun was able to sense that this was the aura of a 7th-grade martial emperor, and that there was a bottomless chasm between the 6th and 7th grades. Captain, take it easy. The silver-haired youth Su Xiangyang stepped forward and tugged on Wan Jianyi's lapel, knowing that Wan Jianyi and Fu Dongyang had not been dealing with each other for so many years, especially back then, when he lost miserably to Fu Dongyang in the finals of the competition for the S-rank spirit body. It had been his heart's demon for so many years. And he, Su Xiangyang, as the brain of Team A02, was to do his best to stop the dispute at this time. Because once Fu Dongyang sided with the other side, it was really hard to say whether his side could deal with the joint efforts of the Six-Winged Holy Spirit and Fu Dongyang. Fu, I also understand your thoughts, but you also know that the future is changeable and completely unfixed, even if you see some bad ending. Shouldn't you be thinking of fighting with us? Why are you trying to stop us from capturing the unknown spirits? Brother Fu, I'll say it for the last time, even if you don't help, please get out of the way. Otherwise, this is not a matter of disciplinary action alone. Oh, I had thought that a lot of things could be solved by proper communication between people. Especially when I awakened my gift, I was convinced for a while that humanity could finally get a head start in the battle against unknown spirits. However, reality is always much harsher than ideals. It turns out that it's the mistrust and conflicting ideas between people that are irreconcilable. Fu Dongyang let out a bitter smile as a trace of helplessness flashed through his silver eyes. Counselor Fu, isn't it true that your second rangers have been advocating something about learning technology from the unknown spirit? Did you even try to contact the unknown spirit side several times with cross-border communication facilities in an attempt to reconcile? With all due respect, we Blue Star and the unknown spirits are just not going to die, and in my opinion there is no difference between your behavior and that of a traitor. Team A06 Captain, Man Tianxing, had cold eyes as a burst of light flashed by and a huge sword appeared in his hand. It seems that communication has failed. The Tang sword at Fu Dongyang's waist was instantly sheathed before he smiled and turned back to the 6-winged Holy Spirit in the sky and continued. Give me a break this time. This is an internal conflict issue at our headquarters. Let us resolve it ourselves. Wu Chun froze, not because Fu Dongyang chose to stand on his side, but because Fu Dongyang appeared to be talking to the angel's 6-winged divine costume. But in reality, his eyes were always looking at himself. In less than 2 seconds after Fu Dongyang's words fell, the surrounding black cage shook violently twice, and then issued a rumble sound. Damn it! They really did ambush someone outside. The weak point of the devil's cage is precisely the outside, second mobile team bastards. The entire devil's cage unexpectedly broke apart inch by inch. Everyone was shocked and looked outward in unison. And sure enough, a muscular man in a red spirit body had just retracted that terrifying iron fist. Yo, kid. I'm this girl's brother Chen Haobei. Thanks for saving my sister. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. The muscular man grinned at Wu Chun before striding behind Fu Dongyang. Wu Chun helplessly shook his head. Originally a good plan has been messed up by you guys. Forget it, you guys toss yourselves. Take this opportunity to let them think that the 6-winged Holy Spirit has left. It is not necessarily a bad thing. The system can open the transgressive black hole this time, right? Opening of transboundary black hole successful. Door open. As the system's voice resounded in Wu Chen's mind, the mournful air defense siren sounded once again. A pure black orb unfolded beside the 6-winged Holy Spirit. What's this? Are there reinforcements on the side of the unknown spirits? Everyone looked at the black hole in the sky in unison, and even Team A02 and Team A06 had already prepared their attacks. But to their surprise, not a single unidentified spirit came out of it. No, it's him trying to run. Stop him. Wan Jian instantly understood what the 6-winged god was trying to do, and immediately yelled at Nyozita behind him. Understood, boss. With a wave of Nyozita's cane, 12 beams of light flew toward mid-air like meteors, yet suddenly a figure blocked the path the 12 meteors were bound to take. This person was none other than Team A03's Chen Haobei, whose two mechanical arms unfolded, surprisingly instantly turning into a huge shield. All 12 meteors crashed into the large shield before they had time to turn the corner. Boom! After a violent explosion, the huge shield was surprisingly unharmed. It was such a blink of an eye that the six-winged god had entered the black hole and disappeared. Fu Dongyang, you all bind your hands right now or don't blame us for being impolite. The Tang sword was sheathed, and as he watched the six-winged god disappear from view, Wan Jianyi was about to go mad. Ha 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 ha. Bound and gagged? To be honest, I've also long been displeased with the people from your headquarters. Come on. Throw a punch before you say anything. The flamethrowers behind Chun Haobei surged wildly, and his huge iron fist slammed directly into the crowd of the two ranked teams at the headquarters. Meng Qing, please take care of Wu Chun. Don't get caught in our waves. Fu Dongyang also joined the fray with a swing of the Tang sword in his right hand as he finished speaking. H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Maria looked at the snowflakes on the screen in front of her, her eyes cloudy. Ms. Maria, you Alstons have been put on the spot by this six-winged god. Ha 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 ha. Chief Ford laughed out loud. He was still quite happy, after all. The cost of this operation had been provided by Alston, and they, the Holy Roman Empire, hadn't suffered much. Damn it. Don't let me know who he is, or I'll torture his parents to death. Maria's beautiful eyes were full of anger. As a high-ranking noble of the Alston Empire, she had been pampered since she was a child. How had she ever received this kind of aggravation? At this point, she already hated the holder of the six-winged god to the bone. Ha 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 ha. If it's not but 2 days before we massively invade the original Realm Dragon Kingdom, you'll come too? Jason took in Maria's trouble-making figure and gulped darkly. Well, as long as you guys are okay with it, I'll be there. Just as Maria's words left her mouth, suddenly an alarm went off inside the base and blinding red lights flashed brightly. Warning. Unknown gate invasion of this dimension has been detected. Warning. Unknown gate invasion of this dimension has been detected. And over St. Constantinople, the capital of the Holy Roman Empire, the mournful sound of an air defense siren pierced the sky, followed by the Spirit Sun shield, which hadn't been turned on for hundreds of years, suddenly unfolding. Enveloped the whole of Constantinople. Chapter 70. Counter-invasion of the H3397 Bubble Universe. Original Realm, near Alpha Academy. The blade light swept across, facing Wan Jianyi's imposing attack. Fu Dongyang quickly blocked. The sound of blades and blades colliding resounded continuously. Behind him, Niu Zeta quickly pulled away. The light on his cane flashed continuously, and a dozen beams of light shot up into the sky heading straight for Fu Xingyang. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out into the air, and the members of Team A06 also swept their submachine guns at Fu Dongyang. However, to their surprise, Fu Dongyang was as if he also had eyes behind his back. No matter how much they attacked, he was always able to calmly dodge away at the last moment. Meng Qing gritted her teeth and did not join the battle but quickly ran to Wu Chen's side. What? You're not going to the war? A cold smile flashed across the corners of Wu Dust's mouth. If not for the fact that he still had deep feelings for the Dragon Kingdom within him, those so-called HQ or ranked teams would all be corpses by now. He was willing to back down one last time for the sake of his country, but only this time. I wasn't tasked with fighting the Second Rangers. My mission is to protect you, but it's better if you don't mix with the Second Rangers, as you just saw. I didn't see anything, Dreamo Queen. Thank you for your kind words, but I have my way of doing things. Oming Qing watched Wu Chuan walk off into the distance with the lemon in his arms. She was a bit at a loss for words. How did he suddenly get so close to the Second Rangers? H3397 Bubble Universe, Holy Roman Empire Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. What's going on? How did the gate descend on the home planet? It's not scientific. Why would the gate appear in Constantinople when it was clearly established on E2331 as a guidance field? Chief Ford listened to the sirens in his ears. The man was dumbfounded. The spiritual body technology of the Holy Roman Empire was many years better than Blue Star. In order to prevent the invasion of other bubble universes, the guiding field had been established hundreds of years ago on planet E2331 near the home planet. This technology allows gates that attempt to cross to the vicinity of the home planet to be directed to the planet E2331. And there, the Holy Roman Empire had already stationed a large army for defense, so that everyone inside Constantinople, who hadn't had any experience in war for hundreds of years, was dumbfounded. Chief Ford, the investigation is underway, and it has now been determined that the doors appeared in the area of Casino, 2 kilometers from Constantinople. The number of doors and the enemy are still unknown at this time. Communications are completely down over there. The technician was also sweating all over his head. Since he was born, no, not even his father, not even his grandfather's generation had experienced this. Constantinople has been invaded? That's a big joke. You know, all kinds of government agencies, aristocratic residences, embassies of various bubble universes, spiritual body research centers, and even the imperial palace can be here, not to mention that if the royal family lets someone destroy it, St. Rome will be finished. Even if the embassy let people bomb a few, it would be enough to give the Holy Roman Empire a hard time. Then why are you still standing there? Don't investigate yet. Chief Ford had long since lost his usual composure. He was under a great deal of stress at the moment, and if Constantinople had been overrun, it would probably have been time for him to be court-martialed. If I find out which bubble universe dares to be so bold, I will definitely make their country fall apart. As Maria listened on the side, why did that sound so familiar? It always felt like I had heard it somewhere. So she was in a decisively good mood, and there is a saying that you are not afraid of bad luck, but you are afraid that no one will be more unlucky than you. Your St. Roman Empire is doing a really bad job of preventing invasions. You're letting people hit the capital. Shut the hell up. Jason, you personally go and contact and tell all the nearby station spirits to quickly return to the city to serve the king. Quick! Okay. I'm on my way. Jason got serious this time, too, and ran off to contact reinforcements himself. Sir, the psychic satellites have successfully captured an optical image of the Casino region. Release it at once. The big screen flickered and immediately released the overhead view. There it is. 3 o'clock. Zoom in. Ford saw that the area of Casino was in chaos, but there wasn't much of a firefight in it, and he inwardly let go of it a little because that often meant that the enemy didn't have much in the way of troops. The image of the big screen quickly zoomed in, and soon, a familiar figure appeared in the big screen. Those 6 white feathered wings, streamlined body full of beauty, and the alloy sword in his hand rose up and cut over 3 or 4 sword soldiers who surrounded him. Then, with another feathery wave, he rushed into the group of long-range, giant spirit body soldiers, and just like chopping melons and cutting vegetables in a moment, he cleaned up more than 30 giants, all of them. Fark! Fark! How could it be a 6-winged god? How dare he chase us to our home planet? Damn it, we'll make him pay this time. Where is Lord Folagas? Sir Ford, you're forgetting that everyone in the expeditionary force, except Her Royal Highness and Jason, are headed to the planet E2331 for final preparations. Ford slapped his head, really busy, confused. What can be done? His hands shook. The Empire's most capable of fighting people. I'm afraid that only the High Priest Wengra and the Princess Highness. Even Jason is slightly inferior. But remembering the 6th-winged god's ability to fight alone, Ford felt his legs cramp up. It's okay. Don't panic. Ford wiped the cold sweat from his head, and his lips shivered as the 6-winged god only has an alloy sword. He can't open the capital's Spirit Sun shield. As if to echo Ford's words, the 6-winged god on the screen pulled off a giant's head, then held it in his arms. Convert all attributes to key. In the next second, a terrifying beam of light dry penetrated the Cashamio region, leaving a huge trench more than 60 meters wide on the ground. Within the trench, which is about 7 or 8 kilometers long, the original house is gone, the woods are gone, nothing is left. The only thing that made Ford more relieved was that the giant in the arms of the 6-winged god had his head burned out due to the sheer power. However, the 6-winged god pulled another giant's head from the ground. Fark! Fark! What the kind of monster is this? Ford's eyes bugged out in disbelief that this was real. Officer Ford, pay attention. Just now you sent out more than 30 giants. You'd better think about it. Can your Spirit Sun shield resist it? Chapter 71. The Exterminating Thunderbolt. Hearing Maria's words, Ford fell silent. The answer to this question is obvious. Just how much chi does this guy have to be able to strengthen the giant's death light to that extent? Ford's face was ugly as hell. It wasn't that he hadn't seen powerful spirit bodies before. On the contrary, in the too many to count bubble universe, there was really no shortage of terrifying superpowers among them. Even in the original realm, there were more than 1 or 2 people who could fight against hundreds of elite spirit body soldiers with their own strength. But there had never been a spirit body that was as comprehensive as the 6-winged god. Terrifying speed, explosive destructive power, impenetrable defense, and now even a frighteningly large amount of gas. Hehehe, his chakra isn't actually too high, you shouldn't think of him as being so strong. If I had a six-winged god I'd be that strong too, Maria snorted disdainfully, obviously very disapproving of Wu Chen's ability. Boom! Boom! The terrifying red death light flickered once again, and the Kashemio region in the big screen was now in shambles. The originally prosperous town had turned into a ruin at this moment, and the residents who originally lived in the town were screaming, crying and howling as if it were hell. The six-winged god, the originator of all this, had already spread his wings and disappeared within the large screen as a stream of light. Damn six-winged god, this direction, it's running towards Constantinople. Immediately have all spirit soldiers and gifted people that can be mobilized to enter level 1 battle readiness. Ready to go out of the city to kill the six-winged god. All the technicians immediately began to get busy, however. Just then, the door to the combat center opened. Wait! A valiant man in a purple and black spirit body with an exaggerated cloak on the back of the spirit body walked through the door. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Carl. I wonder if His Royal Highness himself came to the command center with any orders? Ford, even if all the spirit soldiers and gifted attacked, would you be sure of stopping this monster? Carl sat obediently in the original Ford's seat, holding his head high. This, Your Highness Carl, battles can only be known by fighting them. Right now, even if... Oh, Ford, you must realize that there is no telling how long it will take for reinforcements to arrive, so right now, your first priority is not to hold Constantinople, but to hold the inner city and the imperial city. All we need to do is drag it out and wait until a large number of reinforcements arrive in a few hours, and this what's-his-name six-winged god is nothing more than a turtle in a jar, and as for the ordinary residents of the outer city, it's only normal that some of them will die. We have pariahs in the Holy Roman Empire, so everyone listen to my instructions. Carl moved his neck and glanced at Ford before continuing. Have all spirit soldier units assemble in the outer city and prepare for a street battle, disconnecting the spirit sun shield from the outer city and the inner city. Let the outer city psychic shields buy time first, and the inner cities continue to recharge. That's it, execute immediately. The main city of Constantinople is extremely large, covering a total area of 20,000 square kilometers, and is mainly divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city. When Carl's words were finished, the entire combat center fell silent. This order was very obvious. It was equivalent to abandoning the defense of the outer city, and even directly using the outer city as a battlefield. Just so we can stall a little longer. Within a short time, the psychic child shields of the inner and outer cities disconnected, and large numbers of psychic soldiers and gifted people drove to the outer cities to man them, while the populace of the outer cities were thrown into a great panic. Boom! Terrifying red death light shot from afar. The outer city's Reiko shields shook violently, screams and howls rang out inside the city, and masses of unorganized people flooded the streets. A horrific stampede has developed. Every citizen of the Holy Roman Empire never imagined that the videos of invasions of other countries, which they watched daily as entertainment, would actually happen to them. It's true that the heavens have spared no one. A red death light crashed madly, and in just about 5 minutes or so, the outer city spirit body shield directly turned into fragments in the sky due to the loss of the supply from the inner city's energy pool. A snow-white, six-winged figure descended over Constantinople like a god. Kill! Finish this smash! Damn yellow-skinned monkeys, go to hell! A dozen elite-level, beaked bird spirit soldiers rose into the air, followed by an endless number of winged gun soldiers, killing the six-winged god in mid-air in unison. Instantly, countless spirit shells flew randomly in mid-air, and swords crisscrossed the air. Ow! With a miserable howl, a toucan bird had its neck slashed by the six-winged god with a single slash, and countless amounts of spirit liquid sprayed out as it fell from the air. The blade flashed, and several winged gunmen were cut in two. A purple death light shot in, a dozen winged gunmen were melted first. It was too crowded, even the six-winged god didn't dodge. His left arm was directly melted away. However, the next moment, black flames gushed out and the broken arm regenerated. His silhouette flashed, instantly exploding to kill a bloody path, directly appearing beside a yellow-haired gifted person who was sneaking up from afar. No! Spiritual liquid splashed. The yellow-haired gifted person's spiritual body shattered, and the moment his main body fell out, the blade light flashed again. Accompanied by blood, Yellow Hair's head flew up while his body fell helplessly. Killing, endless killing. Inside the combat command center, there was dead silence. Ford's eyes were full of blood, and Prince Karl's hands were trembling as he shivered his lips and growled colorfully. What kind of monster is this guy? Why can't he be hacked to death? How can there be a spirit body that can't be hacked to death? In fact, Wu Dust was certainly not hacked to death. The Undying Eye's ability was indeed perverse, but the energy was actually limited. Theoretically speaking, this kind of sea of people tactic was able to exhaust Wu Dust sooner or later. But it can't help that others don't know. Now in the eyes of others, Wu Duan just can't be hacked to death, so the enemy panicked first. Quick! Get more gifted people out. We must kill this fellow. We can't drag this out any longer. Your Highness, let's wait it out. Maybe there's a turnaround. Ford was persuasive. Wait my ass. Hurry up. Let the powerful talent strike. At this rate, the spirit soldiers will be killed off sooner or later. All right, contact the elite level gifted. Everyone strike and do your best to kill the six-winged god. Ford ordered immediately. 2 minutes later, a dozen tiny gaps opened in the inner city's psychic shield. A dozen or so powerful gifted dressed in various spirit forms swarmed furiously in the direction of the six-winged god. Is it finally here? Bastards! The six-winged god suddenly rushed into the sky. Several sword lights flashed and countless electric lights exploded. And in just the blink of an eye, a vacuum area of hundreds of square meters was cleared around the six-winged god. Extinction. Thunder tribulation. My mind is broken today and my numbers are dropping to the bottom. I don't promise a next chapter. I'll do my best. Chapter 72 Beaten to Ruins. Blue Star in a certain cab. Well, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Sister Xinyi. Yes, I'll be right back. Wu Chun hung up the phone. He just sent Lemon to the hospital but didn't choose to accompany there. Not because of anything else, but simply because he didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstanding. In fact, he had a lot of things to do. First of all, he was not too keen on continuing to live within the headquarters. It turned out that it didn't matter, and he had thought about going to the headquarters to hang out when he graduated from college. But now he clearly thinks otherwise. Also, through this viewing of his future self's battle, he was deeply touched, and he realized that the six-winged divine suit was quite flawed in some ways. Firstly, the six-winged divine suit surprisingly did not carry any long-range weapons. The original Wu Chun did not feel anything, but this time, he saw that his future self could only pitifully pick up other people's heads and beat them up. It's just kind of embarrassing, and I'll have to see if there's anything I can do to fix this myself. Secondly, the six-winged divine costume could easily reveal its flaws when switching attributes, and one could have compensated for such flaws by focusing their attributes on speed. But now it seems, once the number of enemies became too large, it became a big problem. Like just now, it didn't matter this time. His future self had no intention of coming back alive, but he couldn't. However, this situation, Wu Chun did not have a good solution for a while, and could only accumulate experience through constant actual battles. It seems that in the future, we still need to exercise more of our own real-world ability before we can do so, and to strike the iron needs its own hardness. Always relying on others is ultimately the next best thing. Just as Wu Chun was thinking about things, the cab had already arrived at the main entrance of the headquarters. H3397 Bubble Universe, over the outer city of Constantinople. Extinction. Thunder tribulation. Extinction thunderbolt. A dark cloud instantly envelopes a 500-kilometer radius of land with you as the center of the circle, and indiscriminately blasts all life forms except exempted units within the area covered by the dark cloud with thunderbolts. The energy instantly dropped wildly by 2,300 points, and the pupil of the six-winged god's right eye instantly turned silver white. In the blink of an eye, countless dark clouds converged in the otherwise clear sky like 10,000 horses galloping, and in a matter of seconds, day turned into night. The six-winged divine costume resembled a holy angel, exuding a white light as it slowly rose into the sky. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Multidimensional cosmic operations center of the Holy Roman Empire. Ford stared daggers at the sky. What was this? What kind of monster was a six-winged god? Shouldn't his talent be the great dark sky? What is it again? He muttered. Prince Karl on the side had already been jaw-dropped. He looked at the black clouds in the sky pressing down on the city, and then looked at the six-winged god that was slowly rising as if he were a god, and he didn't know why, but he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. And on the side, Maria unexpectedly stood up without realizing it, looking at the six-winged god in mid-air as if mesmerized, muttering to herself, "So beautiful. It's as if it's the most beautiful art in general." In the palace of the Holy Roman Empire, Princess Lena looked at the sky not far away, her face full of horror. No, it always feels like something horrible is going to happen. Notify the front line and stop him.
Fark.
What are you all waiting for? Finish him off. Kill, kill, kill. Spirit body soldiers first. One by one, the spirit body soldiers rushed up into the sky like flying birds, attempting to stop them. However, in the next instant, a few bolts of electricity descended from the sky like giant dragons, and the first few spirit body soldiers were instantly cleaved into flying dust. And as the six-winged god gradually entered the dark clouds, the lightning in the sky in a 500-kilometer radius began to weave in and out of the dark clouds, and the sky unexpectedly turned a silver color. In the next second, countless terrifying thunder dragons descended from the sky, and half of the outer city, plus part of the inner city, were all enveloped in terrifying electric light. Ordinary people who didn't wear a spiritual body didn't need to say much. There was no room to struggle at all, and they were directly struck to death by the thunderbolt, and gifted people who wore a spiritual body could only keep dodging. But it's not like this thing doesn't take 2 hits, but as long as you don't die, it's just going to keep ing you until you're dead. Most gifted people didn't last 30 seconds, letting the thunderbolt dry out their spiritual bodies, and then dying a horrible death with their bodies scorched black. While some of the stronger gifted ones had to hold out longer, some of the luckier ones were closer to the edge of the thunderbolt and escaped directly out of range. As for the more unlucky ones, there wasn't much to say, and after holding on for a while longer, they were also chopped up and shattered their spiritual bodies, and then disappeared into a ray of light. In a matter of minutes, half of the outer city had been turned into scorched earth, and the inner city was temporarily preserved due to the spirit sun shield protecting the thunderbolt that had been draped over the shield. After about another minute or so, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the six-winged god's figure reappeared in midair. Multidimensional Cosmic Operations Center of the Holy Roman Empire. A group of people grew their mouths. What kind of monster was this six-winged god? The outer city of Constantinople is home to nearly 15 million people. The crowd watched as less than half of the outer city was reduced to rubble. Not even a single living bird. What kind of concept was this? At least 6 million people perished in that horrible thunderbolt just now, and that's not even counting the transient population. The spirit body soldiers and gifted that had just been lost were even more heartbreaking to the crowd. Chief Ford even almost fainted. This is good. The already small strength of Constantinople, 80% of the defense force are gone. And what made his heart ache even more was the gifted ones who had been cleaved alive. This place was different from the original realm, and every gifted person capable of fighting was precious and exceptional. 1 in 10,000 probability of awakening, after removing those who have awakened F and E level talents and have so little chakra that they can't support a spiritual dress code. Almost 3 million people could have so much as one person who could wear a spirit body and fight normally, meaning that in the entire Holy Roman Empire, there were no more than 10,000 people who could wear a spirit body. And with this one, it's a loss of more than 5%. Damn it! Damn it! This damn six-winged god. Ford. How long before the reinforcements arrive? Prince Carl's eyes were full of blood, and if he wasn't sitting on a stool at the moment, he didn't feel like he'd be able to stand. This was his future empire, but he was actually beaten by a mere spirit body and suffered heavy losses. It's almost there. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes for the reinforcements around the king's city to arrive. Hold it, no matter what. Never let him attack the inner city. However, it was not to be, and soon the six-winged god found a few still working giant spirit soldier heads in a pile of rubble. He turned and icily aimed the giant's head at the inner city. Thank you for all the gifts, and thank you to Brother Falling Leaves Dawn Wind for making it to number 1 on the list, and thank you for the hypnosis charm and inspiration capsule. Thank you. Chapter 73 Plotting. Quick! What are you all waiting for? Have the rest of the troops take the top immediately, and never let him attack the spirit sun shield in the inner city. This time Prince Carl was completely flustered, knowing that the multi-dimensional combat command center was in the middle of the inner city. Although it was definitely stronger as the range protected by the spirit sun shield decreased, he didn't dare to joke with his life. After all, he was the man who was going to lead the Holy Roman Empire to the top in the future. Yes, Your Royal Highness, I'll make the arrangements. Ford's heart is kind of in the right place, and it's not his business if the command is good or not this time. Even if the fight is not good, it's still Carl's letting it happen. Well then, you guys stick to the fight here and leave some of your troops to guard the combat center as well. I'll go back to the Imperial City first. I'll be there waiting for the good news of your victory. Also, I'll have my royal sister sit here on my behalf with full authority later. So I wish you all the best of luck in your martial endeavors. Prince Carl let out a deep breath before bracing himself on the armrest before rising from his seat. Then let me escort the prince back to the palace. It's useless for me to stay here anyway. Maria also stood up from her seat with a smile on her face, if it was said that she was still a bit unconvinced by maneuvering the battle angel to fight with the six-winged god before. Now she was completely out of temper. Although she thought that she was definitely not weaker than the six-winged god. But her spirit body was no good. Going up to fight the six-winged god hard was definitely going to get her brutally beaten. And why would she, an Alstonian, want to fight for St. Rome, so slipping away now was the way to go. Well then, I'm obliged to Miss Maria. Prince Carl and Maria headed out of the command center, and Ford followed to see them off. As he ended up walking to the door, Carl stopped. Ford, come here. This prince has something to say to you. Only after holding back his left and right did Prince Carl whisper, in defense of the crown, if it comes down to the last moment, I will allow you to use the spirit nuke. Watching the prince and Maria leave the command center, Ford's fists clenched. This move ruthless in their own royal city to put the spirit child nuclear bomb. The commander is still himself. Then doesn't he become that ancient sinner? But if you let the six-winged god break through the imperial city, Ford felt himself break out in a cold sweat, and now he could only pray that he didn't take that final step. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and the inner city's spirit child shield shuddered violently. Previously, when the outer city was attacked, the command center didn't feel anything. But this time, when the inner city's spirit sun shield was attacked, the entire command center shuddered violently. It wasn't until then that all of them clearly realized that the six-winged god was really going to fight its way in. The door to the command center opened again and Jason walked in from outside. This primitive, yellow-skinned monkey is damned. Chief Ford, please let me strike anyway. I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Ford shook his head before speaking. Jason, don't be in a hurry. In a moment, Her Highness Princess Lena and High Priestess Wingella will both come over, in order to crush the six-winged god in one fell swoop. At that time, you will all strike together. Well. Rumble. The inner city's spiritual body shields were still trembling, and the six-winged god's death light attacks seemed like giant hammers hitting each and every one of them hammer after hammer. Terrified, alarmed, fearful, disturbed. The faces of each of the dignitaries in the inner city did not look good. Those who had connections began to make connections to take refuge in the inner city, and those who didn't have connections could only hide in their own basements and pray. A few minutes later, the remaining spirit soldiers and gifted began to assemble, and the second wave of attack was about to begin. Original Realm in front of Alpha Academy. Fu Dongyang, the last time I lost to you in the S-Class Spirit Body Battle, I was thinking that the next time we fought, I would definitely win. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Wan Jianyi's Tang's sword slashed down on his head, and Fu Dongyang smiled as he held his sword to block it. Trust me. Even if you all come together, you're no match for me. Ridiculous. A barrage of bullets opened up. Fu Dongyang leapt backward to instantly dodge it, and as a result, the staff beam had already arrived again. Boom, boom. When the smoke cleared, a translucent spirit child shield emerged on Fu Dongyang's black spirit body, and surprisingly, he was not injured in the slightest. Fu Dongyang, look at the way you're fleeing in a mess, and you're still saying that we're no match for you together. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You don't understand anything. Fu Dongyang looked at a certain direction in the sky and muttered in his mind that it should be about time. Headquarters conference room. Department He, the large screen has been successfully connected, and it's confirmed that Fu Dongyang has clashed with Team A02 in order to favor the six-winged god. Should we stop it immediately? A tech soldier inquired. Stop it? Why should we stop it? Just catching Fu Dongyang wouldn't be good enough. He Xianyu leaned on his chin, a cold aura flashing in his eyes as he realized that this was a perfect time to weaken the second Rangers. Moreover, the current situation, Team A02 and Team A06 had perfectly suppressed Fu Dongyang and Chen Haobei, and he believed that in less than 5 minutes, he would be able to apprehend the two. Scene. Fu Dongyang held the sword in his right hand, and with his left hand, he touched 3 short black blades from the back of his spirit body, and with a forceful throw, the 3 short blades transformed into a black lightning bolt that flew in 3 directions. It's his S-rank spirit body's ability, so watch out for the magnetic storm that passes through. Thunder Shadow, call for names. I'm at my wit's end. 3 days. Grade. Base equipment. Psychic overlay. Tangle blade. Teleportation device. Black blade. Psychic propulsion. Reiko shield. Camouflage cloak. Red warmth overload. Base boost. Enhances one's overall combat ability by 15 times. Ability. Magnetic storm short blades. Throws 3 magnetic storm short blades that explode at a time you set. And You can use them as marking points before he explodes. Ability 2. Instantaneous shift. Move immediately to a marked point. Remarks. The correct way to use this is to detonate the magnetic storm short blade while using instantaneous transmission, which is an effective way to commit suicide. Got it, boss? It's not like it's the first time we've simulated fighting him. Resurrection Day smiled faintly, his figure moved quickly, and in just an instant, he left his original place by more than 30 meters, so it was evident that his speed was quite fast. The other team members who were attacked were also quick to dodge. But to their surprise, the short blade was not detonated, but lay there quietly. This kid, Fu Dongyang, what tricks is he playing again? Chapter 74. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. 10 minutes passed. H3397 Bubble Universe. Gale force winds blowing through, corpses strewn above the ruins of Constantinople's outer city. Blood spurted out as the light of the six-winged god's blade slashed through, and a gifted person's spiritual body was destroyed before being cut down horizontally on the spot by the six-winged god. Wu Chun was actually helpless. To destroy the Spirit Sun shield then he had to focus all of his attributes on the amount of chi, but he didn't dare to do so even if there was one person interfering with him. After all, by focusing all his attributes on chakra, that's when he's most vulnerable. Luckily, it took some time, but at least the last bit of the city's defenses were wiped out. So he casually picked up a handful of high-powered psionic cannons left behind by the gifted. Boom! After being hit by the thick beam of the high-powered cannon, the inner city's psychic shield had also faltered. Run! That monster is going to kill its way in. OMG, help! I can pay more ransom coupons. God, please don't let the plague fall on me. My new slave girl hasn't even been enjoyed yet. No, I can't die like this. In the inner city, wailing was everywhere. Most people choosing to hide in their basements or vegetable cellars, while the streets had long been cordoned off. Countless police officers were on the streets to maintain order, incidentally moving important princes and nobles, as well as people from the consulates of various countries, into the imperial city. Boom! With another loud bang, the Reiko shield crumbled and the inner city was breached. The six-winged god flew towards the inner city like a bolt of lightning. This high-powered spirit cannon was of good quality and hadn't been scrapped so far. Now the inner city would suffer. Boom! A 70-meter-wide red death light was like a roaring beast, instantly penetrating the buildings of the inner city with a thunderous force and ferociously attacking the Imperial City's Spirit Sun shield. The Imperial City's Spirit Sun shield shook violently at once, as if the sky was crumbling, and even the earth trembled uncontrollably along with it. And the royal families of the Holy Roman Empire, who had been at ease for far too long, were mostly cowed by fear. And Prince Karl, who had just entered the Spirit Sun shield, was even more miserable. He had already just been scared out of his wits and panicked by the six-winged god, and now he saw the terrifying death light coming head-on and crashing into the Spirit Sun shield that was less than a meter away. This kind of visual impact was simply not something a prince who had been out of the battlefield for a long time could withstand, and Prince Karl subconsciously dropped to his knees and puckered his ass up. It was only a few seconds later that he roared in shock, rubbing his head. "Is my head here? Crowd! Your Highness, are you all right? The Imperial City's Spirit Child shield is still in place. We're all fine." Left and right rushed to help Karl up, and Karl wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in shock, his legs now as limp as spaghetti. He looked at Maria, who was smiling and laughing, and his face turned red, which was a disgrace to the country. "What are all these idiots doing? Where's my royal sister? Where's Jason? Tell them to strike immediately. Chop this six-winged birdman to pieces for me." Looking down from the sky at the inner city of Constantinople, the busy streets are crisscrossed with several hideous scars. Crying crowds, buildings broken in two, ruined streets, such as the cruelty of war. Six-winged god, you executioner, what's wrong with civilians? How can you slaughter civilians? Lena, who was in a silver-white hanging armor spirit body, rushed towards the six-winged god at extreme speed. The battle sword in her hand slashed down fiercely, and the silver-white blade light pressed towards the six-winged god like a galaxy. Converts all attributes to defense. The six-winged god's alloy sword blocked. Rumble. The earth sank, smoke and dust rose. But the six-winged god was unharmed. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, converts all attributes equally into speed and destructive power. The six-winged god rushed in at breakneck speed and slashed at Lena, and just then, a silhouette like a city wall descended from the sky, and the six-winged god's sword only slashed at his shield. The shield dented down a piece, but it didn't suffer much damage, and almost at the same time, the dirt underneath the six-winged god's feet changed, and a hand snapped out and grabbed the six-winged god's ankle. "Gotcha, yellow monkey!" Jason's face poked out of the ground with a scowl and a yell. "Cut him down!" Lena's eyes narrowed slightly, and her long silver blade slashed down again, heading straight for the six-winged god's head like lightning. The sword cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul. A crack appeared in the mind's eye, and the alloy sword slammed upwards to meet the attack, only to hear a click, and Lena's silver long sword unexpectedly snapped into two sections. However, at the same time Jason's hands exerted force and both of the six-winged god's legs were directly twisted off. Green spirit liquid floated, black flames reappeared, and severed limbs were reborn. Not much energy left, and a lot of chi loss. Looks like it's going to have to be a quick one. Big black sky. What? In an instant, everything fell silent, and the entire H3397 universe was completely dominated by darkness. Multidimensional Universe Operations Center. Fark. There's that trick again. Damn it, can't see a thing. Ford was furious and slapped the table. Just how many natural abilities did this six-winged god have? And each one was so terrifying. Contact the bases on the other planets immediately and request that they use light on the home planet. Hurry! Ford growled anxiously. Every extra second the darkness lasted was one more point of mortal danger for Jason and the others. Report, sir. All the alien bases have all called back, saying that they've lost their light source on their side as well. They can't see anything and nothing is glowing. How is that possible? Doesn't this talent cover the entire universe? Could it be an SSS grade talent? Imperial City. What's going on here? Someone please tell me why I can't see it. Carl thought he was blind. Was there radiation from the dead light he had just seen? Your Highness, take it easy. We can't see it either. Quick! Get the medically gifted, quick! It's a mess. I can't see anything. Who knows where the doctor is? Only Maria was stunned at the side. What kind of monster was this six-winged god? Himself? Can you really compare to him? Inner City. The six-winged god slashed down. The dirt flipped, and Jason's sword went straight into the dirt in a big way. You think you can hit me with this dream on? This talent of yours has a time limit, right? Wait a while for the time to pass. I'm going out to get you killed. You wash your ass and wait. Jason hid underground and screamed madly. The six-winged god sprang into the air and picked up a giant's head directly off to the side. His wide mind's eye view making it impossible for even Jason, who was underground, to hide. After all, this thing ignores obstacles. The red death light directly hit the ground. Suddenly the soil turned over. Jason could not see anything before he understood what was going on, and he was illuminated by the death light. In just an instant, his spiritual body began to melt. Spiritual body reached its limit, about to return to original base. Jason roared in defiance. Bastard, next time, I'll never spare you. Chapter 75. Pounding the Imperial City's Reiko shield, Carl panics to the point of throwing nukes. Jason finished his insulting put-down and could only disappear helplessly into place. Two left. The six-winged god carried an alloy sword in his hand and rushed like a bolt of lightning towards High Priest Wingella, who was running away. Wingella also thought it through. Fighting the six-winged god in this kind of two-eyed situation was just like hitting a stone with an egg. There was no chance of winning, so the only way was to run away and try to stall for as long as possible. However, dang! Wingella unknowingly went off the rails and ran his head straight into someone's house. Wingella wanna cry without tears, this ING still running cannot see anything, not even a navigation. Forget it, just boring head hit a dead person, no one blame me. He ran faster and faster, like a humanoid tank, and wherever he passed there were screams, muffled noises, and collapsing sounds. Just 10 seconds later, he felt a strong wind slash at him like a giant axe, and he hurriedly turned back and raised his large shield. However, the sturdy shield formed by the high-density spirit sun was like papier-mâché and was directly split in half. If it were someone else, he would probably have died a long time ago, but this Wingella was superbly strong, and even in this extremely dangerous situation, he was still able to quickly sidestep and dodge. But a move was dodged, the six-winged god continued to attack, and after 3 or 2 rounds, Wingella was a bit overwhelmed, and after reacting a little bit slower by 0 seconds, he was cut off by the six-winged god with a slash to his arm. Damn you, you shall not die. I curse you. You die first. Spiritual body reached its limit, about to return to original base. The spirit liquid sprayed out, and with a slash through the chest, Wenjela's spirit body directly shattered into countless pieces and disappeared into thin air. There's one left. A quick search quickly led to the location of Lena, who was standing at the intersection of a street, surprisingly not fleeing. Wu Chun froze for a moment, a little surprised, but it didn't matter, no matter who it was, hacking it to death was it. Converts all attributes to speed. The six-winged god was as fast as he could be, stabbing at Lena, who did not react and allowed the six-winged god to stab through her chest. She hadn't made a move until then, and she grabbed the six-winged god by the arm. Spiritual body reached its limit, about to return to original base. Initiating alternate program. Return delay 2 seconds. Do not underestimate my power. Metal sensing. Metal induction. Talent category. Elemental. Talent level S. Effect. Senses metals at a distance of 100 meters around you, causing them to instantly change to the state of sharp ryatsu, and allowing them to change to any shape, but the total mass cannot be changed. In an instant, all the surrounding vehicles, street signs, and the like all began to elongate, turning into a thin, sharp spear that stuck towards the six-winged god. It was obvious that she was trying to die with it. Converts all attributes to defense. Ding, 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 ding. Why? You? The hell you? Lena watched incredulously as her talent actually didn't work half as well, and in the end, she could only disappear in place unwillingly. A minute later, the light returned and Ford hurriedly looked at the screen. However, only the six-winged god was left in it. His heart instantly dropped to freezing point. It was over, all over. Faster. Now go immediately and ask how long before the fastest reinforcements arrive? Ford is incapable of rage. Reporting, sir. The closest group of hard-working troops will arrive in as little as 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's okay. He began to pray that the six-winged god would destroy the inner city for a while and never hit the imperial city. Don't ever hit the imperial city. Sure enough, as if the six-winged god had heard his prayers, he didn't immediately attack the imperial city but came to the entrance of a skyscraper. This skyscraper was all too familiar to him. FARC. This is the South Plains Boundary China's Colonization Corporation. This damned six-winged god. What the hell does he want? The South Plains Boundary China's Colonization Corporation is a sharp blade crafted by the Holy Roman Empire to plunder the resources of the plains boundary. The main functions of this company include dissecting the human geography and political situation of the original realm, conducting inhumane scientific experiments on the captured residents of the original realm, drawing up all kinds of conspiracy plans to invade the original realm, and even pulling together a group of traitors within the original realm to provide them with information about the original realm. It was no exaggeration to say that this company was the central hub of the invasion of the original realm. The various information and experimental projects of the original realm involved in it were of vital importance. Boom! The red death light was like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth and instantly swallowing the building in half. No! Another dead light shot out, this time the South Plains sector of the China's Colonization Company completely into nothing. Even the bottom of the research center is also destroyed under the ravages of the dead light. Ford's face rose like a pig's liver and he slumped on his stool. It's over. The damage is too great this time. Just as Ford was reeling from the loss, the six-winged god once again raised the giant's head and turned his spear on the imperial city. No! You demon! Within the imperial city, the dead light attacked the Reiko shield with shot after shot. The earth was trembling. The spirit sun shield was shaking madly, and every time the spirit sun shield shook, it was tugging at the sensitive and fragile nerves of the dignitaries. Damn it! Why did this crazy dog like six-winged god just set his sights on us? Wouldn't it be good to go kill those pariahs? By the way, how much energy is left in the spirit sun shield? It should last for a long time, right? Prince Carl, his face ashen, hid in a bomb shelter inside the imperial city and muttered, "This? The slave girl doesn't know either. I'll contact and ask for specifics." Prince Carl felt like he could hardly hold his urine. If the six-winged god attacked the imperial city, then he would be finished, and all his endless glory and riches would go down the drain. There is a saying that the richer a person is, the more he or she is afraid of death, and this saying is actually very true. Don't ask. Any more energy will be breached sooner or later. We absolutely can't take that risk. Go on. Tell Ford to immediately unleash the spirit sub-blast. Even if it means razing the inner city to the ground, we have to take out the six-winged god. Prince Carl was furious. No matter how important other people's lives were, they were not as important as his own. But should we discuss this matter with His Majesty? Discuss what? Father is sick like that. How dare you bother him? Listen to me on everything. Now, immediately, unleash the Reiko explosion bomb at once. Yes, I'm going to inform Chief Ford. Prince Carl's eyes were crimson, and his handsome face was all hideous. Don't blame me. Blame this damn six-winged god. A few minutes later, psychic explosions fell from the sky and exploded in the inner city of Constantinople. In an instant, a huge mushroom cloud rose up, leveling hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Ford stood solemnly in front of the big screen. Despite the heavy losses, the elimination of an enemy so strong could not be considered a total loss. Although the plan for a large-scale invasion of the original realm might have to be pushed back for some days because of this destruction, it doesn't matter, but when the time comes, it'll be fine to snatch back all that was lost. However, right at this moment, a dead light pierced through the heavy smoke and viciously attacked the Imperial City's Spirit Sun shield. Ford. I still say a word. Ford's location is the backside of the Imperial City. You can get it right. It's the Imperial City spaced out from the six-winged god, so it didn't get rippled. Chapter 76, the six-winged god disappears in public. All confused. Original realm in front of Alpha Academy. The battle had entered a white heat. The Tang swords in the hands of Wang Jianyi and Fu Dongyang were like two auger dragons, frantically crashing together, emitting bursts of roars. It was a thrilling sparring match. Fu Dongyang was struggling left and right, having to deal with Wang Jianyi's frenzied attacks, as well as watch out for Fuming Ri's sneak attacks with his hidden blade, and occasionally having to be distracted to deal with Niu Zeta's pincer attacks with his staff. Gradually, cracks began to appear in Fu Dongyang's defense. It's time to end the fight, Fu Dongyang. Pole sword art. Extreme swordsmanship. Awakened. Wang Jianyi. Type of talent. Reinforcement. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Effect 2. Extreme Sword Art Storm Style. Summon the Extreme Sword Art Fantasy 24 swords to form a sword formation and unleash an onslaught of attacks on the enemy that lasts for 7 seconds. During these 7 seconds, the enemy is unable to leave the sword formation. You will not take any damage and your speed will be increased by 100%. Effect 3. Transfer. Fu Dongyang smiled faintly, and his entire body unexpectedly appeared out of thin air at the location of a magnetic storm short blade. And for some reason, there were actually 2 magnetic storm short blades present in this area. Almost at the same time, Wang Jianyi trailed behind. You can't escape. In an instant, 24 phantom blades floated lightly in mid-air like butterflies, tightly surrounding Fu Dongyang. Fu Dongyang, this is the first time I've used this move in front of people, so you must not have seen it before, right? Let me tell you, back then, if I had mastered this move, you wouldn't have been able to win against me at all. Extreme Sword Art Storm Style. A floating sword, as if it had a life, automatically flew into Wang Jianyi's hand. The first sword. Wang Jianyi was as fast as lightning, completely abandoning his defense and slashing down hard at Fu Dongyang. As a result, when the sword went down, Fu Dongyang disappeared and appeared in the place of another short blade. All right, Wang Jianyi, let's play a game. Passion 2 choices. See if you can choose. Fu Dongyang pointed at the 2 short blades with a teasing smile on his face. I'll tell you in advance. This thing can't be cut, and I've got several more on me, so don't force me to make you passionate about choosing one of the 8. H3397 Bubble Universe. Imperial City. Originally, Prince Carl's heart had already been set at ease when he sensed the successful detonation of the psychic bomb. After all, the explosion range of this thing could reach several hundred kilometers. No matter what kind of god-level spirit body you were, you'd have to be finished at such a close distance and without warning. He had just changed his pants and walked out of the air defense shelter when he saw a dead light fly out of the sky not too far away like a meteor, once again crashing hard into the Imperial City's Spirit Sun shield. Seeing this scene, Prince Carl's mind went blank. What happened? What the hell is going on? It's hard to believe that this didn't kill the six-winged god. It's impossible. He's trying to blow up his own capital city. How can he not be able to blow up a mere spirit body? His head at this point was like a muddle, and he didn't know what the hell was going on, until another shot of death light broke through the smoke and slammed hard on top of the light screen. Prince Carl finally couldn't take the blow anymore and fainted with a roll of his white eyes. Your Highness! Your Highness! Quickly call a doctor. His Highness has fainted. The smoke from the inner city finally dispersed, and with the six-winged god at the center, a huge crater formed in 100 kilometers, with only the Imperial City, which was protected by the Spirit Sun shield, unharmed. The six-winged god, on the other hand, stood silently in the sky, his body burning with black flames. Energy and ki are completely depleted. Surely, it's still too whimsical to think of destroying a nation's capital with just one person's power? Wu Chun looked back at the densely packed reinforcements and sighed inwardly. Although helpless, this operation might be up to here at best. Guess he's seen it all. The Holy Roman Empire isn't strong. There are plenty of strong realms in the infinite multiverse. Hopefully he won't experience my future. Goodbye to myself from years ago. It's time to leave. Charge. He's already at the end of his rope. Catching him is the first merit. Make him a marquis of 10,000 houses. Give him a bonus of $10 million, and reward him with 10 more top-notch beauties. Six-winged birdman. D. Everyone. Let's go together and capture the six-winged god alive. He's out of it, come on. A large group of crowds of gifted and spirit soldiers frantically rushed towards the six-winged god. Seeing this scene, Ford's face finally looked a little better. If he could capture the six-winged god alive, then any more losses would not be a loss. Even if he killed him, he would still be able to obtain his spirit body. Even if you can't fix it, you can still study the technology in it, so it's not a bad wave. However, just at this moment, the six-winged god actually disappeared. Yes, right in front of everyone's eyes, the six-winged god was gone. Where is everybody? Fark was just here? Am I blind? And I didn't see any door appear. How did he disappear? Impossible. Look for him. He must be hiding nearby. Whoever can find him will get first-class credit. Of course, half the day's gone by and the guys haven't found. And so, inside the conference room of the Multidimensional Operations Command Center, all of them were gloomy, sitting in their seats, and none of them spoke for a long time. What exactly is the damage this time? Is there a specific number? Sitting in the first place was an old man. He was Nor, the second elder of the Council of Elders, who had previously escaped by drilling into the Imperial City ahead of time. And before that, his boss, the Great Elder, was blown to death by a single blast from the six-winged god due to his age not catching up. The specifics are still unclear, but according to incomplete statistics, the loss of the King City's garrison reached a horrifying 95%, which can almost be said to be a total wipeout. The population loss was probably more than 10 million, which even included 3 princes. Other government officials couldn't even be counted, and the South Plains Boundary Chine Colonization Company was completely destroyed, with the experimental subjects inside, and the materials basically gone. Also, multiple ambassadors from other universes died. As for the damage to property, it's incalculable. Upon hearing this damage report, the group of attendees all fell silent. Who could have imagined that these losses were caused by a spirit? What about that six-winged god? Still no luck. No, it was like he just disappeared into thin air. Just gone. No? Are you kidding me? This doesn't even need to be tomorrow. Our Holy Roman Empire will become the joke of all parallel worlds. Letting a spirit body fight like this and then letting someone run away. Isn't that a tease? Seems like someone is already reporting on it. Chapter 77 Negotiations. Here's a brief chapter on solving the problem, and I know some bookworms may not love this part, but I'd like to say that it doesn't take up an update, but it's something that has to be accounted for, and I appreciate the empathy. 2 more chapters in the evening as usual. Blue Star, near Alpha Academy. Why can't you cut it? Wang Jianyi felt like he was going crazy. No matter which way he slashed, Fu Dongyang would be on the other side. Okay. 7 seconds have passed. I'm sending you away. Fu Dongyang's entire person's dissipated in place. Then the 2 magnetic storm short blades erupted together with an intense light, and in the next second, boom! With a loud bang, a 30-meter radius was directly blown to cinder, and even the ground appeared as a 30-meter deep giant crater. Spiritual body has reached its limit. Random teleportation is about to begin. Fu Dongyang, you guy. Wang Jianyi's body was cracked with spirit body, carrying a sword and still wanting to cut Fu Dongyang. But there was no way. The next second the whole person had already transformed into a stream of light and disappeared in the same place. Fu Dongyang stood near a magnetic storm short blade and said with a smile, "Can you guess again at what point in time all these magnetic storm short blades are set to explode?" Each member of Team A02 had a hard look on their faces. Could it be that this guy had already foreseen when Wang Jianyi would break in as early as when he threw out those magnetic storm short blades? Even counted on the end time of his gifted invincibility? What kind of monster is this guy? Can't admit defeat. Everyone together. When attacking, try to change your inner thoughts and not be predictable. Su Xiangyang carried a long spear and charged directly at Fu Dongyang. And on the side, Fuming Ri also followed his footsteps. The result was 3 minutes later. Spiritual body has reached its limit. Random teleportation is about to begin. The last member of A02, Nyozita, also cracked and disappeared into the light, while on the other side, the 3 members of Team A06 surrounding Chun Haobei also had an ending. Chun Haobei paid the price of an arm to send them away as well. Fu Dongyang drew out a cigarette and silently lit it for himself, then told Chun Haobei, "You go on back, I'll go to headquarters." "You're going to headquarters? Wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot?" Chun Haobei was all confused, not quite understanding what Fu Dongyang was up to. "I can't explain it to you with this brain of yours. You'd better hurry up and go to the hospital to be with your sister. Maybe she's grieving at this moment." "What hospital is she in? Where can I find her?" Chun Haobei was dumbfounded. Yet Fu Dongyang had already disappeared. Headquarters, in the conference room. The atmosphere was so grave that Xian even stood up from his stool. He was shocked to the core as he watched one team member after another being killed by Fu Dongyang using the detonation properties of the magnetic storm short blade. Could this be the terror of SSS-ranked talent? The A02 team that he had high hopes for actually couldn't even solve a single Fu Dongyang. Knowing that Squad A02 had personally resolved an S-ranked spirit from the Goose Country during the Battle of Swordpage Island, he had thought that it was not impossible for an S-ranked spirit to be defeated by an A-ranked spirit. But now it seemed that the real trouble was not just the spirit body, but the person Fu Dongyang. Old he. What the hell is Fu Dongyang trying to do? Has he gone crazy? To actually make a move with the headquarters for an unknown spirit? If he doesn't clean it up a bit, will he still go to heaven? Yao Changlin gritted his teeth in anger. "Old Yao, don't get angry first. Hebei, let's also calm down. Fu Dongyang is after all the only SSS-ranked gifted person in the whole country right now who has formed an immediate combat power. I think it's still necessary to inquire about it. Definitely can't arrest people at will, not to mention his talent is still of the prophecy class." Yu Qing waved his hand, also a little heartbroken. The Radiant Angel incident had already made them anxious, and now this had happened again. "I know what you're saying, but we can't let him run wild just because of that, can we? He has completely disregarded headquarters now," Yao Changlin said with a hateful voice. "Well, Chief of Staff, you has a point. The matter should still be inquired into, and if he has no good reason for it, it will not be too late to punish him. Such treachery must not be condoned." Xian slowly sat down, his hands clenched. Even though he wanted to get rid of the Second Rangers as much as he could, he was ultimately at the helm of the headquarters. At a critical time, no matter what, it's better to put the interests of the country first. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm Fu Dongyang. I'm coming in." Just as the voice fell, Fu Dongyang pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in on his own, followed by a whole bunch of guards. "Minister, we can't stop him." "Forget it, you guys back off, Fu Dongyang. You must give us a reasonable explanation for this matter." "Yes, Fu Dongyang. This time you've really gone too far. You simply don't care about the headquarters in the slightest. What's the difference between you doing this and betraying the Dragon Kingdom?" Vice Minister Yao Changlin stood up and pointed at Fu Dongyang's nose and cursed. "Minister Yao, calm down and hear me out. I know that there's some disconnect between HQ and our Second Rangers. You guys don't even want to believe what I'm saying, and I've been doing some soul searching for a while now. It's true that a lot of the time, to get things done, you do need to satisfy the interests of all parties, and it's always been that I've been naive before." The group of people looked at Fu Dongyang inexplicably, not understanding what he was talking about at all, until he removed the black pendant around his neck and placed it on the table. "Consider this my sincerity. I'm willing to hand over my S-class spirit body to the headquarters for disposal." "What? Fu Dongyang is actually willing to hand over his S-class spirit body? What the hell was he thinking? Everyone be quiet and hear him out." Xian also solemnly sat up straight. "Things have gotten so bad now that I have to do this. A massive invasion is about to begin, at least 10,000 spirit soldiers. Cough, cough, cough." Fu Dongyang suddenly coughed violently as he uttered 10,000 spirit body soldiers. Yet he did not stop. "We have suffered many deaths and injuries, although the date was pushed back, but the ending didn't get any better. I saw 7 intelligent spirits descend on Tianjing." Wow! After finishing this paragraph in front of Fu Dongyang, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and even his eyes were bloodied. "Fu Dongyang, what's wrong with you? Call the medical class." Yao Changlin roared. Although he had been looking at Fu Dongyang with displeasure for a long time, Losing an SSS-ranked gifted person was something that no one at the headquarters could accept. It's a limitation of his gift. He says what he can't say. Xian's face was grave. This time it was no longer up to him to disbelieve, and with Fu Dongyang's willingness to hand over his S-class spiritual body, he understood that this time it wasn't the Second Rangers trying to seize power. 4 or 5 medical soldiers in white coats rushed into the conference room and began treating Dongyang. How is he? It's bad. We can only treat trauma, and we may have to recuperate for a long time. Fu Dongyang, are you crazy? Since it's at such a critical moment, how can you get injured? I don't. Do you guys believe me? The six-winged Holy Spirit is the key to this war, and it is up to me to personally make contact with him, and if he doesn't trust you guys can't take another shot at him. Can you accept this offer? Fu Dongyang said in a deep voice while gasping for air. Instantly, the entire conference room fell silent until 5 minutes later. I can accept that, but the results of all your bargaining must be shared for the knowledge of our headquarters. And after that, the broader issues regarding this invasion must be known to the headquarters. So pick what you can say and don't be trying to be brave. Deal. Chapter 78. Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a happy event? In front of the headquarters, Wu Chun had just stepped out of the cab when he saw a silhouette in a wheelchair dashing towards him. Wu Chun faintly looked toward the visitor, and it was actually Wu Xian. Brother Wu Chun, you're finally back. Sister waited so hard for you. She didn't drink a drop of water all morning. You're finally back. The sun in the sky was big and round. Wu Xian's head was dazed by the sun. Seeing Wu Chun finally appear was like seeing her own father, driving the wheelchair and flying over. And when Wu Chun saw this face that disgusted him, he continued to walk towards the headquarters without any ripples in his heart. He had nothing but hatred for them now. It wasn't that he had the ability to kill them directly before, it was simply that he didn't want them to die too early. He wanted them to witness how he had risen to the top of the world step by step, making them live in agonizing remorse for the rest of their lives. That's what they deserve. The first one to start was Yang Lan. I heard she's going to be sentenced in a couple of days. He'll be sure to visit her then. Wu Chun believed that this woman would be very excited to see herself. Brother, don't go away, listen to me. As soon as Wu Xian saw that Wu Chun did not pay attention to him at all, how could she let go of this perfect opportunity and hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Wu Chen's arm. What? You want to arrest me for donating a kidney again? I think only breaking your legs last time was a bit too much face for you, right? No, I know that my sister had wronged you before, but that was all because my father forced me to. I have actually always been very sympathetic to you from the bottom of my heart. It's just a pity that my sister's family status is not high either. That's why I haven't been able to help you much. Wu Chun looked back at Wu Xian twice before he let out a cold laugh. Indeed, you've been accustomed to seeing the wind and the people since you were a child, and when you see someone bullying me, you'll be the first one to rush up and be a pawn even if you obviously sympathize with me. So the last time I beat you up was really especially enjoyable. Wu Xian saw that Wu Chun was already about to make a move. She hurriedly rolled down from her wheelchair. She was really scared by the beating. She sat on the ground and cried. Sister is wrong. Just spare sister. Sister didn't force you to donate your kidney this time. Even under sister's persuasion. Dad also figured it out. They both agreed. You don't have to donate your kidney to Wu Xian anymore. Really. When Wu Chen heard Wu Xian's words, he laughed then. You persuaded Wu Qiming? How dare you talk to Wu Qiming? How dare you persuade Wu Qiming? You really think I'm retarded, don't you? Wu Duan shook off Wu Xian. Brother, don't be like this, no matter what, we are all relatives. This time, Wu Xian, he has awakened his qi collection talent, and only you, his brother, can help him. Can you bear to see him remain depressed? He already knows the error of his ways and is still at home pleading for you. Wu Xian cried out. He's depressed? Depressed. Wu Duan looked back and came to be interested. Yes, he secretly cried several times on his own. And at the very beginning he foamed with grief because he had awakened the talent of air gathering. Yes? Why did you only tell me about such a great thing, when I have time this afternoon to go up to the house and set off a firecracker to celebrate properly, and I'll buy him a banner. Thank you for telling me the good news. Wu Xian, after all these years, you've done something. Wu Duan, you mustn't be like this. Wu Xian's kidneys are fake, you'll definitely make him spit in the air again. He's your twin brother. He's only just gotten out of the hospital. Wu Xian cried out wolfishly as she lay on the ground. Originally, Wu Chun had already walked away and he wasn't prepared to do such a boring thing. But as soon as he heard Wu Xian's words, he once again turned his head and walked back. I didn't realize that Wu Qiming had actually fitted his baby boy with a fake kidney, which is quite interesting. Although in this life, Wu Chun wasn't prepared to get him killed so easily. But since he was able to make Wu Xian spit in the air again, he suddenly felt that this matter became necessary, and the collection of air itself would limit Wu Xian's physical ability. If he's still a sicko later on, life will be interesting for sure. Let's go, Wu Xian, you've come. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Wait for me to get the firecrackers and banners ready in a while. We'll both go back together. Wu Xian was dumbfounded, and before she could understand what was going on, she was thrown back into the wheelchair by Wu Duan like he was lifting a chicken. Wu Dust, of course, is not kind to send her back, is simply afraid that she tipped off by the time Wu Xian ran away. He is not a waste of time. He wouldn't make such a cheap mistake. A few minutes later, Wu Xian was thrown into the monitoring room on the first floor of the headquarters by Wu Chun. Wu Chun had just returned to the dormitory corridor when he saw Leang Xinyi run over and hugged herself in a flash. Hey, what's going on? You're scared me. Wu Dust is really shocked. This guy is quite soft. Leang Xinyi hurriedly let go of Wu Chun, then looked at his tattered clothes which were rippled by the battle angel feather attack and said worriedly, I heard that you were attacked by that recent spirit soldier who can make people rot. Are you really alright? Do you want to get checked out? Seeing that Leang Xinyi was indeed worried about herself, Wu Chun waved his hand. I'm fine, don't worry. Who told you that? It's not out in the open yet, is it? It's just that there was a man in a black spirit body just now. He said his name is Fu Dongyang. By the way, he asked me to give this to you, saying that it must not be shown to anyone else. I haven't read it either. Wu Chuan took the small note in Leang Xinyi's hand, opened it and looked at it. There was nothing written on it. It was just to ask himself to meet at the Moon Seafood restaurant in a while. Thinking of Fu Dongyang's beaten face, Wu Chen thought about it. It would be good to go and meet him. He also quite wanted to know what the other party said. He is asking me out for a meal, so I'll leave first. By the way, we've been living in this dormitory for a few days now. It's not good to be here all the time. What do you think? Yeah. Why don't we both find an apartment in the next couple days and move out? All right, Sister Xinyi. I'll leave this honorable and difficult task to you. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. As for Wu Xian, who he had just thrown in the inspection room, she had been completely forgotten by Wu Chun. More than half an hour later, Wu Duan arrived at this store that was more than 10 kilometers away from the headquarters. Just as he entered the door, he saw a waiter coming down from upstairs and smiled at Wu Duan. You must be Brother Dust. Please follow me. Brother Dongyang is upstairs. Chapter 79 SSS Level Future Sighting. In the private room on the 5th floor of the manhwaedit, Fu Dongyang is sitting at the table, where the hot pot is steaming, and the tumbling chili peppers look especially delicious. Just then, Wu Duan walked in from outside. Wu Dust looked at the pale-colored Fu Dongyang, did not say anything, and directly sat down opposite him. What do you want with me? What shall I call you? Wu Dust? Or what? Or let me ask it another way. Are you a blue star or? Fu Dongyang went straight to the point, and it was clear that he didn't know much either. It doesn't matter. Wu Dust didn't choose to say that he was a blue star, for the simple reason that if he was a blue star, then how would the six-winged divine costume be explained? It's better to keep some mystery without attracting too much trouble. Ahem, indeed, it's rather presumptuous of me, but since you're living here as a blue star, I'll just assume for the time being that you're a blue star. Last time I wanted to exchange information with you, you refused. What about this time? Don't worry. I will never reveal your identity to the public. You can rest assured that I will do what I say. Fu Dongyang coughed twice, his voice sounding like a worn-out bellows, and it was clear that he wasn't in too good of shape at this time. Since you mentioned the exchange, let me ask first, I'm curious, what is your SSS rank talent? If it were to foretell the future, could you not see the information I am about to speak to you? Wu Duan fished out a few slices of beef from the pot, which was tender, juicy, and flavorful. My gift doesn't allow me to see the things I specify, but what a surprise that you actually care about my business. Ha 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 ha. My gift is future sight, future vision, awakened. Fu Dongyang. Type of talent. Strengthening. Talent level SSS. Effect 1. Perception. Your vision will see fragments of vision from certain random future points in time from time to time, and mark the points in time you see. Effect 2. Extrapolation. You can extrapolate a number of different endings for the point in time you have marked, and can link cause and effect to project possible variables. Remarks. The awakened person is not allowed to reveal the future he sees at will, and if he violates this, he will be subjected to heavenly repercussions depending on the seriousness of the situation. Effect 3. Combat Vision. Upon entering combat, you can mark any time node in the enemy's future within 15 minutes at will. Wu Chun looked at Fu Dongyang in shock and sighed in his heart. It's really worthy of being an SSS rank talent, which is a far cry from an SS rank talent. Although he couldn't decide what exactly could be observed by observing the future, as long as he was allowed to see it, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing. And Effect 3's combat vision is so exaggerated that once in combat, his enemies will have no secrets before him. Because once he marks your time, he can deduce the outcome of the battle at will, and unless you can completely crush him, he will always find a way to beat you. That's the terror of SSS level talent. What do you want to ask? Want to know about my natural ability as well? Wu Chun asked this on purpose. Of course not. I wish to know what the outside world is really like, and what are the spirit soldiers that attacked us. Wu Chun laughed, then coughed and ate a few more mouthfuls of hot pot before looking up at Fu Dongyang, who had a face that was begging for a good job. He had guessed that Fu Dongyang would definitely want to know about this aspect. That's a complicated question you've got there, so I'll tell you what. I'll circulate a brief document to you tomorrow so it'll be easier for you to study it as well. As soon as Wu Dust finished speaking, Fu Dongyang's face showed an excited expression. He was definitely not afraid of Wu Dust cheating and not giving it. After all, the documented information was definitely much more believable than the verbal words. That's great. Come on, let's have a drink? Just drink some. In the blink of an eye, the time had come to 9 o'clock in the evening. Wu Chun and Fu Dongyang hooked shoulders and came out from inside. Today is really... Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. I send you back? No, I'll just go back by myself. Wu Dust waved his hand, took a taxi and disappeared within Fu Dongyang's field of vision. It was only after 10 minutes that Fu Dongyang returned to the 2nd Ranger's headquarters, only to see a dozen or so people all staring at him with wide eyes, waiting for him in the lobby. Dongyang, is the other guy handsome? Does he have big pecs? How many abs? Seeing Fu Dongyang come in, the girl wearing glasses hurriedly pounced over and tugged on Fu Dongyang's neck collar, asking with a face full of florals. Li Jing, you come back here. It's already time and you're still here being a nymphomaniac. What's wrong with me asking? I'm 26 years old and I'm still not seeing anyone. Okay, you love to ask, wait a while to finish the business, now go to the side to play. After Chang Yen chided, Li Jing pouted and ran to the end of the queue in a grayish manner. Dongyang, how's it going? What did the other party say? Is he willing to provide information on the unknown spirit party? The other party agreed, but he said he would provide paper information tomorrow, and we have also reached some other cooperative projects. This matter is just a preliminary intention. It hasn't been specifically talked about yet, but it has to be approved on the HQ side as well, so it's hard to say at this point. Fu Dongyang sat on the sofa. Today can really be said to be full of harvest, and the headquarters side is also considered to keep its promise, and did not send anyone to follow or monitor. This is something he was able to guarantee. Yes? What's all the cooperation? Tell us about it. Chang Yen said excitedly. The first is the planning for the production of spirit soldiers so that we in the original realm can have our own spirit soldiers, and the second is the upgrade program for the spirit radar. But he also made his claim. We may not be in a position to meet his terms now, and the matter will have to be financed by headquarters. Fu Dongyang rubbed his brow. The most that he had come down with today besides being happy was fatigue. This morning's injury had affected him greatly. Dongyang, never mind. Let's take an early rest today. We'll talk again tomorrow when the information comes in. Chang Yen could see that Fu Dongyang was not in the right state, and coupled with his pale face, he did not ask too many questions, but just told him to rest first. Only Li Jing was about to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and also followed the crowd and turned to leave. That being said, Wu Chun returned to his room at the headquarters, and at a glance he saw the banners and firecrackers on the table. Wu Chun then remembered that Wu Xian was still locked up in the inspection room on the 1st floor. But it doesn't matter, just close it for a while, right? It's not like you can starve for a day. Thinking of this, Wu Chun directly lay down on the bed and fell asleep. 3rd shift. I was gonna do 4 shifts, but heaven forbid. Chapter 80. Bubble Universe Star Map. The Wu family. The sky was starry and the crowd was distracted. What happened to your big sister? She hasn't come back yet. You give your big sister a call? Where the hell did she die? Wu Qiming was walking back and forth in the house. What was wrong with Wu Xian? Don't you know how anxious your brother's side is? He is about to apply for the university entrance examination. What's going on? Why don't you tell the family? How come they're gone? Dad, I called just now, and my big sister turned off her cell phone. I don't know if it's out of battery or what. Wu Yu was playing with her cell phone by herself, not worried in the least. Dad, why don't we send someone out to look for them? Brother broke big sister's bones last time, so it can't be that something happened this time, right? Wu Xian is also very insecure right now. The family's possessions are only so much, and now that Wu Chun has awakened his SSS grade talent, even if his own chi collection is really unblocked. When Wu Chun went home, it was not certain who would be favored at that time, so he felt that he should burn another fire for Wu Chun. Better yet, let him come back and unban himself before he gets back on his ass. Dad has promised that rebellious son that he doesn't have to donate his kidney to you. He shouldn't go so far, and if he really dares to do anything to hurt your sister, wait until he unblocks the gift for you. Daddy will never spare him. Wu Qiming kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm his anger. After all, no matter what, if he wanted to settle the score with Wu Chan, he would have to wait until he had unblocked Wu Xian's talent. Now one must endure for the sake of one's youngest son. Early the next morning, the crowd of second rangers sat nervously around their computers, having been waiting for the file given to them by the six-winged Holy Spirit. Where's Dongyang? Hasn't come over yet. Brother Dongyang's face looks very bad in the morning. People are still sleeping, and I didn't have the heart to call him. Li Jing sighed. This time Fu Dongyang had really paid a lot. Forget it. Let him rest for a while. He can't even help the medically gifted with this injury? There's an email coming in from the boss. Chun Haobei shouted excitedly. Great. Come on, Li Jing. Quickly open it and take a look. Chang Yen couldn't wait to command Li Jing, who was sitting in front of the computer, and a few seconds later, Li Jing opened the email. The first thing that caught the eyes of the crowd was a 5-dimensional moving picture. The crowd was speechless as they looked at the computer that was stuck and about to be scrapped. This isn't supposed to be some kind of virus, is it? You don't have to think too much. It's just that our computers are crap. Li Jing smiled awkwardly, and the crowd was speechless for a while. In fact, this was quite normal. Wu Chun had downloaded the information directly from the six-wing divine suit and sent it directly to the address provided by Fu Dongyang. This motion picture is not just any 3D motion picture, but a multi-dimensional star map of the universe that has been collected by Alston and the others for thousands of years. There were as many densely packed bubble universes as there were stars in them, and it wasn't just pictures, there was some basic information about each universe on them. So it's not a national mastermind, this picture they can't even open. What are we going to do? What's the point of giving us information that we can't read? And what's with all the densely packed dots of light? Brother Dongyang wouldn't have been tricked, would he? Chun Haobei was depressed. I don't think so. Tell you what, let's take this document to the headquarters. The computer mastermind at the headquarters shouldn't have a problem with it. Half an hour later, Chang Yen arrived at the headquarters with all the members of A03 squad. Just as he entered the conference room, he saw He Xian, Yu Qing, and Yao Chonglin, 3 people with one face darker than the other, standing in their seats without saying a word. What's the matter, old ho? What are you 3 doing? Facing each other. Chang Yen was in a good mood, however. The 3 headquarters bigwigs were all in a black line. None of them took his words, or Su Xiangyang, who was attending the meeting on one side, said with a bitter smile. Although the radiant angels were eliminated by the 6-winged Holy Spirit, the number of people who rotted and died last night increased, including a student who awakened an S-rank talent. Alas, old Chang, what are you doing over here? Don't say that the contact with the 6-winged Holy Spirit over there has already yielded results. He Xian sighed and barely managed to fight the urge to open his mouth to ask. Recently this radiant angel has really messed them up, looking for and not being able to find them. Yesterday the highest leader of the dragon country had talked to him. He is really under especially high pressure now. It's true. I'm here today to share with you guys. Chang Yen shook the portable hard disk in his hand and didn't have the heart to say that his side of the computer wasn't useful. Quick! Get someone over here to read the stuff out. A few minutes later, an extremely spectacular 5-dimensional star map appeared on the conference room's big screen. What is it? Yao Chonglin scratched his head, obviously not reading it. There's writing down there, look. The crowd immediately began to read it carefully, and after a long time, the whole room was all shocked. Chang Yen, are you sure this document is real? This, if it's true, our previous perceptions are even turned upside down. Humans have been searching the universe for life outside of Earth since many years ago, and are overwhelmingly convinced that the universe is too big for Earth to be the only place with traces of life. And within 100 years of the emergence of unknown spirits is convinced that the human speculation of extraterrestrial life, however, no one would have thought, actually all the invasion of the Earth's unknown spirits are all the life of the outer universe. Seriously, these so-called unknown spirits fighting me aren't even a country? This? Yao Chonglin people were dumbfounded. After so many years they had never thought that these so-called unknown spirits were not a group of people at all. No wonder after a while the spirit body soldiers will always come up with new tricks. It turns out to be a different set of people plundering us, this bunch of people. In the end, what do they take us Blue Star as? A pig farm? Yu Jing was also angry enough to slam the table. This was simply bullying. But looking at this information, it's not all bad news. It turns out that not everyone within the other bubble universes is able to awaken their talents. It would seem that there are so many gifted people that it has become an advantage unique to our Blue Star. Yao Chonglin cupped his chin and more or less grew a sense of pride. Old Yao, this may not be a good thing, at least not for the time being. It is because of this particularity that our Blue Star has been devastated. As the saying goes, a gentleman is not guilty of anything. Without the corresponding power, sooner or later we will be completely exterminated because of this advantage. This is by no means alarmist, so strengthening ourselves as soon as possible is our only way out. He Xian sighed, then said slowly, no matter what, thanks to Fu Dongyang this time, but knowing that this is really far from quenching our thirst, our current priority is to solve these radiant angels and update our spirit radar technology. It would be good to talk to the other side about this. Chapter 81, forcing Wu Xian to hang a banner, killing two birds with one stone. This matter Dongyang has already talked to the face-to-face, but today Dongyang is not feeling well, so I did not bring him here. Come over what? We'll go over in person. Go. Let's go visit Dongyang. It's really hard on him this time. He Xian immediately stood up, not to mention, if he didn't get those few remaining radiant angels killed, he suspected that he was going to make it to the head of this minister. Meanwhile, within the H3397 bubble universe, Constantinople had long since ceased to be the bustling place it had been before, and the half of it that hadn't been destroyed was fine. It was just that the cries in the streets were a little louder than they had been in the past. As for the other half, calling his half a ruin would be an insult to ruins. At this moment, Chief Ford was sitting in his seat, and last night he was given a scolding by the cabinet ministers, the council of elders, and the royal family, and in the end, if not for Prince Karl's strong support, he's been dragged before a court-martial at this point. And even if that's the case, he's still very much in danger, and if he can't recoup his losses on the massive invasion of the original realm, he'll end up just as miserable. In fact, he's now so famous in the multidimensional universe that now on the Multidimensional Universe Syndication Network, #1 on the hot search list is a story about him. Incompetent commander attacks enemy troops with spirit bombs. Enemy troops are fine. Their own capital is blown away. The article describes him as a walking lunch pail, and it's His Highness Karl's incompetence that's got his back for a good chunk of it anyway. It's not like he dares to give himself a defense, after all. He's depending on Prince Karl to stay alive now. Alas, his own wisdom had all been ruined by that damn six-winged god. This time, the capital city's defenses were empty, and when the next invasion of the original world ran into him, he would definitely dismantle the six-winged god. He unconsciously flipped the article to the end, and saw that there were quite a few good comments from other universe users. Netizen, falling leaves dawn wind. I've seen before, but I've never seen so much. Take the Spirit Sun explosion bomb to attack his own capital. Why doesn't he give the Imperial City in a bit? This kid obviously wants to rebel. Netflix 7/2077. I just saw another video of the prince of whatever their country is so scared he's on his knees holding his head and Angie asking if his head is still there. It's just laughable. As far as Alston's reporting goes, here's the connection. Netflix's spaghetti bolognese loving Don DeHaan. I went to hear that the capital of the Holy Roman Empire was attacked by a spirit. That's pretty fierce, isn't it? Netizens squatting on a grave to scare wild ghosts. It was really a spirit that did it. I have a friend who lives near Constantinople, and I've heard it's still a spirit from the original realm. Look at what this Holy Roman Empire has degenerated into, actually being beaten like this by a trash spirit body from the original realm, ha 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 ha. And still, a big thank you to the readers who made the list above. Thank you. Ford threw his cell phone out in exasperation as he growled grumpily. This breath absolutely can't be swallowed just like that. If this is not retaliated back, where is the dignity of our Holy Roman Empire? What about the losses on the company's side? Is it possible to support the continuation of a large-scale invasion of the original realm? Reporting, sir, I'm afraid I can't. The gate that allows normal spirits to transfer to the original realm was about to be successfully researched. But this time the six-winged god came and did away with all the information and experimental facilities. It will take at least 3 months for a successful fix to come back from there. The techie replied carefully. 3 months? You turn around and tell them that if they can't get it done in a month and a half, tell them all to get the hell out of here. It was only after eating in the morning that Wu Duan, carrying banners and firecrackers, wandered to the door of the inspection office. Wu Xian was so excited to see Wu Chun come that she was close to crying. She was now hungry and thirsty, and crucially wanted to go to the outhouse. Brother, you're finally here. Wu Xian glanced towards what Wu Chun was holding and thought that he had brought himself breakfast. She fought back her discomfort and was moved to say, Brother, sister knew that you were the kindest in this family, and remember that sister is hungry. As Wu Chun approached, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Those rolled-up things weren't food at all, and the words on the package she could finally read. Wu Duan was surprised that he really wanted to bring firecrackers and banners home. If he carried himself like this, she looked down at her only good leg. Would it be saved by then? She shrilled with a sob that, Good brother, let's talk this over. Wu Chun, however, ignored her chatter and picked her up with one hand, turned around and threw her directly into the car. Wu Duan, listen to me, we are at least family, you can't do this. Even if you have to do this, you don't have to take me with you. I'll just go back by myself later. How can that be? Aren't you my big sister? How can I leave you out there as a disabled person? Wu Xian people are stupid. She did not eat a day without drinking water. Just to hold back not peeing his pants has been very difficult, which can struggle. Not 15 minutes was Wu Dust forcibly brought back to the door of the Wu family compound. Wu Dust looked at the Wu family villa and inwardly laughed coldly twice. There really wasn't a single warm memory inside. Lie, big sister. Please hang up this banner. Wu Duan smiled and handed the banner in his hand to Wu Xian, who took it tremblingly and begged for mercy. Wu Chun, don't be like this. If father finds out, he will definitely beat me to death. Trust me, Wu Qiming, he definitely doesn't hit as hard as I do. And you don't want to be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life, do you? Wu Qin smiled and patted Wu Xian's head. This kind of threat might not be useful to the rest of the family, but it was especially effective to Wu Xian. She grew up as a doggy character, typical bullying. You are good to her, she does not appreciate. You give her a mouth, she will be afraid. Wu Dust guessed that this is either bullied by Wu Yu out of the aftermath, if not, then surely previously made any boyfriend, has been professionally conditioned, may also be. Don't, brother, I'll nail it neatly for you. Wu Xian was scared of the urine, almost did not hold. Is really the last time to let Wu Duan beat out the psychological shadow to the father, and then how to beat the estimate that she cannot cripple. But Wu Duan, his hands are really black. Thinking of this, Wu Xian trembled in her wheelchair holding the banner to the fence and got busy. The Wu Yu inside happened to see Wu Chun and Wu Xian downstairs on the second floor, so she shouted excitedly, Dad, brother, big sister got that little cutie Wu Duan. Got it back. Wu Qiming was overjoyed to hear his second daughter's words and hurriedly sat up from the sofa, while Wu Xine, who was lying on the bed, was even more agitated. These 2 days set gas to their own, suck like a noodle, go to the toilet, are tired enough. Wu Dust, that boy can be considered to come. Awakened SSS talent, so what? It's still not a matter of letting yourself be called around, and seeing how you can pin him down in the future will be the end of it. Chapter 82, Wu Xian's fake kidney necrosis. Above. Wu Xian struggled to control the wheelchair and managed to tie up the banner before returning to Wu Chuan's side. She looked at him with some fear and fond. Brother, do you think this is okay? Sister will listen to you in everything from now on. Just forgive sister. Okay? Wu Chun ignored her and instead looked up at the banner, only to see a few large words written on it. Warmly celebrate Wu Xian's successful awakening of the coveted talent of Qi collection after he finished resting his fake kidney. Wu Dust nodded in satisfaction. It didn't matter what was written on the banner. What mattered was to make Wu Xian lose face and end up in the hospital. As he looked down to place the 100,000 ring firecracker, the pupil of his left eye suddenly flickered, and in an instant, the fuse of the firecracker was ignited. The deafening sound of firecrackers instantly attracted the attention of the neighbors. It didn't take long for a number of pedestrians passing by or neighbors living on the sidewalk to be attracted to it. On the other hand, Wu Xian looked at Wu Chuan in surprise. Her hands trembled a little. Didn't she say that Wu Chuan had awakened the enhanced talent time totem? What's this fire all about? Meanwhile, Wu Qiming was leading Wu Xian and Wu Yu towards the outside of the villa. But since Wu Xian's legs were as soft as noodles, it was inevitable that the speed of the few people slowed down quite a bit. Your big sister is really something, just get him back. And by firecrackers, why? Do you want to give him a welcoming ceremony? Wu Xian really won't come to things. Can't see a brow high or low, just that rebellious son. The bastard who can send his own mother to jail. Does he deserve it? Wu Qiming said with a displeased face. Dad, cut the crap. My brother is willing to come back to unblock my talent. It must be that he has already realized his mistake. Didn't you say that before? Our family is considered to have forgiven him. Wu Xian was afraid that his father would not be able to suppress the fire in a while and mess things up, so he had to make sure that Wu Chan unblocked his talent at least. Well. Still our Xianer is the kindest. Dad actually forgave him. Just watching your big sister give him firecrackers for a moment to say something angry. Wu Qiming sighed. In fact, deep down he wanted to make up with Wu Chan. After all, Wu Chan was too good. It's just that he can't let go of his old face. Humph, that's the way it is. He's done so many sins, and just because he awakened an SSS rank talent, it's all wiped out? This world is really unfair. In Wu Yu's words, the sour flavor was like substance, as if one could smell it. Clearly forgiving is a blind man. How could it be better than one's own exam? Although Wu Yu looked as if she despised Wu Chan, inwardly, she was jealous as hell, as if she was a vicious dog that had been robbed of its bone, itching to immediately pounce on Wu Chan and bite him. All right, let's not talk about that for now. Butler Lu, go and tidy up the clutter in that attic. Let Wu Chan sleep back today. We have to make him understand that even if he awakens an SSS rank talent, he still has to sleep in the attic. With that, Wu Qiming's father and son walked out of the villa's gate. It was just in time to see that quite a few people were crowding around to watch Wu Dust set off the firecrackers, and they were also pointing at the banner hanging at the entrance. Many people even covered their mouths and laughed while recording videos with their cell phones. When they saw Wu Xian himself, they laughed even more. And although Wu Xian didn't know what they were talking about, looking at their expressions, he felt as if they weren't complimenting him. Of course, Wu Qiming and Wu Yu also sensed that something was wrong, and they hurriedly ran out of the villa's courtyard gate. Upon seeing the words on the banner, Wu Qiming felt his brain filling up with blood, his eyes covered with blood, and he pointed at Wu Xian's nose and cursed. Look what you've done. You are afraid that your brother is having a good time out there, aren't you? You rebellious daughter. See me beat you to death. Wu Xian also felt her brain go blank. No, you don't suspect Wu Chan. What are you scolding me for? She wanted to explain a couple of things, but when she saw Wu Chen's icy cold eyes, she opened her mouth and didn't dare to speak, so she could only drive her wheelchair and flee as fast as she could. As a result, before he could run a few meters away, he was caught up by Wu Qiming and was slapped twice in succession. The onlookers on one side of the room were filming even more. Until then, Wu Xian ran out of the yard. When he saw the handwriting on the banner, his head buzzed. It's over. Now everyone knows that he replaced a fake kidney. How can I be a man in the future? A rush of hot blood rushed to his head, and he forcibly restrained the urge to spit foam in public, looking at Wu Chan with hatred. At this moment, he had the heart to kill Wu Chan. How could he care about his kind and cowardly persona? He wanted to make Wu Chan pay. And this was the perfect time to do it, because Wu Chan was watching his father chase and beat up Wu Xian at the moment, and didn't even notice himself. He immediately took a deep breath and silently began to use his first talent, turquoise light. In a flash, a green light from Wu Xian, navel to shine at Wu Duan. Although Wu Chen's eyes did not look in Wu Xian's direction, at this moment, his mind's eye had changed greatly after the last enhancement. Mind's eye rank 4, talent category, strengthening, talent level, A. Effect 1. Ignore obstacles to gain a 360-degree 0.8x global, non-image field of view within 15 meters of your circumference, which breaks all illusion-type controls. Effect 2. The sword cuts through flesh, the heart cuts through the soul, and before attacking a target, there is a certain probability that the unit's lethal point can be seen. The 15-meter range of the mind's eye wasn't particularly large yet, but it was perfectly adequate for this occasion. Not to mention that this view is still a 0.8x slow play. So Wu Chuan quickly took a step to the left, and that light didn't shine on Wu Chuan, but instead shone on the glass of a car behind Wu Chuan. As a result, in the next second, the light refracted back impartially and shone on Wu Xian's head. It was too late for Wu Xian to react to what was going on. A cuckold formed on his own head. In this instant, Wu Xin seemed to see an image of his girlfriend doing some interesting game with a strange man on the sofa. The girlfriend played to the key and screamed loudly and rolled her eyes. Wu Xin was so agitated that he could no longer hold back a mouthful of foam and spat it out directly. However, that image was just awesome, and even though Wu Xin had fallen to the ground spitting and twitching, it still kept playing. Wu Xin was so angry that even his nose began to foam. This excited the onlookers, who were frantically taking video. Wu Yu hurriedly went forward and hugged Wu Xin, then yelled at Wu Chun. "Look at that, you animal! What have you done? Where did Wu Xin wrong you? You want to do this to him? If you don't know how to talk, don't talk, so I can't help but beat you to death." Wu Yu was angry and still wanted to say something. Wu Qiming had already returned at this time. He hurriedly pinched Wu Qiming's Manzhong point. "Stop arguing and call 120 quickly." Chapter 83. Wu Xin's fake kidney necrosis. Next. "Doctor, how's it going? How is he, my son?" Time passed minute by minute. Wu Xin has been sent to the hospital for more than 2 hours. These 2 hours, for Wu Qiming, as if it was 2 centuries so long. His heart had been hanging in the air, anxiously awaiting news from inside the operating room. Fortunately, in this era, there are many medically gifted people in the hospital. Wu Xin was lucky to escape. If it was a different time when the aura was not revived, I'm afraid that Wu Xin would have long been covered with a white cloth. The situation isn't too optimistic, but it's out of life-threatening danger for the time being. But his spiritual kidneys are completely necrotic, and his brain has been affected to some extent due to prolonged convulsions. Surgery must be done immediately. Here is the consent form for surgical risk. Please sign it. Hearing the doctor's words, Wu Qiming's heart felt like it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. He took 2 deep breaths, tried to calm himself down, and hurriedly looked toward the risk consent form. After seeing that the risk items included renal failure, brain death, and mental decline, he felt his eyes darken and almost fainted. But luckily Wu Yu was there to support him. "Sir, please hurry up. The patient is in critical condition. Not a moment to lose, he's still having convulsions." Fine, I'll sign it." Wu Qiming quickly signed the agreement and watched the doctor leave, his inner anger erupting like a volcano. Wu Duan was not here at the moment, and he could no longer restrain his emotions, but Wu Xian was still here. He turned his head angrily, his gaze like a knife, staring deathly at Wu Xian, whose face was already swollen from his beating. Wu Xian looked at her father's creepy eyes, and she felt that she couldn't or had better hurry up and leave home. "You rebellious daughter, do you have a conscience or not? How could you buy that kind of banner to anger your brother? Are you still a human being?" "Dad, it's not like that. It's Wu Duan who forced me to hang up. If I don't hang up, he'll really kill me." Wu Xian cried in aggravation, her tears like a flood that broke the dike. "I'll beat you to death, you spineless thing. If anything happens to Wu Xin, I won't spare you. I was wrong, Dad." Wu Chun was very happy today. Something from his last life was like a big mountain that had honed his heart, but it had also been weighing on his mind. Today, looking at the way Wu Xin fell to the ground and convulsed, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and his whole body became relaxed. On this side, Wu Chun had just gotten into a cab when his cell phone rang over there. "Hey Wu Chuan, this is Fu Dongyang. Do you have a minute? We're here at the 2nd Ranger's grilling skewers. Are you coming over?" Wu Chun froze for a moment, then realized that Fu Dongyang must have something in mind when he looked for himself, so he replied, "Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there." More than 20 minutes later, Wu Chuan arrived at the entrance of the 2nd Rangers and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he looked at the dilapidated house that was about to collapse. No wonder Fu Dongyang said that they were strapped for cash last time. Just take a look at this Thai house and you can understand. Wu Chun pulled out the pass that Fu Dongyang gave him last time and quickly entered the interior of the 2nd Rangers. Just as he entered the door, a sweet-looking girl with square-framed glasses and a few dorky hairs on her head caught his eye. She was seen heading upstairs with a large pile of skewered meat in her hand. She also seemed to notice that someone was looking at her and looked back. After seeing Wu Chun, her eyes lit up as if 2 stars were twinkling, and with a loose hand, the meat skewer was placed on the staircase before she darted towards Wu Chun. "You're Wu Chun, right? The one who awakened the SSS grade talent, right? Gosh, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you like someone older than you? Sister Li Jing, you have to have some face, okay? You are 26. In a few years you can be a mom to someone. How can you ask with a good face?" Wu Duan looked up as Lemon ran down from upstairs. She decisively averted her eyes after meeting Wu Duan's line of sight. "Ah, Shamed myself last time. Che, I'm just asking. Can I just ask? Let's go. The potluck will start soon. Go upstairs. Li Jing pushed up her own glasses. Ri picked up the kebabs and led Wu Chan and Lemon towards the upper floor. After climbing 4 floors in a row, Li Jing pushed open the door to the rooftop, and only then did Wu Chuan see that on the rooftop, the kebab stove had already been raised, and Fu Dongyang, Chang Yen, and the others were sitting on small benches eating boiled peanuts. Wu Chun, right? Last time you saved my sister. I don't know how to thank you. Yesterday we were really busy. Today it's not easy to find the time. You mustn't take offense. Seeing Wu Chuan come in, Chun Haobei grabbed Wu Chuan's hands and shook them vigorously. Wu Chuan quite couldn't stand this, but looking at his hot tears, he didn't have the heart to shake them off. It's all a favor, you're welcome. Come on. Come on. Come on, have a seat. Chun Haobei pressed Wu Chun into his seat, then enthusiastically sat himself next to Wu Chun, who looked at his arm, which was thicker than his leg, and fell into deep thought. In that case, he still thought he might be more comfortable with Lemon sitting next to him. Although it was an open-air barbecue, Wu Chuan had to admit that the girl named Li Jing's handiwork was really good. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was almost drunk before Fu Dongyang called Wu Chun to the edge of the rooftop. As the breeze blew by, Fu Dongyang took a sip of the beer in his hand and then said lightly, "Headquarters wants you to help solve the problem of the Radiant Angels. As for the Spirit Soldier production and the Spirit Radar upgrade program that we talked about before, Headquarters is very supportive. As long as you're willing to help, the conditions are whatever you want to propose." Wu Dust smiled slightly. He sort of understood that Radiant Angel was really driving the people at the headquarters crazy. The conditions were casually mentioned and said, "My conditions are simple. First, I'll join the Second Rangers to mix up the establishment, but I'll stop and not listen to the announcements. Don't look for me if there's nothing to do, and you'll see to it that the pay is paid. Secondly, the first 100 Spirit Soldiers that are made will all belong to me personally. And as for the Radiant Angels and your Spirit Radar technology, they will all count as my gift to you. Third, I need a long-range firing weapon, not one of your standardized ones, something with as much firepower as possible, and you guys watch and research it for me." After Wu Chun finished his words, Fu Dongyang thought for a moment, nodded and said, "I promised for them on this matter, and anyway, thank you for your willingness to help us. It's just a deal." The years passed easily. Time was like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, Wu Dust had done nothing but help the headquarters to take out the Radiant Angels. It also gave the Second Rangers the Psychic Soldier technology and the upgrade program for the Psychic Radar. At this point, summer vacation is over and today is the first day of college. Wu Chun was sleeping soundly when he felt someone pushing himself. "Wake up, Wu Duan. You're going to be late if you don't get up." Before Wu Chun could even open his eyes, he felt his eyelids being peeled open. He looked at Leang Xinyi, who was close by, and sat up helplessly. "What time is it and you're waking me up? I'm still awake. Get up. I made you your favorite pie." Chapter 84 Enrollment. The sunlight poured through the windows of Wu's villa, sprinkling on Wu Xinyi, who was fully dressed from today onwards. He would become an honorable college student. 2 months ago, he slipped in front of the ghost gate, and the King of Hell probably thought he wasn't a very good person, so he didn't take him in. His surgery was surprisingly very successful. Not only did he successfully replace a spiritual kidney, but apart from the occasional drooling, he was left with no serious after effects. Then there's the whole thing with him going to college, which is kind of a mixed bag. At first, they pinned their hopes on Wu Chun, hoping that he could help Wu Chun unblock Wu Xinyi's chi collection and let him soar. However, after they dispatched Wu Xian, the news they received was that Wu Chun had unexpectedly moved out of the headquarters and disappeared without a trace. Wu Qiming was furious and cursed Wu Duan as something he was not, coupled with the fact that the company was not operating smoothly and Yanglan's matter had not been resolved. He could only choose to ask for help to temporarily delay the court hearing. In just these 2 months, Wu Qiming felt like he had aged several years. Later, there was really no university willing to admit Wu Xinyi. So Wu Qiming could only use the Yang family's energy to find an aristocratic university for Wu Xinyi in Tianjin City Carry Shield University. In fact, Wu Xinyi's awakened talent is not bad, the control type B-level talent is very practical, and the amount of chi also has 245 points, which is considered to be an excellent level, but only the chi collection talent is dragging the leg. But even so, common sense would dictate that he wouldn't be so close to not even being able to go to a college. The reason for this is still because his reputation is really notorious. But anyway, Wu Xinyi has kind of kicked off his college life, and Wu Yu also happens to be attending Carry Shield and is a mainstay in the student council plus the college cup. Plus, Wu Yu was still the school beauty of Carrie Shield University, so she could more or less take care of Wu Xian. In the morning after Wu Xian and Wu Yu finished their meal, they got into the car under the unwilling gaze of Wu Qiming and Wu Xian. After watching his son and daughter's car disappear from sight, Wu Qiming returned to the villa on his own, while Wu Xian ghosted to a secluded spot and took out her cell phone to make a call. Hey! Yes, Wu Xian and Wu Yu have already left for school, Dad. Dad is going to go to the Supreme Court this afternoon. It seems he wants to postpone the court date again. Yes. I absolutely do not dare to lie to you, I know. I will definitely call you the first time if I have any news. You, please spare me, please. Soon, the BMW Q8 drove up to the entrance of Carrie Shield University. Because of the reason that the school year is about to start, the entrance of Carrie Shield University is overcrowded. Wu Yu's side just opened the door to get out of the car, ran over 3 or 4 boys, a meal of booing. The Wu family's servant opened the trunk, and these boys even scrambled to try to help Wu Yu with her luggage, just like an enthusiastic puppy. Luna, you're really getting prettier and prettier. This is a gift for you, I hope you'll take it. A man wearing blue short sleeves took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Wu Yu with both hands. Wu Yu thought for a moment, but she took the box after all. Thank you, this is my younger brother Wu Xian. He just arrived at the school and was falsely accused by the one called Wu Duan before. His spirit is a little fragile this time, you must help me take good care of it. Brother, come over here, this is Chu Sui, the captain of our Carrie Shield University's varsity team. Quickly ask for the number with the senior. Good day, Senior Chu. I'm Wu Xian. Suck it. Please teach me more in the future. Chu Sui laughed out loud and patted Wu Xian's shoulder. He felt his heart melting when he heard the beauty begging for himself with warm words and soft words. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, your brother is my brother. And it just so happens that we have a senior on our team who graduated. So you'll be on my squad this year, and I promise to take care of him. Then please, I have something else to do, so I'll leave you to it. Don't worry." The man watched Wu Yu's slender figure disappear from view, before he wrapped an arm around Wu Xian's shoulders and laughed heatedly. Brother Wu Xian, in the future you must give me a few good words in front of your sister. Don't worry, I know you have a grudge against that what's her name Wu Chan. When we bump into each other in the Academy Cup training tournament some time later, I'll be sure to ruthlessly avenge you. I'm really thankful to Senior. It's just that my brother awakened the SSS talent. I'm afraid that Senior will suffer a loss. What are you saying? What's wrong with SSS talent? Senior, I'm also a strong S-rank talent. Besides, he's a first-year student. I'm still afraid of him? Senior, I'm at the peak of the 4th grade of martial spirit cultivation, so it's not a piece of cake to clean him up. Really? Senior Chu is really great. Senior is so outstanding. I'm afraid only you are worthy of my sister. Don't worry. I know my sister Wu Yu the best. With me, I will definitely let you get what you want. Ha 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 ha. Well. Come on. Let's go inside the academy. I'll introduce you to our school. Chu Sui pulled Wu Xian into the school and began to give Wu Xian a general explanation of Carrie Shield University. Carrie Shield University is not a very good name, but his teaching quality is actually not particularly good. However, as an aristocratic academy, the various facilities in it were considered top-notch, even comparable to the superb University Alpha College. Add to that the talented students attracted by spending huge scholarships, and last year's College Cup, too, finished in the top 32. In one fell swoop, it became the existence of a first-class college hangman. Don't you see that our academy isn't too far ahead of the first-class academies, but we're still very influential in the Academy Cup? I've heard about your talent, although the chi-gathering talent is a bit of a drag. But the utility of your green ray is very good, and if you're willing to work hard, there might be a place for you in the main Academy Cup. Wu Xian nodded. When it came to his gift of green light, he was still very confident. After all, the strength of this gift he himself had personally experienced. To this day, he is a little psychological shadow. Now think of his girlfriend and other people do the game of the image. That is all false. He even feel quite exciting. You put your luggage into the dormitory first. There may be an entrance ceremony later, and tomorrow is military training. You have a poor physique, so prepare yourself mentally. I'll see if I can set you up with a restorative healing, gifted to help you regain your strength when the time comes. Thank you, Senpai. Alpha College. Principal Jia Junzi was comfortably lying on the sofa, looking at this year's enrollment list while laughing. Look. This year our school's freshmen are really talented. Last year our College Cup on a quarter-finalist slipped home. This year is not expected to be the champion? First of all, let me say that this year's freshmen are indeed strong. Wu Chan, Wan Hao, and Leang Xinyi from the Dragon Country, Caesar from the Six Mansions Country, Kapil from the Three Kingdoms, and Rakshasa, TSK, 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 TSK. All of them are incomparable geniuses. But, although these geniuses are strong, but I'm afraid it's a little difficult to get results this year, and even stronger as a freshman without a year of conditioning, I'm afraid it's still difficult to get on the Academy Cup. Moreover, every year is okay. This year came so many geniuses, you do not strictly control, they do not still fly to the sky. Vice President Doug sat at his desk and kept flipping through the information. Ha ha ha, you're right, but don't worry about it. I've prepared for it. I'll give them the intensity for this year's military training. Chapter 85. A highly skilled artist. College cafeteria. Two fancy-dressed Indians nodded uncontrollably as they ate their sandwiches. Hey, this Alpha College is different. Much better than our food. This drink, better than our Ganges water. One of the slightly darker Indians continued as he ate. By the way, I've heard that there's a kid in the Dragon Kingdom this year who has awakened an SSS rank talent that's so powerful. And it was Dean Jia who personally went out and recruited him in. If you awaken the SSS talent, you are also powerful, but he is a support talent awakened person. It is okay to give us a hand. If you really want to go to the Academy Cup as the main C, it is still us. He can't. On the roof of the Alpha Physical Training Center, a young man in a white undershirt held onto the railing and looked out at the city in the distance. His features were clear and his eyes were calm, like a deep, bottomless lake. He also had a turquoise jade plaque around his neck, which was engraved with a big word, "How?" The brush is flowing, the font is beautiful like a swimming dragon-like spirit. Looking at it seems to be ordinary, but if you feel carefully, you can experience the monstrous killing intent, as if the word has been transformed into a sword, stabbing the human heart. Marriott, it's almost time to gather. Let's go downstairs too. The door to the rooftop opened, and a girl with a high ponytail walked over to Marriott and said softly, "Finally here. I feel so close to my brother. I'll surpass him sooner or later. I trust you, Marriott. Let's go." Good. Alpha Physical Training Center, 3D realistic training ground. A yellow-haired man wearing a purple spirit body like a ghost, carrying a staff in his hand, fiercely fought against 4 Academy second-year students armed with tang swords. The staff flashed with a brilliant light, and his figure fluttered as he skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks while sending out a dozen or so beam attacks in a steady stream. The beam of light rapidly changed angles in the air, as strange and unpredictable as a poisonous snake. A few second-year students wanted to dodge, but they simply couldn't avoid it and were completely pierced through in just an instant. Warning: spirit body exceeded limit value. Will exit spirit body state in 3 seconds. Damn it! Surprisingly, all 4 of the second years were equipped with overloads, and they threw themselves at it in a desperate attempt to finally unleash a humongous attack on the yellow-haired man with the mace. However, everything was in vain. Yellowhair's figure was like electricity, constantly dodging, and soon 3 seconds passed, and all 5 people exited the simulation state. Looking at the screen with the defeat in capital letters, the 4 second-year students all looked ashen, as if they had lost their lives. They had never dreamed that the 4 of them could not defeat that arrogant and cocky foreigner even if they joined forces. Ha 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 ha. You guys don't have to be discouraged. It's not your fault. Yellow Hair walked behind the 4 men and patted their shoulders before continuing. It's a decisive gap in the existence of the nation. It's really that we are too good. Don't feel bad, poor Gentiles. Yellow Hair looked at the time, then turned away in style. In front of the gates of Alpha College, a little red electric donkey beeped up. On the small donkey sat a big-breasted girl and a young man. No need to ask. The 2 people were none other than Leang Xinyi and Wu Duan. Xinyi-san, aren't you enrolled as a second-year student? Do you have to attend the entrance ceremony too? Wu Dust took off his helmet and lightly jumped down from the small electric donkey, and the 2 instantly became the center of attention in the academy where people came and went. For one thing, Leang Xinyi's marvelous figure was really impossible to conceal, and anyone would want to take one more look. Secondly, it was the first time they had seen one who came to Alpha College on an electric donkey. Of course, don't you just enroll as a student of several years? Not only that, Principal Jia even let me participate in the military training. I don't know what to think. I almost didn't die during the military training last year. It's all trained out of the psyche. Leang Xinyi looked pitifully at the academy, and Wu Chun looked at her snow-white legs that were only wearing hot pants, and she seemed to be really trembling. Sister Xine, what do you think you're afraid of? Last time you were dragged down by your chi-gathering talent. What are you afraid of now? You're the woman with the largest amount of chi in the entire bubble universe. You have a point, Brother Wu Chun. Don't be afraid. I'll cover you. Ha 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 ha. Watching Leang Xinyi laugh heartlessly, Wu Chan shook his head helplessly, thinking that Leang Xinyi must be missing a string in her head. Cough, cough, cough. Hello, this beautiful woman. I'm Zhang Wei, a junior at Alpha Academy. I see that you especially look like my future girlfriend. Can I get a contact information from you? Leang Xinyi was laughing happily on her side when a big handsome man over 2 meters tall suddenly appeared from behind. Leang Xinyi hurriedly put away her smile, and her face flushed slightly. I'm sorry. You must have the wrong person. I'm just kidding, let's put it this way, you guys look pretty new, should be freshmen, right? The terrain in the academy is quite complicated. Let me take you in. Wu Dust indifferently glanced at the stupid big man. Heart secretly cursed. This kid looks like a scallion, but also learn others to talk to girls. No, thank you kindly, we'll just go in ourselves. Leang Xinyi pulled Wu Chen's hand and left in a puff of smoke, leaving Zhang Wei with gloomy eyes in place. That's quite a refusal you're making. Then you see, don't look at your sister like this. There are many boys chasing me. So many years of rejection have rejected out of experience. This Wu Chuan believed, not to mention other things, just talking about the body alone. Leang Xinyi already stood at the cutting edge of a group of goddesses. Within a few minutes, Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi arrived at the center square of Alpha Academy. At this time, 300 to 400 people had already gathered at the Alpha Center Square. Although Alpha Academy only included S-rank talent or above, or particularly outstanding rank talent awakened people as a matter of principle. But it can't be helped by the fact that the entire world has a population of over 8 billion people, and being an international institution, so enrollment isn't exactly difficult. Wu Dust couldn't help but feel emotional even as he looked at the students within the academy. I'm afraid that to see so many outstanding awakened people, it would only be possible in a superb academy like Alpha. As time passed, the door of the auditorium opened and students quietly lined up to enter. After signing in, Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi quickly found their seats. Then Principal Jia took the stage, and he coughed twice before he began his speech. Students, first of all, on behalf of all the teachers and students, I would like to extend the warmest welcome to you. On this special day, we gather together to start a new semester. College is one of the most important stages in life, from the common man into the defense of the Blue Star. On the podium, Jia Junzi was so eloquent that without 5 minutes Leang Xinyi fell asleep on Wu Chen's shoulder. Wu Chen looked back at Leang Xinyi, who was giggling in her sleep, and pulled out a tissue from his pocket and patted it under her mouth. Chapter 86 Warden Jinyo.
孟晚清人物参考图1
Qingqing, what's wrong? Why are you so listless these days? The helicopter hovered in mid-air. Yang Fan looked at the dumbfounded Meng Qing and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, just feeling bored. Meng Qing was kind of telling the truth. Before, she was a bit used to living with Leang Xinyi and Wu Chan. Ever since Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi moved away, she felt empty inside. Qingqing, you don't think you're thinking about that little boyfriend of yours Wu Duan, do you? A 05 Squad's auxiliary, Yining, wrapped his arms around Meng Qing and let out a lewd laugh from his mouth. Sister Ning, what are you talking about? I'm gonna get angry if you keep joking. What are you angry about? 2 months ago, you in the city of the first high school jealousy, we have heard about it. Frankly, a little bit of it, Qingqing, like the old ox eating young grass, is nothing wrong. With your looks, no one can tell you're 4 years older than him. No, it's really not what you think. Captain, say something. Don't you know what's going on? Meng Qing was no longer able to argue and could only turn to Yang Fan, who was on the side. All right, everyone focus on me. Today we've been invited to go to Alpha Academy as instructors. Although it's not a particularly difficult mission, a mission is a mission, so all behave properly. Yang Fan stood out in a serious manner. Team Yang, I heard that Principal Jia is still letting us play a real battle with the students this afternoon. Is that true? Do we still have to go over and abuse the students? Wu Lao Er said while drinking water. It's not really abuse, they are all the budding flowers of the motherland, so let's all go a little heavier at that time, so that the flowers will understand that it's not so easy to bloom. Also, I've heard that Wu Chun is amongst the new students this time around. Qingqing, he's all yours to deal with. Oh. Yang Fan smiled obscenely. Oh, so there's something so exciting. Qingqing shouldn't let go of the water, right? I have to be on the sidelines to supervise it. There's no end to it, is there? Believe it or not, I'll throw you down. Moreover, I advise you not to be blindly confident. All of you be serious. When you get knocked down, you'll lose your face. Meng Qing shook her head as she remembered the young woman version of Leang Xinyi that Wu Chun had summoned last time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Alpha Academy, Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi finally finished listening to Jia Junzi's long speech. Only then did Wu Chun separate from Leang Xinyi and each went back to their respective dormitories. Alpha Academy's boys' dormitory is located in the northwest corner of the academy, and the girls' dormitory is not far away. Wu Chuan pushed open the door of his dormitory, just in time to see a little fat man is cleaning the balcony. When he heard the commotion, he immediately turned back and looked at Wu Chun in surprise before roaring out. "If it's still true, you can't be the legendary Wu Duan who awakened the SSS grade talent, right? Really? It looks exactly like that Wu Xin on that news. Wu Dust. Are you ing polite?" The little fatty, wearing a big round glasses, excitedly walked to Wu Chuan's side and just held his hand and shook it hard. Hello. I'm your roommate Jinyo. Please teach me more. Please teach me more. Later? What do you call it? My name is Jinyo. My dad's last name is Zhen and my mom's last name is Nyo, so I'm Jinyo. Ha 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 ha. Good name. Wu Duan smiled and patted his shoulder, then drew back his own hand to set down his luggage. Big brother, you hurry up and rest on the side. Allow me to make the bed for you. You can call me Little Jinzi from now on. I promise to serve you well. Jinyo snatched Wu Chen's luggage and started to make the bed. While making the bed, his mouth was not idle. Biggie, what's your take on this afternoon's practical quiz? I don't think the school is that kind. I'm getting a little panicky here. Wu Dust heartily realized. No wonder this guy is so attentive originally because of this. Just now, during the entrance ceremony, Jia Junzi made an announcement about the practical test this afternoon. This practical test is known as 230 against 5. Yes, it is a battle of 230 freshmen against 5 unknown combatants. And John added that the battle is tied to initial credits. If you win the practical quiz, you will be rewarded 50 credits. But if you are eliminated, you will be deducted 50 credits. And as we all know, at the end of each semester, those with less than 60 credits will be expelled from the school. Big brother Wu Dust, quickly analyze this for me. What kind of person must be able to take on more than 200 of us with 5 people? It's probably an elite team from headquarters, but the exact rules of the matchup haven't been announced yet. So it's not too easy to analyze, but I don't think that this practical test will be too easy. It's highly likely that the school is just trying to get us negative grades. What Wu Duan had analyzed was actually very close to the truth. That was what Jia Junzi was thinking. How could he suppress the arrogance of the students and make them obediently obey the school's arrangements? A skyrocketing start like negative 50 credits right out of the gate is certainly a very good choice. The school so? If I'm expelled after just 1 semester of school, my dad will have to kill me. Big brother, we as a dormitory roommate, you can't see death to save ah. After Jinyo finished making the bed for Wu Chuan, she was about to jump into Wu Chuan's arms and pamper him, only to be kicked away by Wu Chuan. Get thee over it. Get on the side and stand still. Tell me what type of awakening talent you have and what is your main weapon? Okay, the talent I awakened is Sublime Barrier, S rank, strengthening class defense type talent. My main weapon is shield or giant sword can be. Wu Dust nodded. This kid could serve as a front row for himself and Leang Xinyi. As to whether or not he could meet out, it was up to him. Fine. It just so happens that I already have a friend. So you'll follow me when the time comes? But just to be clear, I'm not guaranteeing your safety. Okay, as long as I can follow Big Brother, it's enough. How dare I ask Big Brother to protect me? But Big Brother, who is that teammate of yours? It shouldn't be Marriott, right? No, I'll see you in a minute. Okay. It just so happens that it's about time. Let's go to the cafeteria and have a meal. Bring our teammates my treat, and from now on, Jinyo will cover all of your expenses. Jinyo said with a flourish of his own beer belly and bravado. Okay, I'll give her a call. 10 minutes later, Wu Chun and Jinyo exited the boys' dormitory together and walked in the direction of the girls' dormitory on the side. Holy, big guy, our teammate isn't going to be a girl, is she? What about it? Is she pretty? What's her body like? Could it be that, is she Big Brother's girlfriend? Jinyo felt like he smelled gossip. Wu Duan shook his head and stopped under the shade of a tree, and in no time a beautiful figure appeared within their vision. Chapter 87. Leang Xinyi. Wait, Biggie. Look at that girl. Jinyo and Wu Chuan were both sitting by the flower bed under the shade of the tree quietly waiting. Who would have thought that Jinyo suddenly jumped up, and then kept signaling Wu Chuan with his chin. Which one? That one. Just that one. Oh my god. Big brother, you can't even do this with your eyes. Don't look at my 600+ degree nearsighted eyes. I can see beautiful women with a crisp clarity. Look at her body, her legs, her bust that rivals a soccer ball. My god. I don't need to see her face to know it's at least a 95. Wu Chun looked at Jinyo speechless. This goods, at first glance, is an old color batch. Leang Xinyi figure what kind of, in addition to her own on Wu Chun most understand. And he's here to explain himself? Big brother, listen to my analysis. Look at her cold expression. She must have never had a boyfriend. Not a good type to chase. We will definitely have no chance to go. Don't you have a female teammate? You let her try and get her on our team. And with your strength, big brother, you'll definitely be able to conquer this girl. Zhenyo couldn't sit still and squatted beside Wu Duan. Continuing, look, big brother. She's coming our way. She's really coming. She's getting closer and closer. Oh my god. This is too beautiful, right? Big brother, why don't you say something? If you don't shut up, I'm going to throw you in the artificial lake. Wu Chun could not bear it anymore and finally interrupted him. And Jinyo closed his mouth pitifully. However, a few seconds later, Wu Chun stood up and greeted Leang Xinyi in her direction. Sister Xinyi, this guy is my roommate Jinyo. He insisted on treating us both to dinner. Jinyo had watched Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi chatting familiarly, and his head went down for a few seconds before he ran over. Biggie, this goddess is our teammate, huh? Geez, nice to meet you. Looking at Jinyo's hand raised in midair, Leang Xinyi just nodded politely, and Jinyo wasn't embarrassed and instantly put his hand back. The three men quickly made their way to the cafeteria one after the other, and after eating, they headed towards the northwest corner of Alpha Academy. After about 10 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at his destination, the entrance to a huge forest. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered here, obviously all freshmen who had just enrolled in school. Big brother, look ahead. So many green spirit pendants. This isn't a simulation. This is a real battle. I'm a little panicked. What should I do? Wu Chun looked back at Jinyo and didn't say anything. This kind of thing of actual combat was definitely unfamiliar to many students who had just stepped into the university. But it was no big deal to him. He had watched his future self up tens of millions of people with his first moments. It really didn't matter with such a small scene. Practical combat, Wu Dust, what do you think is a good weapon for me to choose later? Leang Xinyi as a sophomore last year, the actual battle is played quite a lot. Unfamiliar certainly cannot be talked about, but those actual battle images are not even talk about beautiful. But now that she had Wu Chun by her side, Leang Xinyi was much more at ease. Just take your pick. The teacher is here. As Wu Duan's words fell, a man in a black uniform walked to the front of the crowd and then shouted through a megaphone. Silence everyone. I'm the referee teacher of this practical test, Wu Lei. Next, let me announce the rules. I'll only say it once, all listen to me. The students fell silent as if time had stopped. First of all, this practical test is 6.5 hours in total, starting at 1:30 and ending at 8 p.m. Participants who have not been eliminated at the end of the test will be awarded 50 credits. Also, an additional 50 credits will be awarded for each instructor defeated, 3 credits for each other cadet defeated, and 50 credits will be deducted from the defeated cadet. Is that clear to everyone? Hear, hear. Very well. The first student from the left comes forward to receive his spirit body and pick his primary weapon. One by one, the students came forward to collect their spirit bodies, while Zhenyo had already grabbed Wu Chen's arm in fear and trembled. Big brother, this school is too unethical, isn't it? How can it give credits for killing students? Isn't this encouraging us to kill each other? And not saying it until now, clearly not wanting us to have a chance to communicate beforehand, too damn cunning. Zhenyo ghostly looked around, and sure enough, after the rules were said and done, many of the trainees began to consciously alienate the classmates around them. Don't worry, there shouldn't be many that would attack their own companions at the very beginning. But if time drags on and the battle is unfavorable, it won't be easy to say. Wu Dust licked his lips. 3 credits for one trainee, 10 would be 30 credits. One must know that Alpha Academy's credits were not just for examining grades. He could even use it to exchange for some cultivation resources, and his daily training needed credits to support it, and no one would mind having a lot of credits anyway. All right, it's our turn to choose a weapon. Let's go over there first. Leang Xinyi smiled and took the lead towards the podium as Jia Junzi and the black-clothed referee teacher looked at her expressionlessly. She first took a green D-ranked spirit pendant, and then lightly walked to the main weapon selection area, and soon she selected a Barrett Change heavy sniper rifle as if she were a Borean horse. She had been practicing her sniping skills for a while now, and now she had a certain level, so of course she chose what she was good at. As a result, just as she was gleefully trying to take it away, Jia Junzi came running over in a flurry of wind while wiping the cold sweat from her head. That Leang Xinyi, you wait. You don't want to choose this thing. Leang Xinyi looked at Jia Junzi inexplicably, then asked suspiciously, didn't this referee teacher just say to pick at random? How come he won't let us pick again? Yeah, why don't we get to choose again? The trainees at the bottom also quit. This was obviously unfair. It was about their credits. For a moment, everyone looked at Jia Junzi. This, as a matter of fact, it's a random choice, no problem, but classmates, this Miss Leang Xinyi, her chi is as high as 13,000 or so points of chi. Didn't you level Alpha Academy in a few shots with this thing? We can't rebuild the academy just because of one game. Jia Junzi cried and laughed. Mud, I forgot about this beforehand. I should have known better than to bring in a heavy sniper rifle. And as his voice fell, all the cadets exploded. What did the principal say? How much gas does she have? 13,000 plus points. The whole time I can't catch up with her lead with this amount of chi. Right? What kind of monster is this? Can you really do whatever you want just because you're big there? Even the amount of gas is so exaggerated. 13,000 points. She can't be the girl who said she was unbanned from the chi collection talent some time ago? Terrifying. I heard she ed through the headquarters. And apart from these ordinary students, several special gazes also gathered on Leang Xinyi's body. The password code for the last installment was sent out, so watch out for private messages. Chapter 88. The tests begin. Leang Xinyi's 13,000 plus chi instantly caught everyone's attention, with Alpha's top celestials also looking over. Wanhao gripped the Tang blade in his hand tightly, 13,000 or more chi. Not to mention obtaining such a large amount of chi. He had never dreamed of such a large amount of chi. He had long heard that a girl had ed through the headquarters' internal psychic shield with a single shot, and he had never thought that she had actually come to Alpha. It's good to get in touch sometime. While Caesar of the Six Man's Land was coldly watching from the side. His gaze seemed calm, but a hint of sinister intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. This is the right time to be in Alpha, and that's exactly what I'm here for. Hey. The other side. 13,000 or more chi. What kind of concept is that? More than 21 times higher than me. Rakshasa, the slightly whiter agnostic cadet, said with a raised eyebrow. Grass, this pussy looks really strong. If I can rub her a little, it will be cool. Rakshasa, I'll go over and pull her into our team later. You won't mind, right? Kapil licked his lips, his eyes constantly surveying Leang Xinyi's body. Go ahead. Isn't that what your gift is for? Go on. Go conquer this dragon woman. I'll support you. Rakshasa laughed out loud. He had little interest in women. But this buddy of his, it was all destiny for him to awaken one such talent. Because this one can't walk away from seeing a female, not even necessarily a human being, but just stands out as a pervert anyway. Then wait for the good news of my victory, and I'll get her here. Kapil said with a big grin on his lips and walked towards Leang Xinyi in front of him. When Leang Xinyi heard Jia Junzi's words, there was nothing she could do. She put the heavy sniper rifle down and had to settle for the next best thing, taking a light sniper rifle that did not seek power. As a result, she was just about to go back, when she saw a dark and ungainly agnostic man, blocking her way. Hello there, gorgeous. Let me introduce myself. My name is… I'm sorry, I don't know you well and I don't want to know you. Leang Xinyi tried to go around Kapil, who thought that Kapil was dead set on blocking her way again. Beauty, my companion, and I can be SS grade talent awakened person. There are two of us to protect you, to ensure that you comfortably lie to win. We are also considered a strong combination. How? Excuse me. Please move over. I already have a teammate. Hee, I saw it. Is not that fat man and that little white man. Two goons just beauty. I think you still follow my brother. I have a future, some brothers war power. Look at you black as that coal, and you're still here learning people to talk about girls. Get lost and play. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Picard turned his head back sinisterly, only to realize that Wu Chuan had stood behind him at some point. Of course, Wu Chuan was actually just going to go to the front to get the spirit body, and he happened to come across this bastard harassing Leang Xinyi. Good for you, I'll remember you, and remember, you'll be the first of the lot to be eliminated. I'm waiting for you to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Picard finished his speech and glanced at Wu Duan before returning to his own position. Instead, Wu Duan went up and received D-rank equipment and a hidden blade, while Xinyo received a large shield. Soon, everyone had been collected and the black-clad instructor stepped forward again. All right, the contest will officially begin in 5 minutes. And now we have your opponents entering. As the black-clothed instructor's words fell, 2 helicopters swept over the heads of the crowd, and 5 silhouettes dressed in red spirit bodies descended from the sky. The first one was a blond, muscular man with a height of 2 meters upwards, and on his chest was drawn a white-headed eagle, and underneath the eagle was written the English word dawn. Wu Chun didn't recognize it even after looking at it for half a day, so he could only look at Leang Xinyi beside him. What does that mean? You don't recognize English, huh? Right, I forgot, you couldn't see before. It's already a miracle that you can tolerate Chinese characters. It's normal that you don't recognize English. That's what the Eagle Kingdom's Aurora organization is meant to be, similar to our elite team, I believe. The blonde, muscular man carried a huge 2-handed sword, flaunting it over his shoulder, and scanned the cadets without speaking. And the remaining 4 were naturally the 4 members of Team A05. It's actually really an elite team from headquarters, big brother, you're simply a god. Zhenyo looked at it adoringly, then quietly came back to Wu Chen's ear and whispered, Biggie, did you see that? Second from the left, just the best-looking one. I recognize her. You recognize her? Wu Dust asked in surprise. Don't you recognize it? Longguo knows him if he's a man. Okay? Her name is Meng Qing. She's the goddess of the elite team. I've been crushing on her for over a year. So you didn't confess to her? How do I have a chance? I know people and they don't know me. Wu Dust. Alright, let me introduce. These are the members of the elite team from the Dragon and Eagle countries. Not only are they your opponents today, they are also your instructors for the coming week of military training. Now, we'll invite Team A05, Captain Yang Fan, to say a few brief words. Yang Fan smiled as he walked to the front of the group and opened his mouth with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Fan, the captain of Team A05 from the headquarters. I know that all of you are geniuses from all over the world, and some of you are even demonic scholars counted within your region or even country. You are the hope for the future of the country, the heroes of the crowd against the unknown spirits. Alright, wake up, stop dreaming. I've seen a lot of future heroes and geniuses with unlimited potential, so I urge you not to take yourselves too seriously. In my opinion, you are trash, a big one pulled out of a short pile. Don't think that entering the top schools will definitely be able to become a talent. To the actual combat by the unknown spirits, scared pants kneeling on the ground can't get up. A lifetime dare not touch the weapon again, a lot of people. Later, I'll prove to you with facts how bad you really are yourselves. Just wait, rookies. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he lit a cigarette in a dashing manner, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. As for the trainees underneath, they were in an uproar after hearing Yang Fan's words, and almost all of them glared at Yang Fan angrily. In high school, these cadets are the top students in their respective schools, and they are all treasures that the school authorities hold in the palm of their hands for fear of falling off and in their mouths for fear of melting. Where have they been insulted like this? How dare this kid look down on them? What a joke. You motherer, just give us a wait. In a moment you'll be the first one to knock you out. Let's see how you still have the face to be an instructor. Right? Listening to the disgruntled clamor of the trainees underneath, Yang Fan indifferently shrugged his shoulders and continued. Feel free to let your horses loose and count yourselves together. Alright, all silence. Now begin to ask the trainees to start entering the field of practical tests. In half an hour, the elite team will enter the forest. Do you hear me clearly? Listen up. After the various trainees had gotten dressed, they began to enter the forest through the various entrances. After 10 minutes or so, Wu Chen's few people had arrived in the depths of the forest. Big brother, this place is quite big. We have at least run 4 or 5 kilometers in these 10 minutes, right? This is not even running to the head. Zhenyo looked around ghostly in his green D rank spirit body, carrying a shield. They had also encountered a number of student groups on the road, but all of them were on guard against each other and did not choose to join forces. I've heard that this forest covers an area of 300 square kilometers, with a length and width of roughly 15 kilometers, and we're probably not too far from the center with our current progress. Holding a light sniper rifle in her hand, Leang Xinyi looked around with her scope while talking, and soon spotted 2 silhouettes slowly approaching them. Watch out everyone! Someone's coming. Chapter 89 Terrorist Colossus SS. It was a room full of pink romance with empty jars lying around the room. 2 women in cool suspenders and skirts are sitting intimately side by side with cans of beer in their hands, drinking away. Xia Chun's delicate face was now flushed with 2 pieces of intoxicating redness. She squinted her eyes slightly, her body reclining softly on Yun Yun's shoulder, her mouth muttering in a vague manner. Ru, let me ask you something. Yeah, go ahead and ask. Ru responded. Xia Chun's eyes grew more and more mesmerized as she said, I have a friend who has a fiancé, but she treated him particularly badly before and didn't take people seriously at all. As a result, her fiancé couldn't take it anymore and stopped caring about her. It was only at this time that she suddenly woke up and realized that she had actually been deeply in love with him all along. But then, her fiancé is not willing to forgive her at all. So what do you think she should do now? Hearing what Xia Chun said, Yun couldn't help but puff and flirt. Are you, your friend, not too normal in the brain? You have to wait for someone to ignore her before you start to regret. What did you do earlier? You don't even know how to hang a spare tire? Do you have to piss people off before you remember to regret? Rue smiled dementedly and tugged at her own shoulder straps before gulping down another drink. Her fiancé was previously blind, and recently he not only regained his sight, but he also awakened his SSS rank talent, you know? She feels like she's missing out on $1 billion. When Yun heard the SSS talent, she stood up in a mischievous manner, then said loudly, I'm dry. Her fiancé is Wu Chun? This mustn't be given up. It doesn't matter if he doesn't forgive. Just go for it. Prepare some medicine and cook the rice first. What is there not to be forgiven if you serve him well? Will this work? Ha-chun blushed even more, then stammered on. Well, then my friend doesn't know how to serve men. So what's to be afraid of? You tell me. I'll go with her and guarantee to take down Wu Chun. Chun Xia. Alpha Academy, Field Test Site. A black and a white Argonaut sneered as they entered the field of vision of Wu Chen's trio. Yo, sick men of East Asia, we meet again, how's it going? Are you on your knees begging for mercy now? Or are we beating you to your knees? I can say this first, even if we break your spiritual bodies, we won't stop. Leang Xinyi? Come to brother. I promise to serve you comfortably. Kapil walked ahead carrying his light shield, not putting Wu Chun and the others in his eyes in the slightest. As a peak existence of a third-grade martial artist and an awakened person with SS-grade talent, he really did have the capital to be arrogant in the same grade. In their opinion, the only SSS awakened person was still a support lineage, and to really talk about combat power, no one in the entire grade was a match for the two of them. Mud Horse, you two little Yakuza, who are you calling a sick man of East Asia? Little fatty Jinyo was on top of his head at that time, and directly jumped down from the tree and wanted to attack the other party. Whoever thought that his opponent reacted extremely fast, almost at the same time, Kapil took a step forward. Terrorist Colossus. The Awakened. Kapil Agri. Type of talent. Strengthening. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Terror Colossus instantly transforms into a Terror Colossus. Body defenses are greatly increased. The body loses the sense of pain and is free to stretch and retract. Effect 2. Kapil's body began to expand crazily at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant statue with a body as black as ink and a height of over 5 meters. Undaunted, Jinyo raised his shield and slammed it hard into Kapil's thigh. However, shockingly, Kapil was unharmed, while Jinyo was jolted back several steps due to the huge impact, and finally fell on his butt to the ground. Ha 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 ha. So what if I call you a sick man of East Asia? You extremely stupid guy. Look at your wretched appearance. Now give me a knee to beg for forgiveness, maybe there is still a chance of survival. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. To tell you the truth, not even the most advanced heavy sniper rifle can penetrate this terrifying colossal body of mine. This is the insurmountable power gap between us. Do you understand? Kapil, full of smugness, laughed with wanton open-mouthed glee, and followed it up with a swift lift and a hard kick. In an instant, his leg miraculously extended about 2 meters in length, and before Jinyo could stand up in time to dodge, he was hit solidly by the kick. Fortunately, Jinyo reacted quickly and raised his shield in time to defend. Even so, his entire body shot out like a cannonball, knocking down 2 trees in succession before falling to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Whose turn is it next? Oh, it's you, isn't it, white boy? Kapil's gaze turned to Wu Duan, a teasing smile on his face. Hey, it's your turn. As he spoke, Kapil's huge fist sped as if it were lightning, pushing straight towards Wu Chen, the wind of his fist whistling with endless might. Wu Chen's face was bland and he didn't dodge at all, but only raised his right arm to block. Bang! The result was a no-holds-barred hit. However, what Kapil did not expect was that when he threw this punch, the other party only lightly retreated 4 or 5 meters, while his own fist shed a large chunk like the siding of a wall that had fallen into disrepair over the years. He retracted his arm in a panic, and it was a disaster, as more of the black substance came off, even as the whole arm cracked. What's the situation? Kapil's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. A gust of wind blew by, and the huge and powerful arm he had just had was actually just blown away by the wind, leaving only the green spirit body in the innermost part. How is this possible? Kapil looked at his mutilated body with horror and despair. His brain stopped spinning as he looked at the weathered and rotting black arm. What was going on? That sight just now seemed as if, in an instant, this arm had gone through tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years of destruction. But how is this possible? Could it be that this man? He's Wu Duan. Be careful. Don't touch him with your skin. This could be a time totem. Rakshasa roared loudly, a roar that awakened Kapil. Who would have thought that a talent in the auxiliary department could produce such amazing results in actual combat? This is unheard of. Kapil's eyes widened and the corners of his eyes cracked as he took 2 sharp steps back. By now his arms had changed back to normal human size. It just felt rather odd with his huge body. How would Rakshasa dare to slack off at this moment? Rushing towards Wu Chun like a hungry tiger, the shotgun in his hand constantly roaring, bullets with frost pouring out of the sky towards Wu Chun. Wu Chen's figure was as fast as lightning, and he backed away sharply. And Zhenyo also rushed back again, using his shield to block Wu Chen's body. And at the same time, the light sniper rifle in the hands of Leang Xinyi on the tree opened fire continuously. Rakshasa quickly hid behind a boulder, expecting to be able to block it, but who would have thought that with just one shot, the boulder would be blown directly to smithereens. Even his side had been blown out into a crater more than 2 meters in diameter, and his entire left arm had been crushed by the explosion. He stared dumbfounded at the scorched black marks on his left shoulder. Nima, you call this a light sniper rifle, also can be shot continuously, play it? Luckily, those 2 rounds didn't hit themselves. Wait, it didn't hit himself, so does that mean the 2 shots hit Kapil? He hurriedly looked in Kapil's direction. Chapter 90, the first 2 to be eliminated. Boom! 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 2 explosions exploded in the depths of the forest. Several ancient trees toppled over, and the earth followed with a slight tremor. The 4 referee teachers who were patrolling the forest were immediately attracted to it. What's going on here? This is a fight. Is that the point? The point is, what the hell are these guys fighting with? It's reasonable to say that even a heavy sniper rifle can't make the ground shake straight, right? It's not scientific. Science is useless. Don't put any students in danger in such a powerful battle. Let's hurry over there. 4 teachers wearing purple B-rank spirit bodies quickly rushed towards the location of the incident. And in the forest not far from them, Kapil felt his scalp go numb. How the hell can you call this a light sniper rifle? Come on, tell me where it's light. No wonder the principal is too damn scared to let her use a heavy sniper rifle. According to the data from his past experiments, his natural defense was very strong, and light sniper rifles could not pose any threat to him at all. Even if a group of people shot in unison, it would be like scratching an itch. He had just faced Leang Xinyi's sniping and subconsciously raised his only remaining left hand. Yet it was this subconscious move that saved his life. Looking at the way the black stone of his arm tumbled and a large amount of green spirit liquid floated, it was not difficult for him to imagine that if these 2 blows had hit his head, it was estimated that his head would have burst open like a watermelon by now. And what scared him the most was that Leang Xinyi, she actually shot again. After all, light sniper rifles can be fired in bursts. In fact, Leang Xinyi herself was shocked. These 2 months she was not idle. As soon as she had time, she went to the headquarters to train. She was afraid that she would fail Wu Chen's expectations and drag her feet. Therefore, she has a very good understanding of her own strength, and she thought that this stupid big man was definitely hung up by 2 shots, but she did not expect that this guy was actually so resistant to beatings. True to form, it's an SS-rated talent, so she pulled the trigger 5 times in a row this time. Bang, 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 bang. My day, Rakshasa. Help me. Kapil was really out of options, and could only hurriedly turn around and crouch down, sticking his head in his pants and using his solid back to harden against the damage. After 5 loud bangs, the stone statue behind Kapil also shattered, and spirit liquid flew about. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll help you. Ultra burst flash. Extreme electric light. Awakened. Rakshasa agree. Talent type. Control. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Effect 2. Ultra-limit burst flash releases a lightning supernova covering a 30-meter radius around the body. All targets damaged by the lightning supernova will be paralyzed, difficult to move, and at the same time they themselves will enter the overload state. Effect 3. Overloaded state. In overloaded state, the awakened person will gain more speed, more strength, more chakra, and will confuse the opponent with 2 extra lightning phantoms. As Rakshasa's words fell, terrifying electric light instantly appeared within a 30-meter radius. Paralyzed, right? Dumbfounded. This will take care of you. Rakshasa laughed out loud and his body quickly flashed straight in Leang Xinyi's direction. He at this time the Rakshasa which still have time to pull Leang Xinyi into the gang. In his opinion this woman is their biggest threat, and the threat should be prioritized to get rid of. Rakshasa was more than twice as fast, and every time he ran, 2 phantoms identical to him moved together to his left and right. After getting into range, his bullets were loaded quickly, and he laughed as he aimed the shotgun at Leang Xinyi's head. Heh, little pussy. That's what it's all about with yous. However, right at this moment, a black flame suddenly blazed up on Rakshasa's body, as if it was a demonic flame from the depths of hell, instantly burning his spiritual body to the point of cracking. His spirit body then crumbled and dissipated in place, and his true body fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? What exactly is this black fire? Why am I defenseless? Rakshasa's mind was filled with shock and doubt as he looked incredulously at his already shattered spirit body, then quickly dropped to the ground and raised his hands high in the air. This thing is no joke. If the other guy is ruthless and gets him killed, who is he going to cry to? Don't shoot, don't fight, I admit defeat. We admit defeat. Seeing the situation, Kapil also hurriedly raised his already half-crippled left hand to signal that he had surrendered. This battle couldn't continue at all, and the only thing he could do now was to expect Wu Chan and the others to be merciful. Otherwise, he was afraid that his precious 50 credits would come to nothing. Seeing this, little fatty Xinyi immediately became excited. He strides up behind Kapil and without hesitation delivers a hard kick to Kapil's ass. Kapil, who had just been arrogant and domineering, could only silently endure Xinyi's kicks like a lamb to the slaughter at the moment. Nima, you say who is the sick man of East Asia? Say it. Xinyi kicked half a day, the opposite side did not do anything, and he himself fell back several steps. Although the physical means of attack didn't work, the psychological pressure was given and Kapil hurriedly begged for mercy. Me, I am a sick man of East Asia. My whole family is a sick man of East Asia. I'm wrong. Please leave me alive. We're all teammates in the same school. Head down, head up, let's have a discussion. Now you think of begging for mercy. Come to provoke us if you want to run away if you can't beat us and beg for mercy? There is no such a cheap thing in the world. Sister Xinyi, destroy him. Bang! Leang Xinyi didn't go soft in the slightest, and after hearing Wu Chen's command a shot was fired, directly bursting Kapil's head. With his spirit body shattered, Kapil's true form fell, only to be greeted with a big flying kick. I'll let you resist the punch. I'll make you fight. Xinyi shines a light on Kapil, who can only hold his head and shrink into a ball. Help! Murder! Come and save me! This gang is going to kill me! Kapil shouted frantically. Stop! For referee teachers rushed to the scene and stopped the brutality of Xinyi, who stopped obediently when he saw the teachers coming. Kapil and Rakshasa never dreamed that with the strength of the two of them, they would actually be the first to be eliminated, which, if I had known, I wouldn't have come over to pretend. Teacher, they're going to kill me, you must do something for me. Kapil cried a lot and I don't know if it was staged or not. Ain't you all right? Mother heirs, you're out. Come with me. A few teachers weren't even prepared to meddle in this nonsense. After all, the school didn't prohibit students from fighting, as long as they didn't kill anyone casually. Remember this. We've made a deal, and we're not going to let you go. Wu Dust watched the two follow the referee teacher away and sneered twice. These two goods had better be more honest in the future, otherwise the next time they come back to act like a pussy, it won't be as simple as getting a severe beating. The time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 2 o'clock came right on time. The entrance to the forest opened again, and 5 red figures entered from outside. Meng Qing looked into the distance and sighed. She really didn't expect to have to fight against Wu Chan one day, and she didn't know if he would blame herself if she eliminated him. Chapter 91 War. A small 2-story building outside the forest of Alpha Academy. At this moment, Jia Junzi, Doug and a few referee teachers were looking at the monitor in front of them. I really didn't expect that Kapil and Rakshasa were actually the first to be eliminated. I didn't expect that the 3-member battle force of Wu Chan and his squad would actually be so strong. Doug stroked his white beard and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, Wu Chen's talent is bizarre and unpredictable. I really didn't think that the auxiliary system's time totem would be so strong in actual combat, but what was that black flame later? Jia Junzi stroked his chin, feeling more and more discerning. I'm not sure, look back at the replay, it seems like it suddenly appeared on Rakshasa. Anyway, these two, Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi, have an unlimited future. Another teacher didn't see it either. Humph. What's the use of having battle power but no brains? To eliminate Rakshasa and Kapil without hesitation is simply devoid of any sense of the big picture. Doesn't he realize that Rakshasa and Kapil are the core strengths against the elite team? Even if this person awakens an SSS-ranked talent, it will still be a futile endeavor. A teacher from the 3 kingdoms angrily rebuked. That's right, all of you don't need to overly brag about this Wu Dust. In my opinion, with this big picture view of his, it won't take long for him to be completely eliminated by the elite team. It seems that he still needs to practice. As one Eagle Nation teacher spoke, another tall and thin Dragon Nation teacher chimed in. The cadets of our Dragon Country can never be compared to the Eagle Country. Both in terms of the big picture and literacy are far apart, sad and pathetic. It really makes people worry about the future of the country. Well, for the time being, don't sing your praises here. Watching the game in silence is the right way to go. Someone spoke up to discourage it. Humph. The tall, thin teacher grunted softly and said no more. Forest entrance. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Go to hell. Gunfire rang out, and the A-05 team had just taken a few steps inside the forest when intense gunfire rang out frantically from all around them. Apparently, there were still quite a few cadets who chose to ambush here. For a moment, the dense gunfire seemed to rain down on the 5 men, and Wu Lao Air took 2 steps forward. Earth Control. Awakener. Wu Xian 2. Talent type. Elemental Control Specialized. Talent level S. Effect 1. Controls the earth into various shapes and supports fine manipulation. Effect 2. As Wu Lao Air's words fell, it was as if the earth in front of the 5 men was lifted up by an invisible giant hand, and in the blink of an eye, a huge stone wall was erected. Amazingly, there are a few lifelike dog heads painted on this stone wall. Countless bullets hit the stone wall like a torrential downpour, splattering stone chips in all directions. But this stone wall was exceptionally strong. Even the heavy sniper rifles that some of the trainees were using couldn't pierce through it. In the next second, a red silhouette scurried out from behind the stone wall like a ghost. The spirit body thrusters flashed with an eye-catching light, and that silhouette was like red lightning, instantly traversing through the rain of bullets and arriving in front of one of the trainees. However, just at that moment, 2 cadets armed with tanged swords suddenly rushed out from both sides of the cadet with the submachine gun. Wahahaha! Didn't expect that, did you? You've been tricked. The 2 trainees laughed out loud in triumph, but in the next second, the blade light flashed wildly like lightning, and before the 3 trainees could react, their spiritual bodies were shredded in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! In a flash, the sniper rifle shots rang out, and a shooting hole unexpectedly appeared on the stone wall, and 3 bullets flew out like vipers. The 3 sniper trainees who were aiming at Meng Qing were instantly struck through the head and their spirit bodies shattered. On the other side, that huge yellow-haired man also rushed out of the protection like a tiger out of its cage, punching one after another and settling several trainees in 3 or 2 blows. The gunfire instantly became sparse, and after about 10 more seconds, the battle was completely over. The 20 spirit body-shattering trainees looked at me and I looked at you, their eyes filled with fear. They didn't expect that the flawless ambush circle that had been carefully laid out by their own side would be breached just like that, and they weren't even able to inflict even a little bit of graze on the enemy. Principal Jia's teaching quality has really gone downhill in the past 2 years, and it's speechless that he can't handle students of this caliber and has to transfer me all the way there. Let's move quickly and exterminate all these trainees. I have to go out for a stroll. The giant yellow-haired man yawned and moved his arms. Don't be careless. There are a few tricky guys in this class of cadets. Don't get caught in the gutter. Elder Wu gave him a kindly reminder. Huh? Guttering? Are you Dragon Country elite team so timid? If you guys don't even have the guts to beat up a bunch of students, why don't you just find a factory to work in? You guys dawdle here, I'll go first. The yellow-haired giant man laughed loudly, then instantly accelerated and darted toward the front. This guy! The corners of Wu Lao Air's fiery mouth twitched twice. Forget about it, let him go. If he can dawdle a few trainees, we'll have an easier time. Even if we get killed, we won't lose anything. It's his Aurora's people who will be disgraced, just ignore him. That's right, Captain. Anon. Set up a temporary psychic radar ER center. Roger, Captain. Yining smiled cheekily, and a hovering pure black orb immediately appeared in his hand, which slowly rose up into the sky, stopping at about 100 meters, and then gradually becoming transparent. Let's go. The hunt is on. Zhenyo hid in a thickly foliaged bush, probing and looking out, a moment and feel uneasy, turned back and asked Wu Chun, Biggie, what if I'm a little nervous? The elite team should have come in by now, right? Do you think we can make it to the end? I feel like it's up in the air. Do you think if we were to go and siege the elite team, we would have a chance of winning? Absolutely not. Before Wu Chun could say anything, Leang Xinyi, who was on the side tree, spoke first. Don't forget that the goal set by the academy is to survive until 8 p.m., not to take down the elite team, and many people will subconsciously choose to hide, and not too many will actually want to risk striking. If we can't develop absolute numerical superiority, we won't have a chance of winning. Wu Chun didn't say anything. Leang Xinyi's analysis couldn't be considered wrong, but it was still too high on these students. In Wu Chen's opinion, any more students to fight for their lives wouldn't be useful. He had truly crossed paths with Team A05, and the magnitude of the difference between an A-ranked spirit body and a D-ranked spirit body was simply not something these students could imagine. Coupled with the gap in cultivation and combat experience and teamwork, it was hard to make up for mere numbers, and just now those two Argonauts already belonged to the top of the strongest among the cadets. But if he met Meng Qing, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to last a round. The difference in speed and destructive power was just too obvious. Big brother, what's our next move? You say a few words too. I'm relieved to hear your voice. Wu Dust made a gesture of silence, and sure enough there was a burst of intense gunfire from the 3 o'clock direction. Chapter 92. I Choose One. Inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest. The group of teachers and the 2 principals were still looking at the screen, and several of them kept comparing the stacks of information in their hands. This is also too much of a crotch pull, losing 20 trainees in just over a minute in a single photo, and the vast majority of them were even seconded without even using their talents. It's still an ambush, it's actually all so much worse. It seems like we imagined things too complicated beforehand. Cadets are cadets after all. Even if their talent is amazing and their numbers are numerous, it's still not going to help. One of the teachers sighed. According to this, it seemed completely unnecessary to bring Ryan all the way out here. That's natural, this difference in strength is too far, coupled with the gap in cooperation and practical experience. The elite team's strength for students is simply a downward strike. Originally, I was a little worried at first that removing the A-rank spirit body's boost to overall strength would affect the elite team's combat power. But now it seems that this worry is completely superfluous. The tall, skinny teacher from Leang coughed twice and began to comment as well. This can't be helped, after all, our school previously focused on the Dragon Country's trainee Wu Duan. Now that I think about it, it was completely wrong. I'm afraid that the situation would have been completely different if we had strongly invited the Eagle Country's Jackson. Jia Junzi took a sip of tea and sneered twice. What do you mean? Are you questioning my poor decision-making? No, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying that there's no way to compare the current young generation of the Dragon Kingdom with the Eagle Kingdom. The tall, thin man said with a leathery smile. He had indeed been advocating inviting Jackson before. After all, Jackson was a terrifying genius who had awakened an SSS-grade talent just like Wu Chun. All right, stop arguing. Let's wait and see. Wu Chun hasn't been eliminated yet, and Caesar and Marriott are still on the field. Anything is possible. Let's keep watching. Doug took a sip of his tea as well, then continued. Besides, the training match with Qingbei University will start in a while, so we can try to see who's stronger or weaker then. Also, I think it's fine with the performance. Wu Duan just had. It's perfectly fine to go to the Academy Cup as a substitute. Another teacher chimed in. May. Teacher Agua sneered, but didn't refute anything. It wouldn't be too late to taunt Wu Chun when the time came for him to be eliminated. Now informing the remaining numbers of both sides. 162 remaining on the cadet side, remaining on the elite team, 5. Big brother, we lost more than 60 people on our side so quickly? Big brother. I'm a bit panicked. What should we do? It's not even 3:30 yet. I don't think we're going to get cold soon. Shoo! Wu Dust signaled everyone to be silent, and sure enough, there were bursts of gunfire coming from the 3 o'clock direction, and from time to time there were also screams, but the gunfire was intense, and it was obvious that the battle was still going on. Big brother, it must be the elite team calling. Let's run quickly before the other side realizes us now. it might not be too late. Xinyi seemed like a frightened rabbit, having been completely intimidated by the elite team's name. Wu Dust was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, he didn't expect the trainees to lose so much so fast. It was less than 2 hours of work, and already a quarter of them had been exterminated. His initial thought was also simple. His time reproduction ability was capped at 3 hours, so the ideal state would be to use the skill at 5 in the afternoon. At that time, no matter whether they could beat the elite team or not, they would definitely have no problem passing this practical test by themselves at that time. But the way things are now, it's a little difficult to drag it out for another hour and a half. Just as Wu Chun was thinking about how to act, the system that hadn't been seen for a long time suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Choice 1. At this moment, 6 trainees are being chased by an elite team member, so you decide to go to the rescue immediately. After all, there is only one elite team member here, and breaking them down one by one is exactly the right way to go about it. Choice of reward, out of print title Father of PUA. After you use this title skill, the next sentence you say has a greater probability of being obeyed by the other party, and the probability of success can be continuously increased by using it on the same person over and over again. Remarks. A certain level of trust is required. Otherwise, it is not valid. Option 2. Charge over and take out the cadets and the elite team boys together. 3 credits for a cadet, 50 credits for an elite team, 68 credits in total. Choice of reward. Dragon Essence and Tiger Mighty Dan, which is condensed from the pure natural herbs of the Hulenbire Prairie, and collects the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon. A lot of countries have used the most high-end equipment but have not studied his ingredients. Eat him immediately to replenish your empty kidneys. Option 3. The wind is tight and pulling and whistling. This is not the place to stay. Running to the ends of the earth to win drag time is the truth. Choice of reward. 1 minor realm enhancement card. Wu Dust froze for a moment. This is now a difficult choice. In addition to the second option can be directly ruled out. Wu Dust felt that this is the most difficult choice since he was reborn. If the other party is only one person, then there is no doubt that this is a good opportunity to annihilate the other party's living forces. But the minor realm enhancement card of choice 3 was again something he desperately needed, and Wu Chun thought about it. If there were enough credits, it could also be exchanged for heavenly treasures. The Father of PUA. Smells good, too. What's the point of running? The other party should only have one person. This is a good time to annihilate him. If this all runs away, if we encounter 5 or G in the future, Xinyi will follow me. Leang Xinyi will support us with long-range firepower. I know, Wu Chun. You guys be careful. Wu Chun gave an okay gesture, then quickly rushed towards the 3 o'clock direction. Xinyi clenched his teeth and also carried his large shield at breakneck speed. The two had probably traversed 50 to 60 meters through the forest, and soon the warring parties appeared within Wu Chen's field of vision. The party being pursued by a total of 6 people, which is 5 boys and a girl, which the girl Wu Chuan also looked quite familiar, but for a moment Wu Chuan also did not think of who is. On the other hand, the pursuing party was a burly man in a red spirit body with yellow hair, who was currently grabbing a boy's head as he laughed out loud and taunted at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Boys, you don't think you still have a chance of winning, do you? If I were you guys, I'd hurry up and scatter and run for my life. That way I might be able to live a little longer. The yellow-haired giant man Ryan's huge mechanical arm exerted a force that could only click, and the boy who had just been struggling immediately had his head explode, his spirit body shattering at the same time. The real body fell to the ground, but who would have thought that the yellow hair is still unrelenting kick in the chest of the boys, kicked him more than 20 meters away, directly hit a tree. Life and death do not know. What are you doing? Why are you doing it when you've clearly defeated him? One of the boys, his eyes wide with rage, yelled at Ryan. It's just a swine. What can I do if I beat it to death? It's just a yellow monkey. I'm a member of the Eagle Kingdom Aurora. What else can you do to me? Send me to a military court? Chapter 93. The teachers were all shocked. Inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest. What's Ryan doing? Quickly tell him to stop. Get a referee coach from the neighborhood over there right away. Vice-Chancellor Doug stood up and immediately shouted. Lord Vice-Chancellor, don't worry. Ryan must have a reason for doing so. The quality of Eagle Nation people is very noble. He must have a sense of propriety in laying his hands on them, and there will never be a death. I guess he's just trying to motivate these trainees to be more combative. The tall, skinny Long Gua teacher spoke with full concern. Hi Bear, Yuanjafart. I will definitely complain to the Aurora side about him. How can you lay such a heavy hand on a student with more reasons? The other Long Gua teacher was so angry that he clapped his hands together and pointed at High Bearer's nose and cursed. All right, Stop arguing and get a nearby referee teacher over there immediately, and warn Ryan in the process. Jia Junzi's face also looked bad, but Ryan wasn't invited by him, and there was nothing he could do about it. The elite teams of each country were too high in status. Not to mention that he was the principal of a prestigious school or even the head of a country, he couldn't arbitrarily dispose of the members of the elite team. After all, the defense of the Blue Star, the defense of the country would all depend on them. Got it, Mr. Headmaster. I'll be right there. Deep in the forest. Don't let him get you riled up. Organize a formation to resist. Don't mess up. Standing in front of all the trainees was a man holding a tang sword, and he had a pendant hanging around his neck, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be another Dragon Kingdom teenager who had awakened his SS-level talent Wan Hao. Understood. The two shield-wielding trainees in front of them had already been unable to hold back and wanted to charge straight up, but after hearing these words they still held back their inner impulses in a raw manner. Hehehe, good, very good. Let me show you what is the absolute gap in strength. Even without the attribute bonus of a spirit body, you guys are just as untouchable in my opinion. Ryan sneered a few times, although he had the upper hand now. He must admit that he had been dawdling here for more than 5 minutes and still hadn't been able to eliminate all of the group of cadets in front of him. This was also the fundamental reason why he had suddenly struck hard just now, especially the teenager with the Tange sword, which was very tricky. Looks like we're gonna have to give them a hard time. Ryan thought darkly. Build up your power punch. Ultimatum. Awakener. Ryan. Type of talent. Reinforcement. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Effect 2. Storing up power to punch, launching a charge in a certain direction at extreme speed, causing horrific destruction. Effect 3. Accompanied by Ryan's words, his body was like a runaway wild horse, rushing towards the cadets at a jaw-dropping speed. In the face of this sudden attack, the two trainees in the lead didn't dare to slack off and immediately cast their own innate skills in an attempt to fend off Ryan's onslaught. However, their efforts were to no avail. When the shields in their hands collided with Ryan's hard, unrivaled iron fist, only a loud bang was heard, and the two trainees flew backwards as if they had been hit by a cannonball. One of them crashed heavily into a large tree, breaking the trunk with a loud crash, while the other had the misfortune of knocking a rear row girl to the ground, who had been unable to dodge. In an instant, the originally neat and orderly formation of the cadets was thrown into chaos. In the panic, some people began to shoot aimlessly, but by this time, Ryan had long activated his psychic shield, and the bullets were no threat to him. Without hesitation, he continued to kill towards the back row. Seeing that Ryan was so ferocious, Manhwa had no choice but to hold the tang blade in his hand and slash towards Ryan's head. But Ryan was oblivious to this and just casually raised his huge mechanical arm in defense. Marriott's long knife slashed at the mechanical arm with a crisp metallic clash, but it did not cause any damage to Ryan. Those gun-toting cadets kept backing up while firing, but Ryan's speed was too fast for them to escape. In a few seconds, Ryan managed to catch up with one of the trainees. Ha 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 ha. You fools suffer. Ryan laughed maniacally, ready to deliver the killing blow to his opponent. As a result, just as this punch came down, a fat man descended from the sky like a mountain of meat, and his huge shield blocked Ryan's iron fist. The moment Ryan's iron fist made contact with the shield, a strong gust of wind came from the back of his head, and he was alerted, immediately dodging sideways. However, the other party was faster than him and followed suit by adjusting the distance of his attack, and the hidden blade quickly popped out to continue directly towards Ryan's solar plexus. Wu Chun secretly rejoiced, feeling that this sneak attack was about to be successful. But who would have thought that just at the critical moment, the spirit body thruster behind Ryan violently spewed out roaring flames. The huge thrust caused Ryan's body to quickly move to the left, surprisingly avoiding Wu Chen's fatal blow in a thrilling manner. And Wu Chun himself didn't fare too well, despite his best efforts to retreat backwards. His chest was still sprayed by Lyle's flames, and the spirit body in front of his chest became charred and black. It's really worthy of being on the elite team to have such a quick reaction. At the moment, Ryan's eyes were bloodshot and red as blood, and dots of green light flashed past his eyes. A 5-centimeter-long opening unexpectedly appeared below his eye socket, from which a steady stream of spirit liquid flowed out. That shocking blow just now almost cost him his life. Damn it, you little bastard. How dare you hurt me? I definitely won't spare you. Ryan was furious and let out a roar, just like an enraged lion, immediately pouncing towards Wu Chun, launching a frantic attack. On the other hand, inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest. A group of trainees even stood up in surprise after seeing Ryan's injury. Oh my! Ryan, that Ryan is even injured? What kind of joke is this? I really didn't expect Wu Chun to be able to do this. A teacher's mouth dropped open in surprise. Seriously, actually able to injure Ryan, even if Ryan was careless. This kid Wu Chuan is enough to brag for the rest of his life. This is going to be replaced by any person who has just been seconded. The teacher of San Origin, who had just wanted to taunt Wu Chun, couldn't help but marvel. More than the attack he just made, his judgment was the biggest highlight. It was a textbook sneak attack, not showing up at the first moment when the support came over but anticipating that his opponent would blitz the back row. From there, ambushing that neighborhood at the very beginning and waiting for the opponent to reveal his cracks is truly remarkable foresight. Doug, the vice principal of Eagle Country, also stood up and couldn't help but applaud Wu Chen's performance. But I guess that's as far as it goes. His use is a hidden blade, and now that he doesn't have the advantage of sneaking up on him, he'll soon be defeated by Ryan, who's about to go ballistic. The other teacher shook his head. Right, sometimes success and failure are just a hair's breadth apart. Ryan is in no way an opponent when he gets serious, even if these students join forces. High Bearing chimed in. I deleted all the saved drafts I wrote yesterday. Ugh ugh ugh. Bad grades still kinda affect the mindset. Chapter 94. Ryan's head flew off. Deep in the forest. At this moment, all the trainees' hearts were in shock as they stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of them with wide eyes. Just now, the many of them had fought with Ryan for a long time, and they had a deep understanding of Ryan's power, not to mention defeating Ryan. Just to avoid being defeated by Ryan, they had already done their best. And this mysterious guy even nearly put his opponent to death with a single strike. His strength was staggering. Even the boy who had just slammed the girl down with his shield couldn't help but shout. Awesome! Even the elite teams can be taken out. Ryan was already furious because of the loss of face, and when he heard these words, his anger surged even more instantly, and his eyes turned red with anger. He never dreamed that he would be injured by a brat who was new to the university, which was a strange shame for him. After all, that kid was nothing more than a guy who used a hidden blade for a despicable sneak attack. Now that he had lost the advantage of being in the dark, he could completely subdue him easily. Just as Ryan rushed towards Wu Duan in a furious manner, another Wan Ho, who was also aroused by his competitive spirit, was the first to step forward and blocked his way. If one could not even do anything about an ordinary elite team member, then what would one say about surpassing one's brother? Ghosting. Ghost sword technique. Awakened. Marriott. Merkel. Talent type. Enhanced control class mutation. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Effect 2. Ghosting. Temporarily transforms into a sword ghost. Awakens the combat gene. Temporarily shares the sword art inheritance of the sword ghosts of the great world, and all attributes are enhanced. Effect 3. Wanhao's originally turquoise spirit body, at this moment, suddenly surfaced palpitating red stripes. His eyes also became scarlet like blood, and his face was covered with black mist, as if a vicious ghost crawling out of the bottomless abyss was as hideous and terrifying. His figure was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he met the speeding Ryan. Get thee outta here! Ryan roared, and the Reiko thrusters behind him spewed out roaring flames as his speed rose another notch. He waved his huge fist and frantically slammed it towards Manhwa's face. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Manhwa's body twisted strangely. That degree of distortion was simply beyond the limits of what a normal person could endure. He unexpectedly avoided Ryan's fatal strike with a hard hand, followed by the sharp blade in his hand slashing at Ryan's legs in a smooth manner. Fight me? You're still a bit young. Ryan was undaunted, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He only saw his right leg lashing out, kicking directly towards Marriott. Dang! There was a crisp sound the moment the Tang dagger was about to cut into Ryan's legs. As it turned out, Ryan had shrunk his Reiko shield to his calf area, and accurately collided with the Tang blade. This skillful response move demonstrated his extraordinary combat skills and reflexes. The characteristic of the Spirit Sun Shield was that the smaller the area, the stronger the defense. The Tang blade surprisingly failed to cut through the Spirit Sun Shield at all, and in the next instant, Ryan kicked at Manhwa's chest. Marriott flew straight out more than 30 meters away, knocking over 2 trees before falling miserably to the ground. Ryan, on the other hand, continued charging towards Wu Chun with unabated speed. Your turn, little bastard. Ultimatum. Ultimatum. Effect 3. Ultimatum. A beam of light is shot out from the left hand. The life form that is hit by the light will be locked, and within the next 2 minutes, the awakened person can appear directly behind the locked person at any time and launch a sure kill blow. To be honest, this was already Ryan's strongest kill move. This move was perverted in the next 2 minutes. No matter where the opponent ran, he could appear behind the opponent at any time. And the consequences of getting close to a heavily armored warrior like him could be imagined. Just as Ryan's words fell, a white ray of light directly hit Wu Chun, and Wu Chun, as if he didn't realize it, was charging straight towards Ryan. Ha 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 ha, little bastard. Let's show you what happens when you get your brain hammered flat. Ryan laughed madly. On the other hand, inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest. It's over. I didn't expect Ryan to actually not give the slightest chance to face the ultimatum. Once he's close, Wu Chen's hidden blade has no defense at all. This is definitely a GG. One of the teachers sat back in his seat. Ryan's talent hadn't been a secret for a long time. Anyone in the circle was probably aware of Ryan's talent. But this is already pretty good. Even if he is defeated, Wu Chun being able to injure Ryan is considered enough to be proud of himself. Jia Junzi was not amused. What was the hurry now? Wu Chun had only just enrolled in school, and I'm afraid that it wouldn't even take long for Wu Chun to grow to a level that no one else could even imagine. He wanted to prove to everyone that his vision was never wrong. Humph, that sneak attack just now, you guys don't really think that Wu Chun planned it, do you? He's just a student who just graduated from high school, as if he's a fledgling rash. I think he just got lucky for a moment and hurt Ryan a little by mistake. You know, Ryan is... Before High Bearing could finish his words, the scene in the screen changed dramatically. At this moment, there was only 1 meter left between Wu Chuan and Ryan, only to see Wu Chuan swinging his fist and smashing it straight towards Ryan's head. However, in the face of this strike, Ryan unexpectedly had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he grinned towards Wu Chuan, revealing his conspicuously large incisors and letting out a burst of mocking laughter. He was in no hurry at all, for he was convinced that he had secured the victory. All he had to do was wait for Wu Chen's stealth blade to pop out, and when it was only the last centimeter away from his head, he would then activate his natural skill to instantly teleport behind Wu Chan. At that time, he would like to see what kind of desperate look would emerge on this little bastard's face after the person who was originally near his eyes suddenly disappeared into thin air. At that time, he would not only be able to grab Wu Duan's head from the back, but he would also be able to humiliate him to his heart's content. It's getting closer, only 3 centimeters to go. As he watched the hidden blade gradually approach, Ryan laughed more and more openly. 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter, everything is going very well. The next step is to activate the blinking skill. Blinking? Huh? Why doesn't the viewpoint seem to be moving? Ryan was completely shocked as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, his heart filled with despair and disbelief. At this moment, he realized that it was too late to try to dodge, and everything was already irreversible. Suddenly, only an ear-piercing sound could be heard, and Ryan's head was instantly penetrated by the hidden blade in Wu Chen's hand. Defeated? You lost? How is that possible? Warning, spirit body exceeded limit value. Will exit spirit body state in 3 seconds. As the overload alarm sounded from the system, Ryan almost went into a frenzy. Die for me! Ryan roared as his left fist lashed out in an attempt to kill Wu Chun in one fell swoop. But Wu Chun was unusually agile and sidestepped. Ryan didn't stop under his fury. His right fist followed and slammed in again. Facing Ryan's onslaught, Wu Chun was undaunted as he quickly sidestepped and deflected his head, avoiding the strike in a thrilling manner. Dang! A dull thud came, and the terrifyingly huge fist directly shattered Wu Chen's left shoulder like a Tarzan crushing an egg, splattering blood everywhere. However, Wu Chuan did not retreat because of this. On the contrary, he utilized this powerful impact to turn around frantically, while raising his right foot, the sharp hidden blade slashing through Ryan's neck in the process. Eft! As a creepy sound rang out, green spirit liquid gushed out like a fountain, and Ryan's head flew high in the air in a flash. With that, Ryan, of the Eagle Aurora team, was officially eliminated from the tournament. Chapter 95 Attributes 10 times ours? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Ryan's head rise into the sky on the screen, still throwing green juice 360 degrees. The high bearing that was just mocking was even more open-mouthed, unable to say a word. An eerie silence fell over the entire monitoring room, and it wasn't until a good long while later that Doug responded in admiration. It's really not simple, actually really took out Ryan. The Dragon Kingdom has really produced an extraordinary genius this year. Yes, just now who would have thought that the hallowed Aurora's Ryan would actually lose to a student in an entrance practical test? This student called Wu Chan is truly remarkable, worthy of being a genius who has awakened the SSS talent. A teacher kept nodding his head, marveling at Wu Chen's performance. Alas, Ryan is also too careless. Actually, do not even hide. Defeat to a student is really a disgrace. This time the Eagle Kingdom Aurora is to make headlines again. The Sanji teacher gloated. Ha 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 ha, it's really worthy of Wu Chan, Mr. Gao. Wu Chan actually took out Ryan. Ah, you come to praise him too. Jia Junzi laughed out loud as he looked back to the open-mouthed high bearer and instantly dejected himself. Gao Bering also realized that he had lost his temper. In fact, as a teacher, he had a reason for daring to publicly offend Jia Junzi, the principal. His uncle is Alpha's executive vice principal Gao Shuexian, and the campaign for a new principal is about to begin. Gao Shuexian, as a strong contender for the new principal, is of course very much at odds with Jia Junzi. From the very beginning, Gao Shuexian had argued for the principal to personally invite the Eagle Kingdom's talented cadet, Jackson, and Jia Junzi had a very big conflict of opinion. In the end, Jia Junzi forcefully chose Wu Duan. Jackson, on the other hand, had joined Qingbei University, so Wu Chen's performance of pulling crotch could even cause Jia Junzi to lose his position as the next Alpha president. It was also at this moment that Jia Junzi's heart sort of fell to the ground. Betting on Wu Chen was really a right choice. Monitor has no sound. High Bearing hurriedly put away his shocked look when he heard Jia Junzi's taunt. He had never thought that Ryan would actually be defeated by Wu Chen no matter what. He was silent for a moment, but on second thought it wasn't right. Just now it was clear that the ultimatum had already illuminated Wu Duan. In the end, why did High Bearing not use it? As he carefully thought about it, he thought about what Mr. Sanji had just said, and then he had a flash of insight. I really don't understand what you guys are so happy about. Are you all blind? Can't you guys see that? That was Ryan deliberately letting Wu Chen defeat him. Ryan didn't even move on the field. It's really worthy of being an Eagle Country person. The quality is high. People, in order to improve the self-confidence of our Dragon Country's descendants, they even took the initiative to choose to be defeated. This kind of bosom is really admirable. As for that Wu Dust, has no sense of the big picture at all. This time is probably still complacent there, right? Heh. Really ridiculous. He has lost an arm. How long can he still jump? This person is not a little brain dead. Normal people who will think is to let others. You so like to let others, how not to let Wu Dust to your head Jie down. Earthing, look at you on the egg pane. A Rokoku teacher stood up and cursed. Come on. Watch a video and make noise. All of you record your scores properly. Middle of the forest. Meng Qing cut down one of the cadets with a slash, then pulled his real body up from the ground. Go rest on the side. I guess the referee's teacher will be here soon. Ha ha ha. Ching, you're really sympathetic. Look, he's blushing. That student hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he secretly decided that he would not wash this right hand for half a month. Now informing the remaining numbers of both sides. 151 remaining on the cadet side, remaining on the elite team. 4. There are still 151 of them? It's pretty tiring just hacking away at people. Wait, how come there are only 4 people left in the elite team? Where's that Ryan? Is he dead? Wu Lao Air didn't react at first, and it was only halfway through the reading that he felt that something seemed to be wrong. Really? We really let the trainee finish us off? Even if our A-ranked spirit bodies don't have attribute bonuses, we wouldn't be killed by trainees, right? Could it be that the remaining trainees got together? Yining still felt a bit incredulous. Not really. That kid is so wild, he's probably too able to pretend. Got snuck up on by the team or ran into a couple of powerful cadets. Yang Fan stomped out his cigarette, and his expression also became a bit gloomy, then continued. But anyway, I guess this Ryan kid will be in the Blue Star headlines tomorrow, so let's all buck up and not go up there with him. I think it might not be that simple. Meng Qing sighed. A hint of helplessness appeared on her face as she said softly, What's going on? Ching, what information do you have? Wu Lao Air came to be interested then. Yes, I think he should have run into Wu Chen. I think that even if I were to face Wu Chen alone, not to mention the fact that the spiritual body doesn't have any bonus effects, even if it did, I would definitely not be able to defeat him. Yining simply couldn't believe that Meng Qing would say something like this. What? You're not kidding us, are you? He's just a freshman anyway. Ching, she does have some truth in what she said. Oh, after all, she's been with Wu Chen for so long. She would know more or less about his strength, right? Besides, you may not know, but I remember very clearly when I was still in my freshman year, at the graduation ceremony, Senior Fu Dongyang defeated 3 members of the A-ranking team by himself. The talent of SSS level is very different from other levels. That's why it's so important for everyone to be cautious and careful in dealing with it. Che, you guys don't scare me. I don't believe that all SSS classes are as perverted as Brother Dongyang. It's not like SSS classes haven't been defeated by SS classes, and Brother Dongyang is just an anomaly. Wu Chun is still far from being able to win. Even if the chances of winning one-on-one are not great, the 4 of us will go together and make sure that we exterminate him 100%. Ching. Reveal some information. Wu Lao Air expressed his disbelief. If the SSS class were all as perverted as Fu Dongyang, then what the hell were they playing for? I'm not really sure about the details, but Wu Chun can summon another, and the last time we were attacked, he summoned a much more mature Leang Xinyi with a very explosive strength. And also wearing a Class A spirit body. Unfortunately I can't see the number on the chest, but I'm guessing that's Leang Xinyi after joining the elite team many years later, and he's a time-based talent, which is a very high possibility. So, it's likely that we're not just facing trainees but also members of the elite team who are just like us, and her spirit body is 100% with a 10x attribute bonus. Get it? The opponent's attributes are likely to be 10 times higher than ours. Or even more. Hearing the words of Meng Qing, everyone was dumbfounded. Please give it a 5-star review. Chapter 96. Splitting up the army again. Somewhere in the forest, a dozen cadets were crouching in the bushes for cover. Now informing the remaining numbers of both sides. 151 remaining on the cadet side, remaining on the elite team. 4. Holy, someone was able to take out a member of an elite team. I wonder which one was actually taken out? Anyway, it certainly wouldn't be Meng Qing, right? After all, she's so pretty, and who would be willing to lay down such a cruel hand? A male student from the Dragon Kingdom was drooling in his mind as he imagined Meng Qing's appearance. It doesn't matter. What really matters is that our probability of survival has increased dramatically. Caesar still maintained a gentle image on the surface, but in reality, he had long been red with jealousy inside. Seeing that these Gentiles could perform so well was as hard for him as if he had swallowed a nasty fly. Brother Caesar is so right. Our chances of survival have indeed increased greatly, so we'll stick to the original plan for the rest of the day. No problem. After waiting for a few moments, we'll detour to the entrance where the elite team entered. I'm sure that place is the safest and most secure location. Caesar had a smile on his face, and in his heart, he was calculating. These poor guys could just serve as his cannon fodder. Deep in the forest, spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation open. Ryan's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. The whole place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the girl said uncertainly, "Not only did we not get eliminated, but we eliminated an elite team? It's too unreal? I feel like I'm dreaming." Amazing, big brother. You're really amazing. You can't be the legendary Wu Duan, right? Definitely, this year, only Brother Wanhao and Brother Wu Duan are the strongest on the Dragon countryside. Brother Wanhao is already here. He must be Wu Duan. Truly worthy of being an SSS-ranked awakened person. Too terrifying. Geez, in time, this is another Fu Dongyang. Covering the wound on his left arm, Wu Chun looked at the group of trainees who had gathered around and took 2 steps backward. To be fair, the fight was full of surprises. First of all, of course, he used his time totem ability to set the time of the ultimatum to 3 minutes later, and the ultimatum's teleportation time was only 2 minutes, which was why Ryan's teleportation failed. However, he never expected that Ryan actually loved to act so much and had to wait until the last second to dodge. He had wanted to utilize the time he spent tangling with him to create sniping conditions for Leang Xinyi. As a result, who would have thought that 1/ would have given Ryan a second, which indirectly led to him being counterattacked by Ryan in his dying breath and losing an arm, which might be the so-called blessing and curse. Wu Dust sighed. He had to say that the elite team was the elite team, and he was afraid that the next battle would not be easy. Just as Wu Chun was worried, deep in the forest, Leang Xinyi ran over like a spirited deer. "Wu Chun, are you all right? Don't move. I'll help you heal." Life Ray. Blessed Light. Awakened. Leang Xinyi. Talent type. Supporting. Talent level S. Effect 1. Life Ray. Emits a turquoise-colored ray of light. Life forms and spirits irradiated by the ray will recover quickly, and can even be reborn with severed limbs if irradiated spirits are involved. How fast it recovers is related to the amount of chi the awakened person has. Effect 2. Blessed Light. Emits light yellowish light. Life forms illuminated by the light will have their speed and strength increased by a certain amount. A ray of light shot out from Leang Xinyi's palm and shone directly at Wu Chuan's broken arm. And almost instantly, the spirit body's broken arm was magically restored just like that. I'll go, Sister Xinyi, you're so fierce with this ability. Now we don't even have to worry about getting hurt. On one side, Xinyi was so happy that he almost didn't jump up. His probability of survival had greatly increased again. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1 and receiving the out-of-print title Father of PUA. Wu Chuan moved his right arm and the corner of his mouth curled up into a bad smile as he hooked his finger at the happy Xinyi. Come here. What's wrong, Biggie? Xinyi put his ear to the ground. Using the title skill Father of PUA. Xinyi, you're a cutie. Jenny Bull? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already 5:30 p.m., and the number of surviving trainees fell below 100, leaving only 72 people still holding on. There are 2.5 hours left until the end of the practical test. Yang Fan grumpily fired a shot that happened to blow up the head of a trainee. He put down the scope and said to Yi Ning beside him, "No, we thought things were too simple, we thought it was a practical test. But it turned out to be a battle royale for these students to play, and the most crucial thing is that this pussy didn't shrink the circle. Boss, if we want to kill as many people as possible, then we can only group up. But if we split up, we also have to worry about being broken by Wu Duan individually, things are a bit bad." Yang Fan laughed twice, then said with a straight face, Wu Lao Air, are you really scared? What are we? It's the Guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, a member of HQ Elite Team A05, we have to respect every opponent, but we also have to have our own pride. Be afraid of Tetsuo, do it and be done with it. The three of you go over there together to deal with the Wu dust inside, and I'll turn around myself and take out all the guys trying to sneak up behind me. Captain, can you do it yourself? Yi Ning said worriedly. Ha 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 ha. I'm the captain of a 05. Are you kidding me here? It's just dealing with a bunch of students. Don't worry about it. Well then, Captain, you take care of everything. Meng Qing retrieved the Tang sword. Ching Ching, don't be impulsive this time. More use of the radar's information advantage to do it. I'm not there to listen to Yi Ning's command. Play tactics. Do you understand? I see. Half an hour later, near the entrance to the forest. Now informing the remaining numbers of both sides. 63 remaining on the cadet side, remaining on the elite team. 4. Another person has been wiped out. The elite team's combat power really isn't something to sneeze at. The squad led by Caesar was advancing silently through the forest, when everyone's heart was lifted for fear that they would be discovered. Caesar kept counting the number of deaths. His brows couldn't help but furrow. Something was obviously wrong. The deaths seemed to be a little too fast. Could it be that elite team bring a psychic radar? Team snipers, watch the skies immediately for signs of psychic radar. I suspect the other side has radar tracking. Understood. A sniper immediately raised his head in the air and looked for it, probably after a few minutes. Found it. Bang! A shot rang out and Caesar was startled as the mid-air spirit radar didn't drop much and the sniper was shot in the head. Look out everyone, enemy attack. Chapter 97. Tactics of Team A05. Deep in the forest. Brother, your talent is fine. I'm craving for it. If I had your talent, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Zhang You's mouth was watering as he looked at the mature version of Leang Xinyi, who was covered in a red spiritual body. Leang Xinyi couldn't stand it on the side and slapped Zhang You on the back of his head. I'll go. Big brother Wu Dust, you're too powerful here, actually summoning an elite team. Aren't we just going to be invincible? The male cadets on the side were also dumbfounded. Awesome. This is a damn SSS grade talent. So envious. The other male cadet felt his blood boil. Brother Wu Chen, do you still lack a girlfriend? I'm quite lonely on my own. The only female cadet's face was red with shame. Humph. Quiet, there's movement over there. Take up battle formation. Marriott had a disdainful look on his face, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner jealousy. The crowd didn't dare to slow down when they heard Wanho's words and instantly set up their formation. However, in the next second, a fiery red figure rushed out from the forest. It's the elite team. Fire! Before Marriott's words fell, the sounds of various firearms rang out together, and the fiery red figure desperately dodged. But the firepower was just too dense. She sprinted forward with difficulty, and when she was only 12 meters away from the crowd, the Reiko shield was finally overwhelmed and broke apart. Immediately afterward, a sniper shot rang out as if it were a thunderous explosion. Only a loud rumble could be heard as the ground was blown out into a huge crater, and despite his best efforts to leap up, the fiery red figure was still unable to escape the waves of the explosion's shockwave, and was instantly blown over onto the ground. "Quick! She's blown down, shoot!" I don't know who shouted, but all the guns immediately turned their direction, unanimously pointing at the red figure that fell to the ground, and frantically firing away. Within moments, the figure was beaten into a sieve. "It's fake! Everyone be careful." Wu Chun had originally had doubts in his heart about Meng Qing's strength, thinking that she shouldn't be so vulnerable. However, when she rushed into the range that his mind's eye could perceive, Wu Chuan was shocked to realize that the figure of this Meng Qing in front of him was completely illusory. And Wu Chun also instantly realized that everything just now was an illusion, and this group of people had all let the other party fool them. As soon as Wu Duan's words fell, the several gunmen behind him let out a miserable scream. Marriott reacted quickly and quickly turned back, and saw that Meng Qing carrying a tang sword had solved 2 trainees holding submachine guns in 3 or 2 moves. Wan Hao chased after him with his knife, but it turned out that this Meng Qing didn't love the battle and turned around and drilled into the jungle. The young woman, Leang Xinyi, waved her cane, and a dozen meteor-like beams of light shot up into the sky, exploding in the depths of the forest a few seconds later, and Wu Qin frowned. He knew that the other party had an auxiliary who was able to recover from injuries just like Leang Xinyi. That hit just now did mostly nothing. This should be the ability of some sort of talent. It should be the talent of that auxiliary Yining from Team A05. Next time, everyone pay attention. The one who rushes over first may not be the real one. Marriott Team A05 has some knowledge, but not much. Watch out, everyone. It's coming again. Sure enough, another red figure rushed over from the forest. Leang Xinyi reacted very quickly and shot over. Boom! The bullet exploded at Meng Qing's side. She didn't choose to dodge. Instantly the fire covered her slender figure. A flash! On the other hand, inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest, Team A05 is getting real. Now Wu Chan and the others are in big trouble. It won't work if we don't get real, right? This Wu Chan is really surprising us all the time. His talent is just too perverted. Actually able to summon a member of the elite team to assist him, marvelous. With Yang Fan out of the picture, I don't think Team A05 may be able to win. Everything is still up in the air. Don't put too much on the cadet's face. Wu Chuan summoning others is certainly strong, but relying on others is ultimately a small way, not enough to reach the peak. I see this Wu Chuan will just fix up some sideways. Such a person will never become an atmosphere. High Bearing was still clenching his teeth and taunting. Admitting defeat was impossible anyway. So what if Wu Chuan was slightly more powerful than a normal trainee? As long as Jackson can pin Wu Dust, he's not a loser. When the time comes for his uncle to become the principal, will he still worry about not getting a promotion and a raise? Some people can be so. Just egg on their face. Disgusting. You. A flash. Time breaks.
Arrêt and biguai.
Type of talent. Strengthening. Talent level SS. Effect 1. In a flash, everything in sight is the result of the blade. Draw your sword toward a point in your line of sight and decimate all life forms in a straight line from you to that point. Effect 2. Whenever your surge speed is increased. Effect 3. A sword light flashed by, and only 2 crunching sounds were heard, and 2 shield-wielding trainees and a gunner trainee's spirit bodies were seen instantly cracking. Leang Xinyi on the tree, on the other hand, was in a daze as she realized that Meng Qing had actually stood quietly behind her at some point. I'm sorry, Mindy, you're just too much of a threat. Accompanied by Meng Qing's icy voice, Leang Xinyi's body was directly split in half, and her real body fell from the tree. That shocking strike just now was precisely the killing move she had carefully planned to swiftly decapitate Leang Xinyi. At this moment, the trainee side of the field was surprisingly left with only 4 people: Wu Chun, the young woman's version of Leang Xinyi, Wan Hao, and Jin Yo. Wu Chen's reaction speed was also extremely fast. After seeing that Meng Qing had gotten his hands on him, he didn't hesitate to fly up and take a kick straight towards Meng Qing's face. Meng Qing did not dare to have the slightest slackness, and hastily raised the tang sword in his hand to block. Wu Chen, although you're strong, you're only at the beginning level of the 4th rank. There's a whole 2 major realms difference between you and me. You're not my opponent. Meng Qing swung the knife at extreme speed instantly, and in just the blink of an eye, the tang knife had pierced into Wu Chen's chest. Forgive me, Wu Duan. The honor of Team A05 is at stake. I have to step in. You don't have to apologize, even with the attribute bonus of a D-rank spirit body. It's true that my attributes aren't as high as yours. But do you really think that I'll be cut down so easily by you? It's too underestimating. Isn't it? Meng Qing froze, and in the next second, she was unexpectedly grabbed by Wu Chuan's shoulders, and a black flame instantly ignited, wrapping both Wu Chuan and Leang Xinyi all in it. Right on the other side, seeing that Wu Chuan was under attack, Wan Hao and Leang Xinyi immediately wanted to rush over to support him. As a result, just then, a voice rang out not far away. Earth! Only to see that the ground in all directions looked like it had been lifted by a mysterious force, and in the blink of an eye, four immense and incomparable stone walls rose up. At the same time, the walls of the house quickly closed up as if they were being pushed by an invisible hand, surprisingly forming a four-square, impenetrable stone house that tightly blocked Leang Xinyi and Wan Hao inside. Let's focus on destroying Wu Duan first, then we'll go after the two guys trapped inside. Apparently, he was confident in his plan and seemed to have a solid win. Chapter 98. How did it turn into the cadets chasing and killing the elite team? The battle was fierce, and the referee, who was already on the sidelines, instantly took away the eliminated students to avoid any accidental injuries. Ha 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 ha. The plan went very well. Next is the harvest. Wu Lao Air laughed out loud, but when he turned around, he unexpectedly found Wu Chuan and Meng Qing hugging each other and self-immolating. His brain buzzed at that moment. What the hell is this? We said we wouldn't lose a single person. This isn't working. Yining, hurry up and help treat Qingqing. She might not be able to hold out much longer. Coming. Yining quickly ran out from his hiding spot in the woods, and as a result, before he could even get close to Wu Duan's side, he heard a loud bang. The sturdy stone house was unexpectedly blown down, and Wan Hao and the young woman Leang Xinyi quickly rushed out from inside, and it was coming straight at her. Now Yining didn't want to treat anyone else. Why don't you run for your life first? Copy the light. Duplicating light. Awakened. Yenin. Talent type. Supporting. Talent level S. Effect 1. Recovery ray. Quickly recovers all damage taken by a spirit body. Not effective against a physical body. Effect 2. Duplicating light. Will duplicate a life form that is illuminated by the light. The life form is an illusion and the damage taken and the damage of the attacking opponent have no real effect. Instead of shooting out, the replicating light struck Yining himself, and in an instant, one Yining turned into two Yining before frantically fleeing towards the woods. Earth! Two huge stone hands drilled out of the ground toward the young woman Leang Xinyi and Wan Hao grabbed. This thing is too sudden. The two people simply cannot avoid directly caught. But Leang Xinyi wasn't idle either. The cane in her hand once again emitted 10,000 rays of light. This time she actually fired 40 meteor beams in one breath, shooting them towards Elder Wu in unison. Wu Lao Air was dumbfounded at that time. He remembered the power of this thing that had just blown down the stone house, and knew that it was useless to harden himself, so he could only frantically flee and make a sharp turn to the left to dodge. As a result, the meteor turned a corner and continued to chase. Wu Lao Air made another sharp right turn to dodge, and the meteor turned another corner. Wu Lao Air wanted to get rid of the meteor before turning a corner, but in the end, he had already been caught up by the meteor, so he could only reluctantly use his talent to build himself a house. Then a whole bunch of meteors hit the house almost together. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the entire 30-odd meter radius was enveloped in a blaze of fire, turning it into a 7 or 8 meter deep crater. Spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation open. As the fire dissipated, Elder Wu had already teleported without him, and even Wan Hao and Jin Yo were lying in a deep pit with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The two of us were eliminated by Wu Duan, right? Mary, it feels like it's going crazy. It seems to have been eliminated by Leang Xinyi to be exact, but it doesn't seem like she did it on purpose. After all, it just blew up for her too. Yanyu deflated. It's over. 50 credits gone. Then why didn't she come down? Of course Leang Xinyi was fine. She gave herself a shot of healing light before she was blown up, so she was spared. But this thing can only heal one at a time. Let's go back 10 seconds or so. Dream Queuing was covered in black flames. Her spirit sun shield instantly shattered, and her attempt to break free from Wu Chuan's bonds turned out to be simply futile. Seeing that the spirit body was going to be eroded by the black flames, Meng Queuing clenched her teeth. No. She absolutely couldn't lose just like that. Time break. Time rupture. Effect 3. time and space break. Immediately return to the position 310 seconds ago, and the body's condition will also return to the previous one. In an instant, Meng Qing disappeared in place, returning to where she was before she unleashed a flash. A flash! After Dream Okingo used time break, she was actually able to even use her talent again. Wu Chuan's mind's eye, even at 0.9 times the speed, could not see Dream O Queen's movements at all. He subconsciously popped out his hidden blade to fend it off, and then only a crunching sound could be heard. Wu Chuan along with the hidden blade was instantly sliced into 2 pieces by Dream O Queen. Only then did Wu Chun realize that there was still a considerable gap between himself and the elite team's 6th-ranked martial king powerhouses after all. It was also understood just how perverse the 6-winged god costume really was. Meng Okingo turned back and was just about to put away her Tang blade. When she saw Wu Chun kicking towards her head, she was startled and immediately jumped down from the tree. She looked at Wu Chun, who was still burning with black flames all over his body, in surprise, and her inner surprise reached a point of no return. She sort of understood that Wu Chun was invincible under the burning of this flame and could not be cut down at all. How can this be fun? Who knows how long this Wu Duan thing will last? Just as Meng Qing was pondering what to do, more than 20 meteors blew up Wu Lao air, and the young woman, Leang Xinyi, turned her gaze back to Meng Qing. This can't be fought. At least we have to drag it out until this black flame of Wu Chun disappears. Watching Leang Xinyi lift her staff, Dream Qing turned and ran. Leang Xinyi and Wu Duan chased after her. Wu Chuan felt his heart ache again. This was the 4,600 points of energy that he had managed to save up in 2 months of frantically closing his eyes. Mud. We can't just let them go. Give me a chase. Inside a small 2-story building outside the Alpha Academy forest. The whole monitoring room was quiet. Even some teachers exaggeratedly open-mouthed staring dumbfounded at the screen. This is unbelievable, the elite team doing a practical test with freshly enrolled college cadets, only to be whisked around the world by the cadets. Is this like that? This Wu Chen's talent isn't right. What exactly is this black flame of his? How could the damage hit him and not be effective at all? Who do I ask if you ask me? He's simply like a monster, obviously completely suppressed by Meng Qing, but he just can't be beaten. The key is that he can still summon a fighter. What if this doesn't run? Isn't he invincible here? Who can beat him here? A group of teachers looked at me and I looked at you. This talent was too perverse. Only Gao endured a constipated expression. He gritted his teeth and wanted to mock a few words, but there was really nothing to mock, so he had to keep his mouth shut. Invincible isn't so bad. This flame of his can't be everlasting. If there isn't that summoned Leang Xinyi, as long as Meng Qing keeps chopping, he'll defeat him eventually. However, Leang Xinyi is truly terrifying in the future, completely making up for Wu Chen's shortcomings, and Yang Fan, the only one who restrained Leang Xinyi, isn't here, so it'll have to do. Jia Junzi sighed, then continued. Let the on-site referee teacher talk to Wu Duan. See if we can get him to pretend to be defeated. If the final practical test ends up being run as a farce, how will the instructors face the students in the future? LOL. Chapter 99. Wu Xin stands up again? In the evening, the sun was setting, and the afterglow spilled into the spacious and bright living room of the Wu family. Wu Qiming sat on the sofa, flipping through the magazine in his hands. Just as he was immersed in it, a violent crash came as the door to the family room was slammed open. Wu Qiming hurriedly put down his magazine and looked towards the door. It turned out to be her daughter, Wu Yu, who hurried into the house. Luna, what's wrong with you? It gave me a big scare. Why did you suddenly run home if you didn't stay well at school? Dad, you don't know, do you? The whole world is sensationalized by it. Eagle Kingdom's Dasa Corporation has made public an unprecedented spirit jewelry, the Spirit Storage Ring. It stores qi and allows one to replenish energy whenever and wherever it is needed. With this artifact, won't Brother's qi gathering problem be solved? Brother's qi is already not small. And with this ring, wouldn't it be like a tiger adding wings to its wings and soaring into the sky? Hearing Wu Yu's words, Wu Qiming's face instantly became grave as he stood up in a mischievous manner and confirmed in a high-pitched voice. Yu, are you telling the truth? Is there really such a magical thing in the world? No, I have to hurry up and buy 10 or 8 of them for Xiner, so that he can take turns using them to make sure everything is safe. Dad, the spirit body storage ring is not that easy to buy. I heard that the Dasa company only launched a limited edition of 50 of them around the world this time, and the selling price of each of these spirit body storage rings is even as high as $300 million. Wu Yu panted and continued. $300 million? A spirit body storage ring? Why don't they go and grab it? Wu Qiming sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. What a few things want so much money. Isn't this going to kill him? It wasn't that the Wu family couldn't come up with 300 million. It was actually quite difficult for the Wu family to come up with 300 million in liquidity at one time. But, Dad, this spirit storage ring can store up to 1,000 qi, which means that as long as my brother buys this ring, he will have a total of 1,245 points of qi, which could even surpass Wu Chun. Hearing that he surpassed Wu Duan, Wu Qiming immediately stopped being sleepy, and this sentence successfully poked at his needs. That means that by wearing 10 of them, Xiner's qi will be over 10,000. Gosh, buy it. Must buy it. Wu Qiming rubbed his hands together in excitement, however. He hadn't thought about the fact that the main value of having a high qi volume was being able to release more qi in one go, not being able to hold on to it longer than others. Just like Leang Xinyi, for example, her terrifying amount of qi allowed her to make her attacks extremely powerful. But this spirit body ring didn't have that function. You can wear even 10,000 of them, and your qi will still be the same ones, except that you can replenish them infinitely, keeping the qi always the same ones. That's fine, Dad. That's what I was telling you. I still have to go back to school. So get in touch as soon as you can. I don't think you'll get the chance if you're late. Okay. I'll be in touch. Wu Yu had just left? Wu Qiming couldn't wait to start searching, and it didn't take long to find a contact number online. He didn't hesitate to call, only to be disappointed when he was told that such things were simply not sold to the general public. In other words, in order to buy this stuff, you not only have to have money, you have to have power. Wu Qiming could only contact the Yang family again. Soon, news came from the Eagle countryside, inviting Wu Qiming to the Eagle country's native new demon the day after tomorrow to discuss the specifics of purchasing the spirit body storage ring. After learning this news, Wu Qiming was ecstatic and immediately began to start preparing matters related to traveling to the Eagle Kingdom new demon. On the other hand, the preschool quiz, which was a freshman-to-freshman team battle, has ended at Carleton University. Thanks to Wu Yu, the school flower, circling around and Chu Sui's personal arrangements, Wu Xian's 3 teammates' strengths were very top-notch amongst the entire freshmen. After having the support of his powerful teammates, Wu Xian's role also came into play, a hand of turquoise rays pointing at whoever was crazy, and for a moment he actually fought in style. What is even more shocking is that on the stage of the finals, Wu Xian's second talent has undergone a secondary mutation, directly shocking the whole audience at the same time, but also won the MVP of the finals of the entrance examination in one fell swoop. For a while, Wu Xian, springing to life, surprisingly also became the man of the hour at Carleton University. At this time, Chu Sui, Wu Xian, plus 3 of Wu Xian's teammates who won the freshman quiz and Wu Xian's girlfriend and a few college girls were partying in a bar. Wu Xian sat in his seat with his girlfriend in his arms, always feeling strange in his heart, and the images from last time kept playing in his mind. Ha ha ha, brother Wu Xian. This is really awesome of you. Actually having your talent awaken twice on the final stage. It's really unheard of. One of the teammates knew that Wu Xian and Chu Sui had a great relationship, immediately kissed his ass. Yes. What exactly has your talent mutated into for the second time? Tell us all about it. Another teammate asked curiously. Wu Xian coughed awkwardly twice before saying, keep it a secret for now, you'll naturally know after a while. In reality, of course, it wasn't that Wu Xian didn't want to show off properly. He really didn't have the face to say it. Icehead Vajra. Source: Vajra's second mutation. Awakener: Wu Xian. Talent type: Enhanced Elemental. Talent level: D. Effect 1. Immediately hardens 2 random parts of the body, increases defense, and renders the part unconscious. Cooldown 30 minutes. Effect 2. Ice Head immediately freezes one's head, causing the head to increase its defense for the next 30 seconds. But the head's ability to think also decreases during those 30 seconds. Although Wu Xian was depressed in his heart but would never show it. After all, as long as he didn't say anything, others would do the brainstorming and his genius image would not be affected. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiaozhong, you're too much of a noob. Is talent something that can be specifically told to others? Yes, I was reckless. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Lu Xiaozhong gulped down 3 glasses of wine. Wu Xian, you are completely famous this time. I believe that your performance will be on the front page of tomorrow's headlines, and then your image may be completely reversed. After all, the internet has no memory, so if you run the operation, you can certainly clear your name successfully. Hearing Chu Sui's words, Wu Xian smiled inwardly in triumph. This time he could be considered to have made a name for himself. Gold shines wherever it is. Live talent secondary mutation at the finals, this is definitely a hot topic, Wu Duan. Just wait until you see me in the limelight. Chapter 100. There's just one last trainee left to be eliminated. Inside the bar, Wu Xian complacently leaned against the backrest. Now he is really feel that he can do it again. Since his second talent can mutate, the first and third talent may not be unable. When his first and third talents were all mutated, he might not necessarily be weaker than Wu Chun. The sound of the DJ in the distance was deafening, and a slender figure slowly approached. Chu Sui's eyes lit up and hurriedly greeted him. Luna, you're here. Have a seat. What are you doing? Wu Yu casually put her bag aside, then sat beside Chu Sui and said softly, It's not for the sake of my younger brother Xiner. Every day when I look at that damned Wu Chun making a splash, I get angry. I went back to talk to Dad about the matter of the spiritual body ring, and Father has already promised to buy it for his younger brother. Really? With that spirit storage ring, won't my chi gathering malady be completely solved? Wu Xian was so excited that his saliva flowed down. Wu Yu awkwardly signaled Wu Xian, who then hurriedly wiped the saliva clean with his sleeve. Brother Xian, oh my god. I heard that spirit storage ring was sold for $300 million. Brother Xian is really a tycoon. It's all just a little money, ha 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 ha. Wu Xian laughed out loud. Come on, cheers, my Wu Xian is just competitive. He actually mutated his talent on the field. This first practical test at the beginning of the school year, I'm sure you'll be able to suppress Wu Duan's popularity. When the time comes, I'll be hiring some waterbenders to top off the heat and restore your reputation. Every time he thought of being able to suppress Wu Duan, Wu Yu was happy as hell. That was really money out of money and people out of people. Thank you, sis. Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely work hard. This time I not only mutated my talent, but my chi volume also rose to 260 points as my talent level increased. Geez, what a genius. In the future, when Xian graduates and goes to the regular army, he'll definitely be an ace trooper too. That's it. Come on, cheers. Alpha Academy, within the Northwest Forest. Wu Duan and the young woman version of Leang Xinyi were chasing after Meng Qing and Yi Ning. However, right at this moment, a few referee teachers suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked Wu Chen's path. What do you guys mean by this? The referee is going to enter the battle too. Wu Chun sneered as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he popped out his hidden blade and prepared to fight these people. The few judges on the opposite side panicked when they saw the hidden blade that Wu Chun popped out. They raised their hands in surrender in a huff. Wu Duan, don't be impulsive, listen to us. It's not that we want to join the war. It's that Lord Headmaster has asked us to bring you a message. As long as you can stop chasing the elite team, we can secretly exchange the rest of the credits into cultivation props to exchange to you, you see. The black flames on Wu Chen's body gradually extinguished, and he looked at his energy value of only 2,400 points left, secretly thinking in his heart. After all, if he chased after them further, he could at most take out the slower running Yi Ning, and when Yang Fan arrived at the scene, he would only need to use his vision advantage to snipe out Leang Xinyi, and if he was left with only himself, he would definitely not be able to win. In this way, being eliminated deducts 50 points, and taking out Yi Ning adds 50 points, which is basically the same as playing for nothing, and one's energy value is not blown by the wind. And A05 was beaten by the students like this. It is estimated that the next instructor cannot be, and it is not a foe. Wu Dust is not really necessary to rush to the end of the world. Then it would be better to take a step back and get more benefits yourself. How can that be? Am I Wu Chun that kind of person? How about 50 credits? The referee teacher asked tentatively. I'd better keep after it then. 70 credits of practice props. The referee teacher said through gritted teeth. I'm not one of those. You can't get more than 100 credits of practice props. Deal. Wu Duan ran over and shook the referee teacher's hand. On the other hand, at the entrance of the woods, Caesar and the others were gathered together in a sorry state. The green spirit body on each of them had disappeared. It was obvious that they had surprisingly all been eliminated. However, what was the most unbearable for them was that since the beginning, they actually didn't even know who the enemy actually was. That sniper was like a ghost, his movements were erratic, and every bullet was like the scythe of death, taking away the life of at least one trainee. In less than 3 short minutes, all the trainees, including Caesar, were all eliminated miserably. Caesar's face was filled with dismay and frustration. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but this kind of defeat was just too stifling. He was killed by a single shot from his opponent before he even realized his opponent's figure. What's more, that sniper was also a rare lightning system gifted person. The speed of the bullets was as fast as lightning, he couldn't dodge in time. It's just that, after all, he's still just a student, and losing to the elite team of the Dragon Nation is kind of excusable, right? It must be that the elite member who was eliminated before was also bound to be surrounded by a large number of trainees, and it didn't mean that he, Caesar, had lost. Just then, however, the broadcast from the sky sounded once again. Now informing the remaining numbers of both sides. 27 remaining on the cadet side, remaining on the elite team, 3. What? The elite team was actually eliminated by another person. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that one who eliminated the elite team? Such a strong opponent was actually able to defeat him. Is he really a cadet? Geez, I'm suspecting a broadcast error. Just then it was possible to say that the elite team fell alone and was rounded up, but now there are only 27 people left. There's no way they could have been rounded up. It shows that the other side is really powerful. It can't be Wu Chun, right? He's the only one who has awakened the SSS rank talent. Is the SSS rank that perverted? That's for sure. Look at the SS grade talent quite a bit. You've seen a few SSS grades. SSS grade talent and SS is a qualitative difference. It's too terrifying. The demon of all demons. The murmurs from the sidelines seemed to tear at Caesar's pride. Why was he so gifted when he was obviously a Gentile? Damn. One must find a way to get him killed. As we all know, the Six Mansions country has always had no bottom line. Before some countries massacred them, that is also for a reason. After all, the very first to sell opium to the dragon country is them. A few minutes later, led by a few judges, Caesar and the others left the forest and returned to the school's auditorium, where most of the students were waiting with their heads hanging down. Only every time another newcomer comes in does a hint of solace show on their faces. After all, look, there's Caesar. Even he's been eliminated, so it's a big deal if everyone loses 50 credits. However, as the time passed a little bit until 7:50 p.m., the people still did not come all. Who the hell is missing? I think it's almost all of them, right? No, one more to go. Just the last cadet left. This is too fierce, isn't it? Everyone was eliminated an hour ago, and he's the only one alive? Who the hell is he? I don't know. It's too strong. I blindly guess it's Wu Dun, SSS ranked awakened person. Stepping on the horse is awesome. Chapter 101, end of the practical test. Inside the auditorium, there were some joyful parties. You guys don't have to guess. This last guy left is my roommate, Wu Duan. My brother. Really, look, I'm saving him a spot. Right here. Xinyi pointed to the empty seat beside him, and it was only then that everyone noticed that there was also a convenience sticker attached to the top of the empty seat, and on the convenience sticker were a few words written. Big Brother Wu Dust Special Seat. Now everyone understands. This kid turned out to be Wu Duan's lapdog. He actually quite proud. He mother, what kind of world is this? Also do not know Wu Dust's still lack of lapdogs. Bro, let me ask you something. The two elite team members who were eliminated earlier couldn't have been defeated by Big Brother Wu Dust's team, right? How many of you were there? Did you gather a lot of people together to defeat it? Was there 100 of them? One of the brothers sitting in the front row, after hearing Xinyi's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he hurriedly turned back to ask. Xinyi looked at this brother with a smug smile on his face as he deliberately lowered his voice and said, 100 men? What do you think, brother? Let me put it to you this way. At that time against the first yellow hair elite team, Brother Wu Duan charged up by himself, and that scene was simply too shocking. Only to see his figure flashing, the hidden blade in his hand sliced through like lightning, destroying his opponent in 3 strikes. Brother Wu Chen's strength is completely crushing level. That guy, that battle, it's really breathtaking. As the brother in front listened to Xinyi's description, his entire body froze, his eyes wide as if they were about to fall out. He was obviously shocked by the scene that Xinyi described. His mouth was open, but he couldn't say a word. If Ryan heard Xinyi's words at this time, he was afraid that he would be half dead from anger. This kind of bragging ability was really a crying shame. And then the second. The surrounding group of students were attracted by Xinyi's exaggerated acting skills and godly ability to blow up the power. And they all stretched their necks to the spiritual body. And every time they heard the highlights, they also exaggeratedly let out words such as, huh. Every time they heard the highlights, they exaggeratedly let out words of praise like, ah, and too powerful. On the other hand, Leang Xinyi on one side was happy and sad. The happy one was that Wu Chun was so strong that he was able to hold up under the elite team for so long and hadn't been eliminated yet. The sad thing was that she was too useless. She came up and was killed in seconds by Meng Qing, and she had now discovered her weakness, which was that she was too brittle and lacked the ability to defend herself. In the open neighborhood terrain is better, if it is in the forest or building such narrow terrain. He encountered dream queuing such a breakthrough warrior or assassin, basically no power to fight back. Fretting party. Manhwa leaned back in his chair with a gloomy face, listening to the incessant yelling of Zhen Nyo not far away. He felt even more annoyed and abnormal. Isn't this just blowing awesome? Their own strength is also very strong, not just bad luck, actually by their own teammates to ing blow up. If not, one is perfectly capable of surviving to the end. Then there was the duo of Rakshasa and Kapil, both of whom had been disastrously eliminated from the beginning and could be said to hate Wu Chan with a passion. If Wu Chan had not intervened with their own level of strength, they would have been able to survive until the final moment, and it would not have been difficult to even exterminate one or two members of the elite team. The duo came to the conclusion after much deliberation. The key factor why he lost to Wu Chan this time was the woman named Leang Xinyi. This is just too counterintuitive and perverted. Next time make sure to find a way to create an opportunity for Kapil to go one-on-one with Wu Chen. With Wu Chen's ability, he was unable to break through Kapil's defense, while Rakshasa could instantly kill Leang Xinyi with his control skills and speed advantage. This plan is so calculated that it can be said to be seamless and perfect. Lastly, there was Caesar, who was alone in the corner without saying a word and not knowing what he was thinking. In the middle of the dense forest, there was a noisy brawl. Wu Chen, why are you hitting so hard, nah? Yining crossed her arms and angrily shouted at Wu Chen. At least you're so close to our Qingqing. Can't you give us some face? You actually eliminated Wu Xian. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yining's heart was filled with anger. She had just been whisked away like a dog by Wu Chen for several kilometers. She was simply furious. How could such a straight man find a girlfriend? On the other hand, Meng queuing on the side felt incredibly embarrassed. She felt that she had lost all her face today. Before she even apologized to Wu Chen, the results of continuous cut people several knives, but they are nothing, alas, how to have the face to see Wu Chen ah. All right, Yining, stop it. Omingqing tried to calm the argument. What do you mean I know him well? We don't know each other well at all, okay? It's about time we should set off. Wu Duan, follow the previous agreement. Wu Chen turned his head to look at Leang Xinyi behind him, and a trace of reluctance passed through his eyes. He silently lifted the time reproduction, then followed the A05 squad out of the forest. Inside the auditorium, with Wu Chen's return, this practical test finally ended. Principal Jia Junzi once again stepped up to the podium and spoke. Okay, class, the credit scores for this cohort will now be announced. As Jia Junzi's words fell, the remaining credits of the participants this time appeared on the screen in the large auditorium, followed by a large group of students with negative 50 points. And it was only in the top 10 of the charts that some changes occurred. Those who ranked 10th through 5th all had the characteristic of minus 47 points, obviously taking out a trainee, and among them was Leang Xinyi, who took out the. And in second place, a cadet called Lu Kong, who had minus 32 credits, surprisingly took out 6 cadets. In the end, the first place winner was naturally Wu Duan, with a total of 109 credits. The auditorium was in an uproar after seeing the credit. This guy actually did take out 2 elite members. He even eliminated 3 trainees. He's simply a pervert. That's just it. That's too strong. All right, everyone silence. I officially announce that the best student of this practical quiz is student Wu Dust. Next we have a few referee teachers this time, who will briefly evaluate Wu Dust's performance. Please. Chapter 102 Xia Chun buys medicine. Xia Chun had a hard time putting her best friend Yun Yun to sleep. She considered for a long time. Yun Yun said that although the method is a bit shy, but it is the only feasible way at present. As for Wu Dust, Xia Chun had already been mentally prepared. This time it was just a matter of taking the initiative on her own and training her cheeks to be thicker. And she'd heard Yun Yun say before that some guys just like it when girls take the initiative. Figuring out these joints, she quickly dressed, put on her mask and hat, and made her way to the drugstore, which was far enough away from her house. She had been picking them out for a long time after she entered, but she couldn't find any to her liking. And the drugstore owner looked a little strange at the strangely dressed girl, so he went up to her and asked, Maisie, what kind of medicine do you want to buy? Tell me. I'll find it for you. Our family store has all kinds of medicine. Xia Chun looked around furtively before asking in a whisper, Boss, I'm not going to lie, I want to buy the kind of medicine that will make my boyfriend happy. Xia Chun felt like she could find a crack in the ground. Drugs that make your boyfriend happy? Had a fight with your boyfriend, didn't you? Where is the medicine to make your boyfriend happy? Little girl, you give your boyfriend an apology. He promised to forgive you. The owner obviously didn't understand what it meant. Boss, listen to me. I mean, the kind that turns my boyfriend on, you know? Oh, I get it. This sand divine oil, just one capsule, will make your boyfriend's virility eternal and courageous. Really? That's fine. Give me a case. Owner, who the hell are you trying to eat? Alpha College, Great Hall. Without a doubt, student Wu Chen's performance was truly outstanding. He has displayed amazing talent and a keen ability to grasp the timing of battles. I hope you can keep this up and build on it, while always reminding yourself to stay humble and avoid complacency. That's all. Immediately after the first referee teacher finished speaking at length, the second teacher interjected. Student Wu Chun, your outstanding performance this time is indeed commendable. However, I must point out that the reason why you were able to defeat the elite team, your own battle power that was quite a bit stronger than the average student, was only one aspect, but more so because the other team didn't go all out. Therefore, you should never be complacent because you once beat an elite team. Instead, you should work harder to learn various techniques and tactics and consistently improve your strength in order to do so. Wu Dust listened to the two teachers' comments expressionlessly, muttering in his heart. I thought what was going on, so there's a judge's comment section here. After all this, isn't this just a special precaution for me? Although he was more or less not too happy in his heart, he also knew clearly that what these teachers said was out of concern and love for him, so he didn't say anything more. Besides, when you think about it, it's not unreasonable for people to say that. 10 years later, his own self could not yet step on the H3397 bubble universe by himself, and his current self really had nothing to be proud of. Nowadays, if he didn't have a six-winged divine costume, he would be seconded when he saw Meng queuing. It's a bit sad. Although Wu Chun didn't say anything, some of the students at the bottom started to talk. Oh, I said how could Wu Chun beat the elite team, so it's because they deliberately let him go. That does make sense. It would indeed be too much of a stretch for a student who hasn't even enrolled yet to defeat two members of the elite team. That's right, we couldn't even last a round when we met the elite team. What makes him able to win, even if it's SSS grade talent? I don't think so. That's funny, isn't it? You guys believe this too? And letting Wu Duan, I think it's just to give the elite team some face, so why don't they let me? Let me try hacking one to death as well. Listening to you say this, you're not smart, the elite team letting you can't beat them. It can only be said that Wu Chen's level is already very high, people are slightly less serious about their fights, and Wu Chun will be able to defeat them. Indeed, people let us, we cannot beat, so look at Wu Dust big brother or level, just not as exaggerated as we thought before. Jin Yo, listening to this group of people's discussion, really want to go up to one person, a mouth to them face swollen, but on second thought it does not matter, and so on the next time there will be another opportunity. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for Big Brother to make another big hit and swollen the faces of these people? Even jumping out and scolding them yourself now would be nothing more than pale words. What's better than being punched in the face with strength? Thinking of this, Zhan Nyo hummed a little tune again and smiled heatedly at Wu Chun. Wu Duan. Soon the last teacher to open his mouth. This teacher is no other than the High Bear. He first coughed twice, before slowly said, Student Wu Chuan, I have to say that your talent is indeed very good, and it can be considered to be worthy of your SSS grade talent, and it is true that you are the one who has performed the most outstandingly in our Alpha Academy this time around. But you have to understand that it's only natural for you to awaken your SSS talent and be more powerful than others, and it would be strange if you awakened your SSS talent and were not as good as others, right? Therefore, you have to calm your mind. We dragon people are always complacent when we have a little achievement. This is a national malady, it has to be changed, and this is especially prominent in you. Sometimes we should really learn from the people of the Eagle Kingdom, who are not only of high moral character, but also democratic and free and very selfless, like Mr. Lane, who took the test this time. Not only did he not eliminate you with a high hand, but he even lost to you on purpose in order to inspire your self-confidence, which is such a noble character. And you, Wu Dust, not that I'm going to criticize you, but your big picture is a complete mess. You, Gao Bering was speaking at length, but his speech was suddenly interrupted, only to see Wu Duan standing up from his seat as if no one else was there. Teacher, are you still speaking in human language? I've almost forgotten if you didn't mention this, that Aurora member named Ryan, who openly and deliberately beat an Alpha cadet to serious injury in the middle of the forest. And I was there to witness the whole thing, and here you are spouting off about the noble character of the Eagle Nation, and he's holding his head high? As a teacher, what kind of fart are you making in this part of the Dragon Kingdom? in the face of personnel from other countries attacking their own country's trainees with impunity, and even seriously injuring them. Instead of saying a fair word, you're here to pontificate about the selflessness and nobility of the other side. I'll see if you've been on your knees so long, you can't even get up on your stomach. Hearing Wu Chen's words, the entire room was abuzz with countless people talking. Seriously? What the hell is going on? Ryan, as a member of the Aurora team, blatantly and intentionally beat a trainee to death? This is too much, isn't it? You think that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't dare to touch the Eagle Kingdom's elite team? Grass. Really damned excessive, actually deliberately injured students. I said how Wang Luan sent to the hospital. I thought it was an accident. I did not think it was actually deliberately injured. Ryan must be dealt with. Otherwise, where is the face of our Dragon Kingdom? Why is this teacher like a runner? Open your mouth and close your mouth, Eagle Country people. Paralyzed. How did this kind of person become a teacher? The students of Dragon nationality at the bottom expressed their indignation, but of course there were some students of other nationalities watching from the bottom, which had nothing to do with them anyway. Ha 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 ha. This teacher is so funny. Why would he say that when Wu Chun is doing so well? Isn't it brain dead? What do you know? The dragons love infighting and still have a memory of only 7 seconds like a goldfish. So what's wrong with beating up their cadets? They'll forget about it in a couple days anyway. I think this teacher's words are quite reasonable. This kid Wu Chun really doesn't have much of a sense of the big picture. He actually openly provoked the academy's teachers in the auditorium. What does it have to do with him if someone else gets beaten up? Listening to the discussion underneath, Gao Bering was so angry that he also stood up from his stool, and he pointed at Wu Duan and cursed. Wu Duan, you are too unbridled. You ungrateful thing. Mr. Ryan kindly saved you. How dare you talk about him like this? Chapter 103. You don't care, I do. Regarding the matter of Ryan hurting people, Alpha Academy naturally knew about it a long time ago and was also very angry that the student named Wang Luan was still lying in the hospital. Jia Junzi was a strong advocate of handling this matter severely, preferably by directly calling the police to let the officials of the Dragon Kingdom handle it. But the others didn't feel the same way, and were all advocating for a low-profile approach. There are reasons for them to do so. First of all, is not dead, even if the police to the police in the Dragon State, Ryan as the elite team, you 100% also dare not move people. Secondly, Ryan was after all invited by Alpha Academy itself, and if he really made a big deal out of it, it would basically be difficult to hire instructors in the Western world in the future. So after the final school of principal, 3 vice principals vote, the final solution given is to let Ryan out to apologize to the injured students, and compensation for the treatment costs. As long as the money is given in place, things are still not easy to solve. However, what they never expected was that the students' family side wanted to make a scene, not to mention that over here in the auditorium, Wu Duan directly stirred things up. This is not a good idea for the school, the thing knows less people, to suppress the matter is still simple, Wu does so, everyone knows. That's a big problem. The first to sit down naturally High Bear, a strong advocate of low-profile treatment is his uncle Gao Shuexian, so Wu Dust has not only refuted his face but also in the face of his uncle. Moreover, it was because he had just furiously sprayed Wu Chan that he caused Wu Chan to bring up this matter. Wu Dust, don't spit blood. What is your intention? Mr. Ryan clearly didn't mean to do it. He's a member of the Noble Eagle Kingdom's Dawn Elite team. How could he intentionally attack a student? It's ridiculous. You're sowing discord. How can you create such a rumor when I've only said a few words about you? Can't you even listen to that? You're not too narrow-minded, are you? High Bearing stood up and yelled. But as soon as his words fell, Wu Duan continued. You're calling me a liar, aren't you? That's just as well. Class, I wasn't the only one there. Did anyone else see that Noble or Ryan hurt anyone? Just as Wu Duan finished speaking, he saw Marriott stand up from his seat. In this case, I can prove that the named Ryan is intentional, and there should be a full range of surveillance devices in the forest, right? Check the video, won't the truth be revealed? Right? I can prove it too, he did it on purpose and a Noble Eagle country or? Bah. He's full of profanity and openly abused us in the forest. For someone like that to call him scum, scum wouldn't even want to. Jen Bull also stood up and testified loudly. Teacher, the students we were with at the time can attest to that. Several other male students stood up as well. What do you want? What are you talking about? Sit down. Do you want to be punished? Just as a group of Dragon Nation students were getting excited, the door of the auditorium was opened, and Vice Principal Gao Shueshing and Ryan walked in from outside. After Ryan heard Gao Shueshing's words, he walked up to the podium, then picked up the microphone and then said, I've just heard what you guys just said outside, and I'm deeply sorry about the injury to student Wang Luan. but it's normal for people to get hurt or even die in battle. The same is true for the actual quiz. I apologize to Wang Luan for accidentally injuring him, sorry, and I will bear all the costs of his subsequent treatment, however. You guys are saying that I intentionally hurt people, and I must say that this is a falsehood, and I will protect myself with legal weapons. And as for the video that you just mentioned, I'm sorry, I just heard from Principal Gao that due to technical reasons, the video is broken and there's absolutely no way to recover it. So you'll just have to wait for the lawyer's letter, and I'm not done until I sue you to the point of expulsion. Well, that's all I have to say. Goodbye, class. There's an emergency on the Aurora side. I'm off. After Ryan finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Chan with a provocative gaze, then turned around in a dashing manner and was about to turn around and leave in a dashing manner in front of the angry gazes of a group of Dragon Kingdom students. You wait. Ryan, what do you mean? You still want to sue my students? What the hell do you mean at the end of the day? Isn't that bullying? John gasped and stood up from the podium, pointing at Ryan and yelling, "Ha ha ha, just kidding with you, just kidding. You don't have to get mad at Principal Jia. You Asians really don't know how to have a sense of humor." Ryan laughed out loud and looked off to the side at high bearing again and said, "You say it, don't you, Mr. Gao?" Yes, yes, yes. I could tell Mr. Lane was joking. Mr. Lane is such a humorous and cultured man. How could he get on the wrong side of a bunch of students? Jia Junzi's fists were clenched in anger, while Ryan even turned away directly towards the door of the auditorium. But as a result, just at that moment, Meng Qing walked in from outside. "What are you being arrogant about here? You make it clear whether it was you who injured Alpha's student or not." Meng Qing had just heard everything that was going on in the auditorium outside the door as well, and impulsively, she couldn't hold back the way she heard Ryan's appearance, so she rushed in. "Beauty, since you want to know so badly, why don't we go to the bar for a drink, and I'll tell you about it?" Ryan looked up and down at Meng Okingo's figure, then leaned over and whispered in Meng Okingo's ear again. "Look at the men in your dragon country. I'm afraid they can't satisfy you, right? Why don't you come with me and I'll let you know what a real man is. You seek death. Dress." Chapter 104. Thinking of the same thing. Ching Ching. Don't be impulsive. The red light flashed. Meng Qing was about to cut over after finishing her dress, but she was grabbed by Yang Fan's arm. Really, if we cut him down face to face, it would be another huge diplomatic fiasco that might even cost the country more. "I'm leaving, sister. Next time, don't be impulsive. I'm not just not intentionally injured a student. It's not like I'm not going to pay for it. I have plenty of money. I'll support him for life if he's crippled. Ha 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 ha. Don't be impulsive next time. You can't afford to take the blame for the rupture of the relationship between the two countries, Dragon and Eagle." Ryan finished in a small voice before turning back and waving to the crowd of students before heading for the door with a smile on his face. Wu Dust sat in his seat and watched coldly. The corner of his mouth hung up a cold smile. "You are damn arrogant. The official dragon country cannot control you. I, six-winged god, can control it. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Heaven's work is bound to bring rain, and people's work is bound to bring disaster, so you've made it to the end of the line today. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. You know that Ryan is going back to Eagle Land proper first thing in the morning, so you've decided to make your move tonight and assassinate him in the middle of the hotel. Choice of reward: disposable elixir, half a step of epilepsy with a smile. If the person who eats it shows a smile within half an hour, he or she will immediately die by keeping the smile on his or her face. Option 2. Killing him on the land of the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably cause a diplomatic storm, so you decide to take action against him on his plane back to China. As long as you cut the plane in half, killing him is as easy as a slap in the face. Choice of reward: stewardess's original little underwear that no one will recognize you when you put it over your head for a robbery. Choice 3. Those who violate my dragon country will be executed even if they are far away. I don't give a damn about your diplomatic turmoil. The officials don't dare to take action. I, six-winged god, come. I'll openly you to death. Let's see who dares to bare their hair, not to destroy his eagle kingdom as well. Choice of reward: mine's eye level increased to 5. Wu Dust was quite inclined to secretly get him dead at night, and then thought about it right. He himself is afraid of a fart. Just him, what can he do? Soon, today's practical test was successfully concluded, and the school announced that it would gather at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to officially begin military training. Since it was already after 9 o'clock and they had to get up early tomorrow, most of the trainees chose to quickly go back to their dormitories to rest, and Wu Chen's few people were no exception. Wu Qian and Zheng Yo watched Leang Xinyi, returned to her dorm room before Wu Chan turned back to Zhenyo. Why don't you go back to your dorm room? I have something else I need to get out of here. Wu Dus turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Hey, Biggie, what are you doing? You have to get up early tomorrow? The dormitory will be closed in a while. You go ahead and go home without me. Zhenyo watched as Wu Chen's back disappeared within his vision and shook his head helplessly, only able to walk alone towards the dormitory. Half an hour later, the headquarters. Xian sat on his desk, listening to Yang Fan's report in front of him, and was so angry that he slapped his hand on the desk, shaking the documents on the table and jumping up. It's outrageous. How many times is this Ryan? Every time he s and pisses on our heads. There's no end to it, is there? What do you take us Dragon Kingdom for? This kid from time to time on the Dragon Country to sneak around, every time is disgusting a bit, but he to have a sense of proportion every time do not make a human life. Simply disgusting. Xian really tolerate him for a long time. Old he, don't be impulsive. This Ryan kid is at least a person from Aurora. You can't arrest him just because of this small matter, right? Yao Chonglin, who was sitting on one side, shook his head helplessly. It was easy to detain him, but it was difficult to sentence him, unless Xian was completely at war with the Eagle Kingdom just for this one person. Every year we really can't do anything about him, but this year is very different. What's different this year? Yao Chonglin was still confused. This year we have an unknown spirit that we can contact. Do you want to? Yao Chonglin was shocked. You tell Fu Dongyang to contact the six-winged Holy Spirit immediately, and have him make a move to exterminate this brat. If we kill him, we will inevitably fall into disrepute and be criticized, and if he is killed off by an unknown spirit, then it will be no one's fault. You tell Fu Dongyang that he won't be allowed to do it for nothing this time. Aren't the first batch of spirit soldiers nearing completion? Give him 10 more. Xian gave a big wave of his hand. Once upon a time he hadn't realized it, but now he suddenly realized that sometimes where they were officially inconvenient to make a move, letting this unknown spirit go over to deal with it was just the right thing to do. This can be very convenient. Okay, I'll get in touch. Yao Chonglin also got excited, or old he has the idea, let this kid every time to come to disgust us, let him arrogant in the past every time to take care of the overall situation, this time well, see how he still jump. Wu Chun squatted on the roof next to the hotel provided by the system, and as a result, after waiting for half a day, he didn't see that grandson come back. However, just at that moment, Fu Dongyang's encrypted phone call came over. Hello? What's going on? Something? Wu Dust replied coldly. Don't be so heartless. We've known each other for so long. Something's up. I'm busy. It wasn't that Wu Chun was pretending to be a pussy. It was really that he wasn't in a beautiful mood today. Well, something did come up. HQ wants to make a deal with you to kill someone for us. Murder? No time. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This man's chopped up and all the gas goes to you. And HQ promised you 10 more spirit soldiers, how's that? Wu Chun froze for a moment. Who did the headquarters need to kill that needed their own hand? Do you really think that you are their knife? Is there something wrong with him? However, just as Wu Chun wanted to refuse, Fu Dongyang on the opposite side thought that Wu Chun was considered to have acquiesced and spoke to himself. This man's name is Ryan, he's from the Eagle Kingdom Aurora. Let's get you to do it in public, and by the way, you can also test the parameters of your newly developed psychic radar, and you'll make the commotion a little bit louder. It's just the kind of thing that will make the headlines. Okay? Okay. Wu Dust thought there is this good thing, then must agree, this time also make the teacher out of the name. Okay then, I'll send you his approximate location. Ryan wrapped his arms around a pretty girl and laughed. It wasn't the first time he had stepped foot on this part of the Dragon Kingdom. With regard to the Dragon Kingdom, he thought he understood it thoroughly. Most of the people in the Dragon Kingdom were hypocritical, arrogant, and extremely good at saving face. Especially dragon women, especially like foreign boyfriends, think it will be very dignified to lead out. He also utilized this to easily catch a few decent oriental beauties every time he came to the Dragon Kingdom. There were even quite a few women who got knocked up by him, but he could never be responsible for that. In his eyes, there was no difference between these women and ES. It was well after 11 o'clock midnight before he walked out of the bar with his arm around the girl. He makes promises under oath while cajoling girls to go to a hotel and spend the night with him. However, just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks as he saw a figure appear at the entrance of the alleyway ahead. It was a streamlined spirit body that stood over 2 meters tall and floated in midair with 6 wings on its back. The moment he saw that spirit body, he screamed in his heart that it was not good. That spirit body was obviously not Blue Star's style, and it gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression, definitely not an ordinary character. Damn. Why so unlucky, take a woman to spend the night and still encounter an unknown spirit? Forget it. Anyway, this is the Dragon Kingdom, it doesn't matter if more people die. He can just watch the fun, what's it got to do with him? It's the most important thing to run away first yourself. Thinking of this, Ryan grabbed the girl beside him and, amidst the girl's terrified screams, threw her at the six-winged god like a piece of trash, while he himself turned around and ran. While running, he also yelled out, "Dress code." Chapter 105 New Spiritual Radar. Pity about the dainty little lady. A red glow flashed as Ryan donned his alternate spirit body, sighing as he ran wildly. He thought very clearly that the unknown spirit was there to destroy and kill, and if he fled fast enough there was no way he could chase him down. There were plenty of people around. However, to his surprise, when he glanced back, he found that the winged unknown spirit bird didn't even give a damn about the woman he had thrown over, and was running straight at him. Fark. That's not scientific. The speed of that unknown spirit body was so fast that he had no defense at all, and he was kicked in the chest by the six-winged god before he flew out like a cannonball. Then it slammed hard into the mall a few dozen meters behind it with a loud boom. The fluctuations caused by the violent collision of the spirit bodies were instantly captured by the technology provided by Wu Chuan, the technology funded by the headquarters, and the Type I's spirit radar urgently rushed to be made by the Second Rangers. Instantly, the mournful air raid siren sounded in mid-air, and the streets were in chaos. Headquarters. He Xian, Yao Chonglin, Yu Qing, and other bigwigs from the headquarters waited at the combat command center early in the morning, after hearing the air defense siren ringing. The bigwigs breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best mood they'd ever been in when they heard an air raid siren. Bar none. This spirit body radar is really much more sensitive than the original, and it can even recognize the unique information that a spirit body has erupted, so that it can look for the specific information of that spirit body in the database. It's really convenient. Yu Qing sked. That way we'll never be afraid of that last dog thing called the Radiant Angel again. Yao Chonglin also lamented. Okay. Stop emoting and immediately determine the identity of the combat spirit and the exact location of the combat. Hearing He Xian's instructions, the technicians immediately began to work, and in less than 2 seconds, a technician began to reply. Reporting to the chief, the combat spirits are 6-wing Holy Spirit, Aurora Team Ryan, and the coordinates of the combat position are. Very well. Send Team A05 to the place of the incident to attack the unidentified spirit and rescue Ryan. Tell them to prepare well and make sure they are well prepared before striking. Is that understood? I hear you, Chief. I'll inform them and make sure to be fully prepared before we set off. There weren't many ranked teams left within the headquarters now, and 2 days ago, a horrific black hole scuttling overflow had occurred on Lioli Island, and the headquarters had committed 9 elite teams at once to quell the incident. However, as a result, a week passed without the incident being resolved, and instead we received the news that the A13 team had been completely wiped out. HQ could only send Team A02 and Second Ranger Ace Team A03 again for emergency support. And the only ones left in the HQ right now are the A05s, who are considered to be more of a handful. So, before A05's ass was even warmed up, they got the order to strike again. Boom! With a loud noise, Ryan's whole body crashed into the mall. The huge impact knocked Ryan to the ground, but he was very happy inside. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and being alone wasn't easy to deal with, but the opponent's punch was equivalent to sending him away from the battlefield in disguise. With his experience of fighting spirit soldiers for so many years, the other party would never take the time to chase him, but would instead scour the streets for Chi. And he only needed to delay until the Dragon Country elite team arrived, and he would be safe by then. It was already midnight, and there was not a single person in the mall. Ryan was just about to get up from the ground and quickly escape when he saw a white silhouette enter the mall through the big hole he had broken. Ryan was so shocked and angry. I didn't realize this guy was onto him? This by what right, Do you really think you're afraid of it? Build up your power punch. As Ryan unleashed his talent, the spirit thrusters behind his back spewed flames furiously, and in conjunction with the stored power punch, it crashed crazily into the 6-winged god at the doorway like an out-of-control big truck. However, the 6-winged god didn't panic at all. His 6 wings flicked, and his entire body disappeared into thin air. His crash hit a lonely spot, and his entire body returned from within the mall to the street. In the next second, Ryan immediately turned back, and sure enough, that abominable 6-winged spirit had already appeared behind him, and he swung a fist as hard as he could. However, the other party was faster than him. 2 sword lights flashed by, and he had no room to resist at all. Both of his arms were surprisingly chopped up into midair. The main thing is that the attribute gap is just too big. Ryan was really scared out of his wits at this time. He never dreamed that he would encounter an unknown spirit on the way to pick up a girl. And the most exaggerated thing was that this unknown spirit was also terrifyingly strong. He was no match for him. What kind of monster is this? And why is this monster chasing after him? He didn't rape his wife. It's Angie up. No, I have to stall myself. The elite team from the Dragon Kingdom should be here soon. Bronze Wall. Ultimatum. Effect 1. Bronze Wall unfurls an invisible wall of air in front of you. The air wall stays in front of you. You cannot break through the air wall to attack in front of you. But the opponent cannot attack you either. This was one of Ryan's least favorite abilities, one that arguably nullified any possibility of attacking him. Because the wall of air would stay in front of him while his back remained vulnerable. But right now, he couldn't care less in order to stall for time. However, just at the moment when he was nervous to the extreme, he didn't expect that the opposite spirit body soldier would speak. Ryan, is that the best you can do? What a disappointment. Ryan was dumbfounded when he heard the voice from across the room. It was a voice he always felt like he'd heard somewhere before and, well, it was the same one he'd heard today, but he didn't think of it for a moment. During the daytime, I felt that you were very strong, and if you didn't put on a show at the end, I thought that I wasn't your opponent, but I didn't expect that after I put on the six-winged divine costume, you would be so unbeatable. Hearing Wu Chen's words, Ryan was shocked as he looked at the unknown spirit in front of him with wide eyes. Chapter 106. No one is useless. Explode and kill Ryan. What a surprise. You're actually so unbearable. Wu Duan's voice rang out in front of Ryan, who looked at the six-winged god with wide-eyed incredulity. How is that possible? This guy. It's the student named Wu Duan from the daytime. He is actually an unknown spirit. After Ryan was shocked, he was overjoyed. This is still too tender, actually revealed his true identity for the sake of being cool. It is really stupid and cute. He seemed to have forgotten that his spiritual body was equipped with a random teleportation device, so as long as his spiritual body was shattered, he could randomly teleport to any point within 2 kilometers nearby. He can quickly hide himself and then take the phone to make this matter public, and at that time, this not only will die himself, but will also involve the Dragon Country to suffer together. Ha 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 ha. It's so great that he has unknowingly made another great achievement. You still think you're smart, don't you? In a moment I'll make you cry with regret. Come on. Come and cut me. Ha 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 ha. Ryan laughed maniacally as he held up the wall of air, trying to stall for the last bit of time as the dragon's elite arrived, giving him a better chance of winning. Converts all attributes to speed. In just an instant, Wu Chun had already appeared behind Ryan, and because Wu Chun was simply too fast, he even left a residual shadow in place. Ryan was so shocked that by the time he reacted it was too late. Wu Chen's hand rose and fell with his sword, and Ryan's head once again flew into mid-air, this time not even giving him access to the overloaded state. Wu Duan, you wait for me. Ha 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 ha, you're finished. When I escape, I'll make your secret public. Wait for your death. Wah ha 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 ha. Spiritual body reaches its limit. Random teleportation open. Ryan's body quickly disappeared in a ray of light as he laughed maniacally. The pedestrians on the street fled in panic, but Wu Chun didn't care about that at all. So that's how your powers work. How's it going? Where did he go? 3 o'clock? 1.3 kilometers or so. Head that way and I'll guide you. Fu Dongyang's voice came from the headset in Wu Chen's ear. Wu Chun smiled contemptuously, and his entire body directly disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Ryan's true form blinked in front of his eyes, and when his vision cleared again, he was actually on top of the rooftop of a building. He looked around and roughly confirmed the location at the same time, was sort of relieved. This time the luck was not bad, even teleported out so far, to see this is stable. He confidently pulled out his cell phone and was ready to contact the headquarters over at Eagle Kingdom Aurora. But as a result, just as he had pulled out his cell phone, he saw a stream of light coming from far away, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Ryan was so shocked that he turned around and tried to run. However, it was already too late. A blade light was like a silver moon and blood splattered. His left arm, which was holding the phone, was instantly chopped off, and he could only let out a miserable scream as he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yo, Mr. Ryan. Hello again so soon. What did you just say about coming? Wu Dust opened his mouth to ask while kicking the Ryan who was about to get up to the ground. Ryan felt 2 more of his ribs break from the kick, and he covered the bleeding wound on his left arm with his only remaining right hand, growling lowly. No way. Why? How can you still find me? This is impossible. Aren't you quite wild? Aren't you particularly good at pretending? Come on. Come on. Pretend to be B again. Let's see if you act like it. Wu Dust said teasingly. You think I'll give in? No way, I won't give in even if I die. You yellow-skinned monkey, sooner or later you'll die. You won't be able to hide your identity for long. Ha ha ha. Wu Chun slashed down, and Ryan's right leg was chopped off in its entirety. Oh! There was a mournful scream as Ryan rolled around on the ground in pain, hissing and shouting at the same time. Kill me if you dare. Kill me if you dare. Ryan was desperate at this point. He knew he was done for. Yet that's the way things are in the world. When you're in despair, there's often a silver lining. Just then, the sound of loud propellers pierced through the sky, and a helicopter equipped with psychic propellers flew in from the distance at breakneck speed. Ryan saw 4 members of the elite team sitting in the helicopter, and hope came back into his eyes. The unknown spirit is here. Kill him. Kill him now. Ryan hissed and growled. However, after the 4 elite members of that helicopter looked at Ryan in unison, they pretended not to see it and hurriedly looked away. It was as if they were afraid that others would find out that they had seen the 6-winged Holy Spirit. One of the captains, Yang Fan, was looking around while still shouting. Where are the unknown spirits? Have you seen it? I don't see it. Where is it? Elder Wu replied strangely. Yeah, I don't see it either. Something must be wrong with the spirit radar. It's not in this neighborhood. Let's go over there and check it out. Mango Kingo sneered twice and pointed in the opposite direction of Ryan. I fark meat. People are not afraid of despair, they are afraid of just seeing hope despair again. Originally Ryan is not so afraid. A few hand was a 0-5 team that gang of dogs played a hand, instantly feel their courage are drained. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let me off once. I promise to keep it a secret. I promise to never mess with the Dragon Kingdom again. If you kill me, you'll cause a dispute between the 2 countries. It's not worth it. Really. However, there was nothing but coldness in the eyes of the 6-winged god. Go back to hell and do your penance. I'll give you a ride. Collecting the knife. Ryan had landed on his head and was dead. Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3 and killing Ryan in public. Your Mind's Eye level has increased to level 5. Mind's Eye LV5. Talent category. Strengthening. Talent level A. Effect 1. Gain a 360-degree 0.7x global, non-image field of view within 50 meters of your surroundings, ignoring obstacles, which breaks all illusion-type controls. Effect 2. Sword cuts flesh, heart cuts soul, before attacking a target. There is a certain probability that you can see the unit's lethal point. On the helicopter in the distance, Meng Qing looked back at the diminishing 6-winged Holy Spirit behind her and sighed. Unconsciously, at the very beginning, this unknown spirit that was recognized as super dangerous had become half of their comrades in arms without knowing when. It's still really strong. A member of the elite team was actually taken out by him in such a short period of time. Mango Kingo muttered. What's so strange about that? We weren't even his match back when we were all together, let alone one Ryan. Wu Lao Air said helplessly, think about the last time the sky suddenly dark. He could not see anything after the experience of inexplicably being wiped out. He still felt a little afraid, if not people did not want to get him. He guessed he'd be just like Ryan at that point. It's different, it's normal that you guys didn't notice. I've been watching their fight with a magnifying glass for a long time now. He has become even stronger than he was last time. He relied more on his talent to defeat us. But just now, he just relied on his horrible attribute suppression to finish off Ryan. Yang Fan sighed. The growth speed of this 6-winged Holy Spirit was frighteningly fast. Chapter 107. Wu Xian. Where's my hot search number 1? In the headquarters. Ha 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 ha. It's too good to be true. The bastard is finally dead. What a great joy. Quickly. Get someone to collect Ryan's body. Then contact the Eagle Kingdom and phrase it politely. Let's just say that Ryan was tragically attacked and killed by an unknown spirit and that we are very sorry about it. Ha 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 ha. Yao Chonglin felt that he had finally raised his eyebrows. Xian, who was next to him, looked at him coldly and said, I see that you are about to be the deputy minister, not at all calm. No, you go and resign yourself tomorrow. Yao Chonglin did not squeak at that time. It is really a big official who presses people to death. But it's a good idea. Let's do what Vice Minister Yao wants. Xian stretched before heading towards the door of the command center. It was time to go on home and rest. However, He had only just returned to his office to finish packing and prepare to go home when he saw the little secretary walk over and take pity on him. Minister, me. There is a rat that big in my house. Can you help me catch it? Eagle Country, Aurora headquarters. What are you saying? Ryan was attacked and killed by an unknown spirit in the Dragon Kingdom? How is that possible? How could there be such a coincidence? It must have been those bastards in the Dragon Kingdom. A white-haired old man in military uniform said angrily. It was indeed done by an unknown spirit. Many witnesses at the scene saw it. This can't be faked, and the online pictures are already spreading everywhere. But one thing is also very obvious. The other old woman said as she smoked a cigar. Doubts? Tell me instead. What are the suspicions? Tom, the leader of Aurora's first squad, stood in a shadow while the old woman exhaled a smoke ring and replied in a hushed voice. First of all, as far as I can tell, the only person killed in this unidentified spirit attack was Ryan. The rest of the 6 others were injured, and the only property damage was to a mall that was vandalized. That's too much of a coincidence? It was as if the unknown spirit was coming for Ryan. And doesn't it feel very strange that the second suspicion is that Ryan's spirit clearly used a random teleportation device, but was still found and killed by that unknown spirit? What does this mean? Does it mean that the Dragon Kingdom has mastered the technology of unknown spirits? The old man in the uniform questioned. Not sure, but we can't just let this go. We have to get justice for Ryan. Yes, to get justice. Wu Chun stood on the roof of the building and closed his eyes. All the information within 50 meters of him was transmitted into his brain. The ever-expanding horizons of his mind's eye were soothing him to the core, and he was one step closer to the big black sky. But now the problem came. The school was definitely closed for the night, and one would have to find a hotel to deal with the night. Wu Dust pulled out his deflated wallet and looked at the only 2 red bills left inside and let out a sigh. When in the world is this Jia Junzi going to send his scholarship down? Time passes quickly, the sun rises and sets. The first day of military training is over. Wu Exine strongly holding the wall back to the dormitory, a head on the bed. Today he was holding on completely by sheer force of will, otherwise he would have been lying down long ago with his crotch-pulling stamina. But he had to hold on even if he was hard up. After all, he is one of the top freshmen in the existence of how can the military training on the tired down. And today, no accident their own will be on the hot list of the first genius, so the image is still to pay attention to. But Wu Exine still had something to look forward to. After all, when his dad bought the spirit storage bracelet back tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he wouldn't have to suffer from this crime. Just as Wu Exine was lying on his bed, not even wanting to raise his hand, he suddenly heard 3 footsteps coming from the corridor, accompanied by the rather distinctive jokes and laughter of his 3 roommates. Wu Exine could only force himself to sit up from the bed and act like he was actually fine. Brother Exine, how are you? This chi-gathering talent of yours didn't hold you back, did it? Sure enough, a few seconds later 3 roommates in camouflage walked in. Wu Exine smiled bashfully, putting on an indifferent look and laughing. Don't worry, it's really tough, but I'm holding up. Wu Exine's upper bunk lived in a small fat man rushed to Wu Exine and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly said, Exine is just awesome. I'm half dead from exhaustion as a reinforcement-type gifted person. You obviously awakened a drag-down chi collection gift, yet you're not affected at all. It's really awesome. That's right, it's worthy of Exine. I'm really impressed. Wu Exine smiled crookedly, not moving and leaning against the wall behind him before saying, Well, did you guys look at the hot search? Any breaking news today? As soon as little Fatty heard about this, he immediately became energized as he exclaimed, It's still true. You don't even realize that the number 1 hot search today is a special blast. Wu Exine smiled inwardly. Sure enough, it was he who was number 1 on the hot list, and the reason he asked about it was to let his roommate know how awesome he was. The reason why people love to pretend is that they are actually making up for their own shortcomings, which means that they are pretending to be the things he lacks the most, roughly speaking. So tell me quickly, this breaking news shouldn't have anything to do with me, should it? With you. Exine doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Today's number 1 on the hot search list is Ryan of the Eagle Kingdom's elite team, Aurora, who was hacked to death on the street by an unknown spirit codenamed Six-Winged Holy Spirit, and died a horrible death. Now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Eagle Kingdom is making solemn representations to our Dragon Kingdom, but it's not much use, after all. It's not like it's any of our business. It's the unidentified spirit that hacked him to death. The internet is going crazy with joy right now. Believe it or not, read this comment. Wu Exine Gas gritted his teeth. He damn simply do not want to read any comments. This damn Ryan when to die is not good. But yesterday to die, martyr, caused his own hot search first lost. Wu Xian took a deep breath and kept consoling himself that this was a natural disaster. And it was normal for his news to compete with the Aurora team members to die in the Dragon Kingdom. What about number 2? What's number 2 on the Hot 100? Chapter 108 Wu Qiming buys a spiritual body ring. Meanwhile, Wu Qiming was traveling in a civilian airliner, and after a long flight, he finally arrived at New Demon in the Eagle Kingdom. When he stepped out of the airport, he was surprised to find that someone had come to meet him. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect this Eagle countryside to pay so much attention to himself. A sense of pride arose. So he immediately straightened his back and followed the 2 big men and an Asian girl with a confident stride towards the vehicle parked a short distance away. The car traveled along for about half an hour or so before finally arriving at an ordinary office building located in the center of New Demon. Wu Qiming couldn't help but frown. Originally he was expecting to be able to travel to the headquarters of the Dasa company, but this ordinary office building in front of him made him doubtful. Had he been deceived? He stopped hesitantly and turned his head to the girl beside him. I've come here specifically to purchase a spirit storage ring from Dasa. Is this really the right place? The girl smiled reassuringly. Please rest assured, Mr. Wu. We are not in the wrong place. It's just that due to the special nature of the spirit body storage ring you need, it was specially approved, and it was only provided to you by the above for the sake of the Yang family of the Dragon Kingdom. That's why it's not convenient to talk about it at Dasa. It's not good to be known by people who are interested, so let's try to keep a low profile. The girl smiled slightly as she explained in detail to Wu Qiming in a gentle and clear voice. Wu Qiming nodded after hearing this. This was the center of New Demon City, so there shouldn't be any problems. Afterwards, Wu Qiming followed this beautiful and attractive girl to take the elevator together to the top floor of the office building. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a man in a fine suit with gray hair but turquoise eyes waiting for him, with 2 steaming cups of tea on his desk. When he saw Wu Qiming walk into the room, he immediately got up and greeted him with a smile on his face to shake Wu Qiming's hand and introduced himself. Mr. Wu, you are finally here. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Eisen. I'm the representative responsible for negotiating matters related to the spirit body storage ring with you this time. Hurry up and have a seat, considering that you may not be too used to coffee. I have prepared a pot of the finest rainy day dragon well especially for you. Come and taste it and see if my tea skills are authentic. Wu Qiming politely sat down and took a light sip. Immediately, a fresh and light tea aroma filled his mouth. He couldn't help but show an appreciative expression and gave a thumbs up in praise. Mr. Eisen is truly a master of tea. This cup of dragon well tea has a mellow taste, and even in our Dragon Kingdom, it is definitely called the finest of the finest. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wu's fallacious praise. I've heard about your son Wu Xian's situation. He's actually an incomparable genius. Not only has he awakened the 3 talents, but he also has a mutation of his talent after only 2 months. To be honest, it's indeed too bad that such a good kid has to be dragged down by the talent of air gathering. So, we prepared this on purpose. Eisen raised his hand and the beautiful secretary on one side immediately handed over a delicate metal box. Then Eisen placed it on the table in front of Wu Qiming. Wu Qiming immediately took it and opened the metal box, and what appeared inside was indeed a ring that was turquoise in color, with a red crystal set in front of it. This is the spirit storage ring developed by your company? Wu Qiming asked excitedly. He was not expecting that things would actually go so smoothly this time over. Not exactly. See this red crystal? It's an attribute boosting device made to mimic an A-class spirit body, and it can effectively strengthen the bearer's physical qualities by 0.3 times. And note that this 0.3x physicality is compatible with a spiritual body, plus the chakra storage feature. I can say this, even the Aurora's team members just started to gear up one after another yesterday. And I don't have to tell you that you understand the gold content. If your family's male son has him, not only will the negative effects of chi gathering be perfectly resolved, but even his personal strength will be increased by almost a third or so. Wu Qiming was shocked. The Eagle Country people were actually so polite, directly upgrading him to the deluxe version. But this price, he shouldn't be able to afford it at all, right? This thing is actually so powerful. I wonder how much it costs. Money is not a problem, just give $400 or $500 million, just mean it. The value of this thing is not at all something that can be measured by money. You should also understand this reasoning, and our willingness to give this to you is not for the sake of money. So let's do it this way. As long as you agree to one of our conditions, we can immediately give this to you. Don't worry. This offer is very easy for you to do, and there will be no risk to speak of. Just a show of hands. An imperceptible smile curled the corners of Aizen's mouth. Carry Shield University, inside the freshman dormitory. What about number 2? What's number 2 on the Hot 100? Fatty was startled by Wu Xian's expression. Discussing a hot list, what are you in a hurry for? The whole thing is like a gambler who is anxious to lose. Seeing that Fatty didn't make a sound, Hao Run, who lived in the bunk opposite Wu Xian, said, I really remembered the second on the hot search list. It's still somewhat related to you, Xian. Wu Xian heard Hao Ren's words. The big stone inside his heart finally fell to the ground. So he deliberately pretended to be interested and asked, something to do with me? Tell me. This? Brother Wu Xian, you'd better see for yourself. I can't say anything. Hao Ren showed a difficult expression. It's fine. Just say it, ha ha ha. We're all in the same dorm room. What's there to be polite about? Wu Xian became more and more complacent inside. Then I really said it. Speak. Feel free to speak boldly. Wu Xian waved his hand. It's that Wu Duan who didn't donate a kidney to you, you know that, right? He eliminated 2 members of the elite team in the practical test held by Alpha Academy, including Ryan, who died last night. You don't even know, the whole internet is blowing up right now. How can I put it? It's really worthy of being an SSS-ranked talent awakened person. When Wu Xian heard Hao Ren's words, he almost had 2 black eyes, and he was so close to foaming at the mouth, but he held it back raw, and he took 2 deep breaths and clenched his fists. Wu Duan. It's the damn Wu Chan again. Why does he go against himself every time? And the 3rd place on the hot search list is Jackson from Qingbei University, actually challenged for 4th-year students by himself, and easily defeated each other. Too damn strong. SSS level is simply a monster. Wu Xian covered his chest and gasped for air. There's also the 4th place on the hot search list, Alpha's Leang Xinyi, who actually used a light sniper rifle to shoot out the vestigial feeling of a spirit cannon, and I've seen the 2-meter radius crater in the forest online. It's simply too much. This chi gathering is surprisingly terrifying after it's unblocked. Ah, Xian, you tell your brother if your chi collection talent is also Xinghua. Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you foaming? You wake up quickly. Quick, call an ambulance. Chapter 109 Black Curtain and Academy Cup 4 Schools Training Match. Inside the Eagle Country New Demon Office Building. This? Wu Qiming was a bit hesitant. He knew very well in his heart that the Eagle Kingdom people would never give him something so advanced for no reason. But when he thought that it was the fine equipment that his son needed, his heart was filled with reluctance. After a long period of struggle and thought, he finally decided to listen to the conditions offered by the other party. I must first find out what kind of task you wish me to accomplish. If the risk is too high, I'm afraid I can't take it. Aizen smiled slightly and took a gentle sip of his tea, then waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, Please rest assured, Mr. Wu, that we in the Eagle Kingdom have always upheld the principles of democracy, freedom, and respect for human rights. We are only reaching out of sympathy for your son, Wu Xian, and can't bear to see him living such a difficult life. The matter is so simple for you that you need not even do it yourself, but only give an order. What is it exactly? Wu Qiming pursued. It's simple. All you need to do is send someone to keep an eye on the branch of the 2nd Dragon Rangers and take a picture of the front of the Rangers Gate every 30 minutes. It's quite simple, isn't it? There's no law in the Dragon Kingdom that says the 2nd Rangers aren't allowed to take pictures in front of the gate. And with the gate, it's not like there's any classified behavior involved, so there's simply no risk involved. Etzin gave a kind smile, and Wu Qiming thought about it for a long time and felt that this matter was really no big deal. It was just a matter of renting a house across the street from the main entrance of the 2nd Rangers and hiring someone to pay some wages, so he agreed. Okay then. I wonder how long it will take to film? 24 hours a day non-stop for a month. Good. Then the matter is settled. Wu Qiming nodded in agreement. Mr. Wu is really painfully honest. From now on, this ring is yours. Wu Qiming asked incredulously as he reached for the metal box. Don't you have to sign anything? No need, we trust Mr. Wu's character. In a moment you just need to go out and sign a normal sale and purchase agreement. Wu Qiming picked up the spirit storage ring and thanked him repeatedly, then exchanged a few more pleasantries with Aizen before leaving, and when Wu Qiming left, the Asian woman asked, Aizen now? Isn't the task assigned to him too easy this time? What do you know? Once you start something you can't stop. Take your time and learn. After a long flight, Wu Qiming finally returned home from the Eagle Kingdom. At this time, it is the next morning. The plane has just landed, He was informed of the news of Wu Xian vomiting hospitalized. He did not have the slightest delay, and immediately rushed to the 722 hospital by car. As he hurried outside the hospital room, he was just in time to hear two young nurses coming out of the room, whispering, "What the hell is wrong with this guy? Only a few days after being discharged from the hospital, why is he foaming back again? What a poor mental quality. Why is he always so agitated when there's nothing to do? Aya, you're really out of the loop. You didn't even know about the big commotion at the hospital last time? That twin brother of his, Wu Chan, was originally blind. The gang and their family had to force Wu Chuan to donate a kidney to Wu Xian. And as a result, Wu Chuan left home in a fit of rage, and also awakened the SSS-level talent. And look at himself. All he has awakened are useless trash talents and an air-gathering skill. Can this not be on fire? Hehehe. How could I not know? At that time, looking at his parents' look of having no eyes, I knew they were definitely going to regret it. Now it's good. Silly eyes. Ha ha ha. Wu Qiming stood outside the door of the ward, listening to the nurse's conversation, and in his heart, while he somewhat regretted his choice at that time, he was more enraged. How dare the two little nurses in the district discuss their family's affairs? They were simply living out of their minds. He bellowed at the two nurses. What are you two talking about? Believe it or not, I'll make it, so you can't find a job for the rest of your lives. The two little nurses immediately apologized in a frightened voice. Wu Qiming originally wanted to curse a few more times, but considering that Wu Xian was still inside, and if he heard him, he would be sad again, so he stopped and walked inside the ward. At this time in the hospital room, Wu Xian's face was ashen, leaning against the bed. While Wu Xian and Wu Yu were both comforting him at the bedside, Wu Qiming saw Xian in this state. The little thought of regret just now flew into the sky. What was there to regret? He had brought back a few good things for Xian this time, enough to make Xian take off. Xian, what's wrong? Why are you listless? Dad, I'm so useless. I can't catch up with my brother no matter how hard I try. Why don't we just pick up my brother and bring him back? He'll definitely be able to revitalize the prestige of our Wu family. The reason why Wu Xian brought up Wu Chuan naturally is not really want to pick up Wu Chuan back. At this time, if Wu Chuan went home, then there is still what he Wu Xian. Now he can only think of ways to make the Wu family to continue to support him to be able to do so. As expected, Wu Qiming was furious when he heard Wu Xian mention that rebellious son. If Wu Chun was willing to come back, he would have taken him back long ago. It was that rebellious son who went against him all day long that caused the Wu family's current predicament. Xian, what demoralizing words are you saying? In my father's heart, you are the best. So what if that rebellious son has heavenly achievements? I, Wu Qiming, can't see it. Here. This is a gift for you from the Eagle Kingdom that my father brought back for you. Wu Qiming clapped his hands, and two big men immediately came in from outside the ward, each holding an exquisite gift box in their hands. Wu Xian received the gift box cheerfully. Thanks, Dad. I knew you were the best. What are these? Of course, Wu Xian knew that there must be his coveted spirit body storage ring in it, and as long as he had it, his greatest weakness would be remedied, and he would truly rise to power at that time. Even an immediate entry into the lineup for the Carry Shield University College Cup wasn't out of the question. After all, his main skill, Turquoise Ray, was still very powerful. It was even said that his talent was the strongest talent at B rank, bar none. When he opened the first gift box, there were actually 2 pills inside. This is the human spirit pill that Dad auctioned off in the Eagle Kingdom. It can drastically increase your cultivation level of a 3rd-grade martial artist. You'll take it in the next 2 days and cultivate well. Strive to raise your cultivation to the peak of the 3rd grade before the start of this Academy Cup training tournament. And when that time comes, Dad will help you with your connections, and I believe that with your strength you will definitely be able to make it to the training tournament. Thanks, Dad. Wu Xian hurriedly thanked him. Xian, you must work hard. The first match of this training tournament is a 4-school joint training match between Yamato High School, Alpha Academy, Carry Shield University, and Evergreen Academy. You must practice hard. Wu Yu also instructed in a serious tone. Don't worry, sis. I'll try my best. Dad, this last gift shouldn't be the spirit storage ring, right? Just open it and see. Wu Qiming smiled smugly. Chapter 110. Inside the hospital ward, Wu Xian slowly opened the gift box, and a dazzling light blossomed from the box. His eyes were wide and his heart was racing so fast that it seemed as if it was going to jump out of his throat. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement, afraid that he would get too excited and foam at the mouth again. Dad, could this be the legendary spirit storage ring? Wu Xian asked in a trembling voice. Hehehe. This is more than just an ordinary spirit body storage ring. Oh. Wu Xian's gaze was fixed on the glittering ring, and he couldn't wait to ask. So what else is special? It also has an attribute boosting function compatible with spirit bodies, which can increase your base strength by 0.3 times out of thin air. Don't underestimate the 30% attribute. Once you put on the B-grade spirit body, it's a huge 1.8 times increase. Not to mention opponents at the same level, even an early 4th grade martial spirit powerhouse would be instantly suppressed by you. When Wu Xian heard this, an unspeakable feeling of joy and gratitude welled up in his heart. He looked at his father, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Wu Qiming gently patted his son's shoulder and said gently, Silly child. Why are you still so polite with Dad? I'm your father, it's only natural for me to do all this for you. As long as you can become stronger, Dad will be satisfied. Wu Xian sat not far away and watched the father and son helplessly sighed. Wu Chun is still your son, why don't you think about him? But she has also thought about it for a while. Wu Qiming wasn't doing it for anyone's good at all. He was just doing it for his own sake. Dad, don't worry. I'll redouble my efforts and try to catch up with my brother. Wu Xian suddenly got back all the self-confidence he had just lost. No matter how powerful your talent is, under the absolute suppression of attributes, you can only die. Wu Dust, just you wait. I, Wu Xian, am really going to take off this time. A few days later. I'm sure you've all heard about the big Academy Cup tournament coming up next month. In order to ensure that everyone is able to perform at their best in the competition and to meet the demands of intense daily training. On the 16th of this month, we have invited Carey Shield University, Daiwa High School, and Evergreen College to participate in this 4-school training tournament. In the practice class, Wu Duan had no qualms about lying on the table and sleeping soundly. Today is the first day of the official opening of school. This week's military training can be tossed to Wu Duan thin. Dream queuing is to put him on the spot, what ruthless, what tired to him on what others' physical ability to weight 400 kilograms cross-country 15 kilometers, Wu Dust weight 800 kilograms. I sent it just chasing her for a few kilometers during the practice test. This woman is really enough to hold a grudge. The intensity of this training tournament is not high. Only Evergreen is a strong opponent. So the school decided to take the old to bring the new lineup to play. The system is the same as the College Cup, divided into a total of 3 individual battles, 1 challenge, and 1 regional melee, for a total of 10. And our school leaders have decided that our freshmen this year can take 3 spots. The teacher's words fell, and immediately the students underneath boiled. The school leader, this is how high expectations for their session are. Although this time the place is only for the training match of the Academy Cup, but this is enough to exaggerate, knowing that if the first-year students can participate in the training match, the second year must be in the varsity team. The future is just unlimited when the time comes. It's not even impossible to go straight to the varsity team and play on the bench if you perform well in this training match. But there are only 3 spots. With so many bulls in our class, I don't think we have a chance. You still think you have a chance? Don't be too proud, Wu Duan, Caesar, Marriott, Rakshasa, Kapil. Just these few big brother spots aren't enough to share. I think Rakshasa and Kapil are at that level. The first one in the practical test was eliminated. That's because they offended Wu Chun. Anyway, in our session, don't offend anyone but Wu Chun. It's too powerful. It doesn't necessarily matter. I think Wu Chen's performance in this military training is just average. Maybe he just got lucky in the practical test? Didn't Mr. Gao say at that time? People's elite teams aren't even firing. I think this time, if it's a competition for places to hold some kind of ring match, Wu Duan will have to be hit hard. Silence. You will hear me out first. The teacher tapped the table and the students immediately stopped talking. Everyone prepare well during this time. The pointing tournament will be held in half a month, and the 3 best students will be chosen to compete. Well, that's all for today's lesson. Class dismissed. Wake up, big guy. Class is over. Zhang Yo saw that the teachers had all left and the students were hooting and hollering as they headed out, and hurriedly pushed the sleeping Wu Chun. Wu Chun sat up and scratched his head, looking at the departing crowd. This is the end of the lecture? It was also too fast. He hadn't slept enough. Come on, big guy. Let's go back to the dorm and sleep. Just can't. I've got something else to do today, gotta go out. Wu Dust is indeed something, and it is still a big deal. Today is the big day of the first domestic spirit body soldier Bladesman trial do-it-yourself type of real-world test. He, as an investor, was definitely going to check it out. All right then, big guy. Go about your business. I'll be back. Wu Chun bid farewell to Jin Yo and quickly walked out of the Alpha Academy. But as a result, This side had just left the academy when he saw a figure thumping and running over. Wu Chun turned around to see that it was surprisingly none other than Xia Chun, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Wu Duan, you wait. Wu Chun turned back and looked at Xia Chun. What kind of tricks is this woman up to again? Get out of here. You didn't really hit you last time and you're still on your nose, aren't you? No, Wu Chun, I really know I'm wrong. It's all because I didn't cherish you before. This time I figured it out. Even if you don't forgive me, it's okay. I'm here to simply apologize. At least we've known each other since we were kids. Even if we can't be husband and wife, we at least have some friendship, right? I want to treat you to a meal as my atonement to you. I must sincerely apologize, can I? Wu Chun looked Xia Chun up and down twice before saying, I accept your apology, dinner is not necessary. Get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you in the future. And the next time you come over to talk to me, don't say I'm being unkind. Xia Chun's heart rejoiced at first when she heard Wu Chun say that he accepted the apology. And then her heart fell directly to the bottom when she heard the words that followed. She gritted her teeth. It looked like she would have to use plan B. Wu Chun, it's okay if you don't eat the meal, have a drink of water, you must be thirsty, right? Here, this bottle of water is for you. Wu Dust. Chapter 111 Great Enhancement. Ryan enhances spiritual body soldiers. Xia Chun, are you a little big sick in the head? Come on, you don't always want to make up with me. Take a sip for me first, I'll drink after you. The corners of Wu Chen's mouth twitched, and now he really couldn't understand why he had liked this kind of brainless and stupid woman in the first place. Is it because she was the one who came over every day to keep her company when she was most helpless as a child? Xia Chun, after listening to the words of Wu Duan, people are stupid, she looked down at the bottle of water that was scared of their own medicine. The boss said it was for boys. Can you drink it yourself? Should not have any toxic side effects, right? Wu Chun looked at Xia Chun, whose eyes had grown long, and really didn't bother to pay attention to him as he directly walked towards the front. Brother Wu Chun, don't go. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Get out. Wu Chuan's icy voice made Xia Chun's heart go cold, and remembering her last miserable experience, she didn't dare to continue chasing after him, but stood frozen in place. Right after Wu Chun had completely walked away, she was just about to leave when a person behind her tapped her on the shoulder. Xia Chun was startled and she hurriedly turned back, only to find that it was her good best friend Yun Yun. Ru, you, what are you doing here? Natsu Pure asked sheepishly. Ru hemmed and hawed, then whispered, I have a friend who lives in the neighborhood, and I happened to be hanging out with her and just happened to see you. When Xia Chun heard her words, she blushed and didn't say anything. I told you, you can't do this. He's so defensive about you now. How can he fall for it? You have to listen to me. Next time I'll go first, and when I get the drugs down, I'll call you. I'll teach you how to serve men, and you'll be responsible for doing so. Xia Chun heard Yun Yun whisper in her ear, her pretty face red with shame. What's a big Soviet sit-in, huh? I've never heard of it. Just forget about all that, and do what I tell you to do, and I'll make sure you get your horse. A white figure shot up into the sky, fast as it could be, and in just under a minute, it flew into the second ranger's house like a shooting star. Yet the psychic radar didn't respond half as well. And on the fourth floor of a building more than 40 meters away from the second rangers, 3 men were sitting on their beds playing poker. One of the men said, isn't it time? Lao San, you go take a picture. Remember, don't show your head. Just hold up your cell phone and take one. Big difference can be delivered. Lao San nodded and sneaked up to the window, lifting his cell phone to take a picture. However, unbeknownst to him, while he was gone, the 2 men flew over his cards and looked at them twice. Well, see if it works. Okay. Come on, keep playing. Second Rangers. Incoming caller detected. Incoming caller belongs to the Second Rangers. 6-winged spirit. Recognition complete. The 6-winged god walked into the house. It was much colder inside the Second Rangers nowadays. After all, Chen Haobei, Li Jing, and the other members of Team A03 had all left. Yo, coming over? Quite on time. Huh. Fu Dongyang smiled and greeted Wu Chan when he saw him come in, and Wu Chen nodded to show his politeness. What's going on over at Liuli Island? Wu Chan also always saw the battle reports from the Liuli Island side these days, today saying that they had killed how many alien beasts, no mistake. Tomorrow saying that they had successfully restricted the black hole from continuing to overflow. But just do not see the end of the Lilideo incident. This is very obvious to report the good news, not to report the bad news. The more so, the more it proves that the Lilideo incident is far from being as simple as it seems. It's very troubling, The casualties in the regular army are high. Even the elite teams have seen entire teams wiped out. And if the problem can't be solved by the beginning of next month, the end of the large-scale invasion will deteriorate very badly, and manpower is very tight right now, and the headquarters side is waiting for the psychic troopers you've provided to be put into production. If the spirit soldiers can be put into actual combat, maybe everything will be fine thanks to you anyway. It's just a deal. Don't take it too much to heart. Tell you something. There's a couple of boys across the street from your house who seem to be taking pictures. Fu Dongyang nodded, signaling that he knew. Let's go. Let's go together to check on the spirit soldiers. It's about to start. Wu Chun and Fu Dongyang entered the elevator, and after a moment of weightlessness, the two arrived at the underground of the 2nd Rangers. To Wu Chen's surprise, unlike the raggedy top, the 2nd Ranger's underground was all made of silver superalloy. It gave an extreme sci-fi feeling, and the sheer size of the place made Wu Chun startled. Aren't you guys rich here? Why is the top broken like that? It's because of all the money invested in research. The two chatted, and in no time they arrived at the experimental site, which was a space that looked to be about 200 square feet, with the lifting frame about a dozen meters high, and Wu Chun and Fu Dongyang opened the door, which happened to be on the 2nd floor. Across the handrail and the Ryatsu shield, it was just possible to see the experiment that was about to take place underneath, when a solid green Ryatsu soldier armed with a shield and a long sword was already in position. And across from him was a man in a purple B rank spirit body. He is a member of the elite reserve team. He is now at the peak of the 4th grade martial spirit cultivation, a reinforced S rank gifted. His strength is very possible, and he is the one who came to test the strength of the spiritual body soldiers today. Wu Duan nodded. This boy's strength was very strong. He should belong to that level of graduating from a top prestigious school when he had just joined the elite reserve team. Wu Dust this time to provide belongs to the kind of elite level of spiritual body soldiers. In the advanced level with the current level of the dragon country cannot get out, on this thing still do not know how much combat power can be achieved. Soon, the experiment underneath began. Just as soon as they exchanged hands, the spirit soldiers fell into the wind. Facing the boys' crazy attack, the spirit soldiers were obviously only able to fight. After holding out for about 2 minutes or so, it was defeated. Because it was in the environment of experimenting with simulated weapons, the damage to the spirit soldier wasn't too big, and after the technicians repaired it, the spirit soldier was quickly repaired, and the second actual battle began. This time the boys used their talents and basically took the spirit soldier for a second in about 10 seconds. The level is a bit poor. Wu Chun thought about it. This thing can't help much if he wants it. Unless? Wu Dust suddenly thought of a possibility. He silently opened his wings and flew directly downstairs, then signaled the several technicians to make way. The few technicians were confused, but with Chang Yen nodding, the few technicians could only retreat to the side. Wu Dust had a double light flash. A green crystal appeared in his hand. Seeing this crystal, everyone was shocked. This is the chi seized by the chi seizing talent. A few technicians' faces were obviously not looking too good, but Wu Chun understood. This was something that no Blue Star could accept. This represents evidence of the massacre of the Blue Stars. It's the chi of that Ryan you had me cut up 2 days ago. I'll try putting him on, it might work well. A bad smile appeared at the corner of Wu Chen's mouth. But in advance, when the time comes, this prototype, it's mine. Been a bit busy lately. So let's go single shift for now. I can't say I'll be back in a couple days. Chapter 112. Wu Dust spotted Wu Qiming's scouts. Brother, no, brother Holy Spirit, don't tell the big truth. What do you mean we let you kill that Ryan? This can't be said. This is what you killed. It has nothing to do with us. Chang Yen anxiously explained while wiping the cold sweat that kept popping up on his head. He was well aware of the sensitivity of the matter, and if the outside world learned the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. In a moment, all people will sign a confidentiality agreement for me. Who dares to go out and talk nonsense? All pursue legal responsibility for serious treatment. Hearing this, all the employees in the lab nodded their heads desperately. At the same time, the way they looked at Wu Chun became much friendlier, and they realized that this one was a comrade on the same front as all of them. Brother Holy Spirit, I'll ask if I don't understand. Is there a purpose for you to put this crystal that you seized by taking over the chi into the spiritual body soldier? Originally, these technicians were still quite hostile towards Wu Chun, although they knew that he had a cooperative relationship with the 2nd Rangers. But his status as an unknown spirit caused them to have some misunderstandings about him. However, after what had just happened, they began to re-examine this mysterious being and became interested in him. What do you think the Otherworld is stealing the original world's chi for? Putting it into spirit soldiers is all classified as a waste, and in 90% of the countries in the otherworld, qi can be transplanted to intelligent life forms in special machines. In other words, your qi is only 30, which is supposed to be a waste. By transplanting Ryan's qi, your qi can instantly reach 90% of his level. Got it. Wu Chun didn't hide anything and directly told the truth. As a result, everyone in the lab sucked in a breath of cold air. It could still be like this? No wonder these unknown spirits were always attacking Blue Star, so this was what happened. What about putting him in a spirit soldier? It is possible to drastically increase the ability of a spirit soldier, but usually there is a cap on the ability of a spirit soldier as well, so it's not usually done, and right now it's only because of the limited amount of spirit tech in the original realm. Wu Dus said this kung fu has completed the debugging work. To be honest, he originally only know the theoretical knowledge, the first time on the hands of the operation, surprisingly perfect success. He clapped his hands together and then said, "Okay, let's do the third round of tests and see if the effects have changed." When this side was ready, the originally pure green-colored spirit body soldier suddenly underwent a drastic change, and an orange pattern actually appeared all over its body, as if it was the sword soldier and radiant angel that he had encountered at that time. Only the color of the pattern is slightly different. Oh my god! Look, a pattern has actually appeared? Is this turning into a special machine? Too amazing? But the special machines we've encountered in the past absorb the qi of other spirit soldiers. Just as a group of researchers talked in surprise, the third experiment began. The man in the purple spirit body was named Zhang Hao, and he immediately stepped forward when he heard the signal for the experiment to begin, slashing at the sturdy shield of the spirit soldier with a crisp crash. This time was completely different from the previous 2 times, and the spirit body soldier surprisingly didn't move at all. Zhang Hao was startled, but before he could react, the spirit body soldier suddenly moved. Zhang Hao immediately felt a huge force coming from the spirit soldier's body, and he was actually directly knocked back 3 or 4 meters away. His eyes widened with incredulity. How could the spirit body soldier suddenly be so much stronger? Prime sword slash. Instantly, Zhang Hao unleashed his talent. The blue light on his blade flickered, and his entire body rushed forward like lightning. The long blade in his hand was like a blue band of light, carrying a stern aura as he slashed directly at the spirit body soldier. Last time, he had relied on this move to directly nullify the shield of the spirit soldier, thus laying the foundation for victory. But this time, he only saw the spirit body soldier suddenly make a horizontal move, so fast that he didn't even see it, and directly dodged his fatal blow. Zhang Hao's face changed and he hastily withdrew his sword back to defense. The crowd on the stands were shocked to see this scene. The increase in strength of the spirit body soldier was too great, wasn't it? My goodness, just now, the spirit body soldier wasn't a match for Zhang Hao at all, and now his strength seems to have completely surpassed Zhang Hao. Yeah, Zhang Hao is from the elite reserve team. The spirit soldier is too much, right? That's normal. This should be reaching the limit of a spirit soldier. And don't forget that he was just installed with Ryan's qi, and Ryan is an Aurora. Look, Zhang Hao can't hold on much longer. As expected, since there was a clear gap between Zhang Hao and the spirit soldier in terms of strength, speed, and defense, after exchanging a few rounds, Zhang Hao had been completely suppressed by the spirit soldier. In the end, it took roughly 3 minutes for Zhang Hao's spiritual body to shatter, and he was declared defeated. After a few more rounds of testing, the final verdict was that at this point, the spirit body soldier's comprehensive strength was surprisingly already equivalent to that of a mid-stage 5th grade martial sect member wearing a B-grade spirit body. Whereas before putting in Ryan's qi, the strength of the spirit body soldier was only equivalent to the late 4th grade martial spirit. Just by simply adding a Ryan's qi, the strength of the spirit body soldier had unexpectedly risen by nearly a large realm. This was still because the elite-level spirit soldiers had reached their upper limit, otherwise the spirit soldiers might have been even stronger. On the way out, Chang Yen sat beside Wu Chun with a smile on his face. Brother Holy Spirit, do you have any stock of qi for so many years? Give us some, It's useless for you to keep it. When the time comes to make spirit body soldiers, we'll split it equally. On the side of Fu Dongyang heard Chang Yan's words, speechless straight shake his head. People want to have, they directly installed in their own spiritual body soldiers. Why share equally with you, His own boss was good at everything, but he was stupid when it came to things related to scientific research. No, I'm going to go now. I'll see you next time I get a chance. With a flash of his body between his words, Wu Chun disappeared directly in front of the second ranger's gate. Just as the two were trying to go back, a man in a purple B-rank spirit body hurriedly ran back from the opposite building. Boss Chung, it's bad. Just now didn't you tell us to go and catch the 2 people who were always taking pictures of the opposite building? We went over, only to find that they were all dead and their cell phones were destroyed. Chang Yen frowned, then commanded, "Find out for me. This thing has to come to a head." Wu family, Wu Qiming was alone in his home sipping strong tea while watching his cell phone and swiping the news. After a while he looked at the time on the top right of his phone. "This photo submission is almost here today. Why haven't you submitted the photos by now?" Wu Qiming took out his spare cell phone. The card was obtained through a special channel, specifically to contact those few people. As a result, the number was dialed, only to have the sweet female voice within the phone directly tell him that the other party's cell phone was turned off. In this instant, Wu Qiming's mind went blank. It's over. Something's wrong. Chapter 113. Wu Qiming was confused. Wu Qiming's entire body was dumbfounded at this time. His brain was blank and he was completely at a loss. He put the phone down and then dialed the number again. But the result was still the same, and he began to feel a chill rise up his spine and an involuntary shiver run up his legs. He sat staring blankly at the couch, a million images flashing through his mind like a movie. He realizes that he may have gotten himself into an untenable predicament that is likely to get him into serious trouble. Paralyzed, I've been played by those Eagle Country people. At that time it was just too impulsive, thinking that taking a picture of the periphery should be fine. Yes, I just took pictures of the periphery. These photos haven't even been sent abroad yet. I can say that I just took them for fun. Wu Qiming wiped the cold sweat from his head and tried to convince himself to believe such a statement. But he knew in his heart that this explanation was too far-fetched to stand up. Just then, Wu Qiming thought of a solution. He decided to call Butler Lu, hoping to discuss a solution to the problem with the other party. "What are your orders, master?" "Old Lu, you now immediately go to the Supreme Emergency Management Center's Second Rangers for a trip to see if something happened over there?" Hearing these words, Butler Lu had a questioning look on his face and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What's the big deal with the Second Rangers? I haven't heard of anything going on over there. Was there a car accident?" Still, he answered with his mouth, "Okay, master. I'll go and take a look." After saying that, Butler Lu turned around and headed for the door. However, when Butler Lu had just reached the door, Wu Qiming's voice sounded once again. "Wait, old Lu, you'd better not go." Hearing this, Butler Lu stopped in his tracks with a bewildered expression and turned around to look at Wu Qiming suspiciously. Only Wu Qiming wiped the cold sweat from his head and was secretly glad that he did not let Butler Lu go forward to the Second Rangers just now, because he suddenly realized that if something did happen to the Second Rangers, then they would definitely be the first to notify him. Now, since no news has come in, it probably means that the Second Rangers are not in danger. Moreover, maybe the entrance to the Second Rangers was a trap right now, just waiting for him to jump into it. Thinking of this, Wu Qiming couldn't help but shiver. "You can't panic yourself." Wu Qiming hurriedly got up, deleted all the photos he had collected over the past few days, and came to the toilet to smash the cell phone that had contacted those people, then threw it into the toilet and flushed it away, and only then did he relax a little. He sat on the couch, his body trembling slightly as he tried to reach for a glass of water to ease his inner turmoil. However, the teacup lost its balance due to the hand trembling too much and eventually fell to the ground with a crisp, shattering sound. Just as he was about to call for someone to clean up the teacup shards, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Yo, Mr. Wu Qiming, how are you?" Wu Qiming was originally bending down to pick up the pieces of the water cup when he suddenly heard this icy female voice coming from behind him, instantly scaring him so much that he shuddered and sat down on his butt. He turned his head in horror, and as far as his eyes could see was actually a Chinese woman wearing a blue bodysuit. She had long, shiny black hair and a slender and slim figure, but her face was covered with an eerie ghost face mask. Wu Qiming's eyes were wide open, full of shock and fear. He stammered and questioned, "Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to enter here? Do you realize that this is trespassing and I'm going to sue you?" However, in the face of his questioning and threats, the woman only smiled faintly, showing no fear or trepidation at all. Instead, she nonchalantly walked over to the sofa opposite Wu Qiming and sat down, then pulled out a photo from her body and casually threw it in front of Wu Qiming, who was still sitting on the floor. "Are you really going to kick me out? If I were you, I'd thank me and get down on my knees and kowtow to me, or come over and kiss my feet." Wu Qiming angrily wanted to curse, but still picked up the photo on the ground first and took a look at it, and when he saw it, he froze at that moment. For a moment, he was unsure whether to be happy or fearful. Within the background of the photo was an ordinary, simple bedroom. A bedroom that Wu Qiming still had some impression of. This house was the very same house that he had rented across the street from the second rangers. And inside the house lay the bodies of 3 men, the same 3 men he had just tried to contact. His brain was in chaos at that moment, and it was a long time before he mumbled something. What the hell are you? Could it be that you killed the 3 of them? Why did you kill them? Their whereabouts were discovered by the second rangers. You should be thanking me. If it wasn't for me, you would have been in someone's cell by now. TSK, 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 TSK. I really didn't think you were so useless. You can't even find someone to keep an eye on you. And these 3 people you chose are nothing. You're literally taking your life in your hands. The woman leaned back on the couch as he looked at Wu Qiming, who was already scared out of his wits. Are you? You from Eagle Country? No, 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 no. I'm a native of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm just serving them. The woman had a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, seemingly satisfied with the reaction of the man in front of her. She stood up and walked over to Wu Qiming, looking at him condescendingly. Mr. Wu, don't be afraid, we're just making a deal. As long as you cooperate obediently, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. But if you don't cooperate, then I can't guarantee anything. Wu Qiming raised his head. A hint of fear and despair flashed in his eyes. He finally realized that he had fallen for the Eagle Kingdom's trap. But at this point he had no choice. What the hell do you want? We don't want to do anything. Just wait for the news. It's been a tight couple of days. So lurk around for a couple of days. I'll contact you when I need you. Trust me. If you make a stupid mistake next time and get a bunch of useless losers to cope with the job, I'll be the first to get you killed. Don't doubt my strength, hehehe. Wu Qiming hesitated, knowing that he had no other choice. If he didn't agree to them, he might die a horrible death. But if you say yes, there might be a silver lining. All right, I promise you guys. But how do I know you guys will keep your word? Don't worry, we are trustworthy. As long as you complete your mission, we will definitely not treat you poorly. Moreover, if you dare to play any tricks, you'll be responsible for the consequences. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and left the room, leaving Wu Qiming sitting there alone, his heart filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know if he would be able to complete this mission, let alone what kind of fate would await him. Chapter 114 Rules. Time passes like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye it's the end of the month. And during this seemingly short but actually long period of time, the Dragon Kingdom has experienced many remarkable events. The first batch of 1,000 spirit soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom made their official debut 10 days ago, and they were thrown into the actual battle on Lioli Island with great vigor. This was not only the first time in the history of Blue Star that there was a spirit soldier of its own, but it was also a feat that caught the world's attention and instantly shook the entire world. In the face of such amazing breakthroughs and achievements, countless countries had pressured the Dragon Kingdom, strongly requesting it to hand over its spirit soldier technology. These countries claimed that this was done to maintain world peace and to create a united front against the threat of unidentified spirits. Among them, the most arrogant and domineering is the Eagle State. They put on a moralistic face and loudly proclaimed that it was all for the good of all mankind, so that mankind could survive the frantic stranglehold of the unknown spirits tenaciously. If the Dragon Kingdom doesn't hand over the technology for making spirit soldiers, then all the people who die worldwide from unknown spirits will blame the Dragon Kingdom for their selfishness. Subsequently, the allies of the Eagle Kingdom in the world also came forward to accuse the Dragon Kingdom, demanding that the Dragon Kingdom immediately share the technology of making spirit soldiers publicly and send experts to guide them. Make sure that the Eagle Kingdom and its allies all master the technology of spiritual soldiers. Faced with this situation, the representative of the Dragon Country finally stepped forward and responded. It's not impossible to want us to hand over the technology for making spirit soldiers, but you people of the Eagle Kingdom should first set an example by sharing the spirit storage ring, as well as the spirit implant teleportation technology with the world. Upon hearing this proposal, the representative of the Eagle Nation immediately stood up to express his opposition and emphasized that the spirit body storage ring technology and spirit body implant teleportation technology belonged to the secrets of the Eagle Nation people, and had nothing to do with the establishment of the Common Resistance Front of Humanity. They will never hand over these technologies easily. Then, the representative of the Eagle Kingdom once again urged the Dragon Kingdom to hand over the technology of the Spirit Soldier as soon as possible, or else they would join hands with other allied countries to impose harsher sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the representative of the Eagle Kingdom also limited the Dragon Kingdom to only 1 week to consider whether to accept the offer. After hearing this news, For a while, the entire Dragon Kingdom was abuzz with angry people taking to the streets in protest, demanding that the government take tough measures against the Eagle Kingdom. Some radicals, on the other hand, have called for a boycott of Eagle country goods, and some have even initiated demonstrations and sit-ins. This sentiment quickly spread to all sectors, with both ordinary citizens and members of the business community responding positively to the call. Social media platforms are flooded with messages to boycott Eagle country products, with people encouraging each other and sharing how to avoid buying goods from Eagle country. Many merchants have joined in, voluntarily taking down Eagle country branded merchandise and promoting homegrown alternatives. However, just 10 days passed before the domestic boycott fervor cooled. People are buying what they want, driving what they want, as if the shame of the previous 2 days is all gone. Wu Dust was also very angry in his heart after seeing these news, but he knew that he was too small to change anything. Even if one starts to confront the Eagle state now, it will only be a small fight and will not be able to make a substantial impact. And he had his own business to attend to during the day, so he wouldn't even have time to sleep if he only used the nighttime to fly to the Eagle Kingdom proper to commit a crime and return. To truly participate in the confrontation between nations, one must become stronger to do so. Thinking of this, Wu Chun couldn't help but sigh. If he had the strength of 10 years from now, whether it was the Eagle Kingdom or any other country, as long as they dared to provoke, going up there would be a thrashing. But reality is harsh, and for now all he needs to do is focus on his own development. The most pressing task at hand was to participate in the Academy Cup training tournament, which was the most important thing for him. Nowadays, Wu Chun was sitting quietly in the special review room of the Alpha Academy Cup varsity team. On his left sat Leang Xinyi, and on his right sat Lemon. The other varsity members looked at him with envy and jealousy. Mud. This kid has gone too far. Ah, a person to our schoolgirls to wrap up the scene, you say, have he done so? The corner of the mouth of a handsome boy wearing a varsity uniform and round framed glasses twitched twice. His name was Park Tae-ho and he was a cosmopolitan. It is said to be written in their textbooks that their people came from the universe, hence the name of their people. And according to themselves, all the civilizations of the world originated in their country, and all the world's notables are also from their country. Anyway, it's just a bunch of bull. Go up and grab it if you can. What's the use of talking to me here? Okay, everyone be quiet. I'll explain the exact rules of the Academy Cup, although all of our veteran players are more familiar with this. But considering that there are quite a few new members this year, I feel the need to rehash things again. A teacher in a blue uniform walked up to the podium. He looked at the students on the stage and said lightly, "First of all, the overall event of the College Cup is divided into 2 parts. The regular season is decided by points, and the top 32 colleges will participate in the playoffs. And each tournament will feature 4 schools, including 6 individual matches, 2 challenge matches, and 2 regional mixers. One of the individual battles each school sends 3 players, a total of 12, 2x2 1-on-1, and the winner earns a point for his or her school. And the challenge match was similar for schools drew lots, 2x2 for the challenge match. First of all, the first students of the 2 colleges to fight against each other. The victor will continue to challenge the next opponent's students, until there is a school with all 3 students defeated. The winning team will receive 3 points as a reward. Lastly, there was the regional melee, which was when 6 academies competed within the same map, and each academy needed to send 4 competitors. Timed at 4 hours, there are 2 ways to end the game. The first is to run out of time, and the second is to eliminate all the players from all the other schools except your own side. Let's start with the first one. The first one has 2 types of point reward modes, survival points and kill points, and survival points is 1 point for every team member that survives. A kill point is a point earned for each kill of a player from another school. And the second mode is the same, but with an extra 5 points as a victory bonus. Does everyone understand? Chapter 115, We Chinese. Got it! Both the first-year interns who came over temporarily to join the varsity team and the veteran members of the varsity team were very facetious and shouted together. Very well, as you all know, tomorrow is the time for the 4 schools training match. This time we are adopting the old with the new lineup. I'm going to talk about the list of participants next, so all of you pay attention. Now everyone was holding their breath, especially the freshmen. It was a matter of whether or not they would be recognized for all the hard work they had put in during this time. The captain for this practice game is 4th-year student Drokaros as captain. When the teacher finished speaking, almost everyone looked at a blonde man sitting in the first row, wearing a straight suit and with pale eyes, if the teacher hadn't said he was a student. Many of the freshmen even thought he was a coach or some other staff member. So he's Drokaros, huh? He was the singles king of last year's Academy Cup, competing in a total of 77 singles matches with a 98.7% win rate, earning 76 points for the academy in singles matches alone. I also heard that he has joined the elite reserve team of the Dragon Kingdom. The Mythic Kingdom 10 times company invited him back, he didn't even go back. I don't know why. I've heard that he's particularly fond of Chinese culture, and his Mandarin is more standard than 90% of the dragons. Bullseye. Listening to the words of their classmates, most of them looked at the man seated in the first row, but he didn't show much and just listened faintly. Next, co-captain, 4th year Takakura, team members, 3rd year Park Tae-ho, 3rd year Wang Ruoli, 3rd year Li Han, 2nd year Chen Lemon, 2nd year Leang Xinyi, 1st year Wu Duan, 1st year Caesar, and 1st year Wan Ho. Okay. Please stay with the students whose names were just read, and the rest of you may be dismissed. After the teacher finished, the other members of the varsity team who hadn't been selected went out with a cheeky grin, and it didn't matter to them whether they played the training matches or not. Only a dark-haired man in varsity attire patted Durocaros on the shoulder before leaving. The freshmen who didn't make the cut were a bit more lost, especially the 2A3s, who looked resentfully at the 3 who made the cut. Then grayed out. After everyone had left, the teacher continued to speak. I'll start by arranging the programs that each team member will participate in, and then discuss the tactics. The first team members to participate in the individual battles will be Drocaros, Li Han, and Wan Hao. The team members who participated in the challenge were Tae-ho Park, Lemon Chan, and Caesar. Lastly, we have the regional melee. The players participating are Gao Tsong, Wang Ruoli, Leang Xinyi, and Wu Duan. Tactical configurations will follow, and for those in the regional melee, please listen carefully. However, before I get to the tactics, there is one more thing I want to emphasize, and that is discipline. Especially Wu Dust, I hope you don't try to be a personal hero. Strictly execute the tactics arranged by the teacher, do you understand? Listen to the captain's arrangement. Can you understand the human language? This teacher standing on the podium is named Li Ming, the vice coach of the varsity team, a former graduate student of Alpha College, and a favorite student of Principal Gao Shuesheng. Since it's just a practice game and the head coach isn't in attendance, he's a tiger without a monkey at home, and his purpose for this practice game is really just one. That would be to suppress Wu Duan. That means he doesn't care if he wins or loses as long as it's Wu Dust who is acting like he's pulling on his pants. And this time the arrangement is ingenious. Gao Tsong was Principal Gao's own son and was undoubtedly on their side, while Wang Ruoli was Gao Tsong's girlfriend. These two are playing the role of the mole. Takakura as the vice captain is the command of the regional melee. When the time comes, as long as the critical moment to betray Wu Duan will be fine. And if Wu Chun didn't listen, it would be even better. This was typical of disorganization and lack of discipline, no sense of the big picture, and then he would naturally let Jackson compare. With 2 of the 4 people on a team being traitors, he didn't believe that Wu Duan could still perform well. As for what he had just said, it was to disgust Wu Chun, so that he would lose his usual mind and lose even faster. Teacher, do you speak human? Wu Dust didn't get angry either, but just smiled and asked in return. How dare you? Wu Dust, is there a way for you to talk to your teacher like that? Let me tell you, I knew you were unorganized and undisciplined. Now I see that it's true. Don't think you're great just because you have a bit of talent. Teacher, what are you excited about? What did I say about you? Didn't you ask me if I could understand human speech? I'm asking if you can speak human? What's wrong with that? I mean, you're such a pussy that you speak human. Can I not understand it? You! Li Ming was exasperated and didn't say a word, and just as he was about to say something, suddenly Drocaros, who was sitting in the first row, spoke. Coach Li Ming, please respect Cadet Wu Chun. We are a country of etiquette in China. It's really humiliating for you to do this. If you can't coach properly, I'll call Coach Zhou and you won't go tomorrow. Li Ming froze at that moment. He couldn't help but look at Drocalos. He couldn't even understand why this white-skinned, yellow hair and blue eyes guy was helping Wu Chun. But Drocaros, a co-captain of the varsity team and a member of the Xia Elite Reserves, has a great relationship with head coach Zhou Tianxiang. He really wouldn't dare offend Drocalos. I was just trying to educate him, but Li Ming was just about to explain, but his words were once again interrupted by Drocalos. I'm not interested in hearing that. Don't think I don't know the little minds of you people, so why don't you just get on with the tactics? Goosey. Ha 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 ha. Leang Xinyi and Lemon and Park Tae-ho just couldn't hold it in and laughed right then and there. Quiet. All listen to me on tactics. Li Ming's face was red with anger, and he could only bite his teeth and chide. As a result, this side he was speaking from above. Below, Leang Xinyi quietly moved to the place where she was sticking to Wu Duan, and then leaned over and whispered in Wu Duan's ear. Wu Dust, that called Drocaros is so funny. He also called himself our Chinese. How to see how he does not look like the Dragon Country people well. Wu Chan shook his head as he felt the petite body that was almost pressed up against him and moved to the side in some discomfort before continuing. I don't know, but it's the smoothest foreigner I've ever seen in my life. Soon, the meeting ended and Wu Chan, Leang Xinyi and Lemon walked out of the conference room side by side, only to see Drocaros waiting within the corridor. Seeing the three of them coming over, he suddenly opened his mouth. That Gao Tsong is Principal Gao's own son. You and Leang Xinyi be careful in tomorrow's regional melee. 1:16. Yamato College. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was early morning the next day, which was sunny and breezy, putting people in a pleasant mood. A total of 11 people from Tianwu High School were participating in today's training match, and they quickly finished assembling in the school before getting into a car together and driving out of the campus to the competition venue. Today's home field is called Yamato Academy? That name sounds so awkward. Leang Xinyi sat beside Wu Chun and asked softly. Wu Chun couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard her question. He thought for a moment before answering. I'm not sure about this. It's normal that you don't know. Even I, a second grader, have never heard of it. Lemon was sitting in front of the two and immediately turned her head to interject when she heard their conversation. She explained with a curious look on her face. This school seems to have been incorporated only this year, and I've never heard of its existence before. Wu Chun was also surprised when he heard Lemon's words. I didn't expect that even the second-year Lemon didn't know about this matter, so it seemed that this school was indeed full of mysteries. However, Wu Chun didn't have too many worries about the upcoming match. No matter how mysterious the opponent was, as long as he gave it his all, he would always be able to unveil it. After all, strength is the key factor in determining victory or defeat. Soon the car drove to the designated spot. This is a university established on the outskirts of Tianjin City. From the outside, the school as a whole looks very newly decorated, and even carries a sense of technology with a very advanced electronic access control placed in front of the main door. Instead of the usual college kind of iron fence next to the gate, there was a concrete fence that was more than 3 meters high, with dense barbed wire wrapped around the top of the fence. The most terrifying thing was that even the top of the fence was stopped by 4 high-voltage wires, so once someone accidentally touched the high-voltage wires, they would probably turn into a charred corpse in an instant. There were also 15-meter high posts every 50 meters or so, and these looked unusually sturdy. And at each post stood a member of the campus defense team in a purple spirit body, sniper rifles in hand, vigilantly observing the situation around them. Not only that, but even in front of the main gate stood a full 8 campus defense teams dressed in purple spirit bodies, lined up in 2 rows of 4 people each, always on high alert. This battle, not to mention Wu Chan and others, even that deputy coach Lu Ming was stunned. I'm going to go, look, this Yamato Academy is so powerful. The campus guard wears B-rank spirits. It's damn near more powerful than our alpha. That's right, Nima, this is catching up with the regular army. Is this a school that just opened? Why do I have the feeling that I've arrived at a top-tier academy? Feel a little wrong, this university? This is also too low profile, this university. I feel that some of the ordinary citizens do not know this place, this year's college entrance exams, when he also does not publicize. Creepy, really creepy. More than weird, Wu Chun looked at the 3-meter-high walls and high-voltage lines. He felt that this was not a school at all, but a military base. Right in the midst of the many students' discussions, the car quickly arrived in front of the electronic access control, only to see right in front of it 2 old men who seemed to be arguing with the guards about something. What are you doing? Can't even get in? Is this an island lease? A place where Rukoku and dogs are not allowed? A school for islanders? You're still so arrogant on our dragon land? Why don't you let us in? We all used to do our morning exercises in there. What kind of things are you guys? We want to go in today. The 2 oldest old men looked agitated and were about to barge in with red faces and necks, only to have those campus guards directly in front of the oldest old men. Knocked the 2 bosses to the ground. I'm sorry, we bought this place at a huge cost. You really can't enter because it's private territory. I'm sorry, please leave now or we'll have to call the police. The Alpha Academy's car pulled up in front of the gate, and Wu Duan curiously asked Lemon, who was sitting in the front, do we not let outsiders in our school? No, who cares? It just doesn't let outside cars in. Pedestrians are allowed. Wu Dust deeply frowned. It is clear that this dam actually is an island university. It's so blatantly obvious that they won't let the dragons in on Dragon's Land. And what the hell do they want to do by building the school like this? That, Mr. Guard. Would you please open the door? I'm sorry, you just heard that. Didn't you? We're on private property and we don't let outsiders in. The guards made a bow to Li Ming, looking quite humble. In fact, it was not polite at all. This time Wu Chun was considered to confirm that these people were all islanders. So they're not dead yet. We're here to play a training match. Your academy invited us. You go in and inform us right now. Li Ming also came up with fire, taking students to play so many years of training matches, or the first time to let people stop outside the door. Okay, sorry, I'll report back. Wu Chun indifferently looked at everything outside. It was obviously unwise to go and pick a fight now. The fact that people could open the school here meant that people on the official side had finished the fight a long time ago. You can't use it even if you make a lot of noise, but Wu Duan thinks that he can come over at night time to see if he can cut the whole gang cleanly. After about 3 to 5 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing glasses who was not very tall ran out from the school. He went to the front of the Alpha crowd's car and respectfully gave a 90-degree salute. I'm so very sorry. It's my fault for not speaking to the guards on duty today ahead of time. So please come in quickly, honored guests. Again, I sincerely want to apologize to you. It's okay. You must be Mr. Miyamoto. You don't have to be too polite. Get in the car and let's go in together. Feeling respected, Li Ming happily invited the other party into the car. Soon, the electronic gates opened and the car headed toward the campus, while the two oldest men were violently driven away from them. Yamato Academy, inside one of the classrooms. We must never forget the shame of our country, always endure, and be ready to die at any time for the revival of our great island nation. You know? The land under your feet now was originally our great island nation. But it was appropriated by these despicable dragons, and now we have to spend huge sums of money to buy land from them to study here. What is this? It's disgraceful. And the shame will have to be washed away with the blood of the Dragon Nation, so that when once the Dragon Nation is attacked on a large scale by an outside force or an unknown spirit, we can take advantage of the situation. Destroy them completely, thus restoring the glory of our great island nation. The speech of a man in a suit on the podium was applauded by all the participants. As soon as this man in suit finished speaking, a woman walked in from outside with small steps. Matsui-kun, the other 3 Academy Cup teams are all here. Okay, I know, I'll be right there. Let's have all our trainees be polite and make sure to paralyze them. Got it? The man in the suit said coldly. Don't worry, I've got it all set up. That's good. Let's go. Chapter 117 Individual Challenge Match begins. Time passed quickly, and Wu Chun and the other members of the Alpha Academy Cup team followed Mr. Miyamoto to the competition venue. Since this was only a training match, spectators or other bystanders were not allowed to be present. When they walked into the room, Wu Duan saw at a glance that the opposite side of the contestants' table was already filled with a dozen contestants, including Wu Xian. When Wu Xian saw Wu Chun, he even gave him a mocking smile, but Wu Chun didn't care too much. It didn't take long for the other 2 teams to arrive. Yamato Academy, as the organizer of this tournament, sent one of their instructors out of the room to begin the lottery ceremony. The 12 players from the 4 teams competing in the individual challenge then began a mixed draw. The 6 matchups were quickly finalized as the draw was made. First up was Zhuge Chang of Kerry Shield University against Zhou Heng of Evergreen College. The 2 of them walked onto the sparring platform and put on their B-rank spirit equipment, a real live battle simulation with the map being a single combat map, the bridge. The battle begins, and both sides instantly get into position to engage in a fierce exchange. Their movements were agile and swift, and each attack contained great power. The audience stared intently at the stage, their hearts racing as if they could feel the tension on the battlefield. After a fierce battle, both of them used their natural skills. But in the end, Zhou Heng of Evergreen Academy was even better, as he swung out 2 consecutive slashes, cutting Zhuge Chang into a human stick before finally, he added another slash without slowing down, completely defeating his opponent. The members of Kerry Shield University on the stage were furious as they expressed their dissatisfaction with Zhou Heng's behavior and cast angry glances at him. However, Zhou Heng paid no attention to it and even raised his middle finger at the crowd from Kerry Shield University in a friendly gesture. All right, next up is the second match. Alpha Academy's Drokaros versus Yamato Academy's Kurosaki Futamori. Drokaros slowly rose to his feet and soon both runners were in the field, stopping slowly as the big screen map rotated, settling on a sloping, steeply sloped section of a small mountain village. Singles match 2, Map Little Mountain Village 3. Please have both players ready. The match will officially begin in 10 seconds. As the referee's words fell, the environment around the two people suddenly changed, and they actually came to the center of the small mountain village. Your Excellency Drokaros, I have great respect for you and have long heard of your brilliant battles. You are my idol. Please teach me more. Kurosaki Futamori made a slight salute at Drokaros, showing his respect. However, Drokaros only laughed coldly, a hint of contempt and mockery flashing in his eyes. To be honest, I thought all of you islanders had died out, but I didn't realize there were still people alive. It really surprised me. Upon hearing such nonchalant words from Drokaros, a surge of anger surged in Kurosaki Futamori's heart, but he managed to hold back his emotions and responded as calmly as he could. Your Excellency, aren't you going a bit too far in saying that? There is no deep hatred between us islanders and your mythic kingdom, is there? Did you ever speak of politeness when you slaughtered our countrymen? Now you even dare to come and talk to me about politeness. It's simply ridiculous. You islanders don't deserve my respect at all. Kurosaki Ninomori looked puzzled, not understanding what the massacre Drokalos was referring to was all about. The islanders had never had a large-scale conflict with the mythic kingdom, let alone any deep hatred. Your Excellency, what do you mean by that? When have we islanders ever massacred the people of your mythic kingdom? Is there a misunderstanding in this? The elected chiefs of Yamato Academy on the stage were also confused, and they were equally baffled by Drokaro's accusations. They couldn't help but murmur, "What the hell is going on here? Why can't we understand any of it?" Yes, we islanders and mythos have always lived in peace. Could Drokaros have gotten something wrong? And the words of Drokaros on the stage made Kurosaki Futamori outright confused. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. Kurosaki Futamori was close to cursing. Nima, you're a little yellow hair who says you're from the Dragon Kingdom? I'm more of a Dragon Nation person than you are. Kurosaki Futamori held his breath, thinking that in a moment the match would start. He would definitely give this arrogant Dragon Nation man a little lesson. And it was at this point that the countdown ended and the match began. Though the match began, Drokalos in his purple spirit body started to burst right in, and Kurosaki Futamori knew that he was never going to be a match for him in a hard fight, so he strategically retreated. Running towards one of the homes in the mountain village, he kicked open a window and went straight into the bungalow, Drokaros following in a flash without fear. However, to his surprise, there was actually no longer a Kurosaki Futamori in the house. Drokalos looked around. There was not a single silhouette. The air seemed to have frozen, and everyone outside the arena couldn't help but hold their breath. Why is the person gone? Obviously, Kurosaki Futamori just came in for 2 or 3 seconds. Marriott frowned as he substituted himself into the scene. What if it was himself? He came to the conclusion that there was nothing he could do but search the house carefully first. It should be this islander's gift. He can be invisible or teleport or something. Lemon Chin immediately gave an answer on the side. With such a small space, it's easy to be sneak attacked. Won't the captain be in danger? Caesar raised an eyebrow. He wasn't going to lose the first game, was he? Just watch. The strength of Drokaros. When it was too late, only an ear-piercing air-breaking sound could be heard, followed by a blade that flashed with a cold light slashing towards the back of Drokaros' head at an astonishing speed. Drokalos seemed to have been alerted, and instead of turning back, he skillfully lowered his body and easily avoided the fatal blow. Kurosaki Futamori was shocked in his heart. He had never thought that the surefire strike he had sent out in his stealthy state would actually be dodged so easily by his opponent. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately retreated backward, attempting to reopen the distance between him and Drokaros, looking for a new opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, Drokaros didn't give Kurosaki Futamori that chance. The Reiko thrusters behind him suddenly erupted in a frenzy of blazing flames, like a ferocious beast opening its fangs to pounce on its prey. Kurosaki Futamori was caught off guard, and before he could react, he was hit head-on by the blazing flames. Just as Kurosaki Futamori was stunned, Drokaros quickly turned around with the powerful propulsion of his Reiko thrusters. The blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, like a broken moon, drawing an arc in the air. Kurosaki Futamori's eyes widened, but he didn't even have time to perform his overload ability before he felt a sharp pain coming from his neck. In a flash, his head separated from his body and flew into the air. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he couldn't accept such an ending. The winner has been decided. The winner is Drokaros. 1 point for Alpha Academy. With the referee's announcement, A silence fell over the entire venue. The audience was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The battle ended so quickly that it shocked everyone. Kurosaki Futamori was defeated in an instant as a contestant with a decent amount of strength, and failed to even use his overload ability. This certainly proves that Draculos is far superior to his opponents and makes you look forward to the rest of the fight. Chapter 118 Challenge Wu Yu Debut. The crowd at Alpha was very happy to have taken the opener in the first game, however, most of them couldn't smile in the next game. Alpha's second individual match was third-year Han Lee against Tsutsuko Tonari of Yamato Academy. Tsutsuko Azuma is a small girl who looks like she's only 1.55, and even with her hair down she looks adorable, but she's a girl who's extremely difficult to deal with. Her martial arts skills were basically close and short strikes, and she was exceptionally flexible, and her strength with her hidden blades was terrifying. Li Han wasn't a starter at Alpha last year, but was still very good as a third-year powerhouse. However, just under 3 minutes later, his throat was slit by Tsutsuko Tonari in the shadow of a bridge hole. The knife was unimaginably fast, cutting through Li Han's throat like lightning. Though afterward, Li Han fought back as hard as he could, even though Li Han managed to cut off Tsutsuko Tonari's arm. After his throat was slit, a large amount of spiritual fluid leaked out, and his spiritual body eventually cracked and he was awarded a loss on the spot. The battle ended so quickly that everyone was shocked and surprised. What was expected to be an intensely confrontational match ended in such a brutal way. Alpha's players were silent, unable to accept this fact, while the spectators of Great River Academy cheered and celebrated the victory. And the third person to appear was newcomer Wan Hao. Although his strength was good, this time he was unlucky and met Chen Lu, a fourth-year student from Evergreen Academy, and there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Marriott had just entered the venue not even 30 seconds ago when he was directly taken out by Chen Lu holding a shotgun. Couldn't be blamed on Marriott being too weak. It was really because the difference in rank between them was too great. After all, Chen Lu's cultivation level was almost a large realm higher than Wan Hao's. Faced with such a huge gap, Marriott was defeated before he could even make any effective resistance moves. With all of the individual competitions behind us, here are the specific results for each college. Evergreen College, 3 points. Yamato Academy, 2 points. Alpha College, 1 point. Carey Shield University, 0 points. I'll go. Evergreen Academy actually didn't bring any freshmen. Is a training match enough? Lemon couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he organized his equipment and looked towards the Evergreen Academy side. Why not to? They probably want to test their strength and level of play with this game. Park Tae-ho, who was next to him, laughed disdainfully before turning his head to look at the Evergreen Academy team in the distance and whispered. Most of them are centered around sophomore and junior replacements with a couple of fourth-year starters, so it looks like they've got a lot of ambition this year. But you guys don't have to worry excessively. They mustn't draw us in the challenge match later. If they do, I'll teach them to be human. Park Tae-ho, cut the crap, we have to take the challenge. The regional melee is not good. In a moment the challenge Lemon goes first, Caesar second. Park Tae-ho, you guard the ring, don't drop the chain for me. Draculos directly crossed the vice coach Li Ming began to give instructions. Li Ming looked at Draculos, but did not say much. What's the point of struggling anymore? Even if you win the challenge, you'll end up with 4 points, and when the time comes, you won't get a single survival point as long as the regional melee alpha is all but wiped out. It's useless to get even a single point for kills, and with 5 points, you're guaranteed less than first place at best. At that time, his own mission would be considered successfully accomplished. Sorry, Captain. It's my fault. I should have just taken it. Li Han pounded his head, obviously blaming himself a little. It's okay, you did the best you could. Right after the crowd had discussed their tactics, the second stage of the challenge draw officially began, and when the big screen finished displaying it, the crowd was sort of relieved. Match 1. Evergreen College versus Yamato College. Game 2. Carey Shield University versus Alpha Academy. As the clock ticked down, the first game finally began. Everyone hadn't expected Yamato Academy to be so strong, and their performance was amazing as they played 3 consecutive matches. Among them, the second player from Yamato Academy, Chitosa Noe, played brilliantly, defeating 2 players from Evergreen Academy in a row, forcing out Evergreen Academy's defender, Hayakori Chia, straight away. However, just when it was thought that Yamato Academy was likely to be victorious, Chia showed his true strength. With his amazing aura and superb swordsmanship, he defeated the 2 players from Yamato Academy by himself, and eventually helped Evergreen Academy to win. This match gave the audience in attendance a deeper understanding of Qian Zhang's strength and showed where Evergreen Academy's strength as a top academy lay. This Thousand Rivers is quite powerful. He's the main force of Evergreen Academy, right? Wu Duan curiously asked Drocaros in the front row. Yes, he's a fourth-year Evergreen student. He sat as vice captain last year in the Academy Cup as a third-year student, and I'm afraid he'll be Evergreen's captain after the fourth-year students graduate this year. Well, up next is the second match of this challenge, Alpha Academy versus Carry Shield University. Will the first player from each side please take the stage? Carry Shield University's side sent out a boy called Lu Xiang, who looked mediocre but was actually a senior at Carry Shield University and also one of their school's ace players. In last year's College Cup, Lu Xiang showed amazing strength in the regional melee, taking on 3 consecutive kills and surviving to the end to help Carry Shield University advance to the round of 32. This battle made him famous. However, this year's race was a different story. Xiang Lu encountered a great challenge when he faced off against the second-year Lemon. Although he managed to use a bomb to injure Lemon's left leg, it did not set him up for victory. Instead, Lemon showed great strength and calmness in response. Utilizing her natural skill, Gravity Tide, she managed to suppress Lu Xiang and finally smashed his head with an assault rifle. But the second appearance of Wang Hao as the vice-captain of Carry Shield University was very powerful, and after Lemon, who couldn't run fast enough with his injured left leg, was successfully taken care of by him, he also cleaned up the inexperienced Caesar in the process. Although he lost to Park Tae-ho in the end, it was an honorable defeat. The final battle of the challenge, Alpha Academy's Park Tae-ho versus Carry Shield University's Wu Yu. Wu Yu was wearing a purple spirit body as he walked towards the competition venue, and he even deliberately looked at Wu Duan as he passed by the Alpha Academy's contestant's seat, before saying contemptuously, "Don't think you're great just because you're in Alpha Academy. I'll give you a taste of defeat today. Watch and see how I take out your keeper. Just you wait." After Wu Yu finished speaking, she directly entered the ring, leaving Wu Duan to scratch his head inexplicably. "You're not fighting me. What's the point of coming to me and clamoring?" Chapter 119 Regional Melee. Wu Xian will also beat you violently. Park Tae-ho, who was standing on the stage, couldn't help but freeze when he saw Wu Yu's beautiful face. His eyes were wide open, and a greedy smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Then he hemmed and hawed. "Yo, you're Wu Yu, ha 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 ha. I heard that your brother Wu Duan is attending our Alpha. How about it? Are you interested in being my girlfriend? I can take care of your brother when the time comes. Look at your sharp tongue and you still want to pick up girls? Are you kidding? My brother? My only brother is Wu Xian. That Wu Duan who can personally send his own mother to jail, in my eyes garbage is not even as good." Wu Yu's words caused the atmosphere of the scene to instantly become subtle, and so many of Alpha's unexplained students looked at Wu Chan in surprise. Seeing the reactions of the people around her, Wu Yu was secretly happy inwardly as she stood proudly in the ring, and even looked back at Wu Duan, revealing a provocative look. However, in response to Wu Yu's provocation, he only smiled faintly before continuing to focus on the match. "Okay. Both players please get ready. 3, 2, 1, go." With the referee's order, Wu Yu immediately displayed amazing speed and power. She rushed towards Park Tae-ho like a cannonball, and the two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle against each other. Park Tae-ho's movements were swift and furious, and every punch and every leg carried an overpowering momentum. His attacks were as intensive as a storm, not giving Wu Yu the slightest chance to catch his breath. Can be seen that although the same 3 years but the overall strength, Wu Yu is still weaker than Park Tae-ho. Even if Park Tae-ho and Wang Hao have just been fighting for a long time, Wu Yu is still in the absolute disadvantage. However, no one noticed a flash of pink light in Wu Yu's eyes. A few minutes later, Park Tae-ho pushed Wu to the brink step by step, and Park Tae-ho felt like he was winning. He laughed triumphantly and raised the large sword in his hand to slash hard. Wu Yu tried her best to resist, but it was obvious that she was already out of her depth and could only clench her teeth to support herself bitterly. Just then, Park Tae-ho, who had a chance to end the fight, suddenly stopped continuing his attack, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Little beauty, you're not a match for me at all. As long as you say a kind word to me, maybe I'll let you off the hook." Wu Yu was silent and still resisted with all her might. Park Tae-ho saw this and started teasing Wu Yu like a cat teasing a mouse. In the Alpha stands, Drocalos watched what was happening in front of him, his brow furrowed. In his eyes, the difference in strength between Park Tae-ho and Wu Yu wasn't enough for Park Tae-ho to easily win with his eyes closed. Sure enough, in the very next moment, the situation suddenly reversed. Situation Mayuka. Launch. Situational Meowly. Talent type. Control field class. Talent level. A. Effect 1. Judgment code. Activated when the situation of the battle is unfavorable, silently and slowly amplifies one of the opponent's negative emotions, and when the negative emotions accumulate to a certain level, activates the world of myriad fragrance. Remarks. Negative states that can be controlled include lust, fear, frustration, violence, anger, sadness. Effect 2. Wonderful fragrance world. Disarms the opponent's emotional amplification and transforms the 30 meters around oneself into a world filled with pink mist, and one's own inhalation of the pink mist will continuously and temporarily increase one's own attributes. Enemies inhaling the pink mist will temporarily and continuously reduce their fighting ability. Right at this moment, a thick pink smoke filled the air, and instantly the entire ring was enveloped by this mysterious pink smoke, making it impossible to see what exactly was happening in it. Surprised expressions came from the audience on stage as they struggled to try and see what was going on in the ring through the pink smoke. However, there was no way that the smoke was too thick, and his vision was severely obstructed, so he could only hear some indistinct sounds and feel the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. After about 5 minutes or so, the pink smoke that had enveloped the ring finally began to slowly dissipate. As the smoke thinned out, people were finally able to get a glimpse inside the ring. However, what they saw in front of them shocked everyone, only to see that Wu Yu's abdomen had actually been stabbed through, and a large amount of spirit liquid gushed out and dispersed from the wound. Clearly, the injury was extremely serious and her life was in danger. Park Tae-ho, who was standing on the side, was even more miserable, as his spirit body was completely shattered. This match has been decided in favor of Kerry Shield University's Wu Yu. With the referee's announcement, this match is finally over. Park Tae-ho returned to Alpha's chief of elections in disgrace, and he stood in front of Durocaros with his head down, looking flustered. Captain, I'm sorry. It's all because of my carelessness and lightheartedness that I accidentally lost to that smelly. Dracolos clasped his hands on his shoulders and looked coldly at Park Tae-ho for a long time before saying faintly, "Go back and add 10,000 push-ups." Ha! Park Tae-ho returned to his seat in frustration and sat down before Dracolos muttered to himself. Was it really Park Tae-ho who was careless? What's going on with this woman's talent? The people on the scene can't see the details of the talent. The challenge ended with both parts of the tournament played, and the exact standings are as follows. Evergreen Academy, 6 points. Kerry Shield Academy, 3 points. Yamato Academy, 2 points. Alpha College, 1 point. There was a wave of cheering from the Kerry Shield University side. Everyone was cheering to their heart's content, and there were even a lot of crazy chants. Although they had only defeated Alpha Academy, which was mainly practicing and hadn't sent much of its main force, it was enough to make them feel proud and honored. After all, they had barely made it to the top 32, while Alpha Academy was a legitimate top 4 team. Wu Yu walks out of the ring with a face full of pride. However, she doesn't choose to go back to Kerry Shield University's competitors' area. Instead, she walks in front of Alpha's competitors' area first. She looked at Wu Chan with a gaze full of provocation, a contemptuous smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she mocked. Hee Wu Duan, your Alpha Academy is nothing more than that. I can easily defeat your senior in the ring, and my younger brother, Wu Xian, will definitely be able to beat the crap out of you in the regional melee later on. Just wash your neck obediently and wait for me to clean it up. With that, she turned away triumphantly. Updates will resume starting tomorrow? Sorry. Chapter 120, the beginning of the regional melee. What's your component? The little trash from Keratin University still comes to us to show your presence. Get the hell out of here. The sight of you makes people feel sick. Just wait. My Wu Duan schoolmate will soon be violently beating up your brother who foams all day long. Wu Dust didn't say anything, but Lemon had already endured enough to stand up for him. At this time, Wu Yu sneered and mocked. Heh, you little hoof, how dare you stand up for Wu Chun? It's just a defeated general. That's all you alphas are capable of. It's really laughable. Lemon's face turned red with anger when she heard this. She was about to say something back when Dracaros, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. Referee, the Kerry Shield players are provoking us here. The referee sniffs and warns Wu Yu, who blushes and has no choice but to slink back to her seat. Only when Wu Yu left did he turn to look at Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi and whispered, "You two are pretty good. If possible, try to get out of Takakura's sight, try to get a point or two, Even if it's a training match, we can't lose too badly. If Li Ming pursues the matter after the match, I'll be responsible for setting you straight. There is no doubt that the real big point earner is none other than Regional Melee, and the rest of the tournament is only a guaranteed point earner compared to Regional Melee. It tests not only the individual strength of the players, but also the teamwork and strategic choices. If all goes well, you can get a total of 21 points if one of your team doesn't die and you kill all the members of the other 3 teams. The reality, however, is that this is often not the case, and even strong teams struggle to do so. After all, in a highly competitive environment, any accident can happen. Additionally, some teams may take conservative tactics and just hide and wait for the time to run out. This approach lacks aggressiveness, but it does guarantee them a certain number of points. And the people on the other side aren't all cuties. Won't stand still and wait for you to kill them, so killing all 3 teams on your own side is basically impossible. Even so, there were plenty of teams that did well in the regional mixer and got 10 points or more. The success of these teams is not only due to their own strength, but also due to good teamwork and correct tactical arrangements. However, based on Dericaro's personal judgment, he thought that it was already quite difficult for Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi to gain points as novices participating in their first competition. Complicating the situation is the presence of 2 more insiders in the ranks. This is even more of a problem and challenge for the whole team. It is a daunting task to prevail in such a predicament. Therefore, Dericaros did not have high expectations for Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi. He felt that as long as the 2 could do their best to earn points, it would be considered a kind of success. And I'm afraid it's really too difficult, if not almost impossible, to win. Got it, Captain, we'll do our best. Hearing Wu Chen's confident statement, Draculos nodded and patted his shoulder encouragingly. With the end of the break, soon the regional melee tournament began, and as the home game, Yamato Academy had the right to choose the map to be used for the tournament. After about 2 minutes or so, after a heated discussion and tactical assignments, the representative of Yamato Academy chose a battle map. The battle map chosen by Yamato Academy is Cross River City Sea. The weather conditions are blizzard, season, winter, temperature 30 degrees Celsius. All cadets participating in the regional melee should select their weapons and equipment and enter the competition venue within 5 minutes. As the referee's voice fell, a thumbnail map of Cross River City appeared on the big screen. It was an urban area covering 300 square kilometers. But in the middle of the city there was a large river flowing north-south dividing the east and west, and in the middle of the city there was a cable-stayed bridge connecting the 2 sides. Seeing that the map was displayed, Vice Coach Li Ming walked over to the 4 players. He cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Let me say that the blizzard and the cold will affect you in some way during the battle, so everyone must be aware of how the blizzard affects them when they fight. In addition, in order to better distribute the team relations, Wu Chun, you are responsible for carrying the anti-radar satellite Wang-Ruoli. You bring the mind connection device. Is that all clear? After saying that, his gaze landed on Wu Chun and revealed a mocking smile. It is well known that anti-radar satellites, although quite useful in combat, are usually carried by auxiliary personnel so that their effectiveness can be fully utilized and to ensure that the main fighting force is not damaged. However, Li Ming had asked Wu Chun to take on this task, which was undoubtedly to limit Wu Chen's combat power. After all, if Wu Chun carried an anti-radar satellite, then he would not be able to carry other more powerful weapons or equipment, thus putting him at a disadvantage in battle. This practice was clearly unjust, but Li Ming, as the coach, didn't care about this at all, as he was only thinking about how to suppress Wu Chun, so that he could successfully accomplish the strategic goals that the vice principal had given him. There were only 5 compartments in total for AB-class Spirit Body, with the main weapon taking up at least 2, the anti-radar satellite Station 2, and the remaining 1 compartment where even a 1.5 compartment Spirit Sub-Thruster Wu Duan couldn't wear. And Wu Dust, let me tell you, the Academy Cup prohibits the use of summoning skills. Don't break the rules when the time comes. Well, next, let's all choose our weapons and equipment, and when we get to the tournament, listen to Takakura's arrangements for everything, and don't allow any private actions. Coach, I'm the support staff, the ASAT radar, or have me lead it. In the face of Leang Xinyi's proposal, Li Ming rejected it with a single vote, and Leang Xinyi seemed to be saying something else, but Wu Chun reached out to stop it. Doesn't Li Ming want to play? Well, he will play with him, and when the training match is over, he will give him a direct poke to the head coach, and then let him get out of the way. Either he rolls or he rolls himself, and when the time comes, even if the head coach doesn't want to speak for himself, the principal, John, will stand up for himself. He silently came to the equipment area and still chose the hidden blade as his main weapon, then chose the bow and anti-radar satellite as his equipment. Bow. Type of equipment, Trap type. Occupancy grid. 1. Effect. Spend 1 second to set up a transparent bow at any location including in the air. And when any object steps on the bow will explode with a powerful elastic force, bouncing the object away. Leang Xinyi, on the other hand, chose the heavy sniper rifle as her weapon and the invisibility cloak and overload as her secondary equipment. Soon 5 minutes passed. The team members entered the transmission entrance of the simulation hall with a steady and powerful pace. And with the referee's order, the game officially began. For teams, 16 players walked into the teleportation portal together. The moment Wu Chan stepped into the teleportation array, he only felt a blackness before his eyes, as if he was swallowed up by endless darkness. However, only a second later, before his vision had fully recovered, a piercing chill hit him. It was a suffocating cold, a harsh wind like a knife slashing through the air, mixed with ice, that lashed mercilessly at the face and body. In an instant, Wu Chen's entire body was plunged into extreme coldness. Chapter 121 Strategy. The whistling cold wind roared in Wu Chen's ears, as if it was going to swallow up heaven and earth. Even though Wu Chuan was an AB-class spiritual body and could not feel a trace of coldness, the impact of the gusty wind on his body as well as the effect of the flying snow on his vision was real. The body's breaking ability also changes subtly during rapid movement. These subtle changes might not affect a martial artist's movements too much on a normal day. However, in the heat of battle, even the slightest loss of control over one's surroundings can be a key factor in determining victory or defeat. As his vision became clearer, Wu Duan saw the courtyard of the neighborhood covered in snow. By now, the snow was knee-deep or more, and he stood in the roiling snow, looking around. To his surprise, the entire courtyard was empty. Wu Chun stretched out a hand and a black orb appeared on his palm. This is exactly the traditional anti-satellite radar. The orb slowly rose into the sky, eventually turning translucent and disappearing without a trace. Establishment of radar network complete. Establishment of shielded area complete. Almost seconds after the radar network was established, a female voice was heard in Wu Chen's ears. This is Wang Ruoli. Can you all hear me? Now that the mind connection has been established, I'll ask the leader, Captain Takakura, to speak next. In regional melee, the initial teleportation points of the members of a team will not be together, but they will generally not be too far apart either. As long as the team carries anti-radar satellites, it is very easy to gather together. On the contrary, if they don't carry them, it becomes very troublesome to try to gather. This is Takakura. Our position is slightly south of the east bank of the river. Wu Chan, Wang Ruoli, Leang Xinyi, I am now ordering you to immediately gather in the direction of 133,662.66201 and arrive at the scene within 5 minutes, or don't blame me for not being polite. Wu Dust heard Takakura powerful coaxing speech, immediately laughed. This person also dry traitor it, even acting will not be, if he dry, the very beginning certainly polite, to the critical time suddenly backwash so that the effect is the best. Who the hell are you? And ordering me around, don't say anything if you can't talk. Go back to your school and learn ideology. It'll do scum like you good. In reality, Takakura was certainly not a stupid person. He was deliberately provoking Wu Chun. In his opinion, as long as he provoked Wu Chun and forced him to act alone, Wu Chun would definitely die very quickly. After all, he was just a newbie. In this way, not only could Wu Duan be eliminated from the game, but he could also be labeled as disobeying the commanding officer. Wu Duan, you tell me again. How dare you disobey the captain's orders as a freshman? I think you don't want to join the varsity team. People like you, no matter how talented you are, it's all for nothing. I think the principal made a mistake recruiting you, and should have done what my dad said and recruited Jackson full-time. Captain, I also think there's something wrong with your orders. As a sniper, don't I normally not need to assemble with my team? I also think I should have chosen sniper spots on the spot to provide a better view for the team. Leang Xinyi also immediately responded to questions about Takakura. Cut the crap. You're an asshole sniper. You're just a newcomer. Sniping what's sniping? You're just responsible for following the team. Just wait and mix it up when the time comes. Of course, Takakura couldn't let Leang Xinyi go to the heights to snipe. His idea was to let Leang Xinyi follow the team. When someone rushed up, he would just sell Leang Xinyi directly. It wouldn't be good if she found good sniping spots and really let her kill a few and gain points. Alright, Xinyi, don't bull with him. Choose your sniper point close by, preferably one that can see the opposite bank and the bridge across the river, and attack the target on my command in a moment. Okay. Leang Xinyi, start moving. Hey, are you too crazy? Don't cause me any trouble. Leang Xinyi, I order you to come over and gather immediately. However, Leang Xinyi didn't tee him at all. On the other side, the 4 from Yamato Academy had gathered, and after they launched their anti-radar satellites, they had determined their position, which was exactly a little north of the west bank of the river. It is now confirmed that there is a shielding site to the east of the bridge, a shielding site slightly to the south, and a shielding site to the southwest of us on the west bank. So basically the positions of the other 3 teams have been confirmed, and we're in very close proximity to this team to the west-southwest, to the point that there's even an overlapping portion of the shielding area for both of our teams. The one who spoke was a woman with dyed white hair. She had a cold face and a queenly look. Well, that's true, but it's not really entirely accurate. After all, they may also use camouflage cloaks to move around. The other said, makes sense, have really seen a lot of those tactics. But, in the end, we were in a bad position, right in the pocket of the SW team and the team on the east bank of the bridge, and we only had 1 anti-radar satellite with us. If we leave the shielded area openly, we are likely to be exposed to the enemy's view, and if we don't leave and get wrapped up in their dumplings it will be bad. YZ, what do you think we should do? The man named Wyatt said after a moment of contemplation. Asakura-kun, I think we should wipe out or break up the group in the southeast first, and with our years of training in blizzard conditions, we definitely have an advantage in both finding the enemy and fighting. I think that as long as the opponent isn't Evergreen Academy, we have a very good chance of winning. The white-haired dyed wyvern sneered twice. A 2/3 chance of winning? Very good. Let's start moving immediately. At the top of a building somewhere slightly south of the east bank of the Map River, a snowstorm blew against Leang Xinyi's camouflage cloak and her long hair. Although her vision was very restricted, she tried to observe the movement on both sides of the bridge. The west bank looked fine, but 4 figures appeared on the east bank. They seemed to be trying to cross the bridge. Wu Duan, I've spotted the trail of 4 people. The storm is too big and the distance is too far. I can't see their exact situation, but I can determine that they seem to be trying to cross the bridge. Wu Chun heard Leang Xinyi's voice in his telepathy and smiled slightly. Mindy, it's time to show off your skills. Have you ever heard of the split tactic? When they're halfway across the bridge, you blow up both sides of the bridge. It'll be fun if they fall into the water. Chapter 122. Bombing of the Bridge. Wu Duan. Wouldn't I just blow them up? Wouldn't blowing up the bridge be redundant? Leang Xinyi's voice came out, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Before Wu Duan could reply, Takakura's voice came through. No, I absolutely won't allow it. Are you guys trying to revolt? You will only expose our position and thus suffer a devastating blow from the enemy. Do you want to drag the entire team down with you? Leang Xinyi couldn't help but frown at Takakura's words. Xinyi, Takakura, this beep this time is still a bit reasonable. The other party station is relatively scattered. If we launch an attack now, it is likely to cause them to be alerted. And if there are snipers present on the other side, they will immediately counter us. But when they get on the bridge, we'll blow it up so they won't be able to counterattack effectively. Leang Xinyi silently listened to Wu Chen's explanation and gradually understood in her heart. I see, indeed, when I was on the bridge, even if the bridge was blown down, those powerful snipers couldn't do anything to themselves. When the time comes, as long as you block the water yourself and hit whoever shows their head, you can effectively control the situation. Leang Xinyi nodded in understanding and approval. She realized that her previous thoughts had indeed been a bit impulsive, not taking into account the overall tactical arrangement, and that in this tense combat environment, every move needed to be carefully considered to ensure the team's safety and victory. Leang Xinyi, listen to me carefully, no messing around. Even if you reach the bridge, you absolutely cannot launch an attack. Did you hear that? This bridge is so strong. How can it be easily blown down? I now order you to stop immediately. Takakura was practically frantic as he anxiously yelled into the comm. He was incredibly worried about the men who were about to walk onto the bridge. How could they be so stupid? Didn't they know that they would be a live target for snipers? Wang Ruoli, have you arrived at the rendezvous point or not? Hurry up with your movements. We must discuss a strategy to deal with this immediately. Meanwhile, the east bank of the bridge. On the snow-covered earth, 4 sneaky figures were moving swiftly, their bodies covered with thick snow, but their pace was unusually light. The 4 kept a distance from each other and were always alert to their surroundings. Their eyes focused on the cable-stayed bridge ahead of them, where vehicles were parked askew, looking as if they were scrapped vehicles without tires in the blanket of snow. Each of the 4 men hid behind cover, their camouflage cloaks draped over them, subtly blending into the snowy landscape around them. This made it difficult to detect them even in the face of enemy radar scanning. Wang Yu, you stay on the east bank and cover us. The unlucky group in front of us is already caught in a two-sided attack. We need to take this opportunity to deal them a fatal blow, one of the black-haired youths said with a wry smile. His voice was low and firm, revealing a sense of confidence and decisiveness. This team came from Evergreen Academy, and they knew that they were powerful and did not care about the threats from other academies. Whether it was Yamato Academy or Carry Shield, they looked the other way. After all, they had beaten Alpha Academy in last year's tournament. And today's Alpha was obviously practicing, and just those two newcomers basically didn't pose any threat. Thus, they dared to act so boldly. Okay, Captain Qian Zhang. Promise to complete the mission. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed and gave the okay sign. He was a third-year student at Evergreen Academy, clutching an assault rifle that complemented his talent and made him famous throughout the College Bowl. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be well on his way to joining the elite reserves this year and could be a star player in the College Cup. The situation is different for Thousand Rivers. According to the rules of the Academy Cup, players participating in the individual tournament cannot also participate in the Challenge Tournament, but players participating in the Regional Melee are free to choose to participate in either the individual tournament or the Challenge Tournament. Therefore, a team needs at least 6 members. However, some teams will consider certain starters in the challenge to be too physically exhausted from playing against multiple people to participate in the Regional Melee. They usually choose 2 or 3 substitutes who play regularly to fill in the gaps. In addition, other factors such as possible player injuries have to be taken into account. So an Academy Cup roster will often have 10 players, or even as many as 15 for some teams. Take Draculos for example. The reason he plays individual matches all year round isn't that he's not good enough for sustained battles and can't play in challenges. Rather, the coach was afraid that he would be too depleted to participate in the Regional Melee. Well, idle piece of far away and water a lot of words, but I'm more 200 on the end of it, ha ha ha. Everyone else, follow me. Try to choose roads with a high concentration of vehicles and use them as cover to avoid snipers. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? No problem, Captain. It's just that this snow is so deep that it's not very easy to walk. How Run held a staff and tapped his back in boredom. Cut the crap and follow me. Destroy the 2 teams on the opposite side first. Wang Yu, if this team from the East Coast wants to go over, you try to hold them back. Do you hear me? Understood. As Wang Yu's words fell, Bailey Qianjiang took the lead and quickly ran towards the west bank of the bridge. The other 2 members of the team were just like Chia, traveling quickly through the area while bending over and using the vehicle to avoid any possible sniper threats. Soon, the 3 of them reached the center of the bridge and Chia stopped in the middle of the 2 cars. He carefully crouched down his body and fished out a monocular thermal perception telescope from his body, looking towards the shielded area on the west bank. At this moment, snowflakes were drifting in the sky, and the icy air made his breathing feel a bit uncomfortable, but he still tried to stay calm and carefully observed the situation on the west coast. In his binoculars, he saw the shielded area on the west bank, and he knew that was where the enemy was. Monocular thermal sensing telescope. Type of equipment: auxiliary equipment. Occupancy grid 0.5. Effect: 10x binoculars with heat sensing function. Effective sensing distance 800 meters. But if strong heat is generated, it may be sensed further away. Remarks: strong thermal energy such as the moment a firearm is fired. Captain, how's it going? Holding his staff in his hand, Hao Run hid behind a dilapidated automobile with a cat's back and nervously looked into the distance. He looked at the movement in front of him while asking in a low voice, "The West Bank has crossed fire." In such bitterly cold conditions, the heat sensors seemed to work in an unexpected way. However, just as Hao Run's words had fallen, a loud bang suddenly came from a certain direction on the southeastern shore. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see a huge red beam of light with a diameter of about 3 meters cut through the night sky, rapidly enlarging at an astonishing speed. "You! What the hell is this?" Hao Run was stunned by the sight in front of him and couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. He stared at the approaching red beam of light with wide eyes and a face full of horror, an unprecedented fear welling up in his heart. "Watch out! It's an enemy attack. Open the Reiko shield." Guardian of Glory. The last member of the team immediately responded correctly. Guardian of Honor. Type of talent: strengthening. Talent level SS. Effect 1. Opens a circular shield 3 meters in diameter that can withstand a large amount of damage, and if the shield is breached, a shockwave will be generated outward. Effect 2. Effect 3. Chapter 123: The Bridge Collapses. H3397 Bubble Universe, Constantinople Multidimensional Combat Command Center. After this period of restoration, Constantinople had been transformed from ruins to 100 ruins, but it revealed a solemn atmosphere everywhere. Today was an important day for them, as the final preparations for the revenge of the original realm had been completed. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the Multi-Dimensional Combat Command Center, nervously waiting for the final pre-war meeting. I'm sure you've all read the South China Colonization Company's operational study? The speaker was Ford, who had managed to be spared a court-martial because of Prince Karl's blessing, and still held the position of Dovetail Commander. Yes, I have read it. This plan is very practical, and if we can follow it, I believe we can definitely achieve victory. An officer said, "That's right, according to this report, we will suddenly strike at 2 o'clock in the morning, when the enemy is sure to be unprepared, and we can catch the original realm off guard." Another officer concurred. "Good. This time we must wipe out the previous shame and knock out the capital of the original realm Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop, so that they can taste the pain as well." "Yes, let them feel the pain," the others chimed in. The entire conference room was filled with determination and morale to avenge the deaths. However, let's not forget that we must remain vigilant. The strength of the original realm is not to be underestimated. We can't take it lightly. Ford reminded. The crowd nodded and said they would do their best to win the battle. That despicable six-winged god of the original realm took advantage of the fact that our capital city's defenses were empty to actually take advantage of the opportunity to invade, causing a large number of deaths in our Holy Roman Empire, and it's all his fault. We must be careful of this fellow this time, Honorable Griffith. If the six-winged god is found in the original realm, I'll kill him. Before Ford could finish his words, the strongest swordsman in the Holy Roman Empire, Griffos, said forcefully, "Although I'm over 70 years old, I'm still more than capable of cleaning up a six-winged god. Our advanced troops mark the location of the six-winged god. Just notify me as soon as he appears." "Excellent, Lord Griffith, I am relieved to have your word, and the command of the party will be left in the sole hands of Hogg, who will have full authority to decide matters of war on an ad hoc basis, without having to report to me." Ford, this self-awareness still have, in front of the Holy Roman First Wise Fool Hogg, he has not dared to arrogance. The reason he climbed to the position of commander was not that he was so talented, but only that he was born in Rome or in the center of the city, whereas Hogg, born as a bull and horse, is totally different. Good, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. We'll make the final listing preparations in a moment, and at 2 a.m. tomorrow, we'll officially start the large-scale invasion and attack of the original Boundary Dragon Kingdom's Shangjing City. After hearing Ford's words, the entire room was agitated, all waiting for tomorrow to make a clean sweep, except for Lena Alexander, who sat in her seat in silence. The unease in her mind grew stronger, as if an inescapable nightmare was looming. She knew that the success of this operation was related to the life and death of countless people, but she was even more aware that in the face of that mysterious and powerful existence, could they really defeat it? Lena Alexander had been gripped by fear since her last encounter with that white six-winged god. The scarlet eyes and the great power were still fresh in her mind. Whenever night came and she closed her eyes, she could see that terrifying figure and feel the endless pressure it brought. Meanwhile, the other participants stood up and enthusiastically discussed the battle plan. They believed with confidence that if they were united, they would be able to accomplish their mission. However, Lena couldn't be as optimistic as they were. Blue Star, within the regional melee of the Great River Academy. A huge red beam of light attacked. Evergreen Academy was indeed worthy of being a veteran powerhouse of the Academy Cup, and in the face of this sudden attack, someone still made the most correct response. Guardian of Glory. As his voice fell, a semi-transparent light shield appeared, directly enveloping the three people on the bridge. Almost the next second, heard a rumble, a loud bang, a horrible explosion. This blow will be more than 20 meters thick bridge pier completely destroyed. The bridge shuddered violently in an instant, and due to the destruction of the piers, the spars of the suspension cables were completely unable to support the weight of the bridge and cracked along with it. And the steel cables pulling the bridge all crumbled to their limits, and it was only a second's work before one finally snapped taut, followed by a second and a third. At this moment on the bridge, the three people from Evergreen Academy who were already almost about to become unsteady were all damn confused. Who are we? Where are we? What the hell am I being attacked by? Is this a ING sniper? Your snipers don't shoot people. Why are you blowing up bridges? What's wrong with you? And what are you using? A sniper gun? It's a ING obvious foul. how Runju was not willing to sit back and wait for death. His rich combat experience allowed him to react at the first moment. He plopped down on the bridge, and then utilized the moment his body stabilized to raise his staff. 10 meteors rose up, heading straight for the starting point of the red light pillar just now. To be honest, How Run actually didn't know where the other side holding the sniper cannon was. He could only judge the approximate location for fire coverage. The aim is not to eliminate the opponent, but to interfere with the sniper's subsequent attacks. And his interference actually did work. Leang Xinyi didn't dare to be careless when she saw the 10 meteors smashing towards her, and hurriedly leapt down from the building, ready to change the sniping point. About 3 seconds later, the 3 meteors turned a corner and smashed directly near Leang Xinyi's sniping point just now. The violent explosion lifted the roof of the room, countless debris flew about, and the shockwave of the explosion blew Leang Xinyi's hair. But she had a firm gaze and was not affected in the least. What about the captain? The bridge planks are already about to hold up. Damn! The ground is cracking. How Run did the attack, looking at the ground that has been cracked, people are confused, this Nima how to fight, a moment to fall into the water, who dares to float out of the estimate is a gun. Can't even fight back. Run. Run toward the other side. All of you, as hard as you can. Even though Bailey Qianjiang had seen a lot and participated in countless competitions, he had never encountered this kind of attack, which actually allowed the sniper to blow up the bridge. What kind of monster is this? Does that mean it's that woman? Bailey Qianjiang's mind mapped Leang Xinyi's gentle face. It doesn't match. Could this be the terror of 13,000 plus chi? He had already envisioned that his opponent's attack power might be very strong, but he really couldn't imagine that it would actually be as strong as this. The remaining 2 members of the team heard Captain Chie's words and both followed Chie's frantic run towards the opposite bank. However, at this point, the piers on both sides of the bridge were no longer able to bear the weight of the bridge. This caused the center slab of the bridge to take a tremendous amount of force and collapsed instantly. Chapter 124 Heat Dodge. As the bridge breaks off from the center, the trio on the bridge goes from running flat out to hiking in an instant, and it's the kind of hill that's particularly steep. If this were an ordinary person, not to mention climbed, it is estimated that a fall will have to be directly out of the slip to the river, but the strength of the 3 people are particularly strong. This horrific shock, however, only caused them to stoop and pause for a moment. Once the bridge had largely sunk to the bottom, they set out to continue the climb. However, something unfortunate happened. Only to see a strong red glow erupt once again from the roof of one of the buildings on the east bank, and the sight of this glow made the 3 hearts go cold. Nima, how can we play this? You guys tell me how to play these games? Until this moment, Bailey Qianjiang finally recognized the importance of snipers and secretly made up his mind. After this training match, I must go back and train a good sniper, preferably one with more gas. How Run immediately raised his staff to make a countermeasure, and the 10 meteors rose once again, darting toward the point from which the red light had emanated. But he was ultimately a step slow, and almost the moment the meteor had just risen, the red light had already arrived, blowing the piers on the west bank of the bridge to smithereens. There was no need to struggle this time, as half of the bridge instantly collapsed, smashing the thick ice of the river below and sinking directly into the water. Following the bridge planks into the water were the 3 men from Evergreen Academy. The Evergreen Academy was surprisingly forced directly into a desperate situation. At this moment, on the east bank of the river, Gao Tsong and Wang Ruoli, who had just made peace not long ago, saw the bridge that had been blown down and the silhouettes that had crashed into the river, and they were all furious, beating their chests and kicking their feet. Nima, this is too heavenly. She actually blew up the bridge directly. What do we do now? It's hard to give away our heads. Takakura hated it. Why don't we cross the river now and charge across? I guess we're the only team left on the east bank now. There's no point in us staying here. Why don't we just step on the ice and cross the river? And if we get killed in the middle of the river, we can't be blamed for it because Leang Xinyi blew up the bridge. Wang Ruoli came up with an idea, and Takakura immediately nodded. Great idea. So true to my wife. Let's do this. And hopefully we'll run into someone sooner rather than later. Let's not talk about how the 2 men immediately headed across the river, but let's just say that at this moment on the west bank of the river, the battle is also very intense. The people from the Carry Shield Academy had wanted to stand guard, but it turned out that the Great River Academy didn't even care and directly attacked them. At this time, the Carry Shield Academy had been reduced by 1 person. Wu Xian and the Captain Chu Sui hid in the interior of a building. Due to their sniper's hold, the other party did not continue to launch a strong attack on them, turning to start outflanking their snipers. Wu Xian felt the trembling of the earth and asked Chu Sui with a puzzled heart. How do I feel the earth is shaking? It shook just now, and this time it's shaking even more. This can't be an earthquake. Can it? Chu Sui made a shushing gesture and then peeked out the window. However, he couldn't see anything but a monstrous blizzard. It shouldn't be an earthquake. Didn't you hear the explosion just now? Oh, I get it. Whoever was fighting must have accidentally busted the gas line. What do I care? Chu Sui cursed in his heart, but he still tried his best to explain on the basis that this guy was Wu Yu's younger brother. A regional melee wouldn't have that kind of contingency. It's probably whoever's natural ability it is. After all, even if they were carrying a Ryatsu howitzer, it's probably not that powerful. Listening to the direction explosions should be over the bridge. It should be Evergreen Academy and Alpha exchanging blows. So it's actually like this is too scary. This talent shouldn't be from Evergreen Academy, right? Right, Captain, what should we do now? We can't always hide here and sit around. Why wouldn't Chu Sui understand this? But there were at least 2 Yamato Academy members with assault rifles ambushed near the building, and it was just too dangerous for them to go out. Wang Han, how is the situation on your side? Wang Han is Carry Shield's sniper, who seems to be in motion at the moment. They're using the blind spot in their vision to get around me. I'm changing sniper spots, watch yourselves. That explosion just now was someone blowing up the bridge with something. Treadmill, the bridge was blown down. What the hell kind of talent is this? Evergreen Academy doesn't have any newcomers. I suspect it's Alpha's newcomers who did this. Hearing this news, Wu Xian thumped inwardly and his brain went blank. The newcomer blew up the bridge? Couldn't be that Leang Xinyi, could it? Isn't this too hasty? On the other hand, Wang Yu on the east bank of the Yangtze River stared dumbfounded at the sight of the bridge collapsing. He deeply understood one thing: now the captain was in danger, and the only one who had the ability to save the team was himself. He had to act as soon as possible and find the sniper of the other side to finish them off, otherwise the captain and the others would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Wang Yu no longer hesitated and directly ran wildly in the direction where the red light had just emitted. The blizzard whistled madly in his ears as Wang Yu clung to the riverbank and moved quickly along the roots of the building's walls. This approach can effectively limit the opposing sniper's field of view, thus ensuring that their actions are safer. However, just as he ran out for roughly 3 minutes, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of him like a ghost. Without hesitation, the figure kicked him in the face with a harsh wind and powerful force. Wang Yu was startled and his body reacted quickly, shortening to avoid the attack and naturally raising the muzzle of the assault rifle in his hand upwards. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A series of intensive gunshots rang out. The assault rifles unleashed their firepower to the fullest, bullets raining down on the figure. However, to his surprise, the silhouette's movements were exceptionally agile, and seeing that he missed a blow, he immediately stomped on the building, quickly dodging his sweep with the help of the reaction force. This series of movements was so fast that Wang Yu could not help but feel alert. Realizing that his opponent's strength was by no means ordinary, he speculated in his mind. Could it be Takakura or someone from Yamato Academy? Thinking of this, Wang Yu knew deep down that he couldn't entangle with the other party any longer and had to end this fight as soon as possible. So, he made a decisive decision and, without further hesitation, instantly launched a close-range grenade attack. Only Wang Yu skillfully operated the weapon system, and a grenade shot out like a rocket, speeding towards the figure. At the same time, he shouted, "Thermal evasion, thermal control, talent type, enhanced elemental, talent level S, effect 1? Effect 2 heat dodge. The next moment the talent is turned on, for 5 seconds, it immediately immunizes you from the effects of all attacks with high heat." That was the bottom line of his daring to unleash a grenade at close range, and the bottom line of his ability to stand out from the crowd of gunners. He did not believe that, face to face to give you a grenade explosion you can resist no matter what your cow ghosts and snakes first blow up before. Chapter 125 Evergreen College has been hit hard. The one who launched a surprise attack on Zhang Yu was naturally Wu Duan, for the Evergreen Academy left a person in Jiangdong for the matter of Leang Xinyi who had been monitoring their actions was well aware of it, so naturally he would not let Zhang Yu become a fish in the net. Even though Wu Chen's understanding of Evergreen Academy was not comprehensive enough, his reaction speed was exceptionally fast when faced with unexpected events. Time Totem. Without hesitation, Wu Chen exerted the power of the Time Totem, rewinding Zhang Yu's talent time back to 2 seconds ago. Immediately after that, he ignited himself with black flame at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a deafening explosion, The earth was blown out by a half-meter diameter deep crater from the Reiko grenade. The strong shockwave came like a mountain, knocking Zhang Yu directly to the ground. Countless shrapnel mercilessly struck his body, hitting him as if he were a sieve, and his spirit fluid continued to bubble out like a spring. It was at this moment that he finally realized that he had almost blown himself up with his own hands. But how is this possible? Why had one's talent failed? He raised his head with difficulty, and his gaze fell on Wu Duan, who was gradually walking towards him. At this time, the black inflammation on Wu Chuan's body has been extinguished, and he is shocked to look at Wu Chuan. He is actually okay. In other words, instead of trying to blow up Wu Chun, he blew himself up? He wasn't willing, how could he be? He struggled hard trying to resist. However, his spiritual body was on the verge of its limit, and he surprisingly could no longer move at all. In the next second, Wu Chun stabbed down without mercy. Zhang Yu's spiritual body instantly shattered, and he was teleported outside the field of the regional melee with a heart full of resentment. Outside the venue, everyone looked at the big screen in shock, their eyes wide and mouths slightly open, as if they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Wu Duan unexpectedly took out the rather famous Zhang Yu in single combat. This result left people stunned. Really? Zhang Yu was actually killed by a newcomer? Is this the terror of SSS talent? Someone from the Carey Shield University election chief marveled, his voice filled with disbelief. Indeed, this Wu Chun is indeed strong. Zhang Yu was even killed by him. Another man chimed in, a look of admiration on his face. However, there are those at Yamato College who take a different view. You can't say that. Isn't it true that Zhang Yu was blown up by himself? Can't be said that Wu Chun is stronger than Zhang Yu, right? Zhang Yu dodged such a sudden attack just now. Obviously Zhang Yu's cultivation is above Wu Chun. Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Wu Chun is a first year this year and Zhang Yu is a fourth year. Isn't it normal for his cultivation to be higher than Wu Chen's? Immediately, someone retorted with a hint of disdain in his tone. Listening to the chief electors of Carey Shield Academy and Yamato Academy bickering, Evergreen Academy's coach Qin Huadong's brow furrowed tightly as his face became very ugly. His hands clenched, his heart filled with resentment and anger. His gaze was fixed on Wu Chun on the screen, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Qin Huadong took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions. It was important to realize that 10 minutes ago, their Evergreen Academy was leading the field with a total victory in the individual competition and a victory over Yamato Academy in the challenge. It had only been a little while, and the Evergreen Academy team, which was supposed to be the strongest, had been forced into a desperate situation, and he couldn't help but look at Alpha's players' table. What kind of monsters has Alpha recruited this year? On the other side, on the Alpha chosen chief, it wasn't as happy as everyone thought it would be, or should I say, some people were happy and some people were sad. When Li Ming saw Wu Chun hack Zhang Yu to death, Leang Xinyi actually blew up the bridge, immediately felt that the whole person was not good. He secretly gritted his teeth, his fists were about to be crushed, and inwardly cursed the two Takakura people for being losers. Not only did he not get the head himself, but he also let the two Wu Dust people play up. That's just ridiculous. While Dracolos looked at the screen in surprise, he didn't expect this Wu Chun to be so powerful. That Leang Xinyi was even more exaggerated. This would definitely be a terrifying big killer if it was protected in a regional melee. It wasn't because of anything else, it was because this woman actually had the terrifying ability to change the terrain of the landscape, which was an absolutely terrifying power on a strategic level. He couldn't help but feel a little anticipation in his heart that maybe if the two played well, they might even get a few more points. Finally, you don't have to be at the bottom of the pile, do you? Awesome. Leang Xinyi. You're so awesome. So is Wu Duan. Lemon Chan was so happy to see the excellent performance of the two that she jumped up and down, just about screaming. The referee immediately came over and warned Lemon Chan to be quiet, and only then did she sit down in a grayish manner. Xiao Liang is sick today. It's just too hard. So I'll apologize for less work. Thanks. Chapter 126 Prelude to Invasion. The author has been attacked by a virus for the past 2 days, scuttling a total of 40-50 times in the first 2 days. Can't sit still. Scrambled directly 6 pounds thin, deep eye sockets. The 3 days I spent like a year, looking at other people to eat delicious. I crave for life but nothing can eat. Today is still millet porridge day, and do not dare to eat more. Looking at the online food pictures, my mouth watering, the strength to speak or not. Alas. One more day off tomorrow, and the day after that I think I'll be back to updating, thanks. Headquarters. Luckily, with this participation of spirit soldiers in the war, the Lioli Island incident has basically cooled down, and most of the established combatants have returned to the country to recuperate, and will arrive in Shangjing around tomorrow. Yao Chonglin sat in the conference room and reported to the others about the subsequent events on Lioli Island. But the trouble with Lioli Island is that the black hole is connected to what seems to be a savage world, and although we have temporarily found a way to seal off the black hole's subsequent scurrying escapes, it still won't be overnight if we want to block the black hole. And now that many of the Fae that escaped are gone, we have reason to suspect that they seem to be in hiding. Well, that's all we have to report on the changeling Lioli Island. It's getting closer and closer to the time of the mass invasion event regarding this matter. Before He Xian could finish his words, an intense silver light flashed in the eyes of Fu Dongyang, who was attending the meeting from the side. Fu Dongyang, what's going on? He Xian and the others all revealed looks of concern, and even Chang Yen directly stood up nervously. There has been a change in the situation. The Holy Roman Empire seems to have received assistance from the South China Colonization Corporation in the H6629 universe, and their attack has progressed a full 5 days ahead of schedule, as I see it at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ah! Upon hearing this news, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. About 1,000 black holes shone in the outskirts of Shangjing City and the outer city at the same time, and countless spirit soldiers launched a horrific attack on Shangjing City from 4 directions, and countless people died in the attack because we were unprepared. What? The crowd all stood up in shock at the words, and He Xian even crushed the teacup in his hand. How did it suddenly advance? It's fortunate that Dongyang saw it beforehand, otherwise we really could have been successfully raided by this group of scumbags. But then again, it's fortunate that the Shangjing counter-guidance field was established with the help of the 6-winged Holy Spirit beforehand, otherwise we'd only be worse off. The crowd was silent and heavy-hearted. This sudden attack had caught them off guard, and the strength of the enemy had added to the pressure they felt. But fortunately, Dongyang saw everything beforehand, which gave them a glimmer of hope. Let's not talk about these useless things. We must immediately set up a defense line, evacuate the people, and minimize the losses at all costs. He Xian said with a grave expression. First of all, Yao Chonglin, start moving now. Get the military and police to immediately engage in evacuating the people. It must be quick. Yao Chonglin nodded in understanding. He Xian continued. Secondly, immediately have the nearby regular army return to defend Shangjing. They need to arrive and engage in battle as soon as possible. Then she turned to Fu Dongyang and asked, Fu Dongyang, can you tell us about the enemy's approximate formation? We need to formulate a response strategy immediately. Also, see if you can contact the 6-winged Holy Spirit and have him come to the headquarters immediately. Chapter 127. Over-integration above. Boss, the 6-winged Holy Spirit is just hanging around our 2nd Rangers. You don't really think of him as one of my men or a naturalized hero willing to fight to the last drop of his blood for Blue Star, do you? Think you can get him here with one phone call? Fu Dongyang spread his hands helplessly. He felt very difficult about this matter because he knew very well that at this time, Wu Chun was participating in a training match and it was impossible for him to receive a phone call. Still, you should try to contact him. After all, as you said before, he's a key player in this massive invasion. Fu Dongyang nodded, indicating that he understood. All right then, let's move on to discussing specific defense positions, and all the elite teams that remain will be sent out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field of the Great River Academy Regional Melee, the melee was still going on fiercely. However, there have been some subtle changes to the live standings on the site. The current standings are as follows. First place, Evergreen Academy, 6 points. Second, Carry Shield Academy, 4 points. Third place, Yamato College, 4 points. Fourth, Alpha College, 2 points. Apparently in the West Bank battlefield, Carry Shield Academy's sniper Wang Han, a talented young man with high hopes, was eventually caught up with and mercilessly annihilated by Great River Academy. Surprisingly, however, Wang Han did not fold his arms in this life and death contest. Instead, he managed to take out a Yamato Academy member who was walking carelessly with his incredibly accurate sniping skills. Nevertheless, the battle situation of Carry Shield Academy on the West Bank battlefield is still not optimistic and is in a disadvantageous position. Of course, at this point, the team closest to extinction in the entire field was not Carry Shield Academy, but Evergreen Academy. Their only 3 remaining team members are now immersed in the cold, bone-chilling river water, desperately holding their breath, not daring to easily surface. because their snipers hidden in the shadows must have already changed their sniping positions, waiting to give them a fatal blow when they surfaced for air or came ashore. Despite the fact that these team members were in spirit bodies and possessed extraordinary abilities, after all, they were human beings and could not hold their breath for long periods of time. If they continue to stay underwater, sooner or later they will suffocate. There was very little time left for them. Thus, after a few moments of silence, they finally decided to use the mind link to start a conversation. We absolutely can't just sit back and wait for death. Our evergreen is the whole main force to fight. If we are wiped out by a second-year sniper, then we won't have to continue to mix in the future. Even we can't walk with straight backs, so we should never give up. But, Captain, is there anything else we can do in this situation? You guys listen to me next. When Bailey Qianjiang finished speaking, Hao Run nodded helplessly and then said, Indeed, in the current situation, we can only fish out of water. Action. Bailey Qianjiang patted the shoulder of the defender's team member, Zhao Yan, before taking Hao Run and swimming resolutely into the distance. After about another 5 minutes or so, a ripple suddenly appeared on the calm water surface, followed by a figure violently leaping up near the west bank of the bridge collapse, ready to jump towards the embankment on the west bank. However, right at this moment, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed by, speeding towards the figure at an astonishing speed. This red light was not an ordinary light, but a huge pillar of light with a diameter of 3 meters, and the terrifying oppressive force it brought was suffocating. This evergreen player who jumped up was none other than Zhao Yan, who keenly sensed the approaching danger and didn't hesitate to turn on his talent Glory Guardian. In the blink of an eye, a huge curtain of light appeared in front of him like a shield, enveloping him tightly. In the next second, the red beam hit the light screen with precision. It was a thrilling confrontation, with one side having an incomparably powerful attack and the other having an impenetrable defense. The light curtain showed amazing defense. Despite the red beam's great power, the light curtain still resisted tenaciously, and after about 2 seconds, the light curtain shattered into roiling crystals. Zhao Yan could only try his best to dodge. However, it was too late. The terrifying beam of light had already pierced through his body, leaving him with nowhere to run. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhao Yan's spirit body exploded in the air and dissipated into countless fragments. His elimination meant that the battle was brutal and white-hot, yet it also shook everyone outside the arena. My goodness, this is a SS-grade defensive talent. It was actually easily shattered by Leang Xinyi just like this. This woman is so damn scary. A player in the stands at Carry Shield exclaimed. Yeah, what's the funniest thing you guys know? Just less than a month ago, Leang Xinyi was still a member of Northland University, but it turned out that the president actually expelled her. It's so damn funny. The key to this visual is so over the top. I doubt she could flatten this map given time. Definitely can, but don't you guys think Alpha's actions are strange? They timed it so that they could win comfortably by defending Leang Xinyi, but Takakura and Wang Ruoli took off and left. I don't know, I guess there's some kind of special arrangement, but this makes Alpha Academy the only one in the whole game that hasn't been reduced, and the points have come to 3 points, so I feel like they could really catch up. Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd. Quick look, the situation has changed. The crowd turned their heads to look at the big screen. Sure enough, in the field, almost at the moment Leang Xinyi shot, from Leang Xinyi sniper place only a short 100 meters less than the riverside suddenly sprang up 2 figures. It was Bailey Qianjiang and Hao Run. Hao Run raised the staff in his hand and the meteor rose up, once again opening a harassment on Leang Xinyi. Bailey Qianjiang, on the other hand, was holding his sword with both hands and directly rushed towards Leang Xinyi's sniping point. Their intentions were very clear. It was to see who was faster. They wanted to finish off Leang Xinyi before she fired the second shot. However, what they never expected was that they had just jumped out of the river when they saw a figure standing a dozen meters away, and it turned out to be none other than Wu Chun. How did this guy know we were going to jump out of here? Is this by guessing? Bailey Qianjiang was stunned. He could not have imagined that his carefully designed tactics would be easily recognized by Wu Chun. Chapter 128. Over integration below. Although Wu Chen's appearance had disrupted Qianjiang's plans to a certain extent, it wasn't enough to make him feel panicked. After all, Wu Chun was only a first-year student with outstanding potential. Even the time he had been exposed to the spirit body and to actual combat was less than a month, and if he couldn't win against this kind of newcomer, then he didn't need to mix. As Evergreen's ace, this point of self-confidence he still had, however, in order to buy time to go all out. Strive to instantly second Wu Duan. Wu Duan. Let's show you the difference between first years and us. Overfusion, over-integration, talent type, elemental, talent level SS. Effect 1. Excessive fusion instantly integrates itself into an immovable solid containing the 5 elemental attributes and gains the ability to move quickly through the fused object. Effect 2. Effect 3. Remarks. Use with caution when the fused object is destroyed on a wide scale. In an instant, Bailey Qianjiang disappeared in front of Wu Chuan, and almost at the same time he quickly grew on the road behind Wu Chuan. It's over. Bailey Qianjiang's sardonic laughter then, the Tang sword was like a ghostly ghost slashing towards the back of Wu Chen's head. However, the next moment he only felt a blur before his eyes. I don't know what happened, but the Wu Chun in front of him disappeared, and he actually returned to the position he was in just before he unleashed his excessive fusion. What's going on here? Bailey Qianjiang looked around with a bewildered expression, completely unaware of what was happening. Captain, look out! With the experience accumulated from years of combat, Bailey Qianjiang made the right judgment at the critical moment. He quickly lowered his head as a blast of biting wind whistled past his head, and a few hairs that were too late to dodge snapped instantly. If his reaction had been a second later, or if Hao Run's reminder had sounded a little slower, he was afraid that he would have been eliminated from the game long ago. Just as the two of them exchanged fierce exchanges, Leang Xinyi was not idle either, only to see a dazzling red flash coming like lightning. Hao Run did his best to try and avoid it, but it didn't really matter, because from the very beginning, Leang Xinyi was in a hurry with this shot because she was dodging the meteor attack from the staff. So, even if Hao Run does not dodge this blow, only hit Hao Run 4 meters away from a utility pole, but boom! Accompanied by earth-shattering explosions, the entire riverbank was shaken and a large area collapsed. Wu Chun and Bailey Qianjiang were both mercilessly lifted out by the powerful shockwave of the explosion. Hao Run, who was even closer to the location of the explosion, directly disappeared into the rolling smoke, as if he had evaporated into thin air. At this moment, Hao Run, who had already been teleported outside the regional melee, finally realized profoundly that sometimes, as long as the weapon's power was strong enough, it didn't matter even if it couldn't hit the target. This is just so buggy. Hao Run was actually eliminated as well. The entire Evergreen Academy actually has one person left so soon. That gives Alpha Academy 4 points as well, tying the top 2, Carry Shield and Yamato. Is this Leang Xinyi a sniper? How come she looks like a gunslinger to me? This day can't be lived. Next time we fight a regional melee, we'll first make every effort to eliminate this Leang Xinyi. The chief elector was also in an uproar, not expecting Leang Xinyi's destructive power to be so terrifying. Not only did she almost eliminate the entire Evergreen team with the power of one person, this shot even almost sent teammate Wu Chen away. But in the field, although this shot blew up Hao Run, it created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Bailey Qianjiang. With the help of the moment he got rid of Wu Chan, he once again used excessive fusion to enter the riverbank, and in just a few seconds he had already arrived at Leang Xinyi's side. Faced with the sudden appearance of Bailey Qianjiang, Leang Xinyi was also startled and almost subconsciously tried to dodge. Yet it was already too late. Retreat! The speed of Bailey Qianjiang's blade was fast to the limit, and in just an instant, Leang Xinyi's spiritual body was chopped open, and spiritual liquid gushed out as if it were a fountain. Warning: spirit body exceeded limit value. Will exit spirit body state in 3 seconds. Bailey Qianjiang immediately realized that it was bad. However, it was already too late. Leang Xinyi had already pulled the trigger face to face with him. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out. A small mushroom cloud rose in its place, and even the building around it was half collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this strike was. After the mushroom cloud dispersed, only a huge crater was left behind, surrounded by a mess. While at the center of the explosion, Bailey Qianjiang's figure disappeared, only to appear at the edge of the ruins a few seconds later. Only at this time he looked incomparably miserable. An arm and a leg had disappeared, and a large number of spirits dispersed from it. Ugh! I didn't realize it would turn out like this. Amazing guy. Looking at Wu Chun, who was already rapidly coming towards him, Bailey Qianjiang knew that he was no longer capable of fighting, and directly stabbed through his spiritual body. Avoid getting your score by Wu Duan. Evergreen Academy is completely wiped out. Hearing the broadcasting sound in the hall, the group of people who had chosen the chief couldn't even believe for a moment that the strongest Evergreen Academy had actually been taken out by 2 people, Wu Chun and Leang Xinyi. The point standings at this point are as follows. Number 1. Evergreen Academy, 7 points. Second, Carry Shield Academy, 4 points. Third place, Yamato College, 4 points. Fourth, Alpha College, 4 points. When Xinyi Liang returned to Alpha's chief selector, Draculos himself stood up and applauded her, and the others gave her a standing ovation as well. Sorry, Captain. I was accidentally eliminated. Had I been more careful? To be honest, Leang Xinyi really blamed herself. She clearly saw Bailey Qianjiang's ability, yet she was still successful in her sneak attack. But in Draculo's opinion, Bailey Qianjiang was a fourth-year student, and Bailey Qianjiang's strength was very well known throughout the university community. She had already done a very good job of pushing Bailey Qianjiang into a corner. It's not your fault, you've done a great job. With those 3 points provided by you and Wu Then, odds are we won't need to be at the bottom if Wu Then is careful enough to still get survival points. Behind him, Park Tae-ho from Cosmos Nation also came over to give Leang Xinyi a thumbs up. Shiba, Xinyi sister, you are too good. I believe that with today's battle, your position as the first starter of this regional melee is secured. Maybe the captains will use you as the tactical core in the future. Really powerful, you are too rebellious with this amount of chi. If it is not Gao Tsong and Wang Ruoli, those two, we are sure to win this time. I hope that Wu Duan can just live on. Now that the bridge has blown up, it shouldn't be too hard for him to get survival points as long as he stays alive. Li Han, a third-year student at Alpha, also gave a thumbs up. Today is considered to be the official resumption of updates. Finally ate a full meal last night. This month, for the time being, let's set 2 chapters a day. Thank you for catching up. Chapter 129, The Thunderbolt Revisited above. Yamato College Principal's Office. Headmaster Heya A. We just received a call from the Dragon Kingdom headquarters requesting that we immediately stop the training matches now and head to the Shangjing North Underground Shelter for refuge. A man in a purple spirit body said in a panicked voice while giving a 90-degree salute. However, Headmaster Heya did not respond immediately, and he fell into deep thought while gently tapping on the desktop. Even though there was no detailed explanation of this emergency from the headquarters side of the Dragon Kingdom, Headmaster Heya knew deep down that such a thing as asking them to seek refuge in a sanctuary was by no means an idle matter. Normally, such measures were only taken when the country was facing a major change. Therefore, Principal Heya keenly realized that this might be the perfect time for him to revitalize the Oshima Empire. Principal Lin Xia knew in his heart that since the last incident of the Dragon Kingdom's spirit soldiers, the Eagle West's fear of the Dragon Kingdom had risen to a whole new level, and his country of Oshima also secretly reached an agreement with the Eagle Kingdom to support Oshima's independent statehood in the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. This agreement was certainly a good opportunity for Principal Heya A to realize his ambitions. Over the years, Oshima has been plotting and scheming with great care, and has succeeded in establishing as many as 39 schools like Yamato College in the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom by buying connections in the Dragon Kingdom through various means. After all, there are a lot of greedy people in the Dragon's country, and it's just too easy to buy off some pro-Japanese elements. For each of these schools, there is a campus police force of more than 500 personnel. And in their headquarters, Yamato Academy, there are 3 elite units of soldiers who are dressed in Class A spirit equipment. Even though this force was currently unable to directly subvert the Dragon Kingdom, as long as the Dragon Kingdom was in the midst of war, they would be able to join forces with the Eagle Kingdom, quickly rise to prominence, and take the opportunity to annex the northeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, where they would be able to establish a new country. As for the whole thing about them being the only ones taken in by the Dragon Kingdom after the island land sank and them being gracious about it, how can I put it? The fact that the Dragon Kingdom took them in only proves that the Dragon Kingdom people are stupid and go around being kind. It's not like they islanders begged the Dragon Kingdom people to take them in. There is no need to pay attention to this kind of thing. There are also secretly constructed fortifications underneath our school. We can just hide by ourselves. And at that time, if the Dragon Kingdom loses the war, we may still take the opportunity to attack the city. If however you can send a few spies to blend into their refuge, at that time if we win, we can send people in to kill all the Dragon Kingdom people who have taken refuge there. Good idea. This way we can not only weaken the Dragon Kingdom's strength, but also expand our own sphere of influence. It's really 2 birds with 1 stone. However, we must also pay attention to secrecy and not let the Dragon Kingdom people notice our plans. Otherwise, they will definitely be on guard and bring us trouble. Hi, what about the training matches that are being held now? Principal Heya replied after a moment of contemplation. Hold it as normal. If nothing happens after the tournament, then it will go on as planned. However, If civil unrest or other situations do occur in the Dragon Kingdom, we will have to take appropriate measures. First, we have to hold them under the guise of keeping them for dinner and remain unable to return their cell phones. Then, we can make a strong effort to pour wine and try to make them stay overnight. And if there is no major chaos in the Dragon Kingdom, forget about it, but if something really big happens, we'll just kill all of these elite descendants of the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, 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 hey! Principal Leang Xinyi revealed a sinister smile. The melee in the area on the other side continued, and with all the students from Evergreen Academy eliminated, there was surprisingly only Wu Chun left on the east coast of the map. Just as Wu Chun wanted to continue to the west coast and finish the fight to get a few more points while he had the chance, the system's voice suddenly came from inside his head. Congratulations to the host for triggering the divine choice system again. Option 1. Continue the attack on foot towards the west coast. Maybe even in time to collect your brother Wu Xion's body. He's about to be finished. Choice of reward. The out-of-print title Run Off Your Legs are Run Off Your Legs. Running after 15 minutes of running will no longer consume any stamina. Option 2. Just stay on the east coast so you can get another survival point, and it doesn't matter if you win or not, right? Choice reward, Mysterious Golden Sword Pill, which is said to have been created by old Mr. In Yong in the book of Leaning on the Earth and Slaughtering Dragons Again, and is capable of curing any injuries, but sadly has not been discovered by any of the characters of the plot. Option 3. I'm tired. Destroy together. Use the Thunderbolt of Extinction to cleave to anyone alive in this scene except you. Choice of reward, 1 Minor Realm Enhancement card. Wu Chun hesitated slightly, pondering in his heart. Each of these options clearly had their own pros and cons, and his eyes gazed at the text in front of him as he weighed them in his mind. First of all, the second option and the reward are clearly not cost-effective and can be ruled out in the first place. As for the first option, while the thought did cross my mind before, it didn't seem that necessary now that I thought about it more carefully. Even if he rushed over immediately, he might not be able to change anything. It's hard to say how strong Yamato Academy's players are, and they might have to face Takakura and Wang Ruoli's disruptions. And by that time, Carry Shield University's points might have been snatched up by Yamato Academy. Wu Chun took a deep breath and silently pondered his situation. He realized that since joining the Alpha Academy, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength after these days of training. If one did not take into account the enchantment of the six-wing divine armor, given the current level of strength, one would only be roughly a moderately weak member of the elite reserve team. He knew that his strengths lay in his relatively rich combat experience, solid foundation, and especially his outstanding talent. However, the weaknesses are equally significant. The realm is inadequate. When facing opponents of the same level as himself or slightly higher, he was still able to cope with them freely. However, once he encountered those powerhouses whose strength had reached the 5th rank of martial sect, he felt overwhelmed. The reason why this hadn't happened before was precisely because the ability of the six-wing divine armor to modify its attributes at will had greatly increased one's strength to fight across levels. This led to the fact that he hadn't placed too much importance on the realm's advancement before, and this was the main reason why Wu Chun was still stuck at the early stage of the 4th grade martial spirit up until now. He didn't focus on improving his realm in his choices. I'll go with option 3. Activate the Extinction Thunder Tribulation. Just as Wu Chen's words fell, the black clouds in the instantly stormy sky suddenly became several times thicker, and the already dim sky suddenly became completely black. Chapter 130, The Thunderbolt Revisited. Next. In an instant, the entire arena's players' seats instantly boiled up like a powder keg that had been ignited. What the hell is going on here? Why has the sky suddenly turned dark? This blizzard will even increase in quantity automatically. This weather system is too perverted. One of the players from Kali Shield stood up excitedly and shouted. It can't be. The weather system in a regional melee arena is supposed to be constant. Normally there wouldn't even be a change like this. Something's not right. This is definitely not a normal change in the weather system. Someone must have activated a natural skill. A teacher sitting in the front row at Yamato Academy asserted. Then what exactly is this natural skill? Could it be the legendary Heavenly Darkness skill? But what purpose can this skill serve? As for the people within the regional melee field, his reactions were varied, starting with Gaotsong and Wang Ruoli, who were still running all the way around ready to give away their heads. The two raised their heads in confusion, their eyes blank and looking around as if searching for some answer. It was a long time before Takakura muttered, "We've been out of the shielded area for such a long time. How come there's still no one to attack us? This is simply too unreasonable. Has it become so difficult to even take the initiative to send someone's head now?" More importantly, Why has the sky suddenly turned dark? He frowned and looked at the sky in puzzlement. A trace of excitement flashed in Wang Ruoli's eyes as he lowered his voice and said to Gao Cong, "This must be due to the natural skill of one of the Yamato Academy's trainees. I feel a strong sense of oppression brewing, and I'm afraid something big will happen soon. Maybe we'll actually be able to successfully give away our heads." Saying that, he excitedly shook Takakura's hand as if he had seen a ray of hope. Although the operation did not go well, thankfully, most of the points were pocketed by Leang Xinyi, while Wu Chun did not have much to build on. With just 1 point gained, Alpha College remains firmly in last place. Therefore, it can be said that their plan did not completely fail. With that kind of performance, Jackson would undoubtedly be able to easily surpass Wu Chun. Thinking of this, Wang Ruoli and Gao Cong felt slightly relieved in their hearts. However, just then a bolt of lightning streaked across the dark sky. Inside a large shopping mall building somewhere south of the West Bank, the gunfire continues. An island woman ran out the door as if she had gone crazy while yelling out of her mouth, "You wait for me! How dare you cuckold me!" The remaining 2 islanders swept towards the back of the counter somewhere, and Wu Xian, who had just been majestic and green-eyed, immediately shrank back into the counter like a shrunken head turtle. Wu Xian did a good job. Just now, if it wasn't for you, we would have almost been successful in that woman's sneak attack. I believe that your talent for control is extremely valuable in actual combat. Chu Sui couldn't help but give Wu Xian a thumbs up. Wu Xian smiled smugly. He just wanted to humble a few sentences. Then heard a loud bang. The mall encountered directly blown out a big hole. The next moment, a thunder flashed silver lightning unexpectedly impartial in Wu Xian's head. Boom! Chu Sui only felt that his world began to rotate in the sky, as if the entire earth was trembling. Just a moment ago, he had been talking and laughing with Wu Xian, but in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. The place where Wu Xian was originally standing turned into a huge charred black pit, while Wu Xian himself disappeared without a trace. Chu Sui's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned back and forth. Holy! Where is everyone? Where did Wu Xian go? What the hell happened just now? He muttered, his face filled with astonishment. His mouth was open to the extreme, his mind in a state of confusion, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of him. However, in the next instant, an earth-shattering roar came, deafening the ears. Immediately afterward, a dazzling bolt of electricity streaked across the sky, illuminating the ground below. A Yamato member who was shooting and strafing was struck by the lightning and instantly turned into ashes. It was only at this point that Chu Sui realized, as if waking up from a dream, that a lightning strike had actually erupted just now, and had coincidentally struck Wu Xian and another Yamato member respectively. No, it's someone's gift. An enemy has infiltrated. And judging by the fact that he launched an attack on both of them at the same time, the person who came must be an Alpha Academy personnel. This sudden turn of events didn't make Chu Sui mess up, and he began to analyze it diligently. It was unlikely that the enemy's lightning strikes were randomly flying all over the screen, so the opponent must be in some position where he could see both himself and Yamato Academy at the same time. If you think about it this way, then there will always be only one truth to the matter, and that is that the attackers are in the monitoring room. Chu Sui thought silently in his mind. Damn it, we must not let them succeed. We must find them and destroy them as soon as possible. The Yamato Academy's team members were also extremely smart and immediately agreed with Chu Sui. Together, they rushed out of the bunker. However, right at that moment, a lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and accurately struck one of the Yamato Academy's team members, causing him to die on the spot. Chu Sui's eyes became sharp as he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and whispered, "Everyone be careful. The enemy may continue to attack." Terrifying thunder exploded around them, and Chu Sui actually dodged a lightning strike by virtue of his heaven-defying luck. At this moment, he was in a rage. He did not expect the other party's talent to be so horrible. It's all because of those islanders, rushing over like a mad dog, or else how could they Jolly Shield Academy have suffered such a big loss? As the last islander was also chopped into ashes, Chu Sui finally arrived at the door of the monitoring room. He took a deep breath, raised his foot and kicked hard. The door of the monitoring room was directly kicked open by him. However, when Chu Sui walked into the surveillance room, he found it empty. How is this possible? I've obviously reasoned out their hiding place, so why is there no one there? Could it be that my reasoning was wrong? Chu Sui muttered, an incredulous expression on his face. Right at this moment, a terrifying heavenly thunder suddenly exploded in the monitoring room, and the powerful energy fluctuations instantly drowned Chu Sui. No! Chu Sui let out a roar, but it was too late. His body had already been struck by the heavenly lightning and turned into ashes. All members of Yamato Academy have been eliminated. All members of the Carlisle Shield Academy have been eliminated. Two voices rang out at the same time, announcing the end of the match. It's written, and the next chapter starts the Massive Invasion chapter. Chapter 131 Post-Match Review. Everyone in the 4 Great Academy's players' seats were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene within the venue, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. "It's over?" Someone asked incredulously. "What's going on here? What's with the thunder? A gift? Whose talent is this?" Gao Zong and Wang Ruoli surely aren't. Wu Chen's talent is the time totem, and it also has nothing to do with the elemental system's thunder either. Another person said doubtfully, "Can it be that the person from Yamato Academy released the lightning and ended up striking the wrong person and electrocuted himself?" There was also someone else who made an absurd guess. "Isn't this Sanji Bull? Someone explain what the hell is going on." People murmured, trying to find an answer. Just as the crowd was puzzled, all the remaining players teleported back to the competition arena. Among them, Wu Chun was expressionless, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Takakura and Wang Ruoli, on the other hand, were so pale that those who didn't know thought that Alpha Academy had lost. On the other hand, the people from Yamato Academy looked dejected, especially Wu Xian and Chu Sui, who had the most exaggerated expressions. Wu Xian was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand how he died, while Chu Sui was even more directly dumbfounded, still immersed in the hallucination that his reasoning should reasonably be absolutely not wrong. The referee waits until all the players have returned to their seats before walking to the center position of the arena. "First of all, we would like to congratulate Alpha Academy for winning this regional melee match. Let's briefly review the key points of the tournament, which we will analyze with you this time together with Yamato's head coach, Coach Tanaka." The referee paused slightly, waiting for Yamato's coach to take the stage before continuing. Just 5 minutes into the match, the 4 teams had already moved quickly to set up their respective shielding zones. This shows a clear strategic plan and efficient execution by each team. However, in the 15th minute, the situation changed. Evergreen College began to move toward Yamato College, which was closer to them, and planned to cross the river over the bridge. Such a move raises eyebrows, but is it a bit too radical from a professional point of view? Coach Tanaka echoed this question and explained, "It's true, if we review the game after the fact, we can see that there were some problems with their decision-making. According to common sense, they should first address the Alpha Academy behind them, which was the wisest choice. By doing so, they were not only able to avoid the risk of being surrounded, but also ensure their own safety. But because they chose to cross the river over the bridge, it ultimately led to the entire battle situation getting out of control." He paused slightly before continuing to speculate. Evergreen Academy was probably overconfident that it could quickly end the melee on the west coast with its camouflage cloaks, and then return to the east coast in time for the ultimate victory. However, reality is often much more complicated than one might think. Unforeseen circumstances during the match and the reactions of the opponents are unpredictable factors. Even though Evergreen Academy possessed a higher level of combat power, it still needed to be cautious when facing the other 3 teams. The mistake cost them dearly and opened up opportunities for other teams. After Coach Tanaka finished speaking, the Evergreen Academy participants all lowered their heads, especially Bailey Chenjiang. Although he got the only point for his team, the decision was indeed like what Tanaka had just analyzed. It was too aggressive and confident, and it led directly to the defeat of Evergreen Academy, and when all is said and done, if they had dueled Alpha on the East Coast. With Gao Zong and Wang Ruoli as the 2 leading parties, the victory was really unknown, and even if Wu Chun used the Extinction Thunderbolt at the critical moment, it was entirely possible for them to exchange it for more points. It wasn't even impossible to take advantage of the opportunity to decapitate Wu Chun, so it could only be said that they were too careless and gave away their heads. Let's cut back to the West Coast, where Carry Shield University didn't manage to put up much of a fight against a counterattack from Daiwa Academy, quickly giving away 2 points. Yes, it still feels like there's a clear power gap between the 2 schools. And then there was the battle on the bridge. It was just brilliant here. Alpha Sniper Cindy Leang made the right decision if she was just trying to launch an attack on people at the time. It's likely that the Glory Guardian will resist it for a few seconds, and although it'll still be able to kill Zhao Yan, it'll also give Evergreen Academy's How Run the chance to counteract it in time, and the outcome at that point won't be easy to say. Coach Tanaka nodded in recognition of the referee's words before continuing. The rest of the battle on the East Coast, Wu Chen's one-on-one battle against Zhang Yu was also very exciting, but it's clear that Zhang Yu wasn't aware of Wu Chen's talent and suffered a big loss. And I personally was very surprised and curious about Wu Chen's talent, because this talent is really strong, and I assert that Wu Chen's talent must be more than just time totem, because at the end of the match, that Heavenly Thunder descent was still Wu Chen's handiwork. Please look at the big screen. As Coach Tanaka's words fell, the eyes of the audience were focused on the big screen. When a close-up of Wu Chen's image appeared on the screen, only the corners of his mouth moved slightly and he seemed to say something. But since there was no sound, no one knew exactly what he said. However, right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly became pitch black, as if it was covered by a black curtain. During this brief and tense moment, the audience's attention was highly focused on the screen, and they were surprised to find that Wu Chen's right eye had turned silver. This change caused a gasp of surprise. Is this Wu Chen's second talent? He's actually the possessor of dual SSS rank talents? What kind of monster is this guy? Honestly, his talent is truly terrifying. He's clearly still on the East Coast, yet he was able to wipe out everyone on the West Coast. The ability to attack from such a long distance must be something only an SSS rank talent can do. Another man chimed in, SSS rank talents are just too much. I don't think that SSS rank talents should be allowed in a regional melee. Otherwise, all he needs to do is stand at the birth point and unleash his talent once, and we'll all be finished. All around, no matter which academy it was, they all expressed their shock at Wu Chen's talent, while Wu Xian was so angry that he almost didn't pass out when he heard this speculation. Even Wu Yu lost her previous arrogance and directly went soft in her seat. 2 SSS grade talents. This was simply an unimaginable existence, while Coach Tanaka, with a smile on his lips, just lightly glanced at Wu Chen. Although he had an amiable professorial expression on the surface, he had actually held a grudge to the extreme in his heart. This is just baka. Why was it that Dragon Kingdom always had this kind of heaven-defying genius appearing, but their island country did not have such an outstanding young man? He vowed that no matter what, he must strangle Wu Chen in the cradle as soon as possible. Obviously, the MVP of this match is none other than Wu Dust. He alone scored 7 points alone and managed to reverse the situation of this match. This Tianlei's talent is really very exaggerated. So finally, check out the final standings from the field. First place, Alpha College, 12 points. Second, Evergreen Academy, 7 points. Third place, Yamato College, 4 points. Fourth, Carry Shield Academy, 4 points. Chapter 132, Don't Be Here. The time passed quickly and the final replay was over, and the Alpha Star Selection Chief was jubilant, at least on the surface. Even the always serious coach Li Ming barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face at the moment, but that smile was worse than crying. He laughed while staring viciously at Wu Duan, gritting his teeth. Good job, Wu Duan. You're really good. Just wait for me. You'll definitely have great success in the future. Wu Dust smiled and patted Li Ming's shoulder as he responded lightly. I know better than you in my own heart if I've made it or not, Coach Li. Instead of caring about me here, why don't you care about yourself? You made so many stupid moves before the game. Think about how you're going to explain yourself to the school, and how you're going to explain yourself to Principal Gao. You! Li Ming was so infuriated that his mouth was open and he couldn't say a word. This training match was a flop for him, and he tried his best but to no avail, ultimately allowing Wu Dust to lead his team to win the regional melee. Felt as bad as eating a piece of. Forget it, Wu Chen. Ignore this kind of person. There's no need to bother with him. Duro Caros whispered behind him, and just as Wu Dust and the others were about to pack up and leave, the referee hurriedly stepped up to the center once again to pick up the microphone. Honorable guests, please stay. Our principal of Yamato Academy, Heya Alordino, has something important to announce to you all. Hearing this voice, the crowd that had already begun to leave the venue one after another stopped in their tracks, with puzzled expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand what else this Yamato Academy needed to announce. Does it want to keep stalling? After about a minute or so, a short, balding man was seen hurrying in from outside the arena. His height was probably just over 1.5 meters, but his pace appeared to be very hurried, and when he walked to the center of the arena, he first immediately and politely rushed to the representative teams of the various academies and gave a 90-degree salute before nodding his head and bowing his head. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the headmaster of Yamato Academy, Heya Alordino, and I thank you all very much for coming to this training tournament, and I am honored to be able to talk and learn from you. Since this is the first year that we at Yamato Academy have participated in the Academy Cup in the Dragon Kingdom and the first time that we have held a training tournament like this, we feel both honored and apprehensive. We are concerned that there may be some shortcomings, so we hope you will bear with us. On behalf of Yamato Academy, please allow me to express my deepest apologies to all of you, said Lianxia Lord Wild, and once again gave the crowd a respectful salute. If you just look at the performance of this kid, in any case cannot imagine. He had been plotting with the others just a few minutes ago to kill everyone in the room as much as possible. Hey, Principal Heia, you're really too kind. The facilities at Yamato Academy are very professional. The students and instructors are very courteous. You guys are really doing a great job. Li Ming was the first to stand up and take a stand, giving a shout out to Daiwa Academy, and the tutors leading the teams from several other academies followed suit with a few polite words. And Lord Wild under the forest saw that everyone had dropped their guard and knew that the fire was almost ready before taking the opportunity to continue. I am very touched in my heart to be recognized by all of you, but I would also like to ask your excellencies to grant me an ungrateful request on behalf of the Yamato Academy only. I would like to invite you all to lunch. By the way, for more in-depth academic exchanges, please be sure not to excuse yourselves. It would be a real honor to have lunch with you all. Please. Lianxia Lord Wild this time in order to show sincerity. This a big salute to tie down. Directly do not stand up. A look you do not agree to stay to eat. I will die to you. His move caused those present to be a bit surprised, and they all wore expressions of embarrassment. After all, they had only come here to participate in the competition and had no intention of staying too long. However, in the face of such a sincere invitation from Lin Shermao Lord Wild, it was not good to directly refuse, and for a while the scene became a bit awkward. It took a long while before the instructor from Carey Shield University spoke up in a difficult voice. Headmaster Heia, we appreciate your kindness, but we have a schedule to keep and I'm afraid we can't accept your invitation. However, we are very grateful for the hospitality you have shown us, and if we have the opportunity, we will certainly come back to visit again. I understand the difficulties of all of you, but I hope that you can understand what I am trying to do. Today's lunch is not only a simple gathering, but also a good opportunity for us to learn from each other and enhance our friendship. So, I implore you all to grant my request. After saying that, Lord Heia a Wild once again bowed deeply to show his sincerity. In the face of the repeated insistence of the Lord of the Underwoods Wild, the crowd fell into deep thought. After a long while, the three people looked at each other for a few moments, probably thinking that having a meal wasn't a big deal. So a representative of the Evergreen Academy's lead coach said, Headmaster Lianxia doesn't have to be like this. Since you invited us in good faith, then we'll accept the invitation. Excellent. In that case, please follow me. We have prepared a sumptuous lunch, so please be sure to make yourselves at home. One after another, everyone else happily followed Rin a Lord Wild towards the outside of the arena. Although this kind of thing of staying at someone's school for dinner after a training match was not common. In fact, it's not so bad that it never happened. A lot of relatively good relations with the school after the training game or will be together to exchange a little bit. Eat a meal is not a big deal. Only Wu Chen's eyes showed some light of thought. In his eyes, the islanders were humble on the surface, but in reality they were ferocious and despicable. How could they leave the crowd well entertained for no reason? Could it be? Wu Chun suddenly thought of the large-scale invasion that was coming in the next 2 days, and he was almost certain that the islanders must have some unseemly plot. He looked forward twice, and when he saw that the others had moved on and no one was paying attention to him, he tugged on Leang Xinyi's hand and dragged her to an unnoticed corner. Then he pressed Leang Xinyi against the wall. Leang Xinyi's face flushed red as she watched Wu Chen's movements. You, what do you want? So many people are in front of you. Don't be here. Chapter 133, Commencement of Operations. Hush, Sister Xinyi. Don't talk. Lend me a copy. Time reappears. As Wu Chen's words fell, a burst of light floated on Leang Xinyi's side, followed by the appearance of a mature version of Leang Xinyi wearing a plush bear cartoon pajama. Leang Xinyi. She wanted to find a crack in the ground now. However, she also immediately began to adjust her emotions because although she didn't know why Wu Chun was doing this, she believed that Wu Chun definitely had his reasons. Wu Chuanxi figure cartoon pajamas mature version of Leang Xinyi is also a burst of speechless. So loose pajamas are not the slightest block that surging waves really let a person cannot look straight up. The mature version of Leang Xinyi did not hesitate. She immediately followed Wu Chen's instructions to immediately turn the corner and hide behind a billboard. Ahem, Wu Duan. Hurry up and go. The arena will lock up later. Derekaros was just about to go out the door when he turned back to see Wu Chan and Leang Xinyi's posture. Immediately uttered a reminder and sighed in his heart. Young people nowadays, too damn excessive. Do not know that the old-timers are still single? Okay, we're on our way. Wu Chuan and Leang Xinyi walked out of the arena in quick steps, following the team all the way to the top floor of the VIP building, and not a single person in the entire team noticed that there was still one more person who hadn't left inside the competition arena. The top floor of Yamato Academy's VIP building was completely designed as a wabi-sabi room, and the building also played island ditties that made Wu Duan feel like throwing up when he heard them. Several kimono-clad women stood respectfully along the aisle wall of the corridor, and when the crowd passed by, they obediently bowed their heads, revealing deep grooves. Leang Xinyi looked at the kimono women on both sides and covered her mouth in surprise, then carefully approached Wu Chan and asked in a low voice, "Wu Dust, why did you just recruit me out again? You cannot change a person. Whoa, well. You say I have to be how busy in the future. Every day their own things are still busy, but also have to respond to your call. Shoo, I'll find a chance to tell you about it later." Wu Dust lowered his voice and said. Leang Xinyi retreated to the side with an angry grunt. The crowd continued to follow Lord Wilderness under the forest forward, and after turning 2 more corners, they finally came to the end of the corridor. The classic double-side sliding doors of the Japanese room slowly opened to reveal a spacious and elegant room. In the center of the room was a high-end looking wooden square table that smelled faintly of wood. Surrounded by soft cushions, it gave a feeling of comfort and relaxation. Traditional island paintings hang on the walls, with delicate brushstrokes outlining the island's landscape, flowers and birds, and other elements, showing the island's unique artistic style. Delicate vases and bonsai in the corners add a natural touch. The room features a large window on one side, through which you can enjoy a beautiful view of Yamato College's backyard. Everyone took their seats, and Leang Xinyi moved quickly to sit beside Wu Chun. After everyone was seated, Lin Xiaoyangyi coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. With a smile on his face, he spoke. "First of all, I would like to thank you all once again for coming, even though the island has sunk in the initial black hole incident. However, you can still enjoy the most authentic island cuisine here, and I hope you will enjoy it. Thanks again for stopping by." After saying that, Lord Rin a wild bowed once again to show his respect and gratitude to everyone. The view quickly switches to the tournament arena, where even the 2 island women sweeping the floor follow suit, and the entire arena is plunged into extreme silence as the doors are locked. In the next second, a woman in cartoon pajamas came out from behind a billboard, and she looked around, making sure that no one was indeed there before mouthing silently, "Dress code." In an instant, the crystal pendant around the mature version of Leang Xinyi's neck emitted a red glow, and in the next second, a red spirit body replaced the cartoon pajamas she was wearing. She then took a leap of faith and jumped out of the arena through an open window. However, since the walls and gates of Yamato Academy were all heavily guarded, Leang Xinyi did not recklessly try to break through by force. Instead, she chose a more subtle way to detour to the prep building located next to the playing field. She carefully avoided the guard's line of sight, using the cover of her surroundings to quietly and unobtrusively make her way towards her target. Here, the communication equipment of Wu Chan and the other contestants were stored, and located at the entrance of the building, there were 2 guards dressed in Class B spirit equipment standing guard. However, they were oblivious to the fact that a petite figure clad in a camouflage cloak had quietly slipped into the building. Leang Xinyi quickly rummaged around with agile hands and soon found Wu Chen's cell phone. After she opened her phone, a series of emergency warning messages from the officials jumped into her eyes. This information caused Leang Xinyi's beautiful eyes to instantly ignite with rage, and the anger in her heart was hard to contain. She gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, a bitter cold light flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Yamato Academy's sinister intentions were clear. Without hesitation, Leang Xinyi put away Wu Chen's cell phone along with the younger version of herself before quickly leaving the building. About 5 minutes later, she once again appeared unnoticed on the roof of the mobile 7-story dormitory building. The dormitory building looked like it should be a dormitory building for the girls of Yamato Academy, but since it was daytime, there weren't actually any people inside. The first reason why she chose this place was because behind the dormitory building was the huge forest park covering 10 hectares, a location that could be said to be a good place to enter and retreat. Secondly, from the roof here, you can clearly see most of the main buildings of Yamato Academy. Light flashed in her hand, and in just an instant a Barrett altered appeared out of thin air. The gun looked very advanced and sophisticated, as if it was a product of future technology. Her movements were very professional, and after quickly finding a good shooting position, she quickly got down, and then aimed her gun without hesitation at the first lecture building of Yamato Academy, which was crowded with students at the moment. Her eyes were firm and calm, and she seemed to have absolute confidence in her goal. It's time to collect the debt. At this time, the top floor of the first lecture building of Yamato Academy. In the conference room, Vice President 11 Yamamoto and 8 men and women in civilian clothes appeared to be in a meeting. All of you are people with super strength in the Big Island country. What is in front of us this time is a major opportunity that will not come along in 100 years. And at this moment, the streets in the Dragon Kingdom's Shangjing are full of citizens scurrying around preparing for refuge. I'm afraid it won't be long before Upper Capital City enters a life and death moment, and we're guessing it's likely to be a large-scale invasion of unidentified spirits. And what we need to do is not to fight against the unknown spirits, but to deal a fatal blow to the Dragon Kingdom at the most critical moment, with the best outcome being a landslide victory for the unknown spirits, destroying all of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level resistance forces at once. Chapter 134 Liberation. Several island youths glanced at each other, madness and determination flashing in their eyes, and then they stood up, pulling their voices and letting out deafening roars. We are willing to bow and die for the revival of the great island nation. Kill all the Rukoku people, not one of them. Their voices echoed in the room like thunder, filled with endless killing intent and fervor. One of the youths even shouted excitedly, "Yes, we've been putting up with them for a long time. We should have killed their men and snatched the women back a long time ago." The comment resonated with the others, who chimed in, "Right, I agree." Yamamoto 11 nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the team members in front of him who were full of fighting spirit. He knew that these people were the elite of the island, possessing strong convictions and fearless courage. Only, to be able to motivate them, they can fight to the best of their ability. 11 Yamamoto said in a firm tone, "Very well, the scouts we sent out will probably be back in another 10 minutes or so. If we are sure that the Dragon Kingdom is not a drill this time, we will immediately kill those Dragon Kingdom people who have come to play the training match to sacrifice their flag." "Hi!" The crowd responded in unison, excitement shining in their eyes. Just as several islanders were talking excitedly about their future ideals and plans after the restoration of their country, suddenly, on the roof of the girls' dormitory, a dazzling red flash violently erupted. Immediately afterward, an incomparably thick pillar of red light was like a ferocious dragon, swooping towards the top floor of Yamato Academy's first lecture building at an astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events caused Yamamoto Xii's mouth to open wide in shock. He had not anticipated such a situation at all, and his face was filled with dismay and shock. The rest of the group of elite team members were similarly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. However, before they could react, boom! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire campus, and the huge red pillar of light hit the top floor of the first lecture building of Yamato Academy directly like a cannonball, blowing the entire building into ruins. And even more surprising was the fact that the nest of 8 self-appointed elite team members, who were in an undressed state at the moment, suffered this fatal blow defenselessly. They didn't even have time to put up any resistance before they were caught in the net of this shot. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the VIP building, Lin Shiming Lord Wild was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of bragging with a few mentors, his heart filled with bright visions of the future. He fantasized that after the successful restoration of the Oshima Kingdom, he was expected to ascend to the throne of Prime Minister by virtue of his achievements in this battle. At that time, he would have the opportunity to rule the Dragon Kingdom and further realize his grand hegemonic blueprint of ruling the whole world. However, just as he was reveling in these beautiful imaginations, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out, instantly shattering his beautiful dreams. The Linxia Lord Wild was startled violently, and hurriedly rushed to the window with the other tutors to see what was going on outside. As they gazed nervously out of the window, their faces filled with shock and fear. His head went down when he saw the first lecture building, which had been reduced to nothing but debris. Isn't his elite unit meeting right there in the first lecture building? Where's the Vice-Chancellor? Where's my elite team? Why haven't I seen them running out? Before the crowd could regain their senses from the shocking scene in front of them, another red pillar of light shot out from the dormitory building and exploded directly in the second lecture building. At once, half of the second lecture building also collapsed, and at this moment the school was filled with horrible cries. Several mentors and a group of Academy Cup players looked at the red pillar of light in surprise. Especially the Bailey Qianjiang few, they looked at each other a few times. Paralyzed. Why does this thing look so déjà vu? Even the person in question, How Run, muttered to himself. This is really strange. Is there anyone else in this world besides Leang Xinyi who has such a big temperament? His voice was not loud, but everyone around him could hear him, and for a moment everyone fell silent. Even Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help but look at Leang Xinyi twice more. If it wasn't for the fact that Leang Xinyi had been sitting here all along, they would have to suspect that this attack was definitely Leang Xinyi's doing. It's so personal, after all. Leang Xinyi herself couldn't help but shrink her head, but she knew in her heart exactly what was going on. On top of the campus playground, dozens of members of the campus guard dressed in purple spirit bodies were like crazed wild beasts, pouncing in the direction of the girls' dormitory building at an extremely fast speed. They had only one goal: to kill the terrorist, who was above the girls' dormitory. However, right at this moment, a shocking scene occurred. Only a cold female voice suddenly sounded above the girls' dormitory building. Spiritual bodies. Liberation. As the words of that female voice fell, that Honger spirit body began to emit a faint black glow. Immediately after that, the entire spirit body quickly turned black, even as its size instantly swelled by more than 2 times. Not only that, on the back of the spirit body, 2 black mechanical wings were even born, as if it was a demon from hell. This sudden change stunned everyone as they stared in disbelief. What the hell is this? A black spirit body? Does that mean it's an S-class spirit body? S-rank spirit body? I've never heard of another spirit body evolving from a rank to S rank. Isn't that bull? Could it be that an unknown spirit body is here? Now, not to mention the personnel present, even Wu Duan was startled, but he knew in his heart that even in these few years, such as the spirit body soldier technology and the Eagle Kingdom spirit body implant teleportation technology were all very groundbreaking. And it would be very strange if there wasn't anything revolutionary about psychic technology 10 years from now. As Lin Xiaoyang looked at the scene of misery on the campus, he was enraged, so he immediately yelled at the 3 mentors in the room. Your Excellencies, our academy must have been attacked by an unknown spirit. Please help us kill the unknown spirit. Lin Shiming Lord Wild actually played a good game. Nowadays he could not devote more power to deal with the terrifying unknown spirit. The ploy he came up with at this point was in fact the very thing that killed him with a borrowed knife. If the people from the 3 major academies really made a move, no matter who died he wouldn't lose out. However, his wishful thinking was interrupted by a cold laugh. Heya, Lord Wild, you're really playing a good game. I just want to ask you, since the headquarters has already issued an evacuation order, may I ask, what exactly are you trying to do here by hiding the facts?